Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chapter 1-5. Chapter 1, The Librarian. A faint murmur echoed through the silent space. Kaiser felt as though he had returned to the womb, his entire being immersed in warm water, enveloped in a sense of tranquility and comfort. Just as he was about to surrender himself to this blissful sensation and drift into a deep, dreamless slumber, a sudden thought, no, an intent, descended upon him. A suitable individual has been selected and successfully integrated into the library. You have become the librarian of the library. It was an intent of absolute purity. Like a voice resonating directly within his mind, it emerged without warning, yanking Kaiser out of his unconscious state. Splash. As he instinctively sat up, the sound of water sloshing rippled around him. Only then did Kaiser realize he really was submerged in water. Yet, oddly enough, though he was sitting in the water, his clothes remained completely dry. His hair and body, too, were untouched by moisture, as if the water itself refused to cling to him. What? What is this? He stared blankly, utterly bewildered. The sound of water continued to echo, crisp and clear in his ears, forcing him to momentarily set aside his confusion and take in his surroundings. And what he saw left him utterly captivated. A vast, circular space unfolded before his eyes. The chamber spanned at least several hundred meters in diameter, with a height just as impressive. Yet, despite its enormity, it did not feel empty. Instead, it exuded a sense of perfect harmony. This was largely due to the countless bookshelves arranged in a meticulous, deliberate fashion throughout the space. Some bookshelves stood firmly on the ground, while others extended upward, stacked along the cylindrical walls. Each shelf was neatly packed with books, emanating an aura of mystery, tranquility, and boundless knowledge. Deep crimson carpets covered the floor, while corridors stretched along the walls and into the open air. The ceiling was absent, revealing a breathtaking starry sky beyond, a vast expanse where twinkling stars shimmered, casting a dreamlike glow upon the library. At the very heart of this magnificent space stood Kaiser, within a slightly sunken area encircled by wooden railings. This central space had been designed as a leisure zone, complete with a large fountain, a pavilion, and even a soft grass lawn. A vine-woven hammock swayed gently, reminiscent of something straight out of a fairy tale. Kaiser himself was submerged in the crystal-clear water of the fountain. Water continuously spouted from the center, cascading over him, yet still, he remained inexplicably dry, as if everything around him were merely an illusion. Where am I? Mesmerized by the sheer beauty of the scene for what felt like an eternity, Kaiser finally snapped back to reality and voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. And then. The intent from before descended upon him once more. Kaiser felt himself enveloped in an unseen force, his eyes shutting involuntarily. Minutes passed. When he opened them again, the confusion was gone. In its place was understanding. The fantasy library. So this is where I've arrived. A realm forged from humanity's collective dreams of other worlds, its curiosity, longing, admiration, regrets, and wistfulness, all condensed into an existence beyond reality. It did not belong to any one place, yet it connected reality and imagination. Every book within these shelves was an entire world born from someone's imagination. Every page was a fragment of a life envisioned by another. The fantasy library gathered these lives and dreams, preserving them in written form, transforming ephemeral fantasies into tangible realities, crafting an infinite array of worlds and dimensions. However, there was a problem. If fantasy is to become real, it requires someone to live through it. The lives created by others' imaginations are ultimately hollow. Without real people to experience them, they will remain mere fantasies, forever intangible, never truly existing. And so, from the moment the fantasy library took form, it was destined to require an librarian, someone to step into these imagined lives and traverse these imagined worlds. And thus, Kaiser had been chosen. He was now the first librarian of the fantasy library. Does this count as me finding my true profession? Before coming here, Kaiser had simply been a bookstore clerk. His life had been anything but ideal. His parents divorced when he was young, leaving his grandparents to raise him with great effort. When he finally entered university and gained independence, his grandparents passed away peacefully, having fulfilled their duty. His parents had long since built new families of their own. No matter which side he went to, he never truly belonged, always the unwanted one, the outsider. So he chose to support himself through part-time work, earning a degree that was neither outstanding nor useless, and became one of countless fresh graduates who stepped into the world, only to find themselves unemployed. Eventually, he took a job at a bookstore. It was the first time in a long while that he felt a semblance of stability. Kaiser remembered that just last night, he had been organizing the store's newly arrived books. By the time he finished, it was late, so he had simply curled up in the storeroom and fallen asleep. Who would have thought that upon waking, he would find himself here, chosen as the librarian of the fantasy library? Well, so be it. Stepping out of the fountain, still as dry as before, Kaiser gazed up at the open sky, his eyes reflecting the starlight above. If reality is unsatisfactory, then I'll leave it behind. From today onward, I am the librarian of the fantasy library. Traveling through countless fantasy worlds, living through real experiences. Sounds like it could be interesting. Years of fending for himself had granted Kaiser a decent level of adaptability and acceptance. And so, he quickly adjusted to his new reality, already contemplating his next steps. At that moment, the unseen force descended for the third time. Now that he had absorbed a portion of the library's knowledge, Kaiser understood, this force was, in fact, the will of the fantasy library itself. The fantasy library possessed no consciousness, no emotions. It functioned purely as a system, descending only when its librarian required guidance, imparting knowledge as needed. It did not speak, in the conventional sense, nor did it transmit words or images. Instead, its essence flowed into Kaiser, translating itself into a form his mind could comprehend. And now, once more. You have become the librarian of the fantasy library. As the librarian, you are entitled to a gift from the library, a power that best aligns with your very being. Upon completing a life experience, the library will reward you based on the depth of that experience and the degree of reality within the world you traverse, in accordance with the power granted to you. Initiating the gift. In an instant, the entire fantasy library began to change. Soft luminescence radiated from the ground, countless books on the shelves glowing in various intensities. Even the vast celestial expanse above sparkled brilliantly, stars blazing with renewed splendor. Bathed in this radiance, Kaiser felt something within him expand. A moment later, that expansion burst forth from his body, manifesting as a single page that floated into the air. This is... Kaiser stared at it, dumbfounded. The page hovered before him, absorbing the luminous energy of the library, then suddenly ignited. As it burned away, intricate golden patterns formed in the air. The gilded lines intertwined, connecting, converging, until they constructed a complex, enigmatic geometric symbol. The symbol then shot toward Kaiser, merging into his very being. And in that instant, he instinctively knew. He understood exactly what power he had just received. Chapter 2, Authority. What had taken root within Kaiser, what had sprouted after absorbing the power of the fantasy library, was, in essence, an authority. This authority was both a symbol and an embodiment of supreme power. Its effect was singularly focused on the concept of armament. Any form of equipment that could affect its wielder fell under its domain, including but not limited to weapons, armor, and artifacts. Whenever Kaiser came into contact with such items, he would have the option to invoke his authority and manipulate them in ways yet to be discovered. Exactly how he could do so was something he would have to figure out on his own. But one thing was certain, he had obtained an ultimate dominion over armament, a power so absolute that it could even surpass the authority of gods. I feel like I've just gained something ridiculously overpowered. Watching the golden markings fully integrate into his body, that was the only thought left in Kaiser's mind. Unfortunately, without possessing a powerful weapon, this ability was little more than a decorative title. In short, for now, Kaiser was still an ordinary person. But that was about to change. Rather than dwelling on his newfound power, Kaiser turned his attention to the towering bookshelves around him. Are these books really manifestations of entire fantasy worlds? Although the fantasy library had already imparted the basic knowledge to him, curiosity still stirred within him. With that thought, he made his way toward a corner of the leisure area, stepping onto a staircase that wound along the walls. After circling a small section of the library, he finally arrived at the archives. Without wandering too far, Kaiser approached the nearest bookshelf and pulled out a book at random. The moment he did, the library's silent intent surfaced once more. By opening a book, you will enter the fantasy world recorded within its pages and undergo a randomly assigned life experience. Please note, until the assigned life experience reaches its designated endpoint, the librarian cannot return to the library. If the librarian dies within the fantasy world and revival is deemed impossible, the library will revoke their status and select a new librarian. Kaiser's fingers froze just before flipping the book open. His brows furrowed. So, if I die, I really die. After a moment of contemplation, his expression eased. That makes sense. The fantasy library exists to transform fantasy into reality. The moment I, a real person, step into those worlds and experience them, that process begins to take shape. If it's becoming real, then of course, death is real too. Perhaps, before he set foot in them, those worlds were merely fantasies. But the moment he entered them, his experiences would give them reality. Which meant, let's just get started. Without further hesitation, Kaiser flipped open the book in his hands. Whoosh. Immediately, the book's pages began to turn on their own. One after another, they lifted from the book, detaching completely, and began to flutter around him as though they had a will of their own. This many. Kaiser was stunned. According to the fantasy library's rules, every single page in these books represented a different imagined life experience. Much like writing a novel, some stories were built around protagonists who were exceptional from the start, blessed with noble bloodlines, powerful backers, or overwhelming abilities. Others, however, depicted protagonists who began as ordinary people, struggling before they eventually rose to prominence. When the fantasy library collected these imagined lives, it automatically filtered out the most illogical or broken settings, only keeping those that could exist within reason. Even so, not all lives were created equal. Some began at the peak, while others started at rock bottom, meaning that the experience could either be a dream come true or an absolute nightmare. And now, as part of his first entry into a fantasy world, Kaiser had to randomly draw one life experience from these pages. Once the selection was made, the remaining pages would vanish. Even if he re-entered this world in the future, he would always follow the same path he was about to choose now. After all, once he completed a life experience in a fantasy world, that world would become real. At this moment, he was undergoing the process of choosing his role in this world. If he was lucky, he would be the protagonist. If he was unlucky, well, then he'd have to struggle to survive. And worst of all, he had no control over this selection process. Even as the pages swirled around him, Kaiser could only stand there and watch. Time passed. The number of pages dwindled, one after another. Until finally, only one remained. Clang. At that moment, the book in his hands emitted a radiant glow. Within that glow, a title appeared on the cover, as if an invisible pen had just written it into existence. The Asterisk War. This world. Kaiser's expression flickered in shock. SHFF. Suddenly, the last remaining page transformed into a streak of light and shot straight into his mind. At the same time, the book in his hands lifted from his grip, opening once more in front of him. Its pages remained intact, but now, they were all blank. Because the one who would write the story had yet to step inside. As if guided by an unseen force, Kaiser reached out and touched the book. The next second, he vanished. The only thing left behind was the book, hovering in midair, gently rising and falling as though breathing. Kaiser's consciousness shifted. He felt himself severed from solid ground, yet he was not floating. Everything in his vision had been washed in white, devoid of any color. The space around him wavered, like a film scene transitioning at 1,000 times slower speed, gradually replacing the image of the mysterious library with something else. Then, as the white faded, the wavering ceased. And his feet touched solid ground once more. It was only then that Kaiser realized. He was in a classroom. A multipurpose classroom, to be precise. There were only a few dozen desks, spaced apart from one another, each occupied by a student. All of them wore school uniforms, giving Kaiser a strong sense of déjà vu, like he had just returned to his high school days. At the front of the classroom stood a teacher, delivering a lecture. Behind him, a projected window displayed a catastrophic scene. This is the Inversia, an unprecedented disaster that changed the world. The teacher's monotonous voice droned on. It struck the Earth in the 20th century, bringing unparalleled devastation. For 3 days and nights, meteor showers rained down across the globe, obliterating countless cities. Nations crumbled. The world order was completely reshaped. If not for the rise of the Integrated Enterprise Foundation, civilization as we know it may never have recovered. The teacher's delivery was uninspired, causing most students to nod off in boredom. Furthermore, it was through the Inversia that humanity discovered an unknown element, mana. This discovery not only revolutionized science and technology but also led to the emergence of a new kind of human, Gene Stella. And that is exactly what all of you are. Most of the students remained completely uninterested, barely paying attention. But Kaiser, seated near the corner, was gripping his hand tightly. He slowly lowered his gaze and looked at his palm. Within it, stardust flickered. Tiny specks of light, like the cosmos itself, danced across his skin. As he felt an entirely new power coursing through his veins, he understood. At this very moment, he had truly become what the teacher was describing. A Gene Stella. Chapter 3, Gene Stella. Ding dong. The pleasant chime of the school bell echoed through the modern, open-style high-rise buildings, filling the campus with the lively hum of students. One by one, uniform-clad students streamed out of the school buildings. Some chatted and laughed with friends, while others hurried off, their energetic figures weaving through the walkways. Kaiser blended into the crowd seamlessly, indistinguishable from any other student. That was because, at this moment, he truly was a student of this academy, dressed in the same uniform and appearing years younger than before. Now, Kaiser looked like a 17 or 18-year-old high schooler, his youthful body striding through the lush, green pathways with a vigor he hadn't felt in years. Didn't expect to get this kind of perk from entering a fantasy world. Kaiser found it amusing, running a hand over his face. His skin was smooth, full of collagen, completely free of the slightest blemish or oiliness. As he marveled at the changes, he took a moment to sort through his situation. There's no doubt about it, I'm in Asterisk now. Asterisk, more formally known as the Hexahedron. A massive artificial floating city, built atop an enormous impact crater lake, its shape was a perfect hexagon, true to its name. Its official title was Rika, and it had been constructed by the Integrated Enterprise Foundation for one singular purpose, dueling. Of course, dueling here wasn't about playing cards like a certain Duel Monsters world. These were real, weaponized combat tournaments, fought with actual weapons in high-intensity battles. In this world, the ultimate tournament, the Festa, was a globally renowned combat spectacle, with the largest fanbase in the world. It was not just a sport but an event that profoundly influenced the global economy. Asterisk existed as the stage for the Festa, and also as the primary training ground for its competitors. According to the Festa's regulations, only Stella between the ages of 13 and 22 were eligible to participate. And since all eligible competitors fell within that age range, nearly all of them were students. Thus, within this artificial city, 6 elite academies had been established to train these future champions. Each academy had middle school, high school, and university divisions, covering all Stella between 13 and 22 years old. And the academy I'm in right now is Seidukan Academy. Seidukan was not only one of the 6 major academies, but also the central stage where the main characters of the Asterisk War were active. According to the life experience he had drawn, Kaiser was now a first-year student in Seidukan's high school division. His reason for coming to Asterisk? To compete in the Festa. Nothing special about that. After all, 7 or 8 out of every 10 students in Asterisk had the same goal. The remaining 2 or 3. They had their own unique reasons for being here. Kaiser was simply one of the many who wanted to compete, nothing remarkable at all. Looks like I didn't get a protagonist tier background. Kaiser thought this with mild amusement. According to his assigned role, his strength was only average within Seidukan Academy. Not weak enough to be bottom tier, but also nowhere near the level of a Festa-worthy elite. Completely mediocre. But honestly, that was fine by him. Jumping straight to the top would be nice and all, but that wouldn't be very realistic. As he walked, Kaiser arrived at a quiet corner of the courtyard. The area was sparsely populated, with a small pavilion standing amidst a grassy field and flower beds. Aside from the occasional silhouette of students passing in the distance, the place was almost deserted. Stepping into the pavilion, Kaiser stretched his body lightly. My physical capabilities really are much stronger now. He could feel it, his body wasn't just younger. It was faster, stronger, sharper. With just this level of physique, I could easily break multiple world records back in the real world, but here, I'm just average. He couldn't help but sigh. So this is what it means to be Stella. As the teacher had explained in class, following the Inversia disaster in the 20th century, humanity had discovered mana, a previously unknown element from the meteor fragments. This discovery propelled technological advancements and gave rise to a new breed of humans, Stella. Enhanced by mana, Stella possessed physical abilities vastly superior to normal humans, along with access to a unique energy called prana. Prana not only boosted their attack and defense, but also provided a significant increase in durability, making them far more resilient than ordinary people. Ever since arriving in this world, Kaiser could constantly feel this energy flowing within him. Just like he had in the classroom earlier, he now consciously activated this power. Zing. Like dancing stardust, shimmering streams of light enveloped his entire body. Watching the radiant spectacle around him, Kaiser clenched his fist, feeling the change firsthand. If I took a bullet right now, I'd probably only feel a slight impact, not even a scratch. And this was only the strength of an average Seidukan student. The truly powerful Stella must be on an entirely different level. For Kaiser, this was already a satisfying gift. Too bad this kind of perk only happens once. This ability boost was a one-time benefit, granted only during his first-ever life experience. A hidden, starter bonus, so to speak. But this wouldn't happen again for future experiences. If I had drawn a life with an overpowered protagonist, wouldn't I be unstoppable right now? Thinking about it, Kaiser doubted it would have been that easy. After all, if the fantasy library truly sought to make these worlds real, it wouldn't allow anything too unbalanced to exist. His guess. Even though the selection process was random, it was still influenced by the librarian's own abilities. If a librarian was already insanely strong, then they'd have a higher chance of landing an overpowered role. Conversely, if they were weaker, they'd be more likely to get a humble, even tragic start. And with the strength I have now, making this experience exciting is going to be a challenge. Kaiser fell into thought. The fantasy library had made one thing clear. At the end of a life experience, the librarian's rewards are based on how exciting their journey was. In other words, if Kaiser wanted to maximize his rewards, he needed to make this as thrilling as possible. And what could be more thrilling than competing in the Festa, facing off against the strongest fighters in Asterisk? But with his current abilities, he'd probably be eliminated in the first round. Looks like I'll have to get stronger first. But how? Kaiser barely had to think about it, he already knew the answer. I need a weapon. Something powerful enough to make me powerful. Right now, everything about him was mediocre, except for one thing. Deep within him lay an authority, an ultimate dominion over all armament. A power that could manipulate weapons, armor, and artifacts. Which meant, if I want to get stronger quickly, my best bet is to find a powerful weapon. And he already had an idea where to start. But first, he needed to test his ability. His gaze shifted to his waist. Attached to his belt was a cloth holster. Reaching down, Kaiser retrieved a small device from it. A metallic hilt, embedded with a green gemstone, shaped almost like a sword handle. So this is an activator. Examining it curiously, Kaiser's thoughts stirred. Zing! In an instant, a long, glowing blade extended from the hilt in his hand. Chapter 4, The True Power of Authority. Orga Lux. Kaiser's gaze trembled slightly as he looked at the glowing blade in his hand. In this world, traditional cold weapons and firearms had long since been rendered obsolete. The meteors from the Inversia had brought with them an unknown element, mana. But beyond transforming humanity and giving birth to Gene Stella, mana had also crystallized naturally into a rare mineral known as manadite. This mineral had revolutionized countless scientific fields, but its most notable breakthrough was the development of mana conversion weapons, with manadite as their core. These weapons were self-sustaining, requiring zero external resources. Once activated, the manadite within them would materialize pre-programmed elemental constructs, transforming mana into tangible weapons, beams, blades, arrows, bullets, and more. These weapons were called Lux. Lux weapons could have their output and properties adjusted, and when inactive, they remained in their compact hilt form, making them highly convenient to carry. Their practicality had made them the dominant form of weaponry, even for civilians. From self-defense tools to children's toys, Lux weapons had become so common that they were now a part of everyday life. Naturally, in Asterisk, a city built for combat tournaments, home to 6 elite academies training Festa competitors, such an essential piece of equipment was standard issue. All students enrolled in Asterisk 6 academies were entitled to request a Lux from the school's equipment bureau, which would even customize and modify the weapon to suit their needs. Right now, the weapon in Kaiser's hand was one such Lux. And yet, gripping the hilt tightly, an indescribable sensation washed over him. Before this, Kaiser had never wielded a weapon in his life. The most he'd ever held were kitchen knives and fruit-cutting blades, maybe a pair of scissors or nail clippers at most. Under normal circumstances, this should have felt foreign to him. He should have had no clue how to use this weapon properly. Yet, the moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, he did not feel unfamiliarity. Instead, he felt a sense of absolute mastery. It was as if something within him was whispering. This weapon is an extension of your body. This weapon is an extension of your senses. You have already mastered it completely, you know exactly how to wield it. It is yours to command. VMM. Without thinking, Kaiser moved. His eyes shut instinctively, his body slipping into a mysterious state. His blade danced. The Lux in his hands felt as natural as his own limbs, and his body followed without hesitation. Though he had zero prior training, though this new body was merely younger and stronger, his movements were perfect. He wielded the sword as if he had spent decades mastering the art. VMM. 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 As the energy blade vibrated, his strikes grew faster, sharper. Light flashed. Countless sword arcs wove together, forming an intricate storm of blades and slashes, an impenetrable web of lethal precision. Shing. 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 His strikes carved deep grooves into the ground. The flowers and grass of the courtyard swayed violently under the force of his sword wind. Boom. In the final stroke, Kaiser slashed forward with full force. A shockwave erupted from the tip of his blade. The entire courtyard floor was upheaved, the turf shredded into pieces as if sliced by countless razor-sharp swords. Dust surged. Dirt and stones flew. The carefully trimmed grass was scattered like confetti, each blade sliced cleanly at the stem. Did I just do this? Kaiser froze. Still in his final stance, he stared at the devastation before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Then, what was that sound? That was a huge impact. Is someone fighting? Let's go check it out. As expected, his little experiment had drawn attention. Kaiser could already see figures rapidly approaching from the distance. Without a second thought, he deactivated his Lux, making the energy blade disappear, leaving only the hilt. Then, he bolted. Luckily, he was fast enough. By the time the approaching students arrived, the scene was already empty. All that remained was a shredded courtyard, the aftermath of an unnatural sword wind, leaving the spectators murmuring in confusion. Elsewhere, Kaiser had escaped to another isolated corner of the campus, finally exhaling in relief. But then. Wait. Why did I run? He smacked his forehead. He had completely forgotten. This was Asterisk. A city where duels were part of daily life. It was completely normal for students to fight each other, whether inside the academy or out in the city. As a result, collateral damage was expected. Not only were students rarely held accountable for property damage, but in most cases, they weren't even required to pay compensation. Of course, this only applied if they had a valid reason for fighting. I was just practicing my swordplay in an open area. That should count, right? Shaking his head, Kaiser let the matter drop. Instead, he focused on what had just happened. Once again, he activated his Lux. So, that wasn't a fluke. It wasn't an illusion. It was real. Gripping the hilt, Kaiser could confirm it now. He had absolute mastery over any weapon he wielded. No training required. No effort needed. Just by holding a weapon, his body would instinctively know how to use it in the most optimal way possible, perfectly and flawlessly. So this is what my authority does. Excitement surged within him. No, this isn't all it can do. He could feel it. His authority wasn't limited to just wielding weapons perfectly. There was something more. I can make this weapon recognize me as its rightful owner. Through sheer intuition, Kaiser sensed the truth. Just by holding a weapon, he could imprint his mark upon it, making it his personal weapon. And if he did, the weapon would become bound to him, responding only to his command. It would grow stronger alongside him, increasing in power over time. Even if broken, it could be stored within him, gradually self-repairing over time. If lost, he could summon it back instantly, no matter where it was. It would be impossible for anyone else to steal or use it. This is the true power of my authority. Realizing this, Kaiser's mind raced. But he did not bind the Lux in his hand. This was just a standard-issue weapon. Even if it had been custom-modified, it was nowhere near strong enough to be worth binding. Now that he understood his power, there was no way he'd waste it on something so ordinary. If he wanted to grow stronger quickly, I need a stronger, rarer, and far more powerful weapon. With that thought, he turned toward the school building. His destination was set. Looks like I'll have to pay a visit. Steeling his resolve, Kaiser put away his Lux and began walking toward the equipment bureau. Chapter 5, Orga Lux. Seidukan Academy's campus consisted of 3 main buildings. Each division, middle school, high school, and university, had its own separate facility, arranged around a spacious central courtyard. With the addition of student dormitories and various other facilities, the entire campus spanned an immense area, far larger than even some of the most prestigious academies outside the city. Kaiser walked through the largest of the 3, the high school building, brushing past a few lingering students who had yet to leave for the day. His destination lay at the very top floor of the building. There, an office awaited him. The student council office. I should be in the right place. Standing before the office door, Kaiser took a moment to collect his thoughts before reaching out and pressing the notification buzzer beside the entrance. Beep, beep. A holographic window materialized in the air before him, its screen completely black. Then, a voice rang out. Hello. How may I assist you? It was a cold, mechanical tone, an AI response system, undoubtedly pre-programmed. Kaiser raised an eyebrow slightly. Pretty advanced setup. Muttering under his breath, he wasted no time getting to the point. I'm Kaiser, a first year in the high school division. I'm here to apply for authorization to use an Orga Lux. The moment those words left his lips, there was a brief silence. Then. Come in. This time, a different voice responded. Unlike the emotionless AI, this voice carried warmth, yet retained an air of composure and authority. It was a sweet voice, but with a steadfast calmness that made it distinct. Shoo. The automatic doors slid open, revealing a space so immense that it was hard to believe it was merely the student council office. Kaiser hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside. The floor was covered in dark brown carpeting, and the room was furnished with a full set of luxurious leather chairs and tables. The walls were adorned with scenic paintings of Seidukan Academy, creating an atmosphere of opulence and grandeur. At the very back of the office, the wall was replaced by a massive glass window, offering a breathtaking aerial view of the city below. From this vantage point, the streets of Asterisk looked like a miniature model, spread out beneath the sky. In front of this panoramic view, a large oak desk sat elegantly. And behind that desk, a girl. She had brilliant golden hair. Not the smooth, silky kind, but a flowing cascade of wavy curls, exuding an elegance and allure that instantly caught the eye. Her entire presence radiated calm confidence, and her beauty was undeniable. She was, without a doubt, a stunningly gorgeous young woman. I am Claudia Enfield, Student Council President of Seidukan Academy. With an elegant, composed smile, the girl gestured toward Kaiser in welcome. Welcome to the Student Council, Kaiser. Kaiser did not respond immediately. Instead, he subtly observed her. So this is Claudia. Claudia Enfield. Seidukan Academy's Student Council President. And, just like Kaiser, she was also a first-year high school student. But unlike his ordinary status, Claudia was far from obscure. She was one of the most well-known figures in Seidukan Academy. Not only was she the student council president, but she was also ranked second among all Gene Stella in Seidukan. To top it off, her parents were high-ranking officials in Galaxy, one of the Integrated Enterprise Foundation's most powerful conglomerates. She was the perfect blend of talent, beauty, and wealth, an untouchable high society heiress. In the original story, she was also one of the main heroines, and at times, her popularity even surpassed that of the actual female lead. For Kaiser, meeting Claudia here was the equivalent of seeing a two-dimensional character brought to life, a surreal experience. Fortunately, he had already mentally prepared himself beforehand, so he remained composed. Nice to meet you, President Enfield. Kaiser greeted her politely, mirroring her calm demeanor. Just call me Claudia. She responded with a polite smile, unfazed. I've already received your request. You're here to apply for authorization to use an Orga Lux, correct? That's right. Kaiser nodded. As far as I know, all students at Seidukan Academy are theoretically eligible to apply for an Orga Lux. So, I'd like to request your assistance with the process. An Orga Lux was, in essence, a superior version of a standard Lux weapon. Both were mana-conversion weapons, but the difference lay in their core material. While ordinary Lux weapons used manadite as their power source, Orga Lux weapons were powered by a manadite, a material of far greater purity and potency. A manadite was exceptionally rare, offering not only higher energy output but also special abilities that standard Lux weapons lacked. Because of this, Orga Lux weapons were far more powerful than their standard counterparts and could greatly enhance a wielder's combat prowess. Naturally, Kaiser had set his sights on acquiring one. But that's true, in theory, any student can apply for an Orga Lux. Claudia acknowledged his statement but then added. However, you're aware that this is just theoretical, aren't you? Indeed. While the official policy stated that any student could apply, reality was another matter entirely. Unlike standard Lux weapons, Orga Lux weapons are far too rare and valuable to be freely distributed. Most Orga Lux are directly managed by the Integrated Enterprise Foundation. The Foundation only provides a limited number of these weapons to each academy, allowing students to use them temporarily. However, students are only granted usage rights, not ownership. The weapons still belong to the Foundation. And the primary reason they do this is to collect usage data. Kaiser remained silent as Claudia continued. After all, Orga Lux weapons are different from standard Lux, they have will of their own. They choose their own wielders. If an Orga Lux does not acknowledge its wielder, it simply cannot be used. Claudia patiently explained, subtly implying. Even though all students can apply, due to their scarcity, power, and unpredictable nature, the selection process is extremely strict. If a student is ranked highly in the academy or has proven themselves in the Festa, their chances of approval are much higher. Then, with a small smile, she added. But Kaiser, I don't think your application will be easily approved. Claudia knew. She had already investigated him before he even entered the room. She knew his standing in the academy. She knew that, based on his ordinary level, his application would likely be outright rejected. But Kaiser had anticipated this. Please submit my application. His voice remained calm. All right. Claudia studied him for a moment before nodding. I'll submit the request on behalf of the student council. You can wait for the results. Thank you. Kaiser gave a small nod of appreciation. Then, turning away from her, he activated his authority. An invisible force surged from his body, so faint that no ordinary human could perceive it. But, Claudia's expression shifted ever so slightly. Author's note, hey everyone. Yep, this is a re-release, you probably already know why. Chapter 2, Chapter 6 to 10. Chapter 6, Drawing Attention on Purpose. Show. The automatic doors of the student council office slid open once more, and Kaiser stepped out. Inside the office, Claudia's once composed smile had disappeared. The golden-haired girl sat in silence, watching as Kaiser's figure receded into the distance. Then, after a moment, she reached down to her waist and retrieved two small objects. A pair of strange devices, their design resembling eerie, staring eyes, so lifelike they sent a chill down one's spine. Claudia gazed at them intently, almost as if locking eyes with the haunting pair. Her expression was a mix of surprise and intrigue. Was it just my imagination? At first, she questioned herself. But soon, she shook her head. No. That boy definitely triggered something just now. The moment Kaiser turned his back to leave, the eye-like devices on her waist had trembled ever so slightly. As their wielder, someone who held a deeply complex bond with them, Claudia was absolutely certain that even the slightest reaction would never go unnoticed by her. And because of that certainty, she was shocked. What was that reaction? Fear. Or reverence. She muttered to herself, staring at the Orga Lux in her hands. Then, after a moment, she chuckled. It was a mocking, amused smile. So, even you are capable of fear and reverence, huh? To her, this was almost laughable. Interesting. Unavoidably, Claudia's curiosity toward Kaiser had been piqued. Originally, she had barely paid attention to him. A first-year student suddenly showing up at the student council office, boldly requesting to borrow an Orga Lux, it was nothing unusual. Everyone knew how valuable and powerful Orga Lux weapons were. Aside from a small group of skeptics, most students desired them in some way. Any student interested in gaining strength, climbing the academy rankings, or making a name for themselves in the Festa would naturally dream of wielding such a weapon. Especially average students. How many times had history repeated itself? A nameless, mediocre student gets their hands on an Orga Lux, suddenly rising to prominence, dominating the academy, even becoming a legend in the Festa. These stories weren't uncommon. There had been many famous figures throughout history who wielded Orga Lux weapons. It was only natural that students fantasized about obtaining one, seeing it as their ticket to greatness. At first, Claudia thought Kaiser was just another one of them. If it weren't for her duties as student council president, she wouldn't have given him a second thought. If Kaiser had left quietly, she would have submitted his application as a formality, then forgotten about him entirely. After all, with his lack of achievements, his application was doomed to be rejected. There was no way he would have been granted permission to use an Orga Lux so early on. But now, Claudia changed her mind. For Pandora to react like that, yet for him to never appear in my dreams, just what makes him so special. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazed down at the academy grounds, a meaningful smile forming on her lips. Let's give him a little push, shall we? Outside the high school building, courtyard. Stepping out into the open air once more, Kaiser instinctively looked up, his eyes drawn to the top floor of the school building. She's noticed me by now, hasn't she? He murmured under his breath. Being familiar with the original story, Kaiser knew. With his current skill level and reputation, there was no way his Orga Lux application would be approved. Normally, the correct path would have been to improve his ranking, gain recognition, and prove his worth to the academy before applying. If he stood out among his peers, if he climbed to the top, the academy would gladly grant him an Orga Lux so he could bring them prestige in the Festa. But that took too long. And Kaiser wasn't willing to wait. So, he needed Claudia's influence. If the student council president backs me, my approval chances will skyrocket. Claudia wasn't just a student leader. Her parents were high-ranking officials in Galaxy, the corporation that funded Seidukan Academy. The academy would never ignore her opinion. Because the true owner of Seidukan's Orga Lux weapons was Galaxy itself. If Claudia pushed his application forward, the academy would have no choice but to comply. And given her personal relationship with her Orga Lux, if he showed even the slightest influence over it, she would undoubtedly become interested. Once that happened, she might help him willingly. Of course, this was only speculation. Kaiser wasn't certain things would play out this way. His knowledge of the original story gave him insight into Claudia's unconventional personality. That was why he took the risk. But whether it actually worked, that was another matter. The question is, will her Orga Lux react to me? That part, he couldn't predict. My authority is supposed to be the ultimate dominion over weaponry. A weapon with a will of its own shouldn't be able to remain indifferent to it, right? With that thought, Kaiser left the courtyard, letting fate take its course. The next few days. Kaiser spent the following days blending into the academy's daily routine. He attended classes on time. He practiced swordplay in secluded areas. He trained his body whenever he had free time. His new body thrilled him. It was young, full of energy, and incredibly strong. For the first time in years, he actually felt like moving, as if all his previous laziness had been cured. He had no friends in the academy. Even though he recognized many major characters from the original story, he had no intention of seeking them out. At most, he felt mild curiosity about seeing them in real life. But beyond that, he remained neutral. That said, he kept an eye on online news and the Academy's website. Through them, he saw familiar names, faces, and even duel recordings. One thing that fascinated him was the technology of this world. Their smartphones were tiny, barely larger than a laser pointer. And yet, they could be operated hands-free, responding to gestures instead of touch. They projected virtual screens, allowing users to access information midair. Even video calls could be handled with just a wave of the hand. All of this is thanks to mana technology, huh? Kaiser often found himself marveling at it. Then, finally, he received the news he had been waiting for. Your application has been approved, Kaiser. That day, Claudia walked straight into his classroom, carrying a stack of documents in her arms. Ignoring the stunned whispers around them, she smiled directly at him. Let's finish the paperwork first, then we'll head to the Equipment Bureau together. Chapter 7, Compatibility Testing. The Equipment Bureau of Seidukan Academy was located beneath the school. Strictly speaking, it was not underground, but underwater. After all, Asterisk was an artificial floating city, suspended over a massive impact crater lake. There was no true underground, only the depths below the water's surface. But since the facility had no windows, stepping inside gave the same sensation as entering a basement, which was why it was simply referred to as the underground sector. Honestly, it didn't really matter. There was no need to dwell on such minor details. However, as Kaiser walked down the hallway beside Claudia, there was one thing he couldn't help but comment on. Your popularity is truly something else, President. Our classroom practically exploded. His tone was a mix of amusement and exasperation. Oh. Claudia tilted her head slightly, as if she had no idea what he was talking about. With her usual polite smile, she replied, perhaps everyone was just being overly polite. I really don't think I'm that popular. Did she just call the entire classroom screaming, gasping, and staring in disbelief politeness? If that was her definition of polite, then she must have a very unique understanding of the word. Is something wrong? Did I trouble you? Claudia gazed at him with innocent curiosity, making Kaiser sigh. I don't know if it's trouble yet, he admitted. But one thing's for sure, now that you personally came to my classroom to take me away, this news has probably already spread across the entire high school division, maybe even the middle and university divisions as well. My personal profile is probably being checked by dozens of people right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if wild rumors are already spreading online. In other words, Kaiser, who had previously been a complete nobody, had suddenly become the center of attention. His Orga Lux application and the fact that the student council president herself had escorted him to the Equipment Bureau were bound to catch the interest of many. Well, there's no helping that. Claudia continued to smile as if the entire situation was completely out of her hands. Even if today's events hadn't happened, the moment you successfully borrowed an Orga Lux, your information would have been made public anyway. People would have noticed you either way. That was true. Orga Lux weapons belonged to the academy, and any student who successfully borrowed one had their information published online, accessible to other students, even those in different academies. Even if Kaiser wanted to remain low-key, that was no longer an option. Of course. That is, assuming I passed the compatibility test. Kaiser's tone remained neutral. As previously mentioned, Orga Lux weapons had their own consciousness. They chose their wielders. Only those who could properly resonate with an Orga Lux would be able to wield it. Compatibility was the measurement of how well a user could tap into the Orga Lux's power. Higher compatibility meant greater synergy with the weapon, allowing for more of its abilities to be utilized. Lower compatibility made it difficult to wield the weapon properly, potentially leading to unstable performance. Extremely low compatibility could result in the Orga Lux outright rejecting the wielder, possibly even going berserk and attacking them. The compatibility test existed to prevent such incidents, ensuring that only those capable of safely using an Orga Lux were allowed to borrow one. If someone failed the test, they wouldn't be allowed to use the weapon, even if the academy wanted to lend it to them. For two major reasons. Low compatibility means wasted potential. An Orga Lux was a rare and valuable resource. Lending it to someone who couldn't bring out its full power would be a waste. The Integrated Enterprise Foundation is monitoring everything. The Foundation provided these weapons to collect data on their usage. If the user had low compatibility, their combat performance would be poor, leading to less valuable data. Thus, passing the compatibility test was mandatory. Each academy had different standards for what counted as a pass. At Seidukan, the minimum compatibility requirement is 80%, Claudia explained as they entered an elevator leading to the depths of the Equipment Bureau. If your compatibility is below 80%, even if the academy wanted to lend you an Orga Lux, the Foundation wouldn't allow it. As the elevator descended, she continued. By the way, Seidukan Academy has the highest number of Orga Lux weapons among all 6 academies, 22 in total. 7 of them have already been borrowed, leaving 15 available. You should choose carefully, Kaiser. Tilting her head slightly, she added with a mischievous smile. You only get one chance at the compatibility test. If you choose an Orga Lux that doesn't suit you and fail the test, you'll have to wait before applying again. This was another strict rule. Even if there was an Orga Lux with high compatibility somewhere in the selection, if the applicant failed to choose it, the test wouldn't be repeated. This was what made borrowing an Orga Lux so difficult. But if successful, the rewards were immense. After all, among the top 12 ranked students in Seidokan Academy, 4 of them wielded Orga Lux weapons. Their sheer power spoke for itself. I hope you'll be joining them soon, Kaiser. As the elevator came to a stop, Claudia spoke in a meaningful tone. Kaiser remained silent. Because the doors had opened. Equipment Bureau, Underground Testing Lab. Kaiser stepped into a vast, enclosed chamber, its layout resembling an underground research facility. The ceiling was high, and the walls were lined with advanced instruments. One entire wall was made of reinforced glass, revealing a separate control room beyond it. Inside, numerous lab-coated personnel bustled about, adjusting equipment, analyzing data, and exchanging observations. Though their voices were muted behind the glass, Kaiser could feel their curious gazes lingering on him, like scientists studying a test subject. His brow furrowed slightly. They're ready for you. A holographic screen appeared before Claudia as she communicated with the lab technicians. Noticing his reaction, she smiled. Don't mind them. They don't decide anything. All you need to do is focus on the test. With that, Claudia stepped back, leaving him to proceed alone. Taking a deep breath, Kaiser strode forward. Beep. Beep. The moment he reached the center of the chamber, multiple holographic screens materialized around him. On them, rows of weapons, each completely unique in appearance and design. These are Seidokan's Orga Lux weapons. Kaiser's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he began browsing through the selection. Each Orga Lux had a detailed description displayed alongside it, listing its abilities, effects, and combat data. The variety was staggering. Swords, spears, axes, and scythes. Daggers, gauntlets, whips, and even warhammers. Some of them looked incredibly sleek and elegant. Others had menacing, ominous designs, almost as if they carried a dark will of their own. Several options were grayed out, indicating that they had already been claimed by other students. Now, it was time for Kaiser to make his choice. Pass the test, and the weapon would be his. Fail, and he would walk away empty-handed. And so, Kaiser hesitated. Chapter 8, Ser-Veresta. Kaiser had never once worried about passing the compatibility test for an Orga Lux. With the ultimate authority over weaponry, no matter which Orga Lux he chose, he was absolutely certain he would pass the test. The only question was, which one should I choose? That was the only reason he hesitated. Standing before the holographic display of Seidokan's available Orga Lux weapons, Kaiser still hadn't made his decision. If I'm choosing, I might as well pick the best. Orga Lux weapons were inherently superior to regular Lux weapons. But even among them, some were stronger than others. Leaving aside raw attack power and energy output, the special abilities of each Orga Lux varied greatly. Some abilities were useful but not particularly powerful, such as flight or weight manipulation. Others were overwhelmingly strong, such as the ability to manipulate storms, control gravity, or even invade a target's mind. Among the 15 remaining Orga Lux at Seidokan Academy, some were exceptionally powerful, while others were relatively underwhelming. Since he didn't have to worry about compatibility issues, there was no reason not to pick the strongest one available. However, no matter how I look at it, this one is by far the strongest. His gaze had been fixed on one particular sword for a while now. A massive blade with a black hilt, embedded with a brilliant red amanadite at its core. The blade itself seemed to flicker like flames, shifting in an eerie, molten glow. It was immense, almost as tall as a person. But more importantly, its combat parameters were beyond anything else in the selection. Unrivaled energy output. Devastating attack power. A terrifyingly unique ability. Even among Orga Lux weapons, this one stood in a league of its own. It far outclassed any standard Lux weapon. It even surpassed most Orga Lux weapons. Which made sense. This is one of the 4-colored magic swords. One of the strongest Orga Lux ever created. To be honest, Kaiser really wanted to choose it. But this is supposed to be the protagonist's weapon. That was the only reason he hesitated. In the original story, the main protagonist hadn't even arrived at Seidokan yet. He was a transfer student, set to arrive a month or 2 before the Festa. As part of his special enrollment, he would be given the opportunity to select an Orga Lux. And this was the weapon he would choose. Knowing this, Kaiser couldn't help but feel conflicted. But then, he made up his mind. I'm here first. I have no reason to hesitate over something that hasn't even happened yet. If another Orga Lux of equal caliber existed, Kaiser might have considered choosing a different one. But among the 15 remaining options, none could match this blade's raw power. It was powerful, unique, and exactly what he needed. And at this stage, Kaiser didn't have the luxury of holding back. The first weapon he acquired would directly determine how far he could go in his first life experience. Would he lay a solid foundation for future encounters? Or would he hold back for the sake of someone who hadn't even arrived yet? There was no need to think twice. Sorry, buddy. At most, I'll help you find a different one later. Muttering to himself, Kaiser reached out and tapped the holographic display of the black sword. Beep. The selection screens vanished instantly. Behind him, Claudia's expression froze in shock. He actually chose that one. For the first time, her composure wavered. Why? Of all the Orga Lux, why that one? Her hand instinctively pressed against her waist, where her own Orga Lux was secured. Her emotions churned in an unreadable mix of reactions. But it was too late to change anything now. Shoo. A mechanized whirring sound filled the air. Above Kaiser, a cylindrical storage unit descended from the ceiling. The compartment opened automatically, revealing a pair of robotic arms that carefully extended a single weapon hilt toward him. Kaiser reached out and took it into his hand. A black hilt, embedded with a radiant red emanadite. It was exactly as he had seen in the display. Unlike standard Lux weapons, whose manadite cores were always green, the red crystal was proof that this was an Orga Lux. Then. The compatibility test is ready. Please activate the Orga Lux in your hands. The voice of the lab personnel echoed through the speakers. Kaiser nodded, then activated the hilt in his grasp. Zing! The red emanadite flared to life, unleashing a brilliant crimson glow. The energy surge distorted the air around him, drawing in mana from the surrounding space. Then. It began to materialize. Like digital constructs assembling midair, the mana formed an intricate guard, thick and mechanical in design. A second later. The blade extended. A massive, pure white energy blade, shaped like a single-edged greatsword, emerged from the hilt. Holding the colossal weapon in his hands, Kaiser's eyes glimmered. He spoke its name. Ser-Veresta. Beyond the testing chamber, behind the reinforced glass, the observing lab personnel stirred in surprise. Did he just pick Ser-Veresta? One of the four-colored magic swords, the legendary blade said to be undefeatable, capable of burning through anything. A sword that melts anything it touches, a sword that turns the ground into a furnace. That guy actually picked that. He probably just chose it because of its reputation. How naive. Ser-Veresta hasn't accepted a wielder in years. Does he really think just passing the Orga Lux borrowing exam means he can tame it? Enough. It's his choice. Our job is to conduct the test. Agreed. Let's begin the compatibility measurement. The technicians resumed their work, refocusing on the instruments. Meanwhile, Claudia remained silent, watching from the observation deck. Her eyes stayed fixed on Kaiser, her thoughts unreadable. In the center of the room, Kaiser closed his eyes. No one noticed. No one could hear it. But at that moment, he was listening. Listening to the voice of the Orga Lux in his hands. Orga Lux weapons had consciousness. And right now, Kaiser could feel it watching him. Observing. Evaluating. It was judging his worth. Then, as if disappointed by what it sensed, the presence turned away. Current compatibility, 8%. The lab technician's voice came through the speakers. Kaiser's eyes opened. He smiled. So, you don't acknowledge me in my current state? Then. All right then, let's get serious. Chapter 9, the first exclusive weapon. If someone could peer into Kaiser's body, they would have seen golden inscriptions coursing through him. These intricate markings pulsated rhythmically, at times shining brilliantly, at times dim and subdued, almost as if they were alive, like the steady beating of a pulse. They covered every inch of his flesh, every organ, and had become one with him. No, these markings had always been a part of him. The fantasy library had merely awakened them, bringing forth a power that had always existed as his potential, now made real. The moment Kaiser grasped Ser-Veresta, the golden inscriptions flared to life. Zing! The markings flowed from his hand, spreading onto the hilt of Ser-Veresta. As if liquid gold had seeped into the weapon, the intricate engravings etched themselves onto its surface. WHUM. The great sword shuddered violently. Its pristine white blade suddenly radiated immense heat, unleashing a shockwave of scorching air that engulfed the entire testing chamber. What? Beyond the reinforced glass, the lab personnel erupted into panic. What's happening? Even Claudia, usually composed, tensed sharply, her hand gripping the holster at her waist. Because at that moment, not only had Ser-Veresta reacted violently, but the Orga Lux at her side had begun trembling intensely as well. The blazing heatwave swept across the testing grounds, distorting the air with an unbearable rise in temperature. The entire chamber became a furnace. It's going out of control. These readings are insane. The heat levels have exceeded all previous records. Activate emergency barriers, now. The technicians frantically operated their consoles, triggering the activation of energy barriers around the chamber. A transparent force field rose around the perimeter, containing the heat within the sealed area. Even Claudia was kept outside the barrier, leaving only Kaiser inside. Standing at the epicenter of the blazing storm, gripping Ser-Veresta, his clothes fluttered in the scorching winds, his silhouette blurred by the heat distortions. And yet, he was completely unharmed. Not a single drop of sweat trickled down his face. Kaiser simply stood there, gazing at Ser-Veresta, feeling its will. A moment ago, the sword had dismissed him, its consciousness disinterested in his current abilities. But now, it had been startled awake. It hesitated. Then, it stared at him anew. As if it had realized something impossible. As if it had just met a king it was destined to serve. The initial doubt and indifference faded. Replaced by awe. By reverence. By a blazing, uncontrollable exhilaration. And then, the golden markings surged forward, pouring into Ser-Veresta in a blinding cascade. The inscriptions etched themselves across the blade, glowing in synchronized pulses, until they merged into a single, intricate sigil upon the crimson amanadite core. This was the true authority of weapons. In that instant, Ser-Veresta was forever bound to Kaiser. Its one and only wielder. Its true master. Beep. 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 The compatibility readings skyrocketed. The researchers froze in shock. The number sword passed the 80% threshold required for borrowing an Orga Lux. Then, it hit 100% and kept going. Warning. Error. Error. The screen flashed with red alerts, numbers corrupting into unreadable static. Silence fell over the control room. Then, the compatibility value can't be measured. A technician's voice trembled. He's exceeded the limit. 100% had always been the maximum possible value. No one had ever surpassed it. Until now. Ser-Veresta, one of the strongest Orga Lux ever created. A sword that had rejected wielder after wielder for years. Had now found its master. And that master had broken the known limits of compatibility. WHUM. The burning energy blade hummed violently, its form shimmering with raw power. Kaiser lowered his grip, letting the great sword rest at his side. A silent understanding passed between them. The sword's will had become clear. It recognized him. The scorching heat began to fade. The air cooled. And with a quiet chuckle, Kaiser spoke. From now on, I'll be counting on you, Ser-Veresta. His words vanished into the dissipating heat. Beyond the barrier, Claudia watched in silence. Her gaze, complex and unreadable. Seidukan Academy, Student Council Office. That should be everything, right, President? Kaiser handed over the final signed document to Claudia, seated at her desk. Yes. With this, all procedures are complete. Claudia accepted the files, her gaze lingering on Kaiser. Her expression was calm as always, but her eyes searched for something beneath the surface. When will I receive Ser-Veresta? Kaiser asked casually. Once the Equipment Bureau completes its final tuning and analysis, it will be officially transferred to you, Claudia replied. Despite the chaos of earlier, despite shattering compatibility records, the Academy had ultimately approved the loan of Ser-Veresta. After all, the school and the Integrated Enterprise Foundation were eager to see what would happen next. An Orga Lux that had exceeded compatibility limits. How powerful would its wielder become? That was something they couldn't afford to ignore. Of course. If Kaiser wanted, he could summon Ser-Veresta right now. The sword was already his. It was no longer a borrowed weapon, it belonged to him alone. The Academy thought he had merely qualified to borrow it. They had no idea, Ser-Veresta had been permanently claimed. And Kaiser had no intention of letting them find out. Claudia, unaware of this hidden truth, simply regarded him with a complicated expression. Even for her, this turn of events was beyond belief. The future has changed. She murmured under her breath. Kaiser tilted his head. Did you say something? Claudia quickly recovered, shaking her head with a smile. Nothing at all. Then, with her usual calm demeanor, she offered him a final piece of advice. Ser-Veresta is a powerful Orga Lux. But it's also known for being difficult to control. I hope you'll be able to handle it well, Kaiser. To which he responded. With an unshaken smile. I will. Chapter 10, Cost, Side Effects, and Sacrifice. 2 days later, Kaiser finally received Ser-Veresta from Claudia. Standing in a secluded corner of Seidukan Academy, he turned the black hilt over in his hands. Feeling the excitement radiating from the sword, he smiled. I made you wait, huh, Ser-Veresta? With that, he activated the Orga Lux. Zing! A brilliant crimson glow burst forth from the red emanadite embedded in the hilt. Mana surged in response, forming the thick mechanical guard, from which the pure white blade extended. Whum. Kaiser raised the sword, channeling prana into it. Immediately, black energy lines coiled around the glowing white blade, spiraling upward and sinking into the manadite core. A surge of immense heat condensed along the sword's form, turning the brilliant white blade pitch black. This time, however, the heat did not radiate outward uncontrollably like before. Instead, it was fully contained within the blade itself. Holding the now darkened sword, Kaiser mused aloud. It feels good in my hands, but Ser-Veresta is too big. It was a great sword, nearly as tall as a person. For most, merely lifting it would be impossible. Even among Stella, wielding such a massive weapon in agile combat would be highly impractical. Something smaller would be better. As soon as he spoke, Ser-Veresta began to shift. Zing! The red manadite pulsed, releasing another wave of energy. The black energy lines coiling around the blade began to spiral inward. And then, the entire sword dismantled and reconstructed itself. The thick guard shrank, the massive blade compressed, the heat condensed even further. Within moments, the once towering greatsword had been resized to a standard-length one-handed longsword. Now, it was sleek, swift, and dangerous. Seeing this, Kaiser grinned knowingly. You really can adjust your size freely, huh, Ser-Veresta? With his ultimate authority over weapons, the moment he touched a weapon, he fully understood it. And Ser-Veresta was no exception. From the very first time he held it, he had known. It was an adaptive weapon, capable of altering its form. And now, he had confirmed it himself. This is much better. Kaiser gave the smaller blade a few test swings. Each movement left behind a distorted heat ripple in the air. Whum. 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 He gradually increased his speed. Blurring into motion, his blade cutting through the air in rapid arcs. The pitch-black blade hummed with intense power, the heat of a furnace compressed into its very form. If anyone were watching, they would have never believed that this was his first time wielding Ser-Veresta. His fluid movements, his seamless execution, the way his entire body moved in sync with the sword. Even a seasoned master swordsman would have thought he had trained with Ser-Veresta for years. But in truth, this was the first time he had ever swung it. Even Kaiser himself felt as if he and Ser-Veresta had been together for a decade. Their harmony, their understanding, their instinctive coordination. It was something far beyond natural compatibility. One with the blade. That phrase echoed in his mind. Unfortunately, the prana consumption is insane. Without warning, Kaiser stopped abruptly. His face paled slightly, and he let out a wry smile. So this is Ser-Veresta's cost, huh? Every Orga Lux required a price to use. Each had different drawbacks, different tolls that made their overwhelming power come at a cost. For Ser-Veresta, its cost was absurdly high prana consumption. And when it was said to be high, it wasn't just an exaggeration. For a typical Stella, even just activating it would completely drain them dry. The original protagonist had an absurd amount of prana, one of the highest in the entire series. That's the only reason he was able to wield Ser-Veresta in the first place. Compared to him, my prana reserves are nothing. Kaiser's overall capabilities were average by Seidukan standards. His prana capacity was no exception. With his current limits, using Ser-Veresta at full power would drain him within seconds. If the sword hadn't recognized him, it would have mercilessly consumed all his energy the moment he activated it. Right now, it was only thanks to two things that he could still stand. Ser-Veresta was deliberately restraining itself. His authority had strengthened the weapon, reducing its drawbacks. Even so, Kaiser could only wield it for a few minutes at most. And that was with the blade holding back. If he ever pushed its full output to the limit, he would only last a few attacks before collapsing. In the end, my prana is just too low. Kaiser sighed in frustration. But then, Whum. Ser-Veresta trembled. And in the next moment, it released a surge of raw mana. Ser-Veresta. Kaiser frowned. The sword did not respond. Instead, it poured massive amounts of mana into him. The energy surged into his body, infusing his cells, altering his very being. Then, Kaiser realized something shocking. My prana is increasing. No. Not just his prana reserves. His entire body was rapidly getting stronger. His reflexes, speed, and endurance. All of them were evolving. Ser-Veresta can boost my power. That wasn't supposed to happen. Nowhere in the original story had this ability ever been mentioned. Then, it hit him. Wait. The gene Stella species was created due to exposure to mana, right? And a manadite is essentially the most concentrated form of mana. So if a weapon infused with a manadite were to transfer its energy directly into a person, it could forcibly enhance them. This is incredible. Feeling his rapidly rising power, Kaiser's lips curled into a wide grin. But then, his expression froze. Because he suddenly realized Ser-Veresta's presence was weakening. Wait. Stop. His eyes widened in shock. Ser-Veresta wasn't just strengthening him. It was sacrificing itself to do it. It was burning its own power. Just to make him stronger. Stop, Ser-Veresta. Panic surged through him. But the sword refused to listen. Instead, it continued pouring its essence into him, its crimson glow fading. It was willing to destroy itself. If it meant making him stronger. No. Kaiser forcibly activated his authority, cutting off the mana flow. The red glow faded. The sword stilled. And silence fell. Standing there, clutching the slightly weakened Ser-Veresta, Kaiser clenched his jaw. You idiot. If you destroy yourself, what use would that be? Even if his power grew. He wasn't willing to lose his sword to achieve it. Chapter 3, Chapter 11 to 15. Chapter 11, The Sulking Demon Sword. Under Kaiser's control, Ser-Veresta reverted to its activator state, the blade dissolving completely. Feeling the weakness emanating from the sword, Kaiser sighed. You really went too far, Ser-Veresta. He hadn't expected that merely complaining about his lack of prana would prompt Ser-Veresta to sacrifice its own power for his sake. This was reckless. Even though a personally bound Orga Lux like Ser-Veresta could merge into his body and regenerate from damage, the extent of the damage affected the recovery time. A mere depletion of energy was one thing. But if someone else were to drain it completely, restoring it would become a difficult process. Especially since the speed of recovery depended on Kaiser's own strength. The stronger he became, the more energy he possessed, the faster his weapon would heal. The weaker he was, the longer it would take. At his current level, if Ser-Veresta suffered a severe depletion, it could take an indefinite amount of time to fully recover. Zing. At Kaiser's reprimand, the red manadite embedded in Ser-Veresta's activator pulsed weakly. Kaiser immediately sensed the sword's will. Perhaps she. She was displeased with his interference. Kaiser was momentarily at a loss for words. Every Orga Lux had its own independent will. And where there was a will, there was personality. Some Orga Lux had rather agreeable temperaments. Others were outright malicious, more akin to dangerous entities than mere weapons. Ser-Veresta fell into the better category. She was unpredictable at times, occasionally stubborn, but she didn't interfere with humans excessively. Even if someone mildly offended her, unless she was truly provoked, she would usually ignore them. Like during the compatibility test, when she detected that Kaiser's power was pitifully low, nowhere near the threshold required to wield her, with a compatibility rate below 10%. And yet, she did nothing to reject him outright. Unless someone tried to forcefully subdue her, disrespecting her will, Ser-Veresta typically remained indifferent. Compared to some Orga Lux that actively tormented their wielders, her attitude was considered quite mild. But at the same time, she was incredibly stubborn. She didn't favor those who disrespected her, but once she acknowledged someone, she refused to be treated differently. What she demanded wasn't reverence. Not trust. Not admiration. She only wanted to be treated as a sword. In her view, she was merely a weapon. A tool. And the purpose of a weapon was to fight. The purpose of a tool was to serve its master. It was this perspective, this conviction, that led Ser-Veresta to immediately sacrifice herself the moment she sensed Kaiser's desire to grow stronger. If it had been any other wielder, she wouldn't have gone so far. They were just temporary owners, passing figures in her existence. As a weapon, she could always be given to someone else. But Kaiser was different. Ser-Veresta knew she had permanently merged with this person. She was no longer just a borrowed weapon. She belonged solely to Kaiser. From now on, she would only fight for him. If Kaiser died, then, as his bound weapon, she and all his other exclusive arms would be destroyed alongside him. They would grow together. Fight together. Face every enemy together. And ultimately, die together. So why hesitate? If sacrificing herself could be of use, then what was there to fear? This was the will Kaiser felt from her. But if I want to become stronger, I can train. I can find other ways. There's no need for anyone to sacrifice themselves. Kaiser had his own principles. His own beliefs. You're my first exclusive weapon. You're going to fight by my side for a long time, how could I let you disappear over something like this? Ser-Veresta was powerful. Her abilities were unique. She would be indispensable in battle. Losing her just for a temporary increase in strength. Ridiculous. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to do something like this again. Understood. Kaiser didn't want to force control over Ser-Veresta. He wanted to fight alongside her. That was why he spoke so seriously. The red emanidite dimmed completely. She was sulking. Kaiser couldn't help but chuckle. But he knew she had listened. She wouldn't do it again. Storing Ser-Veresta's activator away, Kaiser suddenly fell into thought. If I can't absorb Ser-Veresta's power, what about other sources? Yes. Even if he wasn't willing to take her energy, there were other options. Ser-Veresta could manipulate the mana within its emanidite to influence my gene Stella abilities. That means, other emanidites should be able to do the same, right? Even if I can't get my hands on another Orga Lux or emanidite right now, there are still Lux weapons and manidits. And those should work too, shouldn't they? Unlike Orga Lux, Lux weapons didn't require binding authority. As long as he touched one, he could fully control it. So theoretically, he could extract its stored mana. If he could extract the mana from a manidite, then wouldn't he be able to replicate the strengthening effect? Even if he didn't know how to directly modify his gene Stella abilities, Ser-Veresta could help guide the process. Absorbing her energy was out of the question. But using external manidits, with her assistance. No problem. Let's test it. Kaiser could barely sit still. He immediately pulled out one of the Lux weapons he had previously used. Ser-Veresta, work with me. One hand gripped the Lux's activator. The other held Ser-Veresta's activator. Focusing his will, he reached into the Lux's manidite core, drawing out its stored energy. Zing! Ser-Veresta, still in a sulking mood, hesitated for a moment, then complied. Her emanidite glowed red, resonating with the extracted mana, shaping it. And guiding it directly into Kaiser's body. Moments later. The Lux's manidite shattered. Kaiser grinned. His physical abilities and prana reserves had increased again. The boost wasn't nearly as large as what Ser-Veresta had given him earlier. But that was just from a single ordinary manidite. Emanidites were rare. But regular manidits? They were everywhere. Looks like I need to find a way to get my hands on a lot of manidits. But how? A few wouldn't be a problem. But a large quantity, that would definitely attract attention. Even if the Academy permitted it, they would demand an explanation. And Kaiser wasn't about to reveal his secret. He pondered for a long moment. Then. No choice. He would need help. Seidukan Academy, Student Council Office. You need a large amount of manidits. Seated behind her desk, Claudia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes. Kaiser stood before her, his expression firm. Claudia, unsurprisingly, looked intrigued. Chapter 12, A Mountain of Manidits. For someone like Claudia, obtaining a large number of manidits was hardly a challenge. What intrigued her, however, was why Kaiser suddenly needed so many. Logically speaking, he had just acquired Ser-Veresta, an immensely powerful Orga Lux. He wasn't a researcher, had no reason to craft other Lux weapons, and certainly wasn't working on any technological experiments. So why the sudden demand for such a vast supply of manidits? I hope you don't mind me asking, what exactly do you need them for? Claudia didn't reject him outright, she merely asked the question. And to Kaiser, that meant there was room to negotiate. Faced with her inquiry, he didn't bother to lie. It's for my training. Strictly speaking, that wasn't false. After all, he was genuinely using them to enhance his combat potential. Calling it training wasn't exactly a lie, was it? Training. Claudia blinked curiously. That's right, Kaiser nodded. If everything goes well, I should see rapid improvements over the next few weeks. That's why I came to you for help, President. I see. Claudia accepted his explanation without pressing further. She didn't ask how the manidits factored into his training. Nor did she question why he needed so many. After all, personal training methods were considered private information in Asterisk. In a school where every student was a potential rival in battle, asking about someone's training regimen was hardly appropriate, if not outright taboo. So Claudia didn't pry. If this is for your training, then I have no reason to refuse. With that, she agreed without hesitation. Is this really all right? Kaiser hesitated. Even if they're just manidits, collecting them in bulk must still be quite expensive, right? Even the cheapest ore, when acquired in large quantities, could become costly. Seidukan Academy, backed by Galaxy, had no shortage of manadits. But giving such a large sum to a single student, that was no trivial expense. And while Claudia could afford to make it happen, that didn't change the fact that he was essentially asking her to spend money on his behalf. If there were any other way, Kaiser would have preferred not to ask for her help in something like this. Claudia, however, was unfazed. "There's no need to worry," she replied. "The Academy offers various benefits to outstanding students. If your ranking is high enough, you can even receive special privileges. Providing resources for promising talents is nothing unusual." She clearly intended to request the manadits under this justification. And in her mind, there was no reason for the Academy to reject it. "It's only natural, isn't it?" Claudia suddenly asked. "You are planning to participate in the Festa, correct?" "Of course." Kaiser was momentarily surprised, but he saw no reason to hide it. He nodded. "In that case, the Academy has every reason to support you," Claudia said, unfazed. "I'm sure you're aware, Seidukan Academy's performance in the Festa hasn't been ideal in recent years." Kaiser nodded again. He didn't remember every detail of the original story, but after browsing the internet for the past few days, he had picked up on plenty of things. Seidukan Academy had been struggling in the Festa for multiple seasons. The Festa, Asterisk's world-famous combat spectacle, was a student battle tournament, held every 3 years and divided into 3 distinct events. Phoenix Festa, Year 1, Summer, a 2-person team competition. Gryps Festa, Year 2, Autumn, a 5-person team competition. Lindworm Festa, Year 3, Winter, a solo competition. Each Festa awarded points to its top-performing students. At the end of the 3rd year, the scores were tallied, determining the overall rankings of the 6 academies. And for several seasons, Seidukan Academy had ranked near the bottom. "In the last season, our academy placed 5th overall," Claudia explained. "And since Queenvale Academy rarely prioritizes Festa rankings in its strategy, that effectively means we placed last." She spoke seriously, something rare for her. Because of this, Seidukan Academy is focusing heavily on student development this year. If they find out that supplying you with manadits will significantly improve your growth, then the upper management will approve it without hesitation. And right now, Kaiser was worth investing in. As the wielder of Ser-Veresta, a weapon of immense power, he had already caught the attention of the Academy's executives. Especially considering his unprecedented compatibility score. A never-before-seen phenomenon. If Claudia put in the request, the Academy wouldn't hesitate to back him. "There's no need to feel guilty," Claudia assured him. "If you perform well in the Festa, that alone will be enough to repay the Academy." She tilted her head slightly, offering a gentle smile. "And you don't need to feel like you're troubling me, either. I'm just submitting a simple request, it's hardly any effort at all." Hearing that, Kaiser could only nod. But in his mind, he was already taking note of something. This, and my Orga Lux application, both were handled by her. She's helped me twice now. Because of his past experiences, Kaiser had learned to be self-reliant. For years, he had struggled on his own, pushing through hardship after hardship. And because of that, he resented those who tried to bring him down when he was at his lowest. But he also deeply valued those who extended a helping hand. Claudia might see these things as minor favors. But to him, these weren't things he could have easily accomplished alone. So this favor, he would remember it. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Subtly, he shifted his gaze toward Claudia's waist. A new plan was forming. A few hours later. True to expectations, Seidukan Academy had no shortage of manadits. Kaiser had only spoken to Claudia about it in the morning. By afternoon, they had already been delivered. "This is one of the Academy's underground storage facilities," Claudia had informed him via message. "The manadits you requested have been transferred there." Along with her message, she had attached a location marker. The meaning was obvious. Unable to suppress his excitement, Kaiser endured the wait until the final class of the day. Then, the moment the bell rang, he immediately left the classroom. He wasted no time heading straight for the designated location. And soon, he arrived at the underground storage vault. At the entrance, he placed his hand on the scanner. The lock released. Clearly, Claudia had taken care of everything in advance. Feeling a hint of gratitude, Kaiser stepped inside. And was instantly greeted by a mountain of glowing green Oregon. A vast pile of manadits, stacked like a small hill. Perfect. Kaiser couldn't help but smile. He couldn't help it. Because these were the keys to his rapid growth. And so, without another word, he stepped forward, gripping Ser-Veresta's activator tightly. With gleaming eyes, he strode toward the mountain of manadits. And began. Chapter 13, The Named Charts. In the dimly lit underground storage vault, green streams of light, pure mana extracted from manadits, flowed around the room in a steady current. Kaiser stood at the center, holding Ser-Veresta's activator. His eyes remained shut as he bathed in the crimson glow emitted from the sword's manadite core, his presence taking on an almost otherworldly intensity. The green mana streams drifted around him, drawn in by the red radiance, slowly flowing into his body. And as the energy entered his system, he could feel it. His strength rising. His prana reserves expanding. Power surged through his body, radiating an aura far greater than what he had possessed before. And surrounding him, there were still countless manadits left. This growth process could continue indefinitely. As long as nothing went wrong. Suddenly, Kaiser frowned. His eyes snapped open. Stop for now, Ser-Veresta. At his command, the red glow from Ser-Veresta's manadite dimmed. Instantly, the green streams of mana vanished, dispersing into the air like mist. Kaiser raised his hand, flexing his fingers experimentally. The power increase is too fast. If I keep going like this, I'll lose control over my body and prana. That was the issue. His rapid ascent in strength had begun to outpace his ability to manage it. If he continued absorbing mana recklessly, he wouldn't be able to properly control his body, or his prana. I need to adjust first, then continue later. Realizing this, Kaiser made the rational decision. He stopped chasing power blindly. Zing! The activator of Ser-Veresta flared to life. A pure white blade took form, extending from its hilt. Just like before, Kaiser channeled prana into the weapon. And immediately, black energy markings rose from the pristine blade. These dark patterns coiled around the sword, spiraling into the red manadite core. The moment they merged, the transformation completed. The once white blade turned into a deep, jet-black sword of raw destruction. Feeling the energy coursing through the weapon, Kaiser smirked. Right now, I can fully sustain Ser-Veresta at maximum output for dozens of seconds. Previously, he could only maintain this power for a few attacks. Now, he had extended that limit several times over. A significant improvement. Still, dozens of seconds is too short. There's no need to keep it at full power the whole time. Thinking this through, Kaiser gradually reduced the prana output. Instantly, the pitch-black blade began to fade. Its darkness lightened, shifting to a deep purple hue. Only then did the change stop. This is Ser-Veresta's normal output, isn't it? Kaiser muttered to himself, observing the blade's new appearance. In the original story, when the protagonist first obtained Ser-Veresta, this was its standard state. The difference? The protagonist couldn't control the sword's size, meaning he was forced to wield it as a massive greatsword. Kaiser, however, had absolute mastery over its form. Even with the same power output, he wielded a sleek, manageable longsword instead of a hulking blade. Even at this level, Ser-Veresta's power isn't something just anyone can handle. It was a weapon that could burn through anything. At full power, there were practically no defenses that could withstand a single swing. Even in this normal state, regular Lux weapons would shatter instantly upon contact. Only other Orga Lux weapons could endure a direct hit. This should be enough. Satisfied, Kaiser nodded. At this level, I can sustain Ser-Veresta for over an hour. That was more than enough for real combat scenarios. And if he truly needed to, he could push it to maximum output for a short burst of devastating power. With my current abilities, I should be strong enough to enter the name charts now, right? The name charts, Seidokan Academy's ranking system. In Asterisk, every academy had its own ranking system. The details varied between schools, but all of them had a structured combat-based hierarchy. At Seidokan Academy, this ranking system was known as the name charts. It consisted of 72 slots, occupied by the top 72 strongest students in the academy. And at the very top, the first 12 ranks were recorded on the first page of the name charts. These students were known as the Page 1. How to rank up? Simple. Duel someone with a rank, win, and take their spot. In other words, the only way to enter the name charts was through combat. Previously, Kaiser wasn't even close to the rankings. There were hundreds of students in Seidokan's high school division alone. Including the middle and university divisions, that number skyrocketed. Back then, Kaiser was merely mid-tier among them. Not even in the top 200, let alone the top 72. But now, if he only considered raw stats, he was strong enough. He could make it into the name charts. And if he factored in Ser-Veresta's power, even Page 1 students weren't out of reach anymore. Kaiser was tempted. He wanted to test his current strength. Come to think of it, the next official ranking battle is coming up, isn't it? Asterisk's duel system allowed students to freely challenge each other. However, under normal circumstances, duels required both parties to agree. This meant that students in the named charts, especially those with high ranks, rarely accepted challenges. After all, if they lost, they would lose their rank. And in Seidukan Academy, having a rank meant having privileges. The Page 1 students, in particular, enjoyed massive benefits, such as the ability to instantly request an Orga Lux. Unlike normal students, who had to go through lengthy application reviews, Page 1 members had priority access to Seidukan's most powerful weapons. So naturally, ranked students were very protective of their positions. However, to prevent students from hoarding their rankings and avoiding battles indefinitely, the Academy enforced a mandatory monthly tournament, the official ranking battle. This event forced lower-ranked students to defend their spots from challengers, and they could not refuse. This was what Kaiser had referred to. He raised his hand, summoning a holographic display in midair. With a few taps, he pulled up the official ranking battle schedule. 3 days from now, huh? And the registration period would open tomorrow. This is perfect. 3 days was plenty of time to adjust to his new strength. He would be fully prepared before stepping into the arena. And as for my first target, Kaiser opened the name charts, scanning through the rankings. The rules allowed him to challenge any student 1 rank tier above him. Since he was currently unranked, he could only challenge students outside of Page 1. But that was fine. Let's go all out, then. Kaiser's eyes locked onto the first name listed on the second page of the name charts. Without hesitation, he reached forward and tapped the challenge button. Chapter 14, The Official Ranking Battle. Seidukan Academy housed a massive multi-purpose arena, a sprawling coliseum built for high-stakes combat. At its very center was the largest battle stage, a grand, expansive platform, surrounded by luxurious spectator seating, its construction an undeniable display of wealth and prestige. Encircling the battlefield was a high-tech defensive barrier, a dome of energy designed to withstand even the fiercest attacks. Once activated, the barrier completely enclosed the stage, ensuring that even the most explosive battles posed zero risk to spectators. The sheer scale and energy cost of maintaining such a system meant that only 3 battle stages in the entire arena were outfitted with this defense. Most of the time, these stages remained off-limits. But today, the central arena was fully open. A gathering of duelists and spectators. Students, dressed in Seidukan uniforms, streamed into the venue. Their excitement palpable, their conversations lively. One by one, they filled the stands, packing the entire spectator area to capacity. Their sole reason for being here was obvious. They had come to watch. Today marked the second official ranking battle of the year. For many, this was a rare chance to witness the strongest fighters in Seidukan, including the Page 1, the Academy's elite top 12, in live combat. Even beyond the Academy, this event drew significant attention. High-ranking Academy officials, external VIPs, and even rival school representatives often attended. And among them, the most relentless were the media. As a dual city, Asterisk was home to countless journalists and content creators, all eager to report on rising stars who might become future Festa champions. With so much coverage, ranking battles across all 6 academies were always a packed spectacle. Pre-battle discussions. Seated throughout the arena, students eagerly discussed the matchups. The second ranking battle of the year is finally here. I wonder which duel will be the most exciting. Isn't it obvious? The final match of the day. The rank 1 battle. Yeah. The current number 1 ranked student is special. Even the other academies were shocked when she took the top spot last month. Her challenger is the number 10 ranked fighter, Kasumi, the Phantom Witch, right? A duel between the only 2 middle school students in the Page 1, and both of them girls. Why does that sound even more exciting? Hey, don't phrase it like that. You sound suspicious. Laughter and conversations like these echoed across the stands, filling the entire coliseum with a restless energy. A lone rose among the crowd. In an exclusive VIP section, a young girl sat in solitude. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, likely a high school student. Her sharp features, piercing blue-green eyes, and flawless pale skin gave her an aura of refined elegance. But what stood out the most was her waist-length rose-colored hair. A vivid, natural shade. The kind rarely seen before the Stella era. Now, however, such striking colors were commonplace, especially among Stella. Yet, even among them, this girl stood out. She exuded a presence so intimidating, so cold, that no one dared to sit beside her. That is, until... Oh my. I didn't expect to see you here, Julius. A light-hearted voice broke the silence. Instantly, the girl's icy aura shattered. Claudia. Julius Alexia von Riesfeld, Seidukan's 5th-ranked fighter, turned to face the newcomer. Her expression soured. as if she had just run into someone she would rather avoid. And standing before her was a golden-haired beauty, exuding a mature, seductive charm that rivaled Julius's own refined elegance. Claudia Enfield. 2 queens, 1 conversation. Surprised to see you here, Julius, Claudia greeted with a friendly familiarity. I don't recall you receiving a challenge today. You didn't either, Julius shot back, narrowing her eyes. I doubt the commander of 1,000 visions would get challenged so easily. Then, with mild curiosity, she added. Or, are you finally planning to challenge for rank 1? Rank 1. Claudia didn't answer. Instead, she suddenly smiled knowingly. Oh. I see. You're here because of Kirin, aren't you? Julius clicked her tongue, visibly annoyed. You're still as sharp as ever. She crossed her arms, sighing. What choice do I have? She entered Seidukan only a month ago, took down the former rank 1 in her very first ranking battle, and now she's at the top of the name charts. Everyone's wondering if she can hold onto her position this time. Or if she was just lucky last time, Claudia added, taking a seat beside Julius. Especially those outside the academy, many still refuse to believe that a 13-year-old could take the top rank. Can you blame them? Julius scoffed. Even with footage of her duel circulating online, people still think it's impossible for a kid her age to be that strong. Does that include you? Julius's expression hardened. Instead of answering, she redirected the question. And you? Don't tell me Seidukan's ever-busy student council president actually came here just to watch the rank 1 battle. Claudia tilted her head, offering a mysterious smile. Her response? Neither a confirmation nor a denial. Wait. Julius suddenly frowned. You're not here for Kirin's match. Not exactly, Claudia admitted, her smile deepening. Julius narrowed her eyes. If that's not your priority, then. Her curiosity was piqued. Who are you watching? Claudia chuckled, but said nothing. Julius huffed and turned away. But in her mind. She had already made up her mind. I'll see for myself who's worth Claudia's attention. Arena announcements. Suddenly. A mechanical voice rang throughout the Colosseum. The official ranking battle is about to begin. All spectators, please remain in your seats. Will the competitors for the first match please enter the stage? From the opposing entrances, 2 figures stepped onto the battlefield. And in response, a deafening roar erupted from the audience. The ranking battle had begun. Meanwhile, in the contestant waiting area, Kaiser sat in a quiet corner, waiting. Around him, other competitors prepared for their duels. Yet, he remained still. Silent. Eyes closed. Until. Will the competitors for the next match please enter the stage? At that moment, a soft glow flickered on the badge pinned to his chest. Kaiser opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed in them. My turn. He muttered to himself. There was no nervousness. No fear. Instead. Excitement. Kaiser wasn't just ready. He was eager. Chapter 15, The First Duel Opponent. At this moment, the arena's defensive barrier had been fully activated, leaving only 2 openings leading into the battle stage. From the contestant waiting area, Kaiser stepped forward, walking down the designated passage. By now, the ranking battles had been underway for quite some time. Several duels had already taken place, and the audience was fully immersed in the intense atmosphere, their discussions lively and animated. And as Kaiser and his opponent entered the stage, the crowd erupted into cheers. But if one paid close attention, they would notice that this particular match was drawing even greater excitement than the previous ones. The audience's reactions. Arkady Fankin is entering the stage. The strongest fighter below page 1. Finally. A real heavyweight. The spectators were buzzing with anticipation. Rank 13. The highest rank beneath page 1. The first name recorded on the second page of the name charts. Only 1 step away from the absolute top 12. Among all the previous duels, no one from page 1 had entered the battlefield yet. And in this ranking battle, there were only 2 fights involving a page 1 member. A rank 12 student being challenged by another ranked duelist. A rank 10 page 1 member challenging rank 1, a fight between page 1 students. Aside from these 2, the most significant duel of the event was this one. A challenge against rank 13, the strongest below page 1. So naturally, the audience was thrilled. However, wait a minute, his opponent seems like a complete nobody. Let me check, He's not even ranked. You're kidding. Some random unranked student is challenging rank 13. Well, that's disappointing. This fight is already over. Many spectators checked Kaiser's name in the Academy's database. Only to find nothing. A complete unknown. Someone outside the name charts. A third-tier challenger going directly against the strongest second-tier fighter. Ridiculous. Hopeless. Or at least. That's what they thought. Until. Wait, hold on. This guy is an Orga Lux wielder. The shock of Ser-Veresta. An Orga Lux wielder. The moment those words were spoken, the entire arena fell into a stunned silence. And then, spectators rushed to check the new information. Their eyes widened in shock. He's the 8th Orga Lux wielder in Seiduken. Ser-Veresta. I've heard of that weapon. Isn't it legendary? Of course it's famous. It's one of the 4-colored magic swords. Wait, he's the wielder of a 4-colored magic sword. Now that's a different story. Half in disbelief, half in excitement. The entire audience's energy shifted. An Orga Lux user wasn't just any duelist. Prior to Kaiser, Seiduken Academy had only 7 known Orga Lux wielders. 4 of whom were Page 1 students. In other words, more than half of Seiduken's Orga Lux wielders were among the top 12. Which meant Orga Lux wielders were never weak. And now, someone had appeared with Ser-Veresta, a weapon with an infamous reputation. A sword rumored to burn through anything. A sword that could turn the battlefield into a furnace. This changed everything. Perhaps. This was the rise of another Page 1 fighter. The competitors' reactions. The shift in atmosphere didn't just affect the audience. Among the ranked students in the stands, many gazes turned serious. Even Julius, sitting in the VIP seats, narrowed her eyes. Beside her, Claudia remained calm, but her smile widened. Finally, it's his turn. Julius turned sharply toward her. He's the one you were watching. Claudia didn't deny it. I personally handled his Orga Lux request, she admitted, still smiling. I'm very interested to see just how far he can take Ser-Veresta. Hearing this, Julius turned her gaze back to the battlefield, her expression more serious than before. Ser-Veresta. Even she had heard the rumors about the 4-colored magic swords. These weapons were notoriously difficult to control. Each had been born from the same laboratory, yet their temperaments were wildly unpredictable. And among them, Ser-Veresta was one of the most infamous. A blade that could burn through all things. A blade that, once planted into the ground, could turn the entire battlefield into a furnace. Such a weapon. In the hands of an unknown fighter. This was worth watching. And it seemed. Many in the audience felt the same. The cheering grew even louder. The duelists enter the stage. Finally. Both Kaiser and Arati Fankin arrived at the center of the stage, facing each other. Kaiser took a moment to observe his opponent. Arati Fankin. A second-year university student. 20 years old. Current rank 13 in Seiduken Academy. 2 years ago, during his high school days, he had been a Page 1 fighter, rank 11 at the time. He had participated in the Phoenix Festa, alongside a then rank 8 duelist. The two had reached the top 16 before being eliminated. Since then, he had dropped to rank 13, falling just outside Page 1. Still, his past status as a former Page 1 fighter meant he was no pushover. A fitting opponent for my first-ranked duel. Kaiser smirked. Meanwhile, Arati stood with cautious confidence. As soon as he had received Kaiser's challenge, he had immediately investigated his opponent. Unlike the audience, he had known from the start. Kaiser was an Orga Lux wielder. Even so, challenging rank 13 the moment you obtain an Orga Lux. Arati shook his head. You're too impatient, kid. His voice carried a hint of mockery, but also genuine concern. Even among Orga Lux wielders, not everyone reaches Page 1. That was true. Out of Seiduken's 7 known Orga Lux users, 3 had failed to enter Page 1. Owning an Orga Lux wasn't enough. If the wielder couldn't fully utilize it, they would still be mediocre. And in Arati's eyes, Kaiser had only just obtained Ser-Veresta. No matter how well he synchronized with it, his strength shouldn't be developed enough to be a real threat. He had fought plenty of Orga Lux users before. This was nothing new. So, despite a bit of caution, he had no doubt that he could crush this new challenger. Unfortunately, he had no idea. The person standing before him could not be measured by common sense. Are you worried about me, senpai? Kaiser smiled. If so, then let me experience the true power of a high-ranking duelist. With that, he raised his hand. A black activator appeared in his grip. Zing! A brilliant crimson glow erupted from Ser-Veresta's ammonite core, illuminating the entire stage. Chapter 4, Chapter 16 to 20. Chapter 16, A Surprising Display of Strength. A dazzling crimson light burst forth as the pitch-black activator roared to life. From its core, a pure white blade, forged from sheer heat, extended outward, emitting a resonant hum. Is that the Ser-Veresta? Among the gathered students, including Julius, many couldn't help but stare at the Orga Lux in Kaiser's grip. Yet, before they could fully process their awe, their attention was swiftly drawn to Arati's choice of weapon. A gun. Wait, isn't Arati Fankin a swordsman? He changed his weapon. Indeed. At that moment, Arati had also drawn his weapon, except this time, it was a gun. It had a compact barrel but a slightly oversized body, resembling a submachine gun. However, unlike standard firearms, this one had an unmistakable mechanical and futuristic aesthetic, clearly marking it as a Lux. Some students expressed their surprise, while others came to a realization. He really came well prepared. Julius offered this comment. Even Kaiser, who had just activated Ser-Veresta, had to acknowledge it. So you specifically prepared for this duel, huh? Kaiser narrowed his eyes. Based on the information he had gathered, Arati had always used a sword-type Orga Lux and specialized in close-quarters combat, not ranged attacks. Yet, for this match, he had abandoned his usual weapon and opted for a firearm-based Lux. It was an unmistakable countermeasure. The four-colored magic swords are indeed famous, but because they're well-known, their abilities aren't exactly a secret. Especially Ser-Veresta. As one of Seiduken's managed Orga Lux, most people are aware of its abilities. A sword that can burn through anything, that's undeniably troublesome. If I were still using a blade, I wouldn't even dare to clash with it. A smirk played on Arati's lips as he spoke, evidently pleased with the astonishment on the faces around him. But as long as I avoid close combat, I won't have to worry about my weapon being cut in half. For this reason, Arati had gone out of his way to acquire this gun from outside the academy. This is the latest model, the G12 Scatter Photon Gun. Its range is immense, and its rapid-fire capability is among the best you can find on the market for firearm-type Lux. Arati seemed intent on pressing the psychological advantage, going as far as to introduce his weapon. With this, getting close to me won't be so easy, Junior. However, instead of being intimidated, Kaiser simply smiled. That faint, almost amused expression made Arati scowl. Enough talk, Kaiser said flatly. Let's begin. Arati let out a cold snort. Fine. Let's get started. Both of them simultaneously reached toward the school badges pinned to their chests. Each badge bore the emblem of a crimson lotus. The red lotus, Seiduken Academy's symbol. At Seiduken, and across all of Asterisk, these school badges were invaluable. They served as student IDs, used for security access, attendance tracking, and most importantly, duel adjudication. In Asterisk, every duel, be it a private skirmish or a world stage tournament like the Festa, was decided by the status of these badges. Destroy your opponent's badge, and you win. The badge's destruction determined the outcome of the match. Because of this, all student badges were reinforced and embedded with advanced information processing systems capable of officiating duels. Simply put, the badge was the fairest and most impartial judge in a match. It handled everything, from announcing the match to monitoring its progress. Thus, as the duel between Kaiser and Arati officially commenced, their badges responded. A mechanical voice echoed through the arena. Seiduken Academy Official Ranking Battle, Group 7, Match 7. Kaiser vs Arati Fankin. Duel, start. Above the stage, a floating interface displayed the names of both duelists. The names spun like flashing signs before splitting apart, then violently colliding with a dramatic impact. Ding! At the exact moment the duel was declared. Arati kicked off the ground, rapidly retreating. Bang! 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 The moment he gained some distance, Arati opened fire. His G12 scatter photon gun quickly accumulated mana, and its embedded green manadite responded instantly, converting the energy into luminous projectiles that rained toward Kaiser. Since these bullets were made from pure mana, Arati didn't need to reload or account for wind resistance. The barrage was relentless, the shots breaking past the speed of sound as they screamed toward Kaiser. And judging by their impact force, they were far more destructive than ordinary bullets. This was the advantage of Lux weapons. Yet, in the face of the incoming storm of bullets, Kaiser realized something surprising. He could see them. Despite the sheer speed of the projectiles, he could clearly perceive their trajectories. A normal person wouldn't even have the time to react before being riddled with holes. But for Kaiser, he could dodge. Harnessing his prana, Kaiser's figure became a blur, surging sideways as the energy bullets crashed into where he had just stood. With powerful strides, he lowered his stance, feet pounding the ground as he leaned into the motion. His acceleration was astonishing. Ignoring inertia, he twisted and darted with impossible agility, evading the hailstorm of bullets while charging straight for Arati. Arati's expression stiffened. He immediately increased the distance. Meanwhile, in the audience, voices rose in shock. That speed. I thought he was just some lucky kid who got his hands on an Orga Lux, but he actually has insane physical abilities. He was hiding this much. Someone outside the rankings shouldn't be capable of this kind of movement. Just with that speed alone, he's already on par with rank 30 to 40. As the crowd erupted in astonishment, Kaiser continued his advance, his movements leaving behind ripples of heat as Ser-Veresta trailed through the air. Bang. 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 Arati refused to let him close the gap, continuously firing while backpedaling. However, as the distance between them shrank, it became harder for Kaiser to dodge entirely. Yet, just as the barrage was about to strike him, his sword hand moved. Clang. Ser-Veresta flashed, intercepting the first projectile. Clang. 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 Each successive bullet was either deflected or sliced apart, instantly dissipating back into pure mana. Kaiser no longer dodged. Instead, he pressed forward, using Ser-Veresta's searing blade to cut down the incoming shots. His speed did not slow. Arati's pupils shrank in disbelief. This is impossible. His shock was shared by the crowd. What insane swordsmanship. If his earlier speed was impressive, this is on a completely different level. That level of precision, even among the page 1, few can achieve that. Zing. As the final bullet was effortlessly cut away, Kaiser lunged forward. He closed the remaining distance. TCH. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Arati tried to evade. But Ser-Veresta had already begun its downward arc. Sheeing. With a sound akin to molten steel being split apart, the blazing sword cleaved through Arati's firearm. Then, with a single swift stroke, it slashed toward the school badge on his chest. A streak of blinding white cut through the air. The result was inevitable. Chapter 17, a star flickering amid the heatwave. Shoo. A sharp tearing sound echoed through the eerily silent duel stage. Fragments of fabric fluttered into the air as Arati was sent hurtling backward, retreating in a desperate, ragged motion. He barely managed to regain his footing before he could collapse onto the ground. Yet, his expression was far from composed. One side of his uniform had been sliced open, dangerously close to the school badge pinned on his chest. You actually dodged that. Opposite him, Kaiser stood poised with the Ser-Veresta, still maintaining the upward stroke of his attack. A single brow arched in intrigue. As expected of rank 13. Taking down a senior like you won't be so easy after all. Kaiser's words did not flatter Arati. On the contrary, they stung like humiliation. Glancing at the ruined remains of his weapon, its barrel severed cleanly in half, the molten edges glowing red like liquid steel, Arati took a deep breath. I should be the one saying that. The Ser-Veresta lives up to its reputation, it destroyed my weapon in an instant. Without hesitation, Arati discarded the expensive firearm type Lux. His gaze, however, turned ice cold. I was too naive. Trying to defeat you with a weapon in a fighting style I wasn't proficient in. I should have realized from the start, someone who's been acknowledged by a four-colored magic sword could never be an ordinary opponent. I never expected that our academy was hiding a powerhouse like you. A student from outside the rankings, possessing physical abilities rivaling mid-tier rank students, was already shocking enough. But to also wield such an awe-inspiring level of swordsmanship. He had been hiding far too much. But I won't give you another chance. Arati reached for his true weapon and activated it. A katana-shaped Lux. Its blade was exceptionally thin, thinner than most Lux weapons, clearly fine-tuned and customized for precision. This was the weapon that had earned him his reputation. Of course, if he tried to clash against the legendary Ser-Veresta, his katana would likely shatter in an instant. But if he didn't block and instead focused solely on evasion, then he wouldn't have to worry about his weapon being destroyed. Close-quarters combat was his specialty. Even if Kaiser's swordsmanship was impressive, his raw physical strength and prana reserves were inferior. That was his weakness. As long as I keep dodging, you'll never catch me. Arati declared. To this. If that's the case, it would be rude of me not to take this seriously. As Arati drew his true weapon, Kaiser's aura shifted completely. Yet, rather than surprise, a smirk tugged at his lips. What do you mean by that? Arati's expression darkened. I mean, this is where the real show begins. Kaiser raised the Ser-Veresta. Zing. A swirl of star-like embers ignited around him, enshrouding his body in radiant celestial light. Summoning every ounce of prana within him, Kaiser poured it all into Ser-Veresta. Immediately, black markings surfaced along the blade. The dark pattern spiraled and writhed, streaming toward the crimson amanadite embedded in the hilt. In that instant, the once pure white blade of Ser-Veresta began accumulating an even more terrifying level of heat. Its color deepened. From pure white to searing red to a blazing violet black. Whoosh! At the same time, an immense wave of heat burst forth. A fierce windstorm of scorching air erupted around Kaiser, causing the space around him to distort and shimmer like a mirage. Standing at the epicenter of the heat wave, Kaiser's entire body radiated with dazzling prana. At that moment, he looked like a star flickering amid the inferno. This overwhelming sight sent an involuntary shiver down Arati's spine. His instinct screamed at him. Yet, before he could react, boom! The flickering star at the heart of the heatwave exploded. A dazzling burst of light surged forth, carrying a hurricane of blistering wind. And within that instant, Kaiser vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Arati. Arati's eyes widened in horror. Before he could even process what was happening, a mirage-like figure wreathed in flames materialized before his very eyes. Zing! Ser-Veresta shimmered. A streak of violet-black light carved through the air. Arati had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the blade slashed across his chest. Snap! Time froze. Arati stood motionless, frozen in place. His mind blanked. Before him, Kaiser remained poised, his form still wreathed in flickering embers and waves of heat. Ser-Veresta remained suspended in its finishing stroke. Hum. The blade vibrated with a resonant hum as Kaiser slowly withdrew it. Then, he spoke. Good match. The moment his words fell, the synthetic voice of the school badges processing system echoed through the arena. Duel over. Winner, Kaiser. As the declaration resounded, the badge on Arati's chest shattered cleanly in half, the fragments clattering onto the stage. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entire arena. Everyone stared in shock, no one could even find their voices. Then, wah wah. The audience erupted. A wave of chaotic noise flooded the stands. Did you see that just now? He was so fast. What the hell was that speed? Not just his speed, his slashes were on a completely different level too. How did he do that? He's insane. An uproar surged through the spectators. Julius, watching from the stands, shot to her feet in disbelief. What was that just now? She blurted out. In those last few seconds, how did he suddenly become that strong? The speed Kaiser displayed just moments ago, she couldn't even react to it. That meant, if she had been in Arati's place, she would have ended up exactly the same. How did he do it? She muttered to herself. At that moment, Claudia spoke. It was the heat. Her gaze remained locked on the arena. The heat. Julius frowned. Yes, Claudia nodded, her expression serious. He deliberately released the heat from Ser-Veresta, creating a surge of hot wind. Then, he channeled that wind against himself in the opposite direction of his movement, propelling himself forward. In simple terms, he used the heat as a thruster to accelerate his movement. Even his final slash, he used the heat wave to push the blade forward, accelerating the strike. That's how he reached such impossible speeds and swung his sword so fast. Hearing this, Julius was utterly stunned. But, he just got Ser-Veresta a few days ago, didn't he? She muttered in disbelief. I heard the four-colored magic swords are notoriously difficult to control, how could he possibly master it so quickly? I've never heard of anyone utilizing the Ser-Veresta like this before, Claudia admitted with a wry smile. This application is unheard of. He might just be the first person to ever do it. Could this be the result of exceeding the compatibility threshold? Claudia's hand subconsciously brushed against the weapon at her waist. Elsewhere in the stands, the other high-ranking students had grim expressions. In their eyes, wariness had surfaced. They all understood. Starting today, Sedukan Academy had gained a new powerhouse. A warrior capable of standing among the page one. A warrior who might even claim a place at the forefront of that elite group. Kaiser had arrived. Chapter 18, Tempest Edge. Comprehensive Arena, Rest Area. As the duel concluded, Kaiser was escorted to the designated resting area. He exhaled slowly, letting his tense body relax. So this is what battle feels like. Only now did he have the presence of mind to truly process his first real combat experience. His pulse still raced, adrenaline coursing through his veins in a thrilling high. I felt this way even before the match. Could it be that deep down, I'm actually a battle junkie? Kaiser found himself questioning his own nature. But he couldn't deny it, this sensation was exhilarating. Especially the feeling of victory. It was intoxicating. I owe you one, Ser-Veresta. Kaiser grasped the hilt of the Ser-Veresta's activator, speaking with a grin. That went well. This proves that our combat method is completely viable. Releasing the heat from Ser-Veresta to generate hot wind, using it to propel himself, increasing both his movement and slashing speed. As Claudia had pointed out, this was an unprecedented way to wield the magic sword. The four-colored magic swords were notoriously difficult to master. Most wielders considered themselves lucky just to use them properly, developing an entirely new combat technique to further exploit their abilities. That was practically unheard of. But Kaiser could do it. He could exert absolute control over Ser-Veresta, wielding it as an extension of himself. Only with such synergy could this technique be possible. This was a method Kaiser had devised specifically to compensate for his current shortcomings. Even after absorbing a considerable amount of manadite, his overall strength had grown significantly, enough to secure a spot on the name charts. But compared to the page 1, he still had a ways to go. Without Ser-Veresta, even with his innate mastery over weapons, an instinctual understanding of how to wield them in battle, Kaiser would only be on par with Arati's level at best. In other words, he still wasn't a threat to the page 1. There was no helping it. In terms of raw physical ability and prana reserves, Kaiser was still somewhere in the middle of the name charts, around rank 30 to 50. Even if his weapon proficiency was exceptional, without the necessary base stats, he couldn't challenge Seidoken's very best. Even possessing Ser-Veresta, if he couldn't land a hit, it wouldn't matter. That was why Arati had confidently stated that he wouldn't let Kaiser close the distance. Arati specialized in close-range combat. His physical abilities and prana reserve surpassed Kaiser's. If he focused entirely on evasion, Kaiser might not have been able to land a single blow. But if Arati could think of this weakness, then naturally, so could Kaiser. That was why he had developed the heat-assisted acceleration technique, to eliminate that flaw. And the results proved it. With this method, he had nearly instantly taken down a rank 13 opponent. He had forced even higher-ranked students to acknowledge his threat level. But using this technique comes at a cost. Kaiser sighed, shaking his head. Releasing Ser-Veresta's heat was simple. The sword itself could do it, it had already demonstrated this back in the underground testing chamber. But controlling that heat, compressing it into focused gusts of wind, directing them to propel himself, was a different story. Kaiser had managed it only because of his deep connection with Ser-Veresta. The sword had responded to him completely. But that level of manipulation put a severe strain on his prana reserves. Under normal conditions, Kaiser could wield Ser-Veresta at average output for over an hour. But using heat propulsion to enhance his combat speed. At best, he could sustain it for 20 minutes before burning through all his energy. Well, at least this is only temporary. Thinking about the stockpile of manadite in the underground vault, Kaiser felt reassured. He had already found a fast-track method for power growth. As long as he kept his strength under control, his physical abilities and prana reserves would skyrocket. The first match of this season's Festa, the Phoenix Festa, starts in about 2 months. Kaiser thought to himself. Even if I don't absorb the entire vault's worth of manadite, my strength will be completely different by then. Based on his calculations, after absorbing a batch of manadite, he would need roughly a week to properly adapt to the surge in power before absorbing more. Meaning, he could absorb 4 batches per month. 1 month should be enough for me to reach a level where I can defeat a standard page 1 without relying on Ser-Veresta. Kaiser quietly analyzed. By the time the Phoenix Festa begins, I'll be even stronger. I should be able to rank among Seidoken's very best. And with Ser-Veresta under his full control, Kaiser was confident he could win the entire tournament. But, the Phoenix Festa is a duo tournament. That thought made him pause. Who should I partner with? Suddenly. Woohoo! A deafening cheer erupted from the arena, jolting Kaiser from his thoughts. What's happening? Slightly startled, he glanced at his display and accessed Seidoken Academy's official ranking battle live broadcast. There, a highly anticipated duel was about to begin. The 2 competitors had already entered the stage. And they were both girls. More importantly, they were young. Perhaps even too young. Both had remarkable appearances, but one girl in particular stood out. She wore Seidoken's middle school division uniform, a clear sign of her age. Her features were delicate and charming, her large eyes shimmering with an innocent light. She radiated a gentle, fragile aura. Yet, strapped to her waist was a real katana. Her silver hair cascaded down her back, tied into twin tails. Despite her petite frame, her figure was, surprisingly well developed. This is a literal anime body type. Kaiser could barely believe his eyes. A 13-year-old with this kind of physique. Ridiculous. Wait, what? She's 13. Yes. This girl was Tuda Kirin. A first-year middle school student. Only 13 years old. Yes. 13. Her body said otherwise, but the records were clear. But the real shocking thing wasn't her appearance. It was her ranking. Because she was Seidoken Academy's rank number 1. She had only been at the academy for 2 months. Yet, upon entering, she had defeated rank number 11 in a duel, securing a spot in the page 1. Then, 1 month ago, during her first official ranking battle, she had challenged rank number 1. And won. Since then, she had reigned as Seidoken's strongest student. And today, she wasn't the challenger. She was the defender. The one challenging her was rank number 10, another page 1 student who was also from the middle school division. These two were the only middle schoolers in the page 1. Everyone else was from high school or university. So when the two youngest page 1 duelists stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted. Even Kaiser, from inside the rest area, could feel the sheer excitement. And yet, before the duel had even lasted 1 minute, it was over. On screen, under the spectators' stunned gasps, a silver-haired girl unleashed an unbelievable sword technique, instantly cornering her opponent. With one slash, she severed their school badge. Victory. Watching this, Kaiser's eyes gleamed. Keen-edged tempest, huh? He fell into deep thought once more. Chapter 19, I will challenge you. As the rank number 1 challenge match concluded, this round of official ranking battles came to an official end. One by one, spectators filed out of the comprehensive arena, still engaged in heated discussions about the battles that had taken place. While the results showed some shifts in rankings, some students rising, others successfully defending their spots, there were only 2 truly noteworthy events that dominated the conversation. The first was the successful defense of rank number 1. Her duel had made it clear to everyone that, despite being a 13-year-old middle schooler who had only been enrolled for 2 months, her strength was undeniable. She deserved her place as Seidoken Academy's strongest student. This was no fleeting miracle. It was certain that her name would soon spread across all 6 academies. Before long, the entire world of Asterisk would know that Seidoken had produced a prodigy. The second major topic was Kaiser's victory over rank number 13, Arati. A previously unknown student, someone completely unranked, had not only displayed extraordinary skill but had also fully controlled a 4-colored magic sword with ease, decisively defeating the strongest non-page 1 duelist. This, too, sent a message. Kaiser wasn't stopping here. Many students were already anticipating next month's official ranking battle. Would Kaiser challenge a member of the page 1? Now that he had taken the rank number 13 spot, he was officially eligible to challenge the Elite 12, the page 1. The question was, who would he challenge? And how far would he climb? It was an exciting prospect. At this moment, Kaiser's name had become one of the most frequently spoken words in Seidoken Academy. Second only to the rank number 1, Kirin. Seidoken Academy, Arena Corridor. Of course, Kirin herself was completely unaware of this. The silver-haired girl who had already ascended to the academy's peak was currently hurrying through one of the arena's corridors. Despite having successfully defended her rank number 1 title, proving her strength once again, her expression lacked any hint of joy. In fact, there wasn't even a smile. Instead, she carried a heavy, burdened look, her head lowered as she walked briskly, her footsteps oddly heavy. Suddenly, "Be careful." A voice appeared in front of her. "Walking with your head down like that, you might end up crashing into someone." The unexpected voice startled Kirin. She flinched in surprise, immediately halting in place. Thanks to that, she narrowly avoided colliding headfirst into the person standing before her, stopping just a few centimeters away. I'm so sorry." Due to their close distance, Kirin could only see up to the person's upper torso, prompting her to instinctively step back and bow in apology. Then, she heard a chuckle. "No need to apologize. You didn't bump into me, did you?" The voice was lighthearted. "Though, I guess suddenly appearing in your way is my fault too. But seriously, you should watch where you're going. If you're not careful, you might end up crashing into some recently transferred special student, leading to the start of a harem-building romance." What kind of light novel protagonist nonsense was that? And why did it sound so specific? Kirin blinked in confusion before finally looking up and recognizing the person before her. Her expression shifted to surprise. "Why, you're Kaiser-senpai. The one who just defeated rank number 13. Kaiser raised an eyebrow. "You know me?" There was genuine surprise in his tone. "Why, yes." Kirin nodded rapidly, a little nervous, her voice softer than before. "I wasn't in the audience, but I watched the live broadcast from the players' lounge." "I see." Kaiser nodded in understanding before offering a smile. "To think that Seidoken's number 1 actually remembers my name. I should be honored." "And no, it's nothing like that." Kirin waved her hands frantically, visibly flustered. You were amazing, senpai. Especially your swordsmanship, it was truly incredible. As she said this, her timid gaze brightened ever so slightly. It was clear, this had left a strong impression on her. My swordsmanship, huh? Kaiser, on the other hand, didn't quite feel the same way. Yes. Kirin nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling like an excited child seeing a new toy. I've never seen anything like it before. It doesn't seem to belong to any sword style I know, it was so unique and eye-catching. But then. She hesitated. Her excitement dimmed slightly. But. She seemed unsure if she should continue. But what? Noticing her hesitation, Kaiser grew curious. Kirin hesitated for a moment longer before gathering her courage. It felt less like swordsmanship meant to bring out your full potential, and more like techniques meant to fully optimize your weapon's abilities. For a brief moment. Kaiser's eyes flashed with intrigue. This girl, she had remarkable insight. She had immediately identified his true nature. Kaiser had never trained in a specific sword school or martial art. His techniques, his combat instincts, came directly from his authority. He never needed to learn fighting techniques. He never needed to train his reflexes or decision-making. The moment he touched a weapon, his authority told him exactly how to use it to its full potential. So Kirin's observation was completely correct. I'm impressed. Kaiser chuckled. You saw through me right away. Then, he tilted his head slightly. But if we're talking about true swordsmanship, you're the stronger one, aren't you? Kaiser recalled what he had just witnessed during her match. Kirin had not displayed immense physical prowess. She hadn't even actively used her prana. She had simply drawn her sword. And attacked. Yet, in that single offensive sequence, the battle had already been decided. Every single strike had been flawless. Every movement had been precise. Every motion had seamlessly connected, forming an endless chain of attacks. The rank number 10 opponent, a fellow page 1 student, had barely been able to react before they were completely overwhelmed. One slash, then another, and another, and another. It was an infinite cascade of sword strikes. Razor sharp. Fluid. Relentless. This was Kirin's blade. And no, I'm not that strong. Kirin was clearly not used to praise. Her entire face turned red, making her seem even younger than she already was. The sight was dangerous. For a split second, Kaiser felt something stir. Then, he snapped back to reality, internally scolding himself. What the hell am I thinking? She's 13. 13. But then. His gaze flickered toward one particular aspect of Kirin's appearance. Her physique. Her absolutely not 13-year-old physique. And suddenly. He barely stopped himself from facepalming. What kind of twisted reality lets a 13-year-old look like that? It was unfair. Unnatural. A crime against logic itself. At that moment. Beep. A holographic display suddenly opened in front of Kirin. What's taking you so long, Kirin? A strict, scolding voice echoed through the channel. I'm sorry. Kirin's face paled instantly, her nervous panic returning in full force. Get over here. Now. The transmission cut off abruptly. An awkward silence filled the air. I have to go now, senpai. Kirin bowed slightly, her expression unreadable. Then, as she walked past him, Kaiser's voice rang out behind her. Next month, in the official ranking battle, I will challenge you. Chapter 20, The Troubled Girl. Next month, in the official ranking battle, I will challenge you. The moment those words left Kaiser's lips and reached Kirin's ears, the silver-haired girl froze. I came to talk to you, but more importantly, I wanted to tell you this. Kaiser's voice remained calm, unwavering. If I win against you, maybe your expression won't be as heavy as it was just now. Those words snapped Kirin out of her frozen state. Her head snapped up, turning to face him. Senpai, you. But. By the time she turned around, Kaiser was already walking away. Get ready. Don't say I bullied you when the time comes. Leaving behind those parting words, Kaiser departed. All that remained was Kirin, standing there, watching his figure fade into the distance. She looked as if she wanted to call out to him, but didn't know what to say. After a moment, she turned away, her heart weighed down with thoughts. Comprehensive arena, rear exit. Kirin exited the arena through the back. Once outside, she immediately made her way toward a wooded pathway, a scenic trail designed for leisure walks. There, she encountered a man. He had also just come from the comprehensive arena. But unlike her, he wasn't walking aimlessly. He was waiting. And from the look on his impatient expression, he had been waiting for a while. "Uncle." Kieran's voice carried a hint of fear as she called out to him. And given their difference in stature, her fear was justified. The man standing before her was built like a boulder, a towering, broad-shouldered figure dressed in a sharp suit. However, his face was anything but refined. Rugged and intimidating, he had the air of a gangster, not a businessman. Most importantly, unlike Kieran, this man was not a Jean Stella. There was no trace of prana emanating from his body. No matter how physically strong he might appear, he wouldn't last a second against someone like her. And yet, standing before him, Kieran looked small. Timid. As if he had crushed her well before she even had a chance to fight. The man stared down at Kieran, his expression harsh and unyielding. "Why did you take so long?" His tone was cold. Commanding. "Didn't I tell you to come straight here after the match?" This wasn't just strictness. This was bullying. I am sorry." Kieran's head sank lower, her voice barely above a whisper. I just spoke with a senior for a moment." "A senior?" The man's brows furrowed, his voice growing sharper. "From the high school division?" "Yes." Kieran nodded honestly. "The one who just defeated rank 13. "Oh." The man's eyes narrowed. "The one wielding Ser-Veresta?" Kieran instinctively studied her uncle's face, searching for any reaction, before giving a small, hesitant nod. "What did he say to you?" The man demanded answers. Kieran hesitated. She looked as if she wasn't sure whether she should tell him. "Speak." The man's voice rose, tinged with irritation. "Or do you intend to defy me again? Think of your father." A visible shudder ran through Kieran's body. It was as if an invisible knife had stabbed straight into her heart. She curled in on herself, her posture shrinking. "He said that next month, he will challenge me." Kieran's voice was barely audible. "What?" For the first time, the man's expression changed. This wasn't good. He had been watching the official ranking battle earlier, from the VIP section. Which meant he had seen Kaiser's match with his own eyes. And he hadn't forgotten what happened at the end. Recalling the overwhelming force Kaiser had unleashed, the man clicked his tongue in displeasure. He just reached rank 13, and now he's already aiming for rank 1. "This is why I despise these Jean Stella brats." He spat the words with undisguised disdain. He didn't even stop to consider that the girl standing before him, his own niece, was also a Jean Stella. But Kieran didn't react. She had heard this kind of talk before. She had already grown used to it. The man exhaled sharply, regaining his composure. "Well, at the very least, we now know your opponent for next month. That kid might have some skill, and the Ser-Veresta is troublesome, but 1 month is more than enough time to prepare. A rank 13 is still just a rank 13. Even with that sword, he's no match for you." The man sounded confident, almost arrogant. "Dispose of him swiftly when the time comes. Understand?" "But this time." Kieran spoke up. "Senpai isn't just some nobody." She corrected him. "His swordsmanship, it's strange. It doesn't follow any structured style, yet every move is perfectly suited to the battle. It's flawless, without any openings. It's difficult to—" She never finished her sentence. "I don't care how impressive he is." The man cut her off sharply. "No matter how strong he is, he's just a rank 13. If you lose to someone like that, your reputation will be ruined. That is unacceptable." His voice left no room for argument. "I will gather all the information we have on him. For the next month, your focus will be on studying his weaknesses. When the official ranking battle comes, you will defeat him quickly. You will not waste time. Do you understand?" His words were harsh. Unyielding. Kieran lowered her gaze. "Yes." A long, heavy pause. Only then did the man relax his expression. "Good." But he wasn't done. "Kieran, you must remain number 1. Not just Seidoken's number 1. I want you to become a legend. A true, undisputed, unchallenged number 1. The kind that will never be dethroned, the strongest in history." His eyes darkened, his voice turning low. "Only then will my ambitions be realized. Only then can you achieve your goal." His next words struck like poison. "If you want to save your father, then you have no choice but to obey me." At that moment, Kieran shook. Trembled. "Yes, uncle." Her voice was small. Weak. "Let's go." The man turned away, walking off without sparing her another glance. Kieran followed. Her steps heavy. Her head low. Her heart suffocated. Then, as they passed by a fountain, her eyes caught a reflection in the water. A delicate, childlike face. One that should have been full of innocence. But in that reflection, she looked like she was about to cry. For some reason, Kaiser's words from earlier echoed in her mind. If I win against you, maybe your expression won't be as heavy as it was just now. That thought would not leave her. Later that night, Seidukan Academy. Under the cover of darkness, most students had already retired to their dormitories. The academy had strict curfews. Most buildings would be automatically locked. But for Jean Stella, such locks were meaningless. Especially for someone like him. Southwest, this is the place. Standing before a classical-style dormitory, a lone figure observed silently. Kaiser. After studying the building for a moment, he sighed. Let's hope this goes well. With quiet, calculated steps, he advanced toward the girls' dormitory. Chapter 5, Chapter 21 to 25. Chapter 21, Clairvoyance. Sneaking into the girls' dormitory. Without a doubt, this was an incredibly reckless act. The Seidukan Academy girls' dormitory was one of the most heavily guarded locations on campus. Why? Because ordinary security measures were completely ineffective against Jean Stella. If someone with sufficient ability wanted to break in, they could simply leap several stories into the air and slip in through a window, without making a sound. Preventing such intrusions required exceptional security measures. However, if security was too strict, it would also inconvenience the students who lived there. Thus, the Seidukan girls' dormitory adopted a reinforced security protocol. Any resident could alert the guards with just a button press, or even a shout. The security system could be customized, for example, setting windows to automatically trigger an alarm if broken. This system effectively deterred unwanted visitors. Given such measures, to be honest, Kaiser had no interest in sneaking in at all. If I get caught, my entire life in this world is over. He seriously didn't want his first life experience to end in disgrace like this. But he had no choice. This is all on you, Ser-Veresta. Standing in a dark corner beneath the dormitory, Kaiser murmured softly to the sword in his hand before activating it. Under his deliberate suppression, Ser-Veresta's amanadite core did not flare up in its usual brilliant crimson glow. Instead, it merely gave off a faint shimmer, entering active mode without drawing attention. The pure white blade extended from the activator. Kaiser then compressed it. Within seconds, the mighty sword had been reduced to the size of a dagger. To an uninformed observer, it wouldn't even be recognizable as an Orga Lux. If anyone knowledgeable saw this, they would undoubtedly be stunned. The ability to freely control Ser-Veresta like this, adjusting its size and output at will, was something no previous wielder had ever accomplished. Especially considering Kaiser had only possessed it for a week. But what he was about to do next was even harder. The miniaturized Ser-Veresta vibrated softly, releasing heat energy. Under Kaiser's careful control, it generated a thermal updraft, gently swirling around his body. Then his feet left the ground. Good. Confirming that the technique was working, Kaiser ascended. His destination: the top floor of the dormitory. According to his intel, the person he sought lived there. With aerial mobility, his approach was seamless. Had he not been forced to avoid detection, he would have reached his target in mere seconds. She should be asleep by now. Kaiser cautiously peeked through the window. After confirming that no one was in sight, he raised his dagger-sized sword and gently slashed at the frame. SSSHHH. A faint, burning hiss filled the air. The heat from Ser-Veresta had severed something invisible. That something was the mana flow in the surrounding area. After the Inversia event, the technology in this world had evolved rapidly. But all of it relied heavily on mana. In other words, if mana itself could be interfered with, then security systems could be temporarily disabled. And Ser-Veresta had the ability to burn through anything. For Kaiser, disrupting mana-based security was almost too easy. Thus, he slipped through the dormitory's top-floor window. Riding the thermal wind, he entered the room. Inside the room, it was a luxurious, expansive suite, far more extravagant than an ordinary dormitory. The high-end decor and opulent furnishings resembled something from a five-star hotel. This was no ordinary student's room. This is an absurd level of luxury for a dorm. Kaiser couldn't help but comment internally. Of course, not all students at Seidukan had access to such accommodations. It had already been stated before. The higher a student's rank, the greater their privileges. And for the page 1, those privileges were so extreme that they often seemed unfair. This suite-style dormitory was one such privilege. Only the highest-ranked members of the page 1 were allowed to live here. Not just the owner of this room. Every page 1 student had access to far superior dorms than the average student. Which made Kaiser realize something. Wait a minute, now that I'm rank 13, I should be eligible for a dorm upgrade, right? At present, he was staying in a standard dorm. Not even a private one, but a shared room. While it wasn't too inconvenient, it often left him feeling restricted. Especially considering his roommate was problematic. At first, his roommate had been cold and distant, barely acknowledging him. But after Claudia visited his class, causing a stir, that same roommate had suddenly taken an interest in his affairs, frequently trying to pry information out of him. And ever since he acquired Ser-Veresta, the guy had been staring at it with blazing intensity. Now that Kaiser had defeated rank 13, securing his own rank, his roommate had completely changed his attitude, becoming excessively friendly. It was too suspicious. Seidoken Academy was a battlefield. Every student was a potential rival. Even those who didn't participate in the festa had their own agendas. In the original story, the protagonist had even been tricked by a so-called fan, who had asked for his autograph, only to sell it online for a huge profit. In Asterisk, famous students were essentially celebrities. Their names, their rankings, their personal belongings, everything had value. And Kaiser's roommate felt like the type to sell his secrets to the highest bidder. Yeah. I'm applying for a dorm transfer first thing tomorrow. As rank 13, he couldn't get a suite like this. But at the very least, he was eligible for a private room. No more dealing with sketchy roommates. Making up his mind, Kaiser turned his attention to the adjacent room. That was most likely the bedroom. Moving carefully, he approached the door. Due to the mana disruption from Ser-Veresta, the automatic locks were disabled, allowing him to slip through without issue. Inside the bedroom, bathed in the glow of the moonlight, a large, elegant bed lay in the center of the room. And upon it, a golden-haired girl lay asleep, her figure delicate and beautiful, as if she were a fairy tale princess. Claudia Enfield. But MNN. Even in sleep, she was not at peace. Her brows were furrowed. Her face pale. Her body was curled in on itself, as if she were trapped in a nightmare. She looked distressed. Tormented. Kaiser remained silent. He did not wake her. Instead, he moved closer to the bed. His gaze swept across her form. Then, he reached beneath her blanket and pulled out two objects. A pair of activators, each engraved with an eerie, I-like pattern. Orga Lux, Pandora. He whispered its name. Pandora. An Orga Lux as infamous as Ser-Veresta, if not more feared. For unlike Ser-Veresta, its power was not destruction. It was clairvoyance. It granted its wielder a vision of the future. Chapter 22, I hope you find redemption. An Orga Lux that allows its wielder to see the future. There was no need for excessive explanation, just hearing those words alone was enough to understand how powerful and unfair this ability was. It was because of this Orga Lux that Claudia Enfield held the rank number 2 position at Seidoken Academy. It was also why she was known by the moniker, Commander of 1,000 Visions. Among all the students at Seidoken Academy, she was the one opponent no one wanted to face. How do you fight someone who can see the future? Even to Kirin, the rank number 1, would likely prefer not to fight her. But, this power came with a cost. All Orga Lux have a price. Holding Pandora's activator, Kaiser spoke aloud, as if conversing with the weapon itself. Some costs are tolerable, some are unbearable. My Ser-Veresta is the former. Ser-Veresta's cost was simple, excessive prana consumption. A weak gene Stella couldn't even activate it. Kaiser was the only exception. But you are the latter. Kaiser's eyes grew cold as he looked at Pandora. The price of wielding you is to constantly experience one's own death, isn't it? Unlike the moody and unpredictable Ser-Veresta, Pandora was cruel. Its personality was nothing short of malicious. It loved seeing its wielder suffer. It loved forcing them to taste the horror of death. Every night, whoever wielded Pandora would experience their own death in their dreams. And it would never be the same death twice. Illness. Accidents. Starvation. Freezing. Suicide. Murder. Pandora would craft new deaths every night. A never-ending nightmare. But the worst part was, when the wielder woke up, they would forget the dream. Yet, the terror, the pain, the sensation of dying would remain. A fragment of horror would linger, slowly eroding their sanity. This was why no one had been able to use Pandora for long. The last wielder before Claudia had lasted only 3 days before giving up. That was how monstrous this price was. Yet, Claudia had endured this for years. For years, she had used Pandora. For years, she had suffered its unending torment. By now, she must have experienced over 1,000 different deaths. And if nothing changed, She would continue to suffer. But too bad for you. Kaiser's voice turned cold, colder than it had ever been. This girl has helped me, so I will return the favor. He commanded the Orga Lux in his grip. From this moment on, you will never make her suffer again. Not only that, you will repay her for everything you have done. The dreams she experiences from now on will be as joyful as the nightmares were cruel. Do you hear me? As he spoke, the golden inscriptions upon his hand flared to life, releasing a pulse of divine authority. For the first time, Pandora trembled. It shook in his grasp, as if it had been struck by terror itself. It knew. It understood. Kaiser was not someone it could defy. Like a lowly servant kneeling before a king, Pandora radiated an overwhelming sense of fear. It dared not resist. Even though Kaiser had not claimed ownership over it. The moment he touched Pandora, he had gained absolute control. If he willed it, he could reduce Pandora to dust in an instant. Banish its consciousness into eternal oblivion. That was the true tyranny of his authority. Even a weapon that glimpsed the future could not escape his dominion. Seeing this, Kaiser smirked. Good. He returned Pandora to Claudia's side, tucking it back under her blanket. Then, he turned his gaze toward her sleeping face. And in that moment, he saw it. For the first time, Claudia's anguished expression had vanished. Her brows had relaxed. The pain on her face was gone. And in its place, a genuine smile. It was unlike any smile she had shown before. Because Claudia always smiled. But her smiles were never real. They were masks. A polite facade. A calculated deception. Perhaps only Kaiser, who knew her original story, understood just how much sorrow this girl truly carried. And how tragic her dream really was. He stared at her for a long moment. Then whispered, I hope you find redemption. Leaving behind those words, Kaiser silently left the room. Following the same path he came, he departed. Time moved forward. Unknowingly. More than a week had passed since Kaiser obtained Ser-Veresta and gained access to a stable growth method. During this time, he successfully applied for a new dorm, upgrading to a spacious private room. And with that, he settled into a regular routine. Every morning, he would wake before dawn, head outside, and train. Be it running or sword practice, he needed to adapt to his growing strength. Ever since he gained power, he felt more energetic than ever. His old laziness had vanished. He wanted to move. He wanted to grow. His training lasted until class began. Then, he would attend lectures. Normally, Kaiser hated schoolwork. But this world was different. The inversia had changed everything. From technology to history to science. And Kaiser found himself curious about it all. Of course, he wasn't worried about wasting time. His growth required no effort. His physical stats increased simply by absorbing manadite. His combat skills required zero training, since his authority automatically gave him mastery. Even Ser-Veresta, he had fully mastered it from day one. He had no need to train or refine his abilities. Yet, his power continued to rise. If anyone else saw this, they'd call it cheating. A week later, the waiting period ended. Finally able to absorb more manadite, Kaiser wasted no time. Rushing straight to the underground storage. And when he emerged, his prana surged. His aura intensified. Progress feels amazing. Walking back to his dorm, his mood was exceptionally good. But then, boom. A loud explosion echoed through the air. Kaiser froze. An explosion. He turned his gaze toward the source. And then, he realized. It was coming from the direction of the girls' dormitory. What the hell is happening over there? Chapter 23, Blazing Star Swordsman. What's going on? That explosion was massive. Was it a duel? Who the hell is fighting to cause such destruction? No clue, but if it's this intense, it has to be a page 1 battle. Let's check it out. If a page 1 is fighting, missing it would be a crime. Conversations like these rippled through Seidukan Academy as students flocked toward the girls' dormitory, drawn by the deafening explosion. Kaiser, too, watched the billowing flames in the distance, observing the ongoing destruction. Then, as if realizing something, he chuckled. So, it's finally happening. Muttering under his breath, Kaiser turned and followed the crowds heading toward the site of the battle. As he walked, many students recognized him. Isn't that Blazing Star Swordsman? The one who's been gaining all the hype lately. Yeah, it's him. The whispers spread. Blazing Star Swordsman. This was the title that had been bestowed upon Kaiser after his rise to rank number 13. In Asterisk, prominent duelists all had titles, it was commonplace. Tudu Kirin was known as Keen Edge Tempest. Claudia Enfield was called Commander of 1,000 Visions. Often, these titles became more famous than their real names. Now, Kaiser had been granted the same honor. The reason? It was simple. A swordsman whose blade flickers like a star in the heat wave. That was the most memorable image from his official ranking battle. Thus, Blazing Star Swordsman was born. Ignoring the murmurs, Kaiser approached the scene. The duel. A large crowd had already gathered near the girls' dormitory. Because a duel was underway. And the two combatants were 1. A girl with long, flowing rose-colored hair, radiating a powerful, noble aura. Kaiser immediately recalled her profile. Julius Alexia von Riesfeld. High School Division, Year 1. Member of the Page 1, rank number 5. Title, Gluhen Rose, Witch of Resplendent Flames. At that moment, she stood in the battlefield, her expression flustered yet furious. Her entire body engulfed in swirling prana, forming countless embers that danced around her. As she unleashed her power, the mana in the air reacted violently, igniting into flames that coalesced into spear-like projectiles. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she launched them toward her opponent. Kaiser watched with genuine interest. This is my first time seeing a Striga in action, huh? In the world of Asterisk, some Gene Stella were born with the ability to directly manipulate mana, producing phenomena that defied logic. Males were called Dante. Females were called Striga. These individuals possessed abilities akin to Orga Lux users. And Julius was one such Striga. A blazing witch who commanded flames. The explosions earlier had all been caused by her attacks. But, who was her opponent? Kaiser turned his gaze. 2. A boy with messy black-purple hair and a relaxed, lazy demeanor. He looked unremarkable. The kind of person no one would remember at first glance. However, right now, he was being relentlessly bombarded by Julius' flaming spears. His usual loose expression was replaced with visible distress. Scrambling across the battlefield, he desperately dodged, barely avoiding the blazing projectiles that detonated all around him. Each explosion erupted like blossoming flames, scorching the air in a violent inferno. The boy was forced to evade constantly, unable to counterattack, looking exceptionally helpless. Who is that guy? No clue. Never seen him before. He's not in the name charts. So, he's unranked. Damn, I thought the one fighting Julius would be a Page 1 member or at least a high-ranked student. An unranked guy, fighting the Witch of Resplendent Flames. That takes guts. Still, even if he looks pathetic, he's dodging all her attacks. Could he be another, Blazing Star Swordsman? Doubt it. The spectators chattered excitedly, some even comparing the boy to Kaiser. Kaiser merely shrugged. That guy and I are nothing alike. I was actually weak when I fought. He's just playing dumb. Even though this was Kaiser's first time seeing him, he immediately identified him. This boy was not a Seidoken student. At least, not before today. He was a transfer student, a special admission. Someone destined to attract attention. Because he was none other than Amajirai Ayato. Kaiser muttered his name softly. Then, he smirked. The original protagonist has finally arrived. The reason for the duel. If Kaiser remembered correctly, this entire fight started because Ayato accidentally trespassed into the girls' dormitory. More specifically, he had somehow ended up in Julius' room. Thus, she immediately labeled him a pervert and attacked him on sight. And that was how the battle began. As the battle escalated, Julius grew frustrated. Ayato's constant dodging was irritating her. Her attacks became stronger, faster, more destructive. Kaiser considered intervening. But, something caught his attention. In the corner of the crowd, a familiar figure stood hidden in the shadows. A girl with silver hair, attempting to blend in. Tudu Kirin. Kaiser blinked in surprise. What is she doing here? She was obviously trying to avoid attention. Considering how rank 13 had drawn so many eyes. If rank 1 was spotted, it would cause a riot. Kaiser didn't expect to see her here. But before he could decide whether to approach her, Kirin suddenly moved. Her gaze sharpened. She whipped her head toward a specific direction. Following her line of sight, Kaiser turned. And saw it. A streak of light. A projectile. A mana-infused arrow tore through the air, traveling at supersonic speed, targeting Julius. Danger. Ayato's eyes widened as he shouted. At the same time, Kirin moved. With blinding speed, she rushed forward, her movement outpacing the incoming arrow. In an instant, she arrived in front of Julius. Clang. She drew her sword. And deflected the arrow. What? Julius stood frozen, confused by what just happened. Kirin turned toward her, about to speak. But another arrow came flying. Faster. More lethal. Before Kirin could react, a different figure stepped forward. Clang. A pure white blade slashed through the air, severing the arrow mid-flight. The one who stopped it was Kaiser. Chapter 24, Protagonist Behavior, LOL. Kaiser Senpai. Kirin froze in surprise as she saw Kaiser standing before her. It's you. Julius Alexia von Riesfeld also noticed him, blinking in astonishment. The gathered spectators exchanged glances before murmuring among themselves. It's Keen-Edged Tempest and Blazing Star Swordsman. They're here too. Wait, was that just now? An ambush. The discussions grew louder. Are you both all right? At that moment, Amajiri Ayato rushed over, his face full of concern. As if those two arrows had anything to do with him. Kaiser gave him a brief glance before turning to Kirin. You okay? I am fine. Kirin nodded quickly, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Senpai, for saving me just now. However, Kaiser didn't accept the thanks. Even if I hadn't stepped in, you would have reacted in time. He retracted Ser-Veresta. I probably just overreacted. In retrospect, an arrow wasn't enough to threaten the rank number 1 of Seidukan Academy. Yet, before he had time to think, his body had moved on its own. Realizing this, Kaiser could only shrug in self-mockery. And no, that's not true. Ah. Right. Kirin quickly waved her hands, then turned to Julius, her voice timid. Senpai, are you all right? Julius finally snapped back to reality. I'm fine. She looked at Kirin, then at Kaiser. After a brief pause, she sighed and spoke seriously. Looks like I owe you both a debt of gratitude. With unexpected sincerity, Julius slightly bowed to them as thanks. And no need. Kirin, clearly shy, quickly shook her head. You should be thanking Kirin. I didn't do much. Kaiser also had no intention of taking credit. He casually stepped aside, avoiding her bow. In truth, Kaiser hadn't expected things to unfold this way. In the original story, this never happened. Kirin wasn't here. Kaiser wasn't here. The one who saved Julius was actually Amajiri Ayato. This was his scene. Yet, now that Kirin had stepped in, the timeline had changed. Kaiser found himself thinking. Looks like the butterfly effect is finally taking shape. As Kaiser pondered, Kirin shuffled in place, clearly uneasy. Julius, however, remained serious. Regardless, you both saved me. I won't forget this favor. She then turned away. And glared at Ayato. And as for you, the duel isn't over yet. Ayato's face twisted into a grimace. Ah. Can't we just let this go? He pleaded. He had no desire to fight Julius again. After all, facing her was like dodging a walking flamethrower. If this continued, he would have no choice but to unleash his sealed power. No chance. Julius was not letting him off the hook. You're lucky I'm not handing you over to the disciplinary committee. If you refuse to duel me, don't blame me for reporting you. The implication was clear. If he didn't fight, she would report him as a pervert who broke into the girls' dormitory. And once that label stuck, Amajiri Ayato would forever be known as the transfer student pervert. Even Kaiser wouldn't dare touch that title. Ayato opened his mouth, wanting to protest. But, seeing Julius' merciless gaze, he knew he had no escape. Let's all calm down. Kirin tried to mediate, looking flustered. Of course. She was not the best person to handle such situations. As for Kaiser, he was just enjoying the show. How about we stop crowding here, first? A playful voice cut in, breaking the tension. After all, you're all highly ranked students. If you keep standing around, more and more spectators will gather. With graceful charm, Claudia Enfield arrived on the scene. Instantly, the focus shifted to her. Claudia. President. Both Julius and Kirin reacted. One scowled, clearly annoyed. The other panicked, hurriedly bowing in respect. As for Kaiser, he subtly observed Claudia's expression. At first glance, she looked no different from before. Her face still bore her usual composed smile. He saw no abnormalities. This made him frown internally. It's been a while since that night. I wonder if she's noticed anything. However, Claudia's expression was too perfect. Kaiser couldn't tell if Pandora had truly obeyed him, or if it was merely pretending. You are. Ayato, the only one who hadn't met Claudia, asked hesitantly. He had clearly been stunned by her beauty. Claudia smiled elegantly. Hello, I'm Ajirai Ayato-kun. She spoke as if they were old acquaintances. I am Claudia Enfield, Seidukan Academy Student Council President, more or less. Claudia. Julius cut in, her tone unfriendly. What are you doing here? Trying to stop my duel. By the Academy's rules, as long as both parties consent, no one can interfere with a duel. Claudia remained smiling. But since things seemed to have gotten out of hand, with both Kirin and Kaiser stepping in, perhaps it's best to call it off. Julius deeply frowned, but did not object. Seeing this, Ayato breathed a sigh of relief. That said, Ayato's face turned serious. That was an ambush, wasn't it? Shouldn't we do something about it? The focus shifted to the previous attack. Claudia nodded. Of course. I'll have the disciplinary committee investigate immediately. She then turned to Kaiser and Kirin. You two were the first to notice. Did you see the attacker? Kaiser spoke first. I didn't see them. I only reacted because I noticed Kirin's unusual movement. Immediately, all eyes turned to Kirin. You Kirin froze. Surrounded by high-ranking seniors, she shrank back, voice small and nervous. I just saw someone by that building's window, aiming a crossbow-style Lux. They were wearing a black robe, so I couldn't see their face. The window was far away, no one else had noticed anything. Hearing this, Claudia blinked in surprise. Kirin, you have sharp eyes. I've always had good eyesight. Kirin stammered. My family even says I see weird things sometimes. Her flustered innocence made her look adorable. The tension lightened, several people even smiled at her reaction. At that moment, Ayato twitched. For a split second, he lifted his hand. Then quickly lowered it. Kaiser's face twitched. Wait. 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 Did this guy just try to pull a headpat on Kirin? Ayato, stop your harem protagonist behavior. Chapter 25, An Interesting Little Girl. In the end, the ambush incident faded into nothingness. The culprit's identity remained unknown, and their methods were nothing special. Even with Claudia calling in the disciplinary committee to investigate, there was little hope of uncovering any evidence. Besides, in Asterisk, such incidents weren't uncommon. Any Festa competitor with a reputation was bound to attract rivals or ill-intentioned schemers looking for an advantage. Even Julius herself wasn't particularly bothered, she simply acknowledged Kaiser and Kirin Tuda for their help before letting the matter drop. As a result, Ayato Amajirai barging into her room was also temporarily brushed aside, leaving him with a sense of relief. With the drama concluded and no further entertainment to witness, the gathering crowd began to disperse. Of course, many had wanted to stay longer. After all, Kirin Tudu, the first-ranked, Keen-Edge Tempest, the second-ranked, Commander of 1,000 Visions, Julius, the fifth-ranked, Glohen Rose, and Kaiser, the 13th-ranked, Blazing Star Swordsman, who was rumored to possess the strength of a Page 1, were all present. If they lingered a little longer, they might witness something truly interesting. However, Kaiser and the others had no interest in entertaining spectators. Under Claudia's direction, they promptly disbanded. Well then, I'll take my leave. Kirin was the first to excuse herself, practically fleeing as if unable to stand another moment there. Julius shot Ayato one last glare before storming back to the girls' dormitory, still fuming. Thanks for helping me out back there, Student Council President, Ayato said with a wry smile, offering his gratitude to Claudia. It was nothing, really. No need to thank me. Claudia chuckled, covering her mouth gracefully. I've already contacted your roommate, he'll be here soon to take you back, so you won't accidentally wander into any strange places again. Thanks. Ayato let out a dry laugh, clearly embarrassed. Meanwhile, seeing that there was nothing left to watch, Kaiser prepared to leave. I'm heading off. See you around. With a casual wave, Kaiser turned to go. At that moment, however, he felt a strong gaze pressing against his back. He immediately turned around. Is something wrong, Kaiser? The sight that greeted him was Claudia, looking as composed as ever, her expression filled with mild curiosity. No, it's nothing. Kaiser scratched his face, confirming that Claudia seemed the same as always, no hint of anything unusual. Yet, for some reason, a strange feeling lingered as he walked away. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he left, Claudia's usual gentle smile faded into something far more complicated. Student Council President. Ayato noticed her shift in expression and hesitated before calling out. Forgive me. Claudia snapped out of her thoughts, returning to her usual self. With a calm smile, she looked at Ayato. You had something you wanted to talk to me about, didn't you? Yes. After a brief silence, Ayato nodded. It's about my sister. I see. Claudia, unsurprised, simply nodded in understanding. This isn't the best place to discuss such matters. Let's continue this at the student council office. Ayato agreed without hesitation. Elsewhere. After leaving the girls' dormitory, Kaiser walked along the path for a while before noticing someone waiting ahead. Kaiser-senpai. Standing in the middle of the road was Kirin Tudu. Seeing him approach, she let out a visible sigh of relief. Were you waiting for me? Kaiser found her expressions almost too transparent, her emotions were written all over her face. It was amusing in its own way. Why yes. Kirin, completely unaware of his thoughts, suddenly looked a little fidgety. Lowering her voice, she said softly, "You helped me earlier. I wanted to thank you in person. I didn't expect you to be so serious about this sort of thing." Kaiser chuckled. But didn't I already say it? That level of an attack was nothing to you. Even if I hadn't stepped in, you could have handled it yourself. Even so, I still wanted to thank you, Kaiser-senpai. Kirin lifted her gaze slightly to look at him, only to immediately avert her eyes again, as if embarrassed. In a hesitant tone, she murmured. Back then, choosing to ignore the situation would have been more beneficial for you, right? At first, Kaiser didn't quite understand what she meant. Then, realization dawned. You mean, if I hadn't interfered, you might have been injured. And if you were injured, it would put you at a disadvantage the next time I challenged you. He saw right through Kirin's thoughts. I am sorry. Kirin hurriedly apologized, lowering her head in shame. I know it was a terrible thought to have. It's not that bad. Kaiser wasn't offended in the slightest. Shaking his head, he replied lightly. In the end, I'm a challenger looking to take your spot. It's only natural for you to think things through carefully. In this city, isn't that just how things work? Almost everyone here is a competitor. There's no shortage of people willing to do whatever it takes to climb the ranks. The fact that someone just tried to ambush Julius proves that point. You're still young. Being cautious is the right mindset. If you were too naive, that would be the real danger. As he spoke, his gaze naturally drifted downward. Despite wearing a standard Seidokan Academy uniform, Kirin's figure was, well, impressive. It almost seemed like the fabric was struggling to hold things in place. Seriously, how was that even possible? Oblivious to the questionable thoughts that had flashed through Kaiser's mind, Kirin finally smiled for the first time. Kaiser-senpai, you're really a good person. And just like that, she handed him a good guy card. Kaiser wanted to object. Whether he was a good person or not was debatable, but one thing was certain, Kirin was a genuinely kind-hearted girl. He wasn't just basing this on his knowledge of the original story. It was her actions that proved it. As he had said before. In this city, almost everyone was a competitor. The logic Kirin had applied to Kaiser also applied to herself. Julius was the 5th-ranked student at Seidokan Academy, meaning she was only a few ranks away from first place. She was a potential threat to Kirin's ranking at any moment. Under such circumstances, the most advantageous move for Kirin would have been to do nothing. Yet the moment she saw someone trying to ambush Julius, she stepped in without hesitation. Despite being timid, despite disliking the spotlight, despite having no obligation to get involved. Despite having an uncle who treated her as nothing more than a tool, someone who would certainly disapprove of unnecessary risks. She still made the choice to help. That alone proved just how kind-hearted she was. Compared to Kirin, Kaiser certainly didn't consider himself a good person. But seeing Kirin's timid smile, Kaiser suddenly felt like it didn't matter. You have a really cute smile. Kaiser spoke sincerely. You should smile more often. Kirin clearly wasn't expecting that. For a moment, she froze. Then her face turned bright red. See cute? There's no such thing. Now completely flustered, she began stammering uncontrollably. Moments later, unable to handle the embarrassment, she bowed deeply, so forcefully that even her uniform shifted slightly. Before Kaiser could respond, Kirin ran off in a panic. Watching her retreating figure, Kaiser chuckled. She really is an interesting little girl. Chapter 6, Chapter 26-30. Chapter 26, An Unexpected Invitation. Seidokan Academy, Underground Vault. The dimly lit space was illuminated only by the faint green glow of manadite crystals, scattered across the room. Bang. A shattering sound echoed as one of the manadite crystals crumbled into dust. The mana within leaked out, flowing like a stream of green light, slowly drawn toward a single direction, toward Kaiser. With his eyes closed, Kaiser firmly gripped Ser-Veresta's activator. The red manadite embedded in the hilt pulsed with a radiant glow, guiding the mana toward him. Under its influence, Kaiser's Gene Stella ability surged, his strength rising with every second. Ha! After a while, Kaiser let out a slow breath and opened his eyes. That's enough, Ser-Veresta. At his command, the brilliant crimson glow faded. The surrounding mana stopped converging toward him, instead dispersing into the air. Stretching out his free hand, Kaiser clenched his fingers into a fist before relaxing them again. A pleased smile crossed his lips. Not bad. Another perfect enhancement. This was the third time he had used Ser-Veresta's ability to absorb manadite energy. Despite only doing it 3 times, the effects were already remarkably apparent. His physical strength and prana capacity had skyrocketed, and his overall combat ability had grown exponentially. Compared to when he had first arrived in this world, Kaiser had become immeasurably stronger. At this point, I could probably defeat Arati even without using Ser-Veresta. A surge of confidence welled within him. Back when he had challenged Arati, Kaiser had only absorbed manadite once. At that time, in terms of raw physical ability and prana, he was still inferior to the former Page 1. Had it not been for his ultimate authority over weapons, allowing him to fight with sheer combat instinct, he wouldn't have even been able to stand on equal footing. But now, with 2 additional absorptions, his physical capabilities and prana reserves had far surpassed what they had been back then. In all aspects, strength, prana, technique, combat intuition, he was now on equal footing with Arati. And since they were now equal in every regard, there was no longer any reason why he would lose. Even without using Ser-Veresta, if he were to face Arati again, he could defeat him in 10 moves. That alone spoke volumes. Now, I finally have the strength to compete with the Page 1. I'm truly among the Academy's elite now. Kaiser's smile deepened. Even without Ser-Veresta, I should be able to break into the top 10. Maybe even the top 5 isn't out of reach. In fact, Kaiser was certain. If he were to face Julius right now, the way she had fought outside the girls' dormitory, he wouldn't lose, even without Ser-Veresta. Unless she had hidden power she had yet to reveal, Julius, ranked 5th, would likely fall to him. And if he did use Ser-Veresta, I don't even need to wait for the next official ranking battle. I already have the strength to challenge that little girl. Thinking of Kirin Tudu, Kaiser muttered to himself. I wonder how she's doing. Ever since the incident outside the dorms, news of Kirin Tudu saving Julius had spread like wildfire across the Academy's forums. Naturally, Kaiser's involvement had also been mentioned. Specifically, it had been noted that after Kirin saved Julius, Kaiser had stepped in to protect Kirin from an attempted ambush. Because of this, Kirin had reportedly gone into hiding. She was still attending classes, but people had noted that she seemed unwell, as if she had suffered repercussions for her actions. Did her uncle scold her again? Over the past few days, Kaiser had found himself thinking about Kirin more often than he expected. Unfortunately, he hadn't run into her since. Beep. Just as Kaiser was adjusting to his new strength, a holographic screen suddenly appeared before him. Someone had sent him a message. Glancing at the sender's name, Kaiser raised an eyebrow. Julius Alexia von Riesfeld. Indeed, the message was from Julius herself. Its contents were simple. As a thank you for saving her during the ambush, she was inviting both Kaiser and Kirin out for a meal over the weekend. Didn't expect the princess to offer a treat. To be honest, Kaiser was a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, despite Julius' noble background, strong abilities, and striking appearance, she wasn't well liked. Her righteous personality and blunt way of speaking often made her difficult to approach. She had enrolled in Seidukan Academy during middle school, and though she had been there for over a year, she had almost no friends. The only exception was Claudia, who occasionally interacted with her. For someone like her to actively invite people out. Is this just an excuse? A knowing smile played on Kaiser's lips. Outside, huh? Now that he thought about it, he had been in this world for some time, but had never left Seidukan Academy's campus. Asterisk was a dual city, but aside from its 6 academies and the Festa venues, it also had residential districts, shopping centers, and entertainment areas. This might be a good opportunity to take a look around. At the same time, he could check in on Kirin and see how she was doing. Though, given her uncle's control, he wasn't sure if she'd actually accept the invitation. With that thought, Kaiser typed out his response. I'll be there. Weekend, outside Seidukan Academy's main gate. For once, Kaiser didn't wake up early for training. Instead, dressed in casual clothes, he made his way to the meeting spot. Kaiser. Over here. The voice that called out to him wasn't Julius. Instead, it belonged to someone who hadn't been mentioned in the invitation. A young man with messy black hair, wearing a loose-fitting shirt and a thin jacket over jeans. A completely ordinary appearance. But for Kaiser, this was no surprise. So it's you, Ayato. Indeed, Ayato Amajirai was standing there. Next to him stood Julius, her arms crossed. Compared to Ayato's plain outfit, Julius was dressed in a black and pink one-piece dress, its short hemline revealing slender thighs wrapped in lace-trimmed knee-high stockings. She even held a small parasol in one hand. It was a surprisingly girlish look, far removed from her usual commanding presence. If anyone who only knew Julius as the fierce Gluhen Rose had seen her like this, they'd probably react as if the world had turned upside down. Even Ayato seemed a little overwhelmed, standing beside her with an awkward expression, looking very much like an underdressed boyfriend out of his league. "You're here," Julius said, briefly glancing over Kaiser. After seemingly approving of his attire, she nodded in satisfaction. "Good. This is how you should dress." Unlike a certain someone, who looks too casual to be taken seriously. Although Kaiser hadn't gone out of his way to dress up, his white shirt, black jacket, and matching black pants, paired with sneakers, gave off a sleek yet effortless coolness. "It's just whatever I grabbed from my closet," Kaiser admitted. Chapter 27, A Group of Unreliable People. It turned out that after the duel outside the girls' dormitory, Julius had been attacked again. And once again, Ayato had been present. And once again, he had helped her. Having been saved yet again, Julius had no choice but to acknowledge the debt, unable to treat Ayato coldly like before. So, she declared that she would return the favor. But, of course, Ayato didn't particularly care about being repaid. Seeing how stubborn Julius was about it, however, he eventually came up with an idea. Since she insisted on repaying him, why not have her show him around Asterisk? After all, as a newcomer, he was still unfamiliar with the city. If he didn't get a proper tour, he might end up in the wrong place again, and that would be troublesome, wouldn't it? So, naturally, he needed a guide to help him explore the city. It made sense, right? It was perfectly reasonable, right? Yeah, like hell it was. Kaiser barely restrained himself from facepalming. This was peak harem protagonist behavior. She just wanted to repay a favor, and he turned it into a day out in the city together. If this were the real world, this would absolutely be a textbook excuse for asking a girl out. And yet, since this was a fantasy world, Ayato wasn't doing it on purpose. No, of course not. He was just being clueless. Which, naturally, was the most dangerous kind of romance. Unintentional flirting was the deadliest weapon, wasn't that how these stories always went? Kaiser could only mentally scream in frustration. Unfortunately, that scream had to remain in his head. Still, at least one thing was certain. So, we really were just an afterthought. If Julius had to repay a favor, she might as well repay everyone's favor at once. That was probably why she had invited both Kaiser and Kirin. A complete accident, really. Had it been a more scheming man, he might have pretended to be happy while secretly lamenting the missed opportunity. But of course, only a completely oblivious protagonist like Ayato could stand there, grinning like an idiot. "Where's Kirin?" Kaiser asked, dropping the pointless train of thought. Did she refuse the invitation? He vaguely remembered that Kirin's uncle had warned her to keep her distance from the page one, lest her true strength be exposed. So, if Kirin had declined, Kaiser wouldn't have been surprised. However, at first, she did turn it down, Julius admitted. She seemed conflicted about it. Taking a deep breath, Julius composed herself. "I wasn't going to force her, but I heard that after she saved me, she hasn't been doing well, so I insisted." Julius didn't know the full truth, that Kirin's uncle was a controlling, power-hungry manipulator. But she could tell that Kirin had been troubled since that night. It wasn't hard to figure out. So, naturally, Julius couldn't just pretend not to see it. Kaiser processed this for a moment. Then, realization dawned. Maybe this whole outing was really about Kirin. News about Kirin's struggles had even surfaced online. If Kaiser had noticed it, Julius had definitely noticed it, too. Perhaps that was why she had gone out of her way to plan this outing. For someone as proud and independent as Julius, taking the initiative like this was rare. But with Ayato pushing things along, it had ended up turning into a group outing. So, while Julius claimed this was about repaying favors, it was obviously not that simple. At the very least, Julius wouldn't consider a single meal as enough to truly repay a debt. Thus, this whole event revolved around Kirin. Which meant Kaiser and Ayato were just the extras tagging along. "Looks like she's here," Julius suddenly said, shifting her gaze toward the academy's main gate. Sorry. I'm late." A crisp, clear voice rang out, perfectly timed. Everyone turned toward the entrance. The next second, they saw a flustered Kirin, practically sprinting toward them. Sorry to keep you waiting. I really apologize." The moment she reached them, Kirin immediately bowed, over and over, frantically apologizing. But at that moment, none of them, not Kaiser, not Ayato, not even Julius, paid attention to her words. Their focus was on something else entirely. Her outfit. For once, Kirin wasn't wearing her Seidokan Academy uniform. Instead, she had dressed in casual clothing. She wore a white long-sleeved blouse with delicate lace trim, the kind with buttons running down the front. The hem was tucked neatly into a high-waisted, pleated blue skirt, which was even shorter than Julis. Her thighs were bare, her legs smooth and slender, leading down to a pair of mid-calf boots. It wasn't flashy. But it was youthful and undeniably cute. It suited Kirin's age perfectly. Except, everyone's eyes naturally drifted downward. To a certain part of her blouse where the buttons looked like they were barely holding on for dear life. What's wrong? Noticing the subtle yet strange reactions around her, Kirin grew even more anxious. Was there something wrong with her outfit? Had she messed up? But this was the only thing that still fit. It had only been 2 months since she had enrolled at Seidokan Academy. And yet, her old clothes no longer fit properly. Nothing else would even button up. Oh. I am sorry. I'm really sorry. In a panic, Kirin bowed even deeper, her voice trembling. Entirely unaware that her apologetic movements were only making things worse. Even Ayato, a staunch protector of pure romance, had turned red and averted his gaze. It's fine. You didn't do anything wrong. Julis finally recovered, trying her best to calm Kirin down. Though her voice sounded unnaturally stiff, and her smile looked just a bit forced. There were even tears forming at the corners of her eyes. What kind of unfairness was this? Yeah, you're not late at all. Kaiser coughed, internally chanting a silent prayer for self-control before speaking as normally as possible. There's still a few minutes before the agreed time. No need to apologize. Really? Kirin hesitantly looked around. Seeing that no one objected, she let out a deep sigh of relief and patted her chest. Which only made things worse. Kaiser immediately turned away. All right, he quickly said, shifting focus to Julis. Where are we eating, Your Highness? Surely, the isolated princess of Seidokan Academy knew a good restaurant, right? Right. Kaiser had serious doubts. What's with that look? Julis frowned, clearly reading his mind. Of course I know a place. It was just one she had found online, based on Claudia's recommendations. But still. Claudia had good taste, right? Right. Let's go. Spinning on her heel, Julis led the way. Ayato and Kirin hurried to follow. Only Kaiser, expression blank, muttered. According to the map, the commercial district is that way. He pointed in the opposite direction. A long silence fell. A group of clueless students, none of whom had ever properly explored Asterisk, stood frozen in place. Sigh. With the tired sigh of an exasperated parent, Kaiser opened his holographic map. Forget it. I'll lead the way. Sometimes, technology was far more reliable than people. Chapter 28, You Have Issues. Asterisk was shaped like a 6-pointed star, with each of the 6 academies, including Seidokan Academy, occupying one of its 6 outer points. Leaving the academy grounds and following the main street, one would soon enter the urban district. The urban district was divided into 2 main sections. Outer residential zone, connected by a light rail system that ran in a circular route, linking the harbor area, residential districts, and the 6 academies. Students frequently used this line to travel around. Central zone, primarily serviced by an underground metro and divided into the commercial and administrative districts. Whenever the festa was held, tourists from around the world flocked to Asterisk, which was why the commercial and administrative districts occupied massive amounts of space. Even dueling stages were scattered throughout these areas. As a duel city, the most common infrastructure in Asterisk was, unsurprisingly, combat arenas. There were 3 large-scale arenas, 7 mid-sized arenas, countless small-scale arenas, and, of course, the largest and most famous of them all, Sirius Dome. By the final stages of every festa, all remaining matches were held exclusively at Sirius Dome, making it Asterisk's de facto center. After all, during the festa, almost every visitor came to Asterisk for this reason. Thanks to this, Sirius Dome remained one of the busiest places in the city year-round, even outside of festa season. It had become Asterisk's top tourist attraction. To accommodate both the festa's demands and the influx of tourists, the commercial district had been developed into a thriving metropolis of its own. Being the weekend, the commercial district was significantly more crowded than usual. Neatly paved stone streets were filled with students, all dressed in casual clothes, though they still wore their school badges, the only indication that they were academy students. In Asterisk, wearing a school badge was mandatory even on holidays. The reason was simple, this was a duel city. Even on days off, hot-blooded students often challenged each other to duels for various reasons. If they didn't wear their school badges, an official duel couldn't be properly registered. Thus, this rule existed to facilitate proper dueling procedures. Fortunately, today seemed peaceful. The streets were bustling with endless streams of people, but no one had challenged anyone to a fight, yet. By the time Kaiser's group arrived, it was already almost noon. So many stores. Kirin Tudu, who had finally relaxed a little, looked around in awe, her large eyes filled with curiosity. There really are a lot, and so many people too, Ayato added, his gaze darting around in fascination. For someone new to Asterisk, he was behaving exactly like a country bumpkin visiting the big city. This district is mainly restaurants. Every store has a menu with prices posted outside, so no one walks in only to be surprised by expensive meals. Julius suddenly interjected. She had been quiet for a while, probably out of embarrassment over their earlier conversation, but now, she had finally found a way to regain some dignity. The place we're looking for is closer to the outer residential zone, a bit far from the metro station. It doesn't get too crowded, but it has excellent online reviews, even students from Queenvale Academy frequent it. Hearing this, Kirin looked toward Julius with curiosity. Queenvale Academy for girls? That's right. So, it should be worth trying. The moment Queenvale Academy was mentioned, both Julius and Kirin reacted with a somewhat strange expression. Seeing this, Ayato tilted his head in confusion. Is there something special about Queenvale? Of course, Ayato knew of Queenvale Academy. As one of Asterisk's 6 academies, it was famous worldwide, even children recognized its name. The 6 academies, Seidukan Academy, St. Gallardworth Academy, Jialong 7th Institute, Le Wolf Black Institute, Alekot Academy, and Queenvale Academy for Girls, were all funded by the Integrated Enterprise Foundation, and each had its own unique culture. For example, Seidukan Academy's symbol was the red lotus, representing an unyielding spirit. The academy promoted freedom and independence, resulting in lenient regulations. Because of this, many Striga and Dante students chose Seidukan, as they wouldn't have to worry about being treated as experimental subjects. As for Queenvale Academy, its symbol was the nameless goddess, and its school culture emphasized brightness and elegance. However, in order to enroll, students needed not just compatibility and academic achievements, but also beauty. That's right. Queenvale Academy didn't accept ugly people. Why? Because its backing corporation practically controlled the global entertainment industry. Unlike the other academies, which focused on training Festa competitors, Queenvale Academy prioritized producing idols. Their strategy completely disregarded Festa rankings. Instead, their students were encouraged to pursue careers in entertainment. Because of this, Queenvale Academy was the only all-girls school in Asterisk. It was the smallest of the 6 academies. Its Festa rankings were often at the bottom. Its students took pride in their top-tier, idol-level looks. And they weren't wrong. Many of them were world-famous idols, including some of the biggest names in the industry. For most girls, it was a place full of dreams and aspirations. And for most guys, it was basically paradise. Of course, neither Julius nor Kirin were the type to idolize that kind of place. But even they couldn't completely ignore its allure. Naturally. You wouldn't get it, Kaiser said, patting Ayato on the shoulder. Huh. Ayato blinked in confusion. Expecting a dense harem protagonist to understand such things was asking too much. Knowing this, Kaiser had no intention of explaining. He simply sighed and patted Ayato's shoulder again, leaving him even more bewildered. Eventually, the group turned a corner and entered a narrow alleyway, stopping in front of a small restaurant. This is the place. After checking the location and photos, Julius confidently pushed the door open and led the group inside. The restaurant was cozy and well-lit, with a limited number of seats, about 20 at most, including the counter. Yet, most of the seats were already occupied. And almost every customer inside was a girl. A beautiful girl. From their school badges, it was obvious. They were all from Queenvale Academy for Girls. Are we really eating here? Ayato looked around at the room full of stunning women and immediately felt out of place. Meanwhile, Kaiser was completely unbothered, his attention drawn to the soft background music playing in the restaurant. Pretty good music. As Kaiser listened, Julius and Kirin had already started ordering food. What about this one? It looks delicious, but isn't it a bit pricey? It's actually very reasonable. Don't worry about the cost, just order whatever you like. Tea then. I'll go with this. Watching the two excitedly discuss the menu, Kaiser turned to Ayato. Aren't you going to order? I don't really mind. I can eat anything, Ayato replied lazily, his usual relaxed smile on his face. But then, he started staring at Kaiser. Intensely. What? Kaiser felt a chill down his spine. Why was this guy staring at him instead of appreciating the view? And just earlier, he had casually said, I can eat anything. You have issues. Chapter 29, Another Magic Sword. You've been staring at me for a while now, Ayato. Unable to ignore Ayato Amagiri's blatant gaze any longer, Kaiser turned toward him and asked directly. Do you have something to say? Yeah, a little, Ayato admitted, hesitating for a moment before making up his mind. I heard that you have an Orga Lux, one called Ser-Veresta. Is that true? The moment Ayato asked this, Kaiser immediately understood what he wanted. Oh. Kaiser raised an eyebrow and smirked. You interested in Ser-Veresta? Something like that. Ayato's response was vague, but his expression grew noticeably serious. If possible, could I take a look at it? Instead of answering, Kaiser simply reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and pulled out a jet black activator. This single action not only captured Ayato's full attention but also drew the interest of the two girls sitting across from them. So this is Ser-Veresta. Ayato stared intently at the black hilt, his gaze locked onto it as if mesmerized. His hand instinctively reached out, as if he wanted to touch it. But whir. The activators trembled violently, and the red emanadite embedded within Ser-Veresta pulsed with a brilliant crimson light. At the same time, an intense heat wave radiated outward, surging toward Ayato's hand. Hot. Ayato recoiled as if burned, pulling his hand back instantly. A faint wince of pain crossed his face. Hey Ayato-senpai. Hey. Are you okay? Both Kirin Tudu and Julius gasped in shock, their voices overlapping as they spoke. Even Kaiser was taken aback. He had not expected this kind of reaction. Sorry. Recovering quickly, Kaiser immediately retracted Ser-Veresta's activator back into his jacket. I didn't think that would happen. And he meant it. It's fine, it's fine. Despite the minor injury, Ayato waved off their concerns with a carefree smile. I guess I'm just not welcome, huh? Ahaha. You. Julius sighed, clearly exasperated. Do you ever stop being so oblivious? Then, in a scolding tone, she continued. This is basic knowledge. Orga Lux are highly temperamental and generally won't allow anyone but their recognized wielder to touch them. Isn't that obvious? Is it? Ayato tilted his head, looking genuinely clueless. Scratching his cheek, he added. I actually didn't know that. It's true, Kaiser confirmed, though he also pointed something out. But normally, when an Orga Lux is in its inactive state, it doesn't react that strongly, even if it's an unpredictable one. Then why did yours react so aggressively? Kirin asked hesitantly, looking slightly concerned. Ah, well. For the first time, Kaiser felt a bit awkward. Scratching his head, he replied. Probably because Ser-Veresta is too possessive and doesn't want anyone else touching it. Though he hadn't directly communicated with Ser-Veresta, as its wielder, he could vaguely sense its thoughts. And just now, when it had rejected Ayato, he had felt something similar to annoyance. A clear, almost childish sense of displeasure. Ser-Veresta had already fully acknowledged him as its one and only master. It didn't want anyone else laying a hand on it. That was most likely why it had reacted so strongly. Huh. Guess your Orga Lux really likes you, Julius mused. She wasn't sure if she was teasing him or testing him. No wonder you can use Ser-Veresta's abilities in such an unbelievable way. By the way, Kaiser-senpai. Kirin, still curious, hesitantly asked. What's your compatibility rate with Ser-Veresta? But the moment the words left her mouth, she realized her mistake and quickly panicked. I am sorry. That's a personal question. Please don't feel like you have to answer. While Orga Lux borrowing records were public, compatibility rates were not. Some people chose to keep them hidden to prevent opponents from gathering intel. So when Kirin realized her blunder, she immediately apologized. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Kaiser shook his head, completely unbothered. My compatibility rate with Ser-Veresta. The final recorded value was 100%. Well. Technically, the last recorded value was 100%. After that, the system failed to register a number, and the screen glitched into unreadable data. But Kaiser wasn't about to say that out loud. Some things were better left unsaid. Still, even just 100% was enough to shock the others. Complete compatibility. Julius murmured under her breath, her gaze toward Kaiser growing more serious. That's incredible. Unlike Julius, Kirin simply expressed pure admiration. Only Ayato seemed unfazed. Not because he wasn't impressed, but because he still didn't fully understand the significance of an Orga Lux compatibility rate. Instead, his face showed disappointment. The truth was, Ayato had transferred to Seidukan Academy for a very specific reason. To search for his missing sister. 5 years ago, his sister had come to Asterisk and studied at Seidukan Academy. Then, one day, She had mysteriously disappeared. Her records were erased. No matter how he searched, there was no trace of her existence. As if she had never been here at all. His interest in Ser-Veresta wasn't random. Because Ser-Veresta's previous wielder had been his sister. Of course. All official records of this had been wiped clean. The world only knew of an older wielder from over a decade ago. They didn't know that a Seidokan student had wielded it 5 years ago. In the original story, Ayato had used his special scholarship rights to apply for Ser-Veresta. He had passed the compatibility test, obtaining a 97% rate, an incredibly high score. But despite this, due to his poor control over prana, he was never able to properly wield it. Kaiser, seeing Ayato's disappointed look, considered something for a moment. Then he spoke. "You're a special scholarship student," he reminded. "That means you have a free pass to choose an Orga Lux. If you're interested, why not check out the Equipment Bureau?" Even though Ser-Veresta was already bound to him, there were still other Orga Lux available. And Ayato, if guided correctly, could benefit greatly from obtaining one. As Kaiser thought this, Ayato suddenly smiled. "Actually, I already have plans to visit the Equipment Bureau after the weekend." Then, with a casual, almost offhand tone, he added, "The student council president told me that a new Orga Lux, one related to Ser-Veresta, will be transferred to Seidokan Academy soon." "A second magic sword, huh?" Ayato smirked. "I'll be testing for compatibility with that one." Chapter 30, Where Have I Seen Her Before? Another magic sword? The moment Ayato spoke those words, the entire group froze. Especially Kaiser, his face showing clear surprise. "Are you talking about another one of the four-colored magic swords?" Kirin asked with a puzzled expression. The four-colored magic swords were a set of 4 special Orga Lux. Ser-Veresta was just one of them. Alongside it, there were 3 others, each also bearing the title of a magic sword. So if Ayato was talking about another magic sword, then he was most likely referring to one of the remaining 3. Why would they suddenly transfer another 4-colored magic sword to Seidokan Academy? Even Julius was confused. "I'm not really sure," Ayato admitted. "The student council president only told me that it had something to do with Ser-Veresta." Hearing this, Kaiser's mind clicked into motion. Could it be because his compatibility rate with Ser-Veresta had surpassed the limit? A compatibility rate exceeding 100% was unprecedented. Without a doubt, this anomaly must have caught the attention of not only the academies but also the Integrated Enterprise Foundation itself. In such a scenario, it would be entirely reasonable for researchers to investigate whether this phenomenon was unique to Ser-Veresta or if it could occur in other Orga Lux as well. And if they were to research a weapon, it would make perfect sense to start with the other 4-colored magic swords. The 4-colored magic swords were not just similar in name. They had all been created in the same laboratory, sharing a common origin far deeper than most outsiders could imagine. If Ser-Veresta had broken its compatibility limit, then it was entirely possible that the others could too. Thus, Seidokan Academy likely arranged for another 4-colored magic sword to be transferred in. And, naturally, to test whether its compatibility rate could also surpass the limit, they needed someone to wield it. That was where Ayato came in. Even if Ayato couldn't break compatibility limits like Kaiser, as long as his rate was high enough, it would allow Seidokan to collect valuable data. By comparing his performance with Kaiser's, they could analyze the potential of the 4-colored magic swords in greater depth. Unbelievable. Kaiser exhaled sharply, looking at Ayato with an amused expression. He lost Ser-Veresta, and immediately, another high-tier Orga Lux is being sent straight to him. The harem protagonist buff was insane. Meanwhile, Julius, who had no idea about all these underlying connections, simply stared at Ayato before scoffing. "If you really become the wielder of another 4-colored magic sword." Her arms crossed as she humphed. "Then I'd like to fight you again." Something about Ayato bothered her. During their duel, he had been clumsy and unimpressive. His fighting style had seemed off, as if something was missing. And yet, she couldn't shake the suspicion that he was hiding something. After all, he was a special scholarship student. That alone meant that he wasn't ordinary. The 6 academies constantly scouted top talents from all over the world, offering them special scholarship student status. Those selected were given numerous privileges. Full tuition exemption. Living expense stipends. Priority access to equipment. The right to borrow an Orga Lux. To be granted this status, one had to be exceptional. And if Ayato, a special scholarship student, got his hands on a 4-colored magic sword, then, without a doubt, he would become a dark horse in the academy rankings. As this thought crossed Julia's mind, she cast a side glance at Kaiser. Another dark horse who had recently risen to prominence. At the same time, Kirin also looked at Ayato, her gaze turning serious. "Ayato-senpai really does seem deeper than he appears," Kirin murmured softly. Kaiser, meanwhile, couldn't help but smirk. Oh. Feeling pressured. Ahaha. Now fully in the spotlight, Ayato could only offer a sheepish laugh. Well, shall we order? In an attempt to change the subject, Ayato quickly stood up, looking for a waiter. However, at that exact moment, someone was already walking past him. A customer had just finished their meal and was heading out, coincidentally crossing paths with Ayato. Watch out. Both Julius and Kirin noticed at the same time, calling out a warning. But before their voices even reached Ayato. Oh my. The customer dodged effortlessly. Not just with precision, but with an unexpected grace that seemed almost unnatural. The movement was so smooth, so elegant, that it left Ayato, Julius, and Kirin completely stunned. So much so that none of them reacted when the person's beret slipped off in the process. Kaiser, on the other hand, reacted instinctively. His hand shot out, catching the beret midair before it could hit the ground. Ah. I'm sorry. Finally snapping out of it, Ayato quickly bowed in apology. I didn't notice you behind me. That was my fault. Hearing this, the customer let out a soft laugh. It was a laugh as graceful as the movement had been. Light, melodious, and strangely captivating. Be more careful next time, all right? She smiled. You've got pretty good reflexes, you know. If you don't watch where you're going, you might end up hurting someone by accident. I will. Ayato nodded, his voice earnest. Thank you for the warning. It's nothing. The girl waved her hand casually. Even this small gesture carried a sense of refined elegance. Here. Standing up, Kaiser handed the beret back to her. Only then did he finally get a good look at her. She was a young girl, around their age. She had long, chestnut brown hair and wore a casual outfit, jeans and a loose-fitting blouse. Her appearance was simple, yet her posture, her movement, and the way she carried herself gave off a uniquely graceful charm. She looked light, effortless, almost like an untethered spirit. However, because her bangs were long, partially covering her face, Kaiser couldn't see her features clearly. But judging by her smooth skin, her delicate jawline, and the hints of her facial structure, she was undoubtedly beautiful. Perhaps even rivaling Claudia. Thank you. The girl stepped closer, reaching out to take back her beret. At that moment, a strange feeling stirred within Kaiser. Have we met before? The words left his mouth before he could even think about them. The girl paused. Then she let out another gentle laugh. Perhaps. She neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead, she lightly patted Kaiser's shoulder and whispered something intriguing. If we get the chance, she said softly. Let's talk more about your Ser-Veresta, shall we? Kaiser of Seidukan Academy. Before Kaiser could even react, the girl turned and walked away, her steps as light as a drifting feather, leaving behind a lingering mystery. Who was that? Kaiser frowned, staring after her. The feeling in his chest, the sense of familiarity, didn't fade. Instead, it only grew stronger. Inside the restaurant, the background music continued playing. A soft, soothing melody. One that sounded strangely similar to the girl's voice. Chapter 7, Chapter 31 to 35. Chapter 31, You Can Be More Confident. Half an hour later, the meal that Julius had invited them to was over. Throughout the meal, the princess had been chatting with Kirin the entire time, completely different from the notoriously difficult to get along with Glohen Rose that the rumors described. Seeing this, Amajiri Ayato was left utterly bewildered, having personally witnessed the fiercer side of Julius before. Kaiser, on the other hand, was almost certain now, Julius had set up this meal specifically for Kirin. One had to admit, the way girls bond and the speed at which they do so had always been perplexing. Even someone like Julius, who was said to be difficult to approach, could make Kirin gradually let go of her nervousness after chatting for a while. By the time the meal was nearly finished, Kirin was already laughing and conversing freely with Julius. Their relationship had progressed so quickly that they had even reached the point of feeding each other, leaving Kaiser momentarily stunned. That being said, Julius's guidance had indeed helped Kirin lighten up significantly. It's about time. As they stepped out of the restaurant, Julius glanced at the sky and turned to the group. I still have to take this guy for a walk. Do you two want to come along? She pointed at Ayato and directed the question at Kaiser and Kirin. It seemed the princess still remembered her agreement with Ayato. Kaiser, however, declined without a second thought. I'll pass. You two go ahead. Why would he go? To be a third wheel? Kaiser had no interest in that and was perceptive enough not to impose. I won't go either, Kirin said softly. I still have schoolwork to do. That was, of course, an excuse. The little girl hadn't thought too deeply about it, she simply felt that she had been out for too long, and if she didn't return soon, her uncle would scold her again. Neither of you. Julius muttered in mild discontent. It wasn't like she usually had the chance to hang out with friends like this. Though she didn't want to relax or indulge too much, the opportunity was rare, and she wanted to spend a little more time outside with them. Of course, she quickly suppressed this thought. Julius was not someone who would act unreasonably. If not for Kieran, she wouldn't have gone so far out of her way today in the first place. Well then, we'll be off. You two take care. Julius gave a brief reminder before turning to Kaiser. As a senior, you'd better take responsibility and make sure Kieran gets back to Seidukan Academy safe and sound. Understood. Kaiser rolled his eyes. Tudu is ranked first in our academy, you know. In other words, even if he weren't around, it would be pretty hard for anything to happen to her. That's beside the point, Julius retorted, as serious as ever. Responsibility is responsibility. Yeah. Kaiser spread his hands in resignation. I'll take her back. Before long, the two left, with Julius complaining the entire way and Ayato just standing there with a wry smile, enduring it. Watching them go, Kaiser finally turned to Kieran. Shall we head back? Why yes. Kieran answered nervously, as if with Julius gone, her timid nature had resurfaced. Relax a little. Kaiser sighed. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Sorry. Kieran tried to ease up, but no matter how much she attempted, she simply couldn't. Forget it. Kaiser didn't press the issue. He started walking ahead and said, let's just go back. Yes. Kieran quickly followed, occasionally sneaking glances at Kaiser's face, her expression slightly downcast. Are you mad at me, senpai? She hesitantly asked. No. Kaiser wasn't that petty. Seeing Kieran looking so dejected, he couldn't help but say, you overthink things too much. Everyone has a different personality. He coughed. You're still young. Being a bit shy is perfectly normal. There's no need to feel bad about it. There were plenty of people who adored this type of shy, soft-spoken girl. He didn't want to accidentally make her lose confidence, that'd be a real shame. Unfortunately, Kieran didn't see it that way. I know I'm useless. My uncle tells me that all the time, she said self-deprecatingly. Senpai doesn't have to comfort me. You think I'm just comforting you? Kaiser stopped in his tracks and looked at her. I think you're underestimating yourself. Leaving aside the fact that you're ranked first in our academy, just consider yourself alone. At your age, how many people in the world can achieve what you have? Kaiser often found Kieran's physique suspiciously unscientific for her age, but there was no denying that she was only 13. 13 years old. A first year in middle school. In his past life, she'd be a kid who had just graduated from elementary school. Even the Festas had an entry age requirement of 13 to 22, meaning Kieran had only just reached the minimum age to compete. She still had a full 10 years ahead of her to shine on this stage. Yet, at this age, she had already reached the pinnacle of Seidukan Academy. Ranked first. That was an incredible feat in this dueling metropolis. Many students spent their entire academic careers, even a full 10 years, without ever making it to the top. But Kieran. She started there. That was why, when she appeared in her official ranking match, the entire academy had paid attention. She might not be the strongest in all 6 academies, but she was undoubtedly one of the most promising. If given 10 years to grow, who knew what heights she could reach? It was unfathomable. Most astonishing of all was that Kieran had achieved this entirely through her own efforts. She wasn't a Striga, nor did she wield an Orga Lux. Even her physical abilities and prana weren't the most outstanding, not compared to Ayato after unlocking his full power, at least. Yet, with nothing but sheer swordsmanship, she had conquered Seidukan Academy. In the original story, Kieran had even defeated Ayato, handing him his first loss since arriving at the academy. That was after Ayato had unsealed his power and obtained Ser-Veresta. At that point, he was undeniably one of the strongest in Seidukan Academy, so much so that Julius herself admitted she wouldn't stand a chance against him, not even once in 10 duels. Even Kaiser, as he was now, wouldn't stand a chance against Ayato at full strength without Ser-Veresta. And yet, Kieran had taken him down in 5 minutes. What if she had an Orga Lux, a weapon like Ser-Veresta that suited her? What kind of monster would she become? That kind of potential was why so many people had their eyes on her. If that wasn't enough to make her confident, what would be? Did she need to ascend to godhood? You should be more confident, Kaiser told her, meeting her gaze. You're incredibly talented, there's no doubt about that. Kieran lifted her head to look at him. And this time, she didn't avert her gaze out of nervousness or embarrassment. Staring at the boy in front of her, the one who had always faced her directly, Kieran remained silent for a moment. Then, summoning her courage, she asked. Senpai, why did you challenge me specifically? She had finally asked the question. Chapter 32, I will bring you down from the throne. Why did he challenge Kirin specifically? That question was almost unnecessary. You're ranked first, Kaiser replied matter-of-factly, smiling. Who wouldn't want to challenge the number one and take their place? It wasn't just about reputation and status, it was about tangible benefits. In the short term, high-ranked students enjoyed privileges at the academy. The Page 1 members had especially outrageous perks, and the benefits of being ranked first were even more extreme. Just the special stipend awarded each month was enough to live comfortably without worries. Who wouldn't be tempted? In the long run, students with top rankings also gained advantages in world-class competitions like the Festas, enjoying certain favorable conditions and increased exposure. The potential benefits were beyond what ordinary people could imagine, especially for a school's number one. So, it was only natural for anyone to want to challenge the top. Excuses for doing so were easy to find. As the one actually sitting at the top, Kirin obviously understood this better than anyone. And yet, Senpai doesn't care about those things, does he? Kirin spoke with unusual seriousness. Oh. Kaiser raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What makes you think that? Because you're not that kind of person. Her tone was filled with rare certainty. You're quite confident about that, Kaiser said, half-jokingly. His teasing made Kirin a little embarrassed. It's because of what you said before. She mumbled. What did I say? Kaiser pressed. Kirin hesitated for a moment before whispering almost inaudibly. Senpai said that if you won against me, my expression wouldn't be so heavy anymore. Clearly, she had remembered those words all this time. In truth, what Kirin really wanted to ask wasn't why Kaiser challenged her, but why he said that. It had created an illusion. An illusion that he had challenged her for her sake. Kaiser didn't deny it. He simply smiled faintly and continued walking. Kirin quickly followed, walking beside him while constantly sneaking glances at his expression. The little girl had patience, or perhaps she had already used up all her courage and didn't dare ask again. Kaiser, meanwhile, kept walking forward, eyes fixed ahead. I know a little about your situation. He spoke as if to himself. The moment those words left his mouth, Kirin stiffened. Kaiser, as if not noticing, continued. Your uncle, Koichiro, works for Galaxy, the corporate conglomerate backing Seidoken Academy. He's the head of the 7th Guidance and Investigation Bureau in the Integrated Performing Arts Division, responsible for overseeing human resources in the Far East region. The Guidance and Investigation Bureau is the unit that effectively manages Seidoken's scouting personnel and is closely linked to Festa performances. Because of that, his authority is quite significant. But he's not satisfied with that. He wants to climb even higher. So, he's trying to use you to get there. Ignoring Kirin's increasingly shaken expression, Kaiser continued speaking. The Integrated Performing Arts Division is highly valued by Galaxy's highest executive board. If someone in its upper ranks could personally cultivate a Festa champion of historic proportions, it could secure them a position in the company's headquarters. To achieve that, he used you. He arranged your duels from the moment you enrolled, ensuring you became one of the Page 1 members. Then, during your first official ranking match, he had you challenge the former number one, so that by defeating them, you would immediately ascend to the top. Since then, nearly all your matches and schedules have been controlled by him. To keep you in first place, he constantly strategized for you, providing opponent intel and countermeasures, all so that you could become an unprecedented number one and elevate his own standing. In other words, sitting in the number one spot was never your choice. Kaiser finally turned his gaze toward Kirin. Am I wrong? Kirin fell silent. So, Senpai already knows that much about me. Her voice was low, her expression dim. Not exactly. Kaiser shrugged. I still don't understand why you go along with it. That was a lie. Kaiser understood better than anyone why Kirin obeyed the demands of a strict, even cruel uncle who berated and controlled her. Because she wanted to save her father. My father was imprisoned for a crime when I was 8. Her lips trembled as she spoke, and Kaiser, momentarily surprised, listened as she shared her secret with unexpected ease. That day, he took me to a shop, and we ran into a robber. I wasn't careful and got caught as a hostage. To save me, my father. Kirin's voice grew quieter and quieter. The words "killed him" were barely audible, swallowed by the surrounding noise. I want to save my father. But this sentence, she spoke with remarkable clarity and determination. That's why I came here, to this city. This was the place closest to her wish. My uncle is influential. He managed to suppress my father's case all on his own. If his status rises and he gains more authority, then he can help free my father from prison. This wasn't wishful thinking. Kaiser knew all too well that in this world, bending laws and rewriting realities for personal gain was far from uncommon. Especially here. Inversia had long since shattered the old world order. In its place stood the Integrated Enterprise Foundation, a new economic system that had become the true rulers of society. This system was what allowed the world to recover so rapidly. But at the same time, to fuel that economic growth, these conglomerates would stop at nothing. The festas themselves existed to stimulate the economy, a massive, lucrative spectacle orchestrated by the corporate powers. To make it work, they built this city, drawing Stella from all over the world to fight on this stage. And to attract Stella, they made a promise. Anyone who wins a festa can make a wish. A wish that all 6 conglomerates would work together to fulfill. That was why competition among the 6 academies was so fierce, so ruthless that ambushes, betrayals, and even assassinations were not uncommon. If Koichiro managed to become an executive in Galaxy, securing a prisoner's release would be effortless. That was why Kirin obeyed him. And yet, for someone who can help him climb the ranks, he sure treats you terribly. Kaiser's voice was calm. I heard he beats and scolds you all the time. That whole incident with the princess, when you helped her, he must have given you hell for it, didn't he? Otherwise, Kirin wouldn't have been in such a bad state for those few days. It couldn't be helped. Kirin lowered her head. She had disobeyed. She had aided a competitor. It couldn't be helped, huh? Kaiser's expression remained indifferent. Then, he spoke. In that case, my decision to challenge you was the right one. Kirin's eyes widened. Senpai. She stared at Kaiser in bewilderment. And he smiled. Wait and see. Kaiser's voice was quiet but firm. I will bring you down from the throne. And shatter his ridiculous delusions. Chapter 33, Things Will Be Different. Seidukan Academy, Girls' Dormitory. Kirin stepped into an unusually spacious room. I'm back. Though the room was empty, she spoke the words out of habit, perhaps as a way to dispel the lingering loneliness in her heart. At just 13 years old, Kirin still hadn't grown out of her old mannerisms. Even though she possessed the determination to save her father, everything she had to endure weighed heavily on her. Her uncle's oppressive expectations. The isolation of having no real companions. The constant challenges that came with being ranked first. All of it placed an immense burden on her young heart, making the solitude of her dorm room feel even more unbearable. Yet today, something felt different. Kaiser Senpai. Lying on her bed, Kirin found her mind swirling with his words. She didn't even remember what she had done or said after that conversation. She had simply followed behind him in a daze, all the way back to Seidukan Academy. Only when he saw her off at the dormitory entrance did they finally part ways. What exactly did Senpai mean? Kirin had asked herself that question countless times. At first glance, Kaiser's final words didn't sound particularly kind. After all, he said he would bring her down from her throne and shatter her uncle's ambitions. That was not something she should be happy about. If her uncle had heard those words, he would have flown into a rage. And yet, for some reason, Kirin couldn't bring herself to feel upset. Instead, she felt a faint, inexplicable sense of anticipation. As if, after being trapped in a swamp for so long, someone had finally reached out a hand toward her. What was he planning to do? What was he thinking? Why did he say something like that? One question after another filled Kirin's mind, making it impossible to think of anything else. Until... beep. A holographic window suddenly appeared in front of her. Kirin pursed her lips, hesitating to accept the call. She already knew who it was. More than that, she simply didn't want to hear that voice right now. She didn't want her thoughts to be disrupted. But she also knew she still wasn't strong enough to disobey her uncle's will. Suppressing her emotions, Kirin reached out and accepted the call. Meanwhile, having just escorted Kirin back to the dorms, Kaiser had yet to return to his own residence. Instead, he had opened the official ranking battle system. Challenge request, rank number 1. He quickly located Kirin's name and selected it without hesitation. Though there were still more than 2 weeks before the next ranking battle, now that he had made his decision, there was no need for any further hesitation. With that done, Kaiser closed the holographic screen and headed toward the underground storage facility. However, before he could reach his destination, a call came in. President. Seeing the familiar face on the screen, Kaiser was a bit surprised. Good afternoon, Kaiser-kun. On the other end of the call, Claudia Enfield sat in what appeared to be the student council office, a massive glass wall visible behind her. As always, she wore a mature and composed smile. I heard Julius invited you all out today. Did you have fun? She chuckled softly as she asked the question. It was fine. Just a simple meal. Kaiser answered truthfully, then added with a playful smirk, too bad you weren't there, President. Unfortunately, with the Festa season approaching, my workload has only increased, Claudia sighed, feigning regret. If I had the chance, I would have liked to go, though I'm not sure how Julius would feel about that. That sounds rough. Kaiser offered a token of sympathy before getting to the point. But I doubt you called just to ask about that, right? Why not? Claudia tilted her head slightly. You all got to enjoy a pleasant outing while I was stuck working. Am I not allowed to ask how it went? Her words were spoken in the same teasing tone as always. Yet, for some reason, Kaiser felt that her smile seemed somewhat forced, and maybe even a little resentful. No way. If the president is interested, I could invite you next time. Kaiser tested the waters with a casual suggestion. To his surprise, Claudia blinked, momentarily taken aback. Then, her smile grew more genuine. Are you inviting me, Kaiser-kun? She asked, her tone laced with amusement. Just me? Or would you invite others as well? Kaiser let out a dry laugh, unsure how to respond. Something felt off. Had her attitude toward him changed? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Sensing his unease, Claudia reined in her playful demeanor and adopted a more serious expression. Kaiser-kun, are you really planning to challenge Kirin in the next ranking battle? So, she had already found out. But Kaiser wasn't surprised. As Seidoken's student council president, it was only natural for Claudia to be immediately informed of any major challenges. And soon enough, word would spread. Before long, the entire academy would know that Kaiser had issued a direct challenge to Kirin. It was bound to cause a huge stir. Kaiser had already anticipated that. I am, he answered without hesitation. President, do you think I'm being reckless? After all, just a short while ago, he had been an unknown student ranked outside the listings. Even though his victory over the former number 13 had proven he was at least page 1 material, challenging the number 1 so soon after his rise would make many people think he was getting ahead of himself. Given those circumstances, it was only natural for Claudia to be concerned. Tuda-san is very strong, Claudia stated outright. Even though she's only a first year in the middle division, her skills are unquestionably at the top of the academy. Even with Ser-Veresta, the level of power you displayed in your last ranking battle wouldn't be enough to defeat her. Even knowing that, do you still plan to go through with the challenge? Her voice was calm but firm, showing her genuine concern. But Kaiser's expression didn't change. He had watched Kirin's battles before. Even if he hadn't seen them live, it was enough to grasp her strength. So he knew, Claudia wasn't exaggerating. With the abilities he had demonstrated in his previous battle, he might be able to handle some page 1 members. Even against Julius, who was ranked 5th, he would be confident in his chances. But against Kirin, things were different. Even the original protagonist had lost to her once, even after unsealing his power and obtaining Ser-Veresta. Even with Ser-Veresta in hand, Kaiser wasn't sure if he could win. At least, not as he was now. But that was before, he said calmly. By the time the next ranking battle arrives, things will be different. Claudia studied him for a moment. Then, she smiled. In that case, I'll be looking forward to seeing how much you've grown. Kaiser simply nodded, then continued toward the underground storage facility. Time passed quickly. Before long, the day of the official ranking battle had arrived. The comprehensive arena was once again bustling with activity. Word of Kaiser's challenge had spread far and wide, fueling excitement for this round of battles. Chapter 34, Rank 1, Here I Come. Comprehensive arena, main stage. By now, the audience had mostly taken their seats. This is the third official ranking battle of the year, right? Yeah, it's been 3 months since the semester started. Next month, the real highlight won't be our academy's ranking matches, it'll be the Festa. So this season's Festa is finally starting. The Phoenix Festa is up first. I wonder who from our academy signed up. I heard the Gluhen Rose, rank number 5, registered for the Phoenix Festa. What? That princess actually signed up. Who's her partner? Not sure. Apparently, some no-name ranked outside the listings. Let's focus on the ranking battles first. There's a huge match today. Yeah, can you believe Blazing Star Swordsman actually challenged Keen Edge Tempest? That guy's got guts. Rank number 10, Mistwitch, lost easily to Keen Edge Tempest last time. Does a rank number 13, who's not even part of page 1, really stand a chance against rank number 1? But people say Blazing Star Swordsman has the strength of a page 1 member. Let's wait and see. Hope he doesn't get crushed too badly. The audience buzzed with chatter, and the center of attention was undoubtedly the upcoming duel between Kaiser and Kirin. Just like the previous ranking battle, only 2 matches featured page 1 members. But unlike before, both were challenges issued by lower-ranked contenders. One match was between rank number 15 and rank number 12. The other, Kaiser challenging rank number 1. There was no comparison. A rank number 15 challenging rank number 12 was standard. But a rank number 13, who had only recently entered the rankings, challenging the strongest in Seidoken Academy. It was the undisputed main event. Naturally, their match was scheduled as the final battle of the day, only after all the other fights had concluded. VIP spectator box. Seriously, those two could have given us some warning. Seated in the exclusive VIP section, Julius sat with arms crossed, looking visibly irritated. Yeah. Ayato, sitting beside her, smiled wryly. I still can't believe he actually challenged Tuda-san. Just a short while ago, the four of them had gone out together for a peaceful meal. The atmosphere had been lighthearted and pleasant. For Kaiser to suddenly challenge Kirin, it was shocking, to say the least. There's probably more to this than we know, Claudia remarked from Julius's other side, smiling. But regardless, their duel is happening. All we can do is watch. Then, as if casually shifting the topic, she added. Speaking of surprises, I heard the two of you decided to partner up for the Phoenix Festa. Now that was unexpected. At this, Ayato gave a sheepish chuckle. Julius, on the other hand, looked distinctly uncomfortable. A lot happened on our end too. Before we knew it, it just turned out this way. Over the past 2 weeks, Julius had been continuously targeted by the same person who had ambushed her before. The attacks had escalated, causing her real trouble. Ayato had somehow gotten involved in the conflict and, after a series of events, helped Julius drive off her pursuer. Through this ordeal, the two had resolved their previous conflicts and even opened up to each other. Thus, they had decided to team up for the upcoming Phoenix Festa. That's great news. Claudia, as the student council president, was well aware of the incidents Julius had been dealing with. She smiled knowingly. I was a little worried you wouldn't find a partner. Your social skills aren't exactly the best, you know. Mind your own business. Julius huffed, turning away. Besides, shouldn't we be focusing on today's match? True. Ayato scratched his head. I honestly don't know who to root for. This is complicated. Haha. Claudia, ever unbothered, maintained her usual smile. Like I said, all we can do is watch. Let's just see how it all unfolds. Hearing this, Julius and Ayato exchanged glances, momentarily setting aside their conflicting thoughts. Who do you think will win? Julius asked. I'm not sure. Claudia shook her head. Logically, Tuda-san has the higher chance of victory. Yeah. Ayato nodded. I've seen her fights. Honestly, her swordsmanship is unbelievable, it's overwhelmingly strong. Ayato himself was a swordsman. And his strength spoke for itself, he had only lacked the opportunity to fully demonstrate it. Yet, when he watched Kirin's duels, even he had to admit. He was outmatched. At least in terms of pure sword technique, he couldn't compare. Realizing that someone so skilled was only 13 years old had sent a chill down his spine. However, Kaiser doesn't seem like the type to challenge someone without a reason. If he issued this challenge, he must believe he has a real shot at winning. That was Ayato's take on the situation. That guy is definitely unpredictable. Julius frowned. But I still can't picture Kirin losing. Claudia didn't comment further. Instead, her hand casually brushed against the sheath at her waist. You'll surprise me, won't you? She murmured to herself, smiling softly. And with that, the official ranking battle was declared open. Waiting area, contestants' lounge. As the battles progressed, one fighter after another was called to the arena. The waiting area gradually emptied. Just like last time, Kaiser remained in a corner, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Other competitors kept sneaking glances at him, some curious, some skeptical. The last time he had been here, he was a nobody. Now, he was one of the most anticipated participants of the day. Not that he cared. Ignoring the eyes on him, Kaiser remained deep in thought. He recalled a scene from a few nights ago, the last time he absorbed manadite. That night, with Ser-Veresta's assistance, he had drained every last bit of manadite stored in the underground vault. Yes. Every last piece. Yet, the results had been underwhelming. Even after absorbing so much, the growth isn't as dramatic anymore. Kaiser pondered. Is it because my current strength is already too high? Does progress slow down at this stage? Or, have normal manadites stopped being effective for me? Whichever it was, one thing was clear. His rapid power surge was coming to an end. But this much is enough. Kaiser opened his eyes, his irises gleaming with resolve. Rank 1, here I come. A surge of immense prana pulsed from his body, distorting the air around him for an instant. The final battle of the night was about to begin. Chapter 35, Kaiser vs. Tuda Kirin. At the same time, in another waiting area, Tuda Kirin sat alone on a long bench. Dressed in her middle division uniform, she carried a real blade at her waist, its sheath resting lightly against her lap. She sat in silence, waiting for her turn, her gaze fixed on the holographic screen before her. Displayed on it was an extraordinarily detailed report, every recorded aspect of her opponent's academic career, combat history, ability growth, and even trivial matters like dietary preferences. It was an intelligence report prepared by her uncle, Tudu Koichiro. Kirin had read it countless times. She had memorized its contents so thoroughly that she could recite them backward. Yet, every time she reviewed it, she couldn't help but feel amazed. Just a little over a month ago, he was so ordinary, but after obtaining Ser-Veresta, Kaiser-senpai became someone completely different. From the information her uncle had gathered, Kaiser's transformation after acquiring Ser-Veresta could only be described as a complete rebirth. His performance in his duel against former rank number 13, Arati had already been surprising. But according to recent intelligence, his strength might far exceed what was shown in that match. Although Kaiser hadn't fought publicly since his last ranking battle, there were rumors, accounts of him training at dawn, running at speeds beyond human limits and practicing swordsmanship so precise it seemed superhuman. Koichiro's intelligence network had collected all these details and delivered them to Kirin. And every time she read through them, she found herself astonished. I think I might actually be looking forward to this. The thought escaped her lips before she could stop it, surprising even herself. She had expected to feel conflicted about this duel, perhaps burdened by its significance. Yet now that the moment had arrived, she felt neither nervous nor weighed down. Instead, she felt excited. She knew exactly what that meant. More than worrying about everything else, do I just want a fair and honorable duel against Kaiser-senpai? After all, she was a swordsman. And a true swordsman could not ignore the call of a worthy opponent. The realization that she still possessed this desire, that she still craved battle against the strong, brought a small smile to her lips. Would the next competitors please enter the stage? A mechanical announcement rang through the waiting area. Her school badge emitted a faint glow. By now, all the other matches had concluded. This was the final battle. All right. Kirin patted her cheeks lightly, then stood up. At her waist, Senbakiri shifted slightly in its sheath, letting out a faint metallic hum, almost as if it, too, was eager for the fight ahead. Comprehensive arena, main stage. Oh! A wave of deafening cheers erupted through the stands as the final match was announced. Excitement crackled in the air like an oncoming storm. The long-awaited showdown was about to begin. From opposite ends of the arena, two figures stepped forward. The crowd's energy surged even higher. It's finally starting. In the VIP section, Ayato and the others sat up straight, eyes locked on the two approaching fighters. Down on the battlefield, the two competitors advanced toward each other. And curiously, both of them were smiling. Within moments, they stopped at the center of the stage, maintaining a measured distance. Gazing at the girl before him, Kaiser narrowed his eyes slightly. You're looking good, Kirin. He chuckled. Yes. Even I'm surprised. Kirin's expression was unusually calm, almost serene. I had so many things I wanted to ask you, so many questions I hoped you'd answer, but now that I'm here, none of that seems to matter anymore. Kaiser met her gaze. That just proves what a true swordsman you are. He smirked. You always say you're useless. But when you stand here, everything about you, your stance, your presence, tells a different story. Kirin was silent for a moment. Then, her expression grew serious. Perhaps swordsmanship is the only thing I'm good at. Besides wielding a blade, I'm no good at anything else. She exhaled softly. That's why, in this duel, I will find my answer. Through my sword, I will uncover your true intentions, senpai. No need to go through all that effort. Kaiser shook his head. When this battle is over, I'll tell you exactly what I intend to do. All right. Kirin nodded firmly. Then, senpai, please guide me. With those words, she drew her sword. The blade slid free from its sheath with a crisp, ringing note. Blade length, 2 shaku, 3 sun, 4 bu crafted by Inoue Shinkai. Name, Senbakiri. Holding the sword in both hands, she settled into a middle guard stance, her blades tip perfectly aligned toward Kaiser. Please guide me. In that instant, Kirin's entire presence shifted. The soft-spoken, timid girl vanished. In her place stood Keen-Edge Tempest, the cold, razor-sharp swordswoman who reigned supreme at Seidokan Academy. This was the true Tudu Kirin. Zing! A brilliant crimson glow flared from the pitch-black activator in Kaiser's hand. The embedded emanadite pulsed ominously. A surge of mana gathered, raw heat spilling into the air, condensing into a pure white energy blade. Vroom! Kaiser twirled the sword effortlessly, its movement smooth and fluid, almost natural. One of the 4-colored magic swords, Orga Lux, Ser-Veresta. He lifted the blazing sword and pointed it directly at Kirin. Let's begin. The moment his words fell, the entire arena exploded into deafening cheers. VIP spectator box. In the stands, Ayato's hand instinctively went to his waist. Something was vibrating. This is. Ayato's eyes widened in shock. Oh my. Claudia smiled, glancing at him. It seems the bond between magic swords runs deeper than we expected. She chuckled softly. Feeling the presence of Ser-Veresta, your sword must be getting excited too. Hearing this, Ayato calmed down, his fingers brushing over the hilt of his sealed weapon. He turned his full attention back to the stage. Here it comes. Julius murmured. As if on cue, the school badges of both fighters flared red. Seidukan Academy, official ranking battle, final match. Kaiser versus Kirin. Duel, begin. A mechanical voice declared the start of the fight. Above the stage, holographic displays lit up with their names. The panels rotated outward, illuminating the arena. Ding. The moment the start signal sounded. Zing. A dazzling burst of energy surrounded Kirin. Her prana surged. I'm coming, senpai. She called out. And in the blink of an eye, she moved. Like a storm. Like a flash of lightning. Like pure speed itself. Chapter 8, Chapter 36-40. Chapter 36, Renzuru. Swish. As the chilling blade sliced through the air, its edge flashing with a sharp glint, a gust of wind accompanied its rapid descent toward Kaiser. It was an incredibly swift strike, unleashed the very instant Kirin to close the distance. The sheer speed was almost inconceivable. Coming straight at me from the start. Kaiser narrowed his eyes slightly. Even as the thought flickered through his mind, his body reacted instinctively. He raised Ser-Veresta, meeting the incoming Senbakiri head-on. However, just as their blades were about to collide, Kirin suddenly withdrew her sword. Ha! Following the momentum of her strike, Kirin twisted her wrist sharply, retracting the blade in an instant. Then, with a rapid pivot, she redirected the sword from another angle, slashing toward Kaiser's flank. Kaiser's body moved instinctively once more, dodging the side slash by a hair's breadth. Yet, even as her previous strike missed, Kirin seamlessly adjusted her footwork, spinning with fluid grace. Her sword traced a perfect arc through the air, maintaining both its speed and force as it swung toward Kaiser once again. Swish. 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 The sound of Senbakiri cutting through the air rang out in rapid succession, silver arcs of light relentlessly pursuing Kaiser with unbroken rhythm. It was a seamless barrage of attacks, each strike flowing into the next with terrifying precision, leaving no room to counter. Kaiser attempted to counterattack, raising Ser-Veresta multiple times to intercept the incoming blows. But every time his blade was about to clash with Senbakiri, Kirin would swiftly withdraw her sword, avoiding direct contact, only to immediately strike again from a different angle, forcing Kaiser into constant evasive maneuvers. At a glance, it appeared as though Kirin were wielding countless swords at once, unleashing an endless flurry of slashes upon him. Impressive. Kaiser evaded an upward diagonal slash aimed at his academy badge with an agile movement. He voiced his admiration even as he retreated rapidly. Don't even think about running. Kirin, now a far cry from her usual meek self, was relentless in her pursuit. She hounded Kaiser aggressively, refusing to let him escape. Each strike was executed with extraordinary fluidity, swift and precise, seamlessly chaining into the next. Slash after slash, each faster, sharper, and more unyielding than the last. Her relentless attacks gave Kaiser the sensation of being ensnared in an ever-tightening web of swordplay, as though he were being swallowed by an endless storm of gleaming silver. It felt as if he had been completely surrounded, trapped in a dance of flashing blades with no avenue of escape. The only outcome would be his exhaustion, leading to his inevitable demise at the edge of Senbakiri's blade. Here. Kirin's petite frame leaped into the air, her body spinning in a blur as Senbakiri's edge whirled like a deadly top, slicing toward Kaiser with fierce momentum. Not that easy. Kaiser had no intention of remaining on the defensive forever. Seeing Kirin's relentless onslaught showing no signs of stopping, he finally unleashed his full strength. Countless star-like motes of light erupted around him as an astonishing surge of prana ignited within his body. From the VIP seating, Julius' eyes widened in shock. What an incredible amount of prana. Beside her, Ayato Amajirai's expression turned solemn. As a Gene Stella, Ayato prided himself on possessing an exceptional reserve of prana, one of the highest in the academy. To his knowledge, he had never encountered anyone who could rival his capacity for prana. Not even his sister, nor any of the page 1 ranked students in Seidukan Academy, could match him in sheer energy. Yet today, he had found someone whose reserves might be comparable to his own. Did he always have this much prana? Even Claudia Enfield, who had always seemed composed, couldn't hide her surprise at the scene unfolding before her. Kaiser focused his immense prana into his arm. Then, in an astonishing move, he lifted his hand, meeting Kieran's blade not with steel, but with his bare arm. Clang. The next instant, the sound of metal striking metal echoed across the battlefield as Kaiser's arm intercepted Senbakiri's blade. What? Kieran's expression changed. Prana was known to enhance a Stella's offensive and defensive capabilities, particularly the latter, where its effects were most pronounced. But to block her attack directly with his body? She had never encountered anyone who could do such a thing. Just how much prana had he used to achieve this? After all, she was also a Gene Stella, and Senbakiri was a legendary sword with a storied history. Its sharpness rivaled even that of most Lux weapons, surpassing ordinary Orga Lux in sheer cutting power. Her strikes were sharp enough to cleave through steel. Yet Kaiser had stopped it barehanded. This isn't the time to be distracted. Kaiser's voice reached Kieran's ears just as a searing slash from Ser-Veresta followed. Kieran quickly flipped backward, twisting through the air to avoid the blazing arc. She somersaulted multiple times before landing, narrowly evading the strike. However, she felt no sense of relief. Renzuru was broken. Her whispered words made Kaiser raise an intrigued brow. So that was Tutoryu's Renzuru just now. Tutoryu was a widely renowned sword school in this world. Founded in the late Edo period, it was a modernized sword style designed specifically for one-on-one dueling, earning the moniker, like folding cranes. Swordsmen trained in this style could chain their strikes together with precision, their attacks forming an unbroken sequence, just like folding a paper crane, each move flowing into the next seamlessly, leaving opponents with no room to escape. The ultimate technique of Tutoryu, Renzuru, embodied this principle at its peak. It consisted of a combination of 49 different attack patterns, forming an infinite chain of relentless slashes, claiming to have neither an end nor a limit. No matter how one defended or evaded, Renzuru ensured that the assault continued without pause, overwhelming the target until they were utterly defeated. Because of Tutoryu's global reach, many in Asterisk had learned its techniques. However, among all practitioners, only one swordsman had ever truly mastered Renzuru. The heiress of Tutoryu herself, Kirin Tudu. Tutoryu has 49 interconnected techniques. When combined into a flawless continuous assault, it forms Renzuru. Kirin's clear voice echoed as she steadied her breathing. By freely linking these techniques together, a swordsman of Tutoryu can attack ceaselessly, using subtle cues such as breathing patterns, spacing, and gaze control to prevent their opponent from counterattacking, completely suppressing them until they are defeated. During her last official ranking battle, the 10th-ranked Miss Deepwitch had fallen to this very technique, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage, unable to counter even once before succumbing to defeat. Renzuru is inescapable. Once caught within its flow, breaking free is impossible, not even the previous rank one could withstand it. Kirin's expression mixed admiration with wonder. But you, senpai, you're the first person I've ever met who could break free from Renzuru, and in such an unexpected way. She looked at Kaiser with pure respect. You really are strong. Her genuine words of praise made Kaiser shrug. Well, that's thanks to who I am now. If it were the old me, I wouldn't have been able to pull that off. And that was the truth. Over the past month, Kaiser had completely absorbed all the manadite from the underground vault Claudia had provided him. While his growth had now reached a bottleneck, where ordinary manadite could no longer enhance him, the immense reserves he had obtained had utterly transformed him. He was no longer just another middling student who couldn't even make it into the name charts. Now, in terms of physical ability, there was no one in Seidoken Academy who could surpass him. And in prana, while he might not yet rival Ayato, he wasn't far behind. In all of Seidoken, only Ayato could claim a greater reserve of energy. That was why Kaiser had dared to block Kirin's blade with his bare hand. Had it been the old him, he wouldn't have even considered it. But now, he could stand among the strongest. Chapter 37, The Place of True Strength. The moment Kaiser stepped onto the stage, his performance had already rendered the audience completely silent. Did you see that? No. I couldn't see a thing. Their battle rhythm is way too fast. My eyes can't keep up at all. I'm not surprised that Keen Edge Tempest is this strong, but what's going on with Blazing Star Swordsman? Isn't he way stronger than he was in the last official ranking battle? Many who had seen Kaiser's previous duel now wore expressions of astonishment, clearly taken aback by his display. He's keeping up with Kirin's speed. Julius was just as shocked. That guy, was he holding back in the last official ranking battle? No. He wasn't. Claudia, standing nearby, silently refuted Julius' assumption. She didn't know the full extent of Kaiser's true strength, but she was certain that he hadn't possessed this level of power before. Even Tudu had managed to gather detailed data on Kaiser, and Claudia, who had been quietly keeping an eye on him for some time, naturally had access to the same information. From everything she had gathered, one thing was clear: Kaiser had not been this strong before. He had grown at an astonishing pace in a short period of time. As for how, Claudia immediately thought of the manadite. After all, when Kaiser had first sought her help, he had openly stated that with enough manadite, he could rapidly improve his abilities. And now, it seemed that everything he had claimed back then had come true. What an unexpected surprise. Claudia muttered softly, not sure whether to be delighted or exasperated. Kaiser, oblivious to the murmurs in the audience, remained locked in a standoff with Kirin. Todoriu's Renzuru is truly impressive. It was an eye-opening experience. He smiled faintly. But if you think that alone will be enough to defeat me, it won't be that easy. Is that so? Kirin gazed at him with a slight smile. Then perhaps it's time you show me your swordsmanship, senpai. Hearing this, Kaiser shook his head. I don't have the kind of masterful swordsmanship you do, nor am I some rigorously trained swordsman. The only reason I use a sword at all is because my first true weapon happened to be one. As he spoke, he gathered more prana, his aura surging. You've said it before, haven't you? My swordplay doesn't seem like a style meant to fully unleash my own strength, but rather a technique focused on maximizing the potential of my weapon. You were right. And so, I'll show you where my true strengths lie. A massive surge of prana flooded into Ser-Veresta, causing the amanadite embedded within the sword to glow brilliantly. VMM. Black patterns emerged along the sword's body, writhing like living veins as they spiraled downward, merging into the amanadite. The pristine white blade began to tremble. The heat radiating from Ser-Veresta abruptly spiked, its once white surface gradually darkening into a deep purple black. Boom. In the next instant, Kaiser's entire body seemed to ignite, his form wavering like a mirage within the searing heat. Scorching winds erupted from him in every direction, rippling outward with terrifying intensity. He's coming. Kirin tensed. What an incredible heat. In the VIP seating, Ayato and the others felt the scorching wind rush toward them. It's the same as last time. The move that instantly defeated Arkady Fankin. He's finally using it. The audience collectively held their breath, their focus sharpening in anticipation of the battle's climax. The heat radiating from Kaiser intensified further, turning the entire stage a deep crimson, as though it were being baked in an inferno. Even the defensive barriers automatically activated, preventing the sweltering air from reaching the audience. At that moment, countless spectators recalled the rumors surrounding Ser-Veresta. Anything it touches melts. If it pierces the earth, it turns the ground into a furnace. Now, that legend had become reality before their very eyes. Caught within this blistering heat, sweat trickled down Kirin's forehead. She stared at Kaiser, momentarily dazed by the sight before her. At the heart of the roaring heat waves, Kaiser burned with overwhelming prana, his entire body radiating like a miniature star. This was Blazing Star Swordsman. Kirin whispered in awe. And the next instant, the blazing swordsman moved. Boom. Like an explosion of fire, Kaiser vanished from sight. A surge of instinctive danger flared in Kirin's mind. Without thinking, she leapt away. VMM. The moment she moved, Kaiser reappeared where she had been, Ser-Veresta swinging down in a devastating arc, sending a scorching wave of flames slicing through the air. Boom. An explosion of heat erupted as he disappeared again. No. Kirin couldn't see him, but she felt it, an oppressive heat rushing toward her at terrifying speed. Shoo. The sound of cutting wind filled the air. Kaiser, wreathed in searing winds, streaked toward her like a shooting star, Ser-Veresta slashing forward. At the last possible moment, Kirin's prana surged to its peak. She twisted her body with all her might, barely dodging the violet-black blade slicing through the air. As they passed each other mid-air, Kaiser shot toward the ceiling, landing on the transparent barrier above the stage. Hanging upside down, he stomped against the barrier, exploding forward once again in a burst of fire. Again and again, Kaiser lunged at Kirin, his speed reaching an almost supernatural level. The audience could only see a streak of flames flashing across the stage, leaving them gaping in disbelief. I can't see him at all. Kirin narrowly evaded blow after blow, nearly having her school badge struck multiple times by Kaiser's seemingly omnipresent blade. If not for the intense heat preceding each of his attacks, alerting her just in time, she would have already lost. Realizing this, Kirin gripped her sword tightly. Stay calm. She took a deep breath, focusing her senses. The speed he's moving at is terrifying, but it's not completely untraceable. She lifted her gaze, scanning her surroundings intently. I have to focus. I have to see through him. A faint light flickered in her eyes as she steeled herself. But too late. A voice suddenly reached her ears. Before she could react, Kaiser's figure appeared in her vision. This time, there was no heat, no warning. Kirin's face paled. VMM. The violet-black edge of Ser-Veresta slashed through the air. The high-energy blade vibrated, leaving behind an afterimage as its sound reverberated throughout the stage. For a moment, the entire audience stood as one, their movements synchronized by sheer instinct. Even Ayato, Julius, and Claudia in the VIP seats shot to their feet. On stage, Kaiser and Kirin had both stopped moving, standing opposite each other. Kirin's body was leaning backward, as if about to retreat. Kaiser stood motionless, Ser-Veresta humming in his grasp, the sword already in a completed strike. The world seemed to freeze. Then. Crack. A crisp sound echoed. A single, glowing red fissure appeared on Kirin's school badge. The badge slowly split apart. Clatter. The two halves hit the ground, ringing with finality. Duel concluded. Victor, Kaiser. The mechanical voice announcing the result rang through the silent battlefield. Chapter 38, Be My Partner. Duel concluded. Victor, Kaiser. As the mechanical voice announcing the result echoed loudly across the stage, not a single person in the audience reacted immediately. Huh. Kirin Tudu stood frozen, her expression blank with confusion. It took her a long moment before she could even process what had just happened. I lost. Keen-edged Tempest, lost. No way. Many spectators exchanged stunned glances, struggling to accept such a sudden outcome. Amidst the disbelief, Kaiser sheathed Ser-Veresta, returning it to its activator state, and spoke up. With this, I'd say I've fulfilled my promise. His words finally pulled Kirin out of her daze. I see. Looking at the young man before her, Kirin let out a bitter smile. In the final moment, you stopped using the heat wind to accelerate yourself, didn't you? That was why she hadn't sensed his approach. I had no choice. Kaiser shrugged. If my heat wind always alerts my opponent the moment I get close, then keeping it active would just be a waste of prana. Against someone like Arati Fankin, it wouldn't have mattered. But against someone as sharp and quick-reacting as you, that flaw became too obvious to ignore. So really, I should be thanking you for making me realize the weakness in my technique. Had it not been for Kirin, Kaiser might never have noticed this critical flaw in his heat-assisted acceleration. His gratitude was genuine. Seeing this, Kirin could only smile wryly. But soon enough, she felt a strange sense of relief washing over her. Congratulations, senpai. You're now Seidoken's rank 1. Even though she had lost, even though everything she had fought for was now meaningless, Kirin was surprised to find that she didn't feel any sadness at all. Instead, it was as if she had been freed from some unseen burden. For the first time in a long while, her expression felt lighter. Then. Yes. That's the expression I wanted to see. Kaiser suddenly spoke up. What? Kirin blinked in surprise. Kaiser smiled. The way you look now is so much better than when I first met you. Hearing that, Kirin's mind flashed back to their first encounter. Back then, her expression must have been heavy, so heavy that it had prompted him to say something like this. A face weighed down by burdens doesn't suit you, Kaiser said, his gaze steady. Especially since I know exactly what you've been carrying all this time. As someone who understood this world story from the beginning, Kaiser had always known what Kirin was shouldering. That was why, when he saw this small girl carrying such an oppressive weight on her shoulders, pretending he hadn't noticed was never an option. She had won countless duels, yet never felt any joy in victory. She had been rank 1, yet had never been truly proud of it. Thinking about that, Kaiser had spoken those words before they parted ways that day. Was it sympathy? Or pity? Kaiser didn't know, nor did he want to dwell on it. All he knew was that he had wanted to test the strength of Seidoken's strongest, to stand on the grandest stage this world had to offer, to carve out an unforgettable life story. Challenging Kirin had always been inevitable, regardless of the circumstances. So he had never hesitated to say those words to her. Seeing your face now, I feel relieved too. Kaiser smiled. So, congratulations, Kirin. At his words, Kirin's eyes glistened faintly. She couldn't quite put her emotions into words. Senpai, I. Just as she was about to say something, Kaiser cut her off. And now, I have a formal invitation to make. Under the gaze of everyone present, on the grandest stage of Seidoken Academy, Kaiser looked straight at the girl before him. Be my partner, Kirin Tudu. Silence. For a brief moment, the entire audience fell into stunned silence. Then, as realization set in, almost everyone's eyes widened in shock. Partner. Kirin's voice trembled slightly, her expression a mix of anxiety and disbelief. If she wasn't misunderstanding, then what Kaiser was doing right now was. That's right. Kaiser, as if reading her thoughts, nodded with certainty. The Festa season is about to begin. In just about a month, the Phoenix Festa, held every summer of the first year, will commence. I'm planning to enter the Phoenix Festa. And for that, I need a partner. The Phoenix Festa was a duo tournament. To participate, to even register, the first condition was to form a 2-person team. For Kaiser, who wanted to experience the most exciting moments this world had to offer, there was no way he could pass up the Phoenix Festa. His initial reason for approaching Kirin had, in fact, been to invite her to form a team. You want to save your father, don't you? Kaiser spoke seriously, his gaze unwavering. Then forming a team with me and winning the Phoenix Festa would be the fastest way to make that happen. Winning any Festa granted the victors a single wish, which the Integrated Enterprise Foundation would fulfill. Given their authority, practically rulers of the world, having them help free Kirin's father would be as easy as lifting a finger. Of course, that required winning. I know, it won't be easy. Though his words acknowledged the challenge, his expression showed not the slightest trace of fear. But I believe that if the two of us team up, we have what it takes. Don't you think so? One was Seiduken's current rank 1. The other had just defeated her and was about to take the rank 1 position. A team formed by the two of them, there was no need to explain how strong the combination would be. So. Kaiser extended his hand toward Kirin. The entire audience held their breath, watching the scene unfold with excitement. Don't do it, Kirin. Somewhere in the crowd, a voice shouted in alarm. But it was ignored. Kirin didn't even acknowledge it. She simply stared at the outstretched hand before her, her expression uncertain. She had thought about entering the Festa before. As Kaiser had said, for any Jean Stella with a wish they desperately wanted granted, winning the Festa was the most direct path. Kirin had once dreamed of entering and winning, of using the Enterprise Foundation's power to free her father. But she knew. She knew just how difficult it would be to win. The Festa wasn't just any competition, it was a stage where all 6 academies clashed. Even if she was Seiduken's rank 1, every other academy had a rank 1 of their own. Competing against all of them, Kirin had never been certain that she could win. And so, she had obediently followed her uncle's orders. But now. If it's with Senpai. A surge of emotion erupted in her chest. Before she even realized it, she found herself slowly reaching forward. And then. She carefully placed her hand in Kaiser's. Ooh. A long-delayed roar of excitement finally exploded through the comprehensive arena. This day would undoubtedly shake the entire academy. Chapter 39, The Championship Contenders. Seiduken Academy, Comprehensive Arena, Rest Area. After the duel concluded, Kaiser was once again directed to the rest area. However, this time, he was not alone. You've really done something incredible this time. Leaning against the wall, Julius looked at Kaiser, her expression complex, whether out of admiration, frustration, or something else entirely, even she wasn't sure. Yeah, I'm still a bit surprised myself. Ayato, standing beside Julius, let out a small laugh. In addition to the two of them, Claudia was also present. She seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood, browsing multiple floating screens in front of her with an amused smile. As expected, the news of Kaiser inviting Kirin to be his partner for the Phoenix Festa has already spread all over the internet. With a wave of her hand, Claudia shifted the screens to display the latest reports, allowing everyone to see the contents. The headlines included Kaiser's victory over Kirin Tudu, securing his place as Seiduken Academy's new rank 1, but the real bombshell was the announcement that the Academy's new and former rank 1 had teamed up for the Phoenix Festa. It spread this fast already? Ayato blinked in surprise. That's only natural. Julius, however, wasn't surprised at all. The new and former rank 1 of Seiduken teaming up for the Phoenix Festa, there's no way this wouldn't be the hottest topic right now. The Festa was a world-class tournament, beloved across the globe. Any news related to it would automatically gain traction. And within each academy, the rank 1 student was always one of the most closely watched figures. Now, with Seiduken's top 2 forming a duo for the Phoenix Festa, it was inevitable that the internet would explode with discussions. In fact, if Kaiser and the others hadn't left the stage immediately after the duel, he would have already been mobbed by Seiduken's student-run media clubs, making it impossible for him to even leave the arena. The other participants in the Phoenix Festa must be feeling the pressure now. Claudia maintained her usual cheerful tone, clearly enjoying the spectacle. After all, a rank 1 is already considered the strongest in their respective academy. Even among the 6 academies competing in the Festa, a rank 1 is an undeniable top seed, one of the strongest contenders for the championship. In past tournaments, whether it was the Phoenix Festa, Duo, the GRYPS Festa, 5-person team, or the Lindworm Festa, Solo, the rank 1s of each academy have always been the most popular, highest supported, and most feared participants. And now, our academy's new and former rank 1 have joined forces for this Phoenix Festa. It's easy to imagine the kind of impact this will have, the level of support you'll receive, and the fear you'll instill in your competition. Claudia then turned to Julius and Ayato, covering her mouth with a playful smile. As actual competitors in the Phoenix Festa, what do you two think? Julius shot Claudia a glare. But Kaiser, ever perceptive, noticed something hidden beneath Julius' irritation, a faint but undeniable sense of tension. Ayato, on the other hand, was far more candid. Kirin is already incredibly strong, not just as the former rank 1, but as the heiress of Tudorio. She's mastered Renzuru, one of the most advanced techniques of her style. Honestly, if I had to fight someone like her, I'd feel a lot of pressure too. He wasn't admitting defeat, but he also wasn't arrogant enough to assume victory. When it came to pure swordsmanship, Ayato knew he couldn't match Kirin. Even if he unleashed his full strength, his chances against her were probably 50-50 at best. And that was optimistic. Ayato understood his own limitations. His power was unstable. If he couldn't secure victory within a short time frame, he would lose. Even with his newly obtained Orga Lux, his chances against Kirin weren't great. Without that Orga Lux, his odds would probably drop to less than 30%. And now, her partner just defeated her in a direct duel. The new rank 1 of Seidoken Academy. This is a nightmare for every other Phoenix Festa contestant. Julius, despite her reluctance, had to admit it. The fact that Seidoken's strongest duo was entering the tournament had sent shockwaves across the academy. No doubt, the news agencies would be milking this story for all it was worth. Even the betting markets would likely adjust their odds, shifting the favor toward Kaiser and Kirin's team. With the two of you forming a team, this Phoenix Festa already has its strongest championship contender. Claudia smiled knowingly. As student council president, I'm thrilled. If you two can win, it'll do wonders for Seidoken's overall ranking this year. At the very least, our academy's performance won't look so embarrassing anymore. Hearing Claudia's words, Kaiser finished skimming through the news articles and closed the floating screens. A faint smile crossed his lips. Well, let's hope things go that smoothly. His casual response made Julius pout in frustration. It won't go smoothly. We're not just going to roll over and let you win. She turned to Ayato, annoyed. Say something, will you? You always act like you don't care about winning. If people didn't know better, they'd think you had no interest in the championship at all. Well. Ayato scratched his head with an easygoing smile. I don't personally care all that much. But since I've already promised to help you win, I won't be giving up so easily. As he spoke, Ayato placed a hand on the sheath at his waist, glancing at Kaiser. Besides, this guy seems pretty eager to fight against you and Ser-Veresta. If I don't give it my all, I think it might get upset. The moment Ayato finished speaking. VMM. A low hum emanated from his sheath, as if responding to his words. And at the same time, Kaiser's Ser-Veresta, resting in his own sheath, vibrated in response. A surge of mana gathered around both of them, causing a momentary shift in the air. The tension was palpable. Everyone in the room tensed instinctively. But before anyone could react. Calm down, Ser-Veresta. At Kaiser's command, Ser-Veresta immediately ceased its vibration. The energy in the air dissipated in an instant. Ayato, who had been holding down his own sheath, blinked in surprise. You and your sword really get along well. He sounded almost jealous. Mine barely listens to me most of the time. Kaiser didn't respond to that. Instead, his gaze lingered on Ayato's sheath, his thoughts deepening. So Ayato really did obtain another Orga Lux. Because he had been focusing on the official ranking battle, Kaiser hadn't kept up with Ayato's recent developments. He hadn't seen the news about Ayato acquiring an Orga Lux. But now, there was no doubt. As expected of the protagonist. Even if it wasn't Ser-Veresta, he had still managed to pass the compatibility test and obtain one of the 4-colored magic swords. I wonder, which sword did he get? It wasn't hard to guess. From what Kaiser knew, 3 of the 4-colored magic swords had already been claimed. That meant Ayato's sword could only be the remaining one. A sword so mysterious that it had never appeared in the original story. The final of the 4-colored magic swords. The thought made Kaiser's pulse quicken. Between the two of us, who is stronger? For the first time in a long while, Kaiser truly anticipated the answer. Chapter 40, Leave on Your Own Accord. Shortly after, the group that had gathered in the rest area dispersed. Claudia returned to the student council office to continue handling matters related to the festa, while Ayato and Julius, seemingly feeling a newfound sense of urgency, decided to head off for training. Kaiser, making sure that there were no longer any student reporters lurking outside, finally left the rest area and headed toward another section of the competitors' area. Naturally, he was looking for his partner. However, when he arrived at Kirin Tutu's rest area, he was met with the sound of a furious roar. Do you even realize what you've done? How dare you? The voice was harsh and crude, immediately causing Kaiser's brows to furrow. He attempted to walk in directly, but the competitor rest areas were designed with access restrictions. Unless the room's registered user granted entry via their console, outsiders were completely locked out. Kaiser's frown deepened. Without hesitation, he drew Ser-Veresta's activator and activated it. The Orga Lux shrank to a dagger-sized form, its violet-black blade gleaming faintly. Gripping the miniature Ser-Veresta, Kaiser lightly swung at the door. Shoo. With a faint burning sound, the mana circuits powering the lock mechanism were severed, rendering the security useless. The automatic doors slid open silently, revealing the scene inside. Kaiser immediately saw Kirin Tudu and Koichiro Tudu. At that moment, Koichiro was facing away from the entrance, furiously berating Kirin, who stood before him with her head lowered, her small frame trembling slightly. Losing to a mere rank 13 wasn't enough. You even let yourself be tempted by his offer and agreed to partner with that worthless brat for the Phoenix Festa. Who gave you the right to make that decision? His anger exploded, he slammed a fist into the nearby wall, causing it to tremble from the impact. Kirin remained silent, only flinching slightly. Her head remained bowed, her entire body shivering, not just from fear, but from sheer uncertainty. Did you think this would free you from me? Koichiro snarled, his rationality all but lost. His voice was filled with rage and resentment as he continued his verbal assault. How naive. What can you possibly accomplish without my help? Other than swinging a sword, you're completely useless. Who do you think gave you the opportunity to fulfill your so-called dream? It was me. Without me, do you think you could have become rank 1? Kirin didn't refute his words. Not because she couldn't, not because she wouldn't, but because, deep down, she believed them to be true. From the very start, Kirin had always thought that she had only reached rank 1 because of her uncle's guidance. If he hadn't arranged duels for her from day 1, she wouldn't have secured a spot among the Page 1 upon entering the academy. If she hadn't joined the Page 1, she wouldn't have had the chance to challenge the previous rank 1 in her first official ranking battle. If he hadn't provided her with detailed intelligence reports on her opponents, she wouldn't have been able to strategically defeat them, securing her place at the top. So no, Kirin didn't deny it. But to Koichiro, her silence only confirmed his own self-importance. Because of your incompetence, everything I built for you has crumbled. Do you have any idea how much this has cost me? I poured so much effort into shaping you. You may be useless in everything else, but at least you were decent with a sword. And now you've ruined everything. All that work, wasted. And yet, you still have the audacity to agree to that brat's invitation for the Phoenix Festa. I won't allow it. As he spoke, Koichiro reached forward, his hand aiming for Kirin's hair. He had done this many times before. To him, it was habitual. But today. Smack. A hand suddenly shot out from the side, grabbing Koichiro's wrist before he could touch her. What? Koichiro's eyes widened in shock. S-senpai. Kirin, sensing something, looked up, and her breath caught. Kaiser. Somehow, without either of them noticing, he had appeared beside them. Hello, Chief Tudu. Kaiser didn't even glance at Kirin. Instead, he greeted Koichiro in an almost casual manner, as if this were a completely ordinary encounter. You. Koichiro finally snapped out of his daze, blurting out instinctively, how did you get in here? How else? Kaiser's smile remained, but his words were blunt. I walked in, of course. Lucky I did, too, otherwise, I wouldn't have had the pleasure of watching you abuse your own niece. Koichiro's face turned dark. Not out of fear. Out of rage. This is family business. You have no right to interfere. He struggled against Kaiser's grip, shouting, let go of me. Kaiser did. Immediately. Thud. The moment Koichiro was released, he lost balance and fell hard onto the floor. Uncle. Kirin gasped. Kaiser, however, simply looked down at him. His expression remained calm. Now, he said lightly. Are you saying that just because something is a family matter, no one else should interfere? Because if that's the case, what's the point of having law enforcement? Even a stranger has the right to step in when they see a grown man trying to hurt a young girl. Koichiro's fury burned even hotter. Do you have any idea who I am? He glared at Kaiser. I'm a corporate officer of Galaxy, the very organization that operates this academy. I'm an ordinary human, and you're a Jean Stella. Do you really plan on laying a hand on me? His voice was laced with contempt and arrogance. It was a well-known fact, Jean Stella were forbidden from harming ordinary humans. The disparity in strength between the two races was too great. A Jean Stella attacking a human was considered an extreme offense, punishable by severe legal action. This prejudice ran deep in society. Many feared the power of the Jean Stella, labeling them as monsters. Any misstep from their kind was met with disproportionate punishment. Koichiro was one of those people. He despised Jean Stella, even his own niece. And he was all too familiar with using his status as a human to suppress them. But Kaiser. Oh, I don't mind. His voice was calm, cold, and composed. If I have a justifiable reason, I wouldn't hesitate. Kaiser's golden eyes glowed as he continued, even if you're an employee of Galaxy. If you lay a hand on a top-ranked student, a potential Phoenix Festa champion, you really think Galaxy would protect you? Silence. For the first time, Koichiro had nothing to say. Because he knew, Kaiser was right. Seeing the realization dawn on him, Kaiser's smile sharpened. Now then, he said smoothly. Why don't you be a good sport, and leave us alone? Chapter 9, Chapter 41-45. Chapter 41, The Greatest Dignity. You bastard. A vein bulged on Todo Koichiro's forehead. Clearly, he was beyond furious at Kaiser. Yet, when his eyes met Kaiser's, which were devoid of any amusement, a faint trace of fear surfaced on Koichiro's face. He was merely an ordinary human, not a Jean Stella. No matter what he wanted to do to Kaiser, the reality was that he most likely wouldn't even be able to touch him. On the contrary, he might end up humiliating himself instead. Heh. Ha ha. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Koichiro let out a laugh. You think that just because you two are teaming up for the Phoenix Festa, you actually have a chance of winning? He stood up, using his height to look down at Kaiser with an air of condescension. Don't think that just because you're ranked number 1, you can defeat the other academies. Let me tell you now, compared to the real powerhouses from the other academies, you two are nothing. In a competition against them, you don't stand a chance. Faced with Koichiro's declaration, Kirin Todo was rendered speechless. Even Kaiser did not immediately refute his words. Because he knew, Koichiro wasn't wrong. While he and Kirin were respectively the former and current rank 1 of Seidoken Academy, standing at the very top of their school, when placed against the true elites from other academies, they weren't considered all that strong. Take, for example, Jialong 7th Institute's rank 1. As someone familiar with the original story, Kaiser knew that this person was a genuine monster. Not just within the 6 academies, but across the entire world, they were among the absolute strongest. Compared to that, Kaiser and Kirin, as students, weren't even in the same league. Le Wolf Black Institute's rank 1 was another beast entirely. They had already secured back-to-back championships in the Lindworm Festa, and many believed that their third victory was all but guaranteed. If they succeeded, they would achieve an unprecedented 3-time championship streak, securing their name in history. Additionally, St. Galardworth Academy's rank 1 was an unparalleled swordsman, regarded as the greatest swordsman of the current generation in Asterisk. Queen Vale Academy for Girls rank 1 had claimed second place in the previous Lindworm Festa, and many saw them as the second strongest student in this era. Compared to them, Kirin was undoubtedly outmatched. Even Kaiser wasn't entirely confident in facing such foes. Even if he pushed Ser-Veresta to its absolute limit, he was only confident in going up against St. Galardworth Academy's and Queen Vale Academy's rank 1. However, when it came to Jialong 7th Institute and Le Wolf Black Institute's rank 1s, Kaiser had no certainty of victory at all. It was clear that, compared to the rank 1s of other academies, Kaiser and Kirin still had room to grow. There was no helping it, Seidoken Academy's overall performance in recent festas had made this evident. In terms of overall strength, Seidoken was weaker than the other academies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ranked dead last in the overall standings. Competing against those powerhouses was undoubtedly dangerous for Kaiser and Kirin, given their current strength. However, you think I haven't studied this year's Phoenix Festa? In response to Koichiro's mockery, Kaiser's voice remained calm, steady as a still lake. As far as I know, Le Wolf Black Institute's rank 1 is only participating in the Lindworm Festa. He won't even be in the Phoenix Festa. Similarly, St. Galardworth Academy places a strong emphasis on the GRYPS Festa, so their higher-ranked students rarely participate in the Phoenix Festa either. Jialong 7th Institute's rank 1 hasn't even reached the eligible age for participation. While their academy did have a team that placed second in the previous Phoenix Festa, those students have since shifted their focus to the GRYPS Festa. Queen Vale Academy for Girls rank 1 also has their sights set solely on the Lindworm Festa. They won't be in this year's Phoenix Festa either. Even Alecant Academy's reigning Phoenix Festa champions have already graduated this year. In other words, this year's Phoenix Festa won't feature any overwhelming monsters. The strongest competitors will likely be the remaining Page 1 students from each academy. Although winning a Festa granted a wish from the Integrated Enterprise Foundation, the top talents of the 6 academies wouldn't enter carelessly. After all, per the regulations governing all Asterisk students, each student was only allowed to participate in a Festa 3 times in total. Regardless of whether they won or lost, a person could only compete in 3 Festas throughout their academic career. Once they exceeded that limit, they would no longer be eligible to participate. With such constraints, students with real potential had to carefully choose which Festa to compete in, opting for the tournament that best suited their strengths. If someone specialized in solo combat, they would focus exclusively on the Lindworm Festa. If someone excelled in team battles, they would dedicate themselves to the GRYPS Festa. For instance, the reigning 2-time Lindworm Festa champion from Le Wolf Black Institute had already competed twice. With only one more chance left, there was no way she would waste it on anything other than securing a historic 3-time victory. Similarly, St. Gillardworth Academy heavily emphasized teamwork, making the GRYPS Festa their strongest competition. They had even claimed first place in last year's overall Festa rankings, so it was only natural that they prioritized the GRYPS Festa above all else. Queen Vale Academy for girls had historically struggled in the Festas, except for their current rank 1, who had secured second place in the previous Lindworm Festa. This year, they were once again aiming for that tournament, leaving behind only a few lower-ranked students for the other competitions. Gia Long 7th Institute and Alicante Academy were unique cases. Their top students didn't have a strong preference for any particular Festa, but due to graduation and shifting priorities, their strongest contenders either moved on or chose different tournaments. In conclusion, this year, in the Phoenix Festa, we might be the only rank 1s present. Kaiser's voice remained indifferent. A team formed by Seidukan Academy's current and former rank 1, against opponents without a single other academy's rank 1. If we don't take this chance to compete, then we may as well forget about ever entering the GRYPS Festa or Lindworm Festa. This Phoenix Festa is, in fact, our best opportunity to win a championship. So your claim that we have no chance at victory is completely unfounded. If that weren't the case, then why had the audience erupted into such excitement when Kirin had accepted his invitation on stage? Was it not because they, too, believed that Kaiser and Kirin had the greatest chance of winning? If Seidukan could produce a Phoenix Festa champion in the first year, their overall standing in this season's tournaments wouldn't look nearly as embarrassing. This was something that Claudia Enfield, as student council president, had stated herself. Koichiro instinctively took a step back. Get lost. Kaiser no longer bothered with even a pretense of civility. His voice was ice cold. At the end of the day, the moment Kirin lost to me and was no longer rank 1, your entire plan was already a failure. Continuing to vent your frustration here only makes you look even more pathetic. Leaving now is the greatest dignity you have left. Koichiro's expression stiffened, his entire body trembling. For a long moment, he seemed unwilling to accept reality. But eventually, as if resigning himself to fate, his entire demeanor slumped in defeat. Without another word, he turned unsteadily and walked away. Uncle. Watching him leave, Kirin's eyes glistened, her expression tinged with sorrow. No matter what, he was still her uncle, her father's brother, her own blood relative. Seeing him like this, the kind-hearted girl couldn't help but feel pain in her heart. But, she had made her decision. Kaiser's words had solidified her resolve. The Phoenix Festa. This was the closest stage to her wish. She had to win. She would win. And she would save her father. No matter what. Chapter 42, Let's Do Our Best, Kirin. Seidukan Academy, Central Courtyard. It was the afternoon, and though the academy was sweltering under the heat, the central courtyard, surrounded by lush green trees, was pleasantly cool and refreshing, a welcome respite from the summer sun. Kaiser and Kirin Tudu walked side by side along the stone path winding through the courtyard. At a glance, they looked like an amicable pair of siblings, the atmosphere between them relatively harmonious. Of course, if one were to only observe Kirin, they might get the impression that she was feeling uneasy. Though she walked alongside Kaiser, her demeanor was hesitant and bashful, as if she were extremely nervous. Every so often, she would steal a glance at the young man's face, only to immediately turn bright red, her emotions written all over her expression in an obvious display. Kaiser, on the other hand, acted as though he hadn't noticed, leading the girl onward at a steady pace. His destination was a secluded corner of the courtyard, one of his favorite spots as of late. It was a relatively isolated area, sparsely populated, with a small pavilion providing shade. Kaiser had come here often. Whether for morning runs or sword practice, he would always end up here. Not only was it free from crowds, but it was also peaceful and quiet, an ideal place for training. Familiar with the route, Kaiser effortlessly led Kirin to the pavilion. Come, have a seat. He took a seat on one of the stone benches and patted the space beside him, motioning for Kirin to sit. Oh, okay. Kirin, still visibly tense, hurriedly sat down next to him. However, her posture was stiff, her back ramrod straight, unintentionally emphasizing the fullness of her chest. Kaiser inadvertently caught sight of this and immediately regretted inviting her to sit beside him. They were too close. How was he supposed to keep himself from looking? Senpai. As if sensing something off, Kirin turned to Kaiser, a look of curiosity flashing across her face. She had noticed that the usually composed young man had suddenly become restless as well. Ahem. Kaiser cleared his throat, feigning composure. Forcing a natural smile, he turned to Kirin and spoke. This may be a little late, but I'd still like to say it. Thank you for accepting my invitation, Kirin. Hearing this, Kirin quickly shook her head, waving her hands in a flustered manner. And no, there's no need to say that, senpai, she replied hastily. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for inviting me and choosing me as your partner. As she spoke, she suddenly hesitated. Then, as if making up her mind, she stood up and bowed deeply to Kaiser. To Kirin, Kaiser's actions were nothing short of a salvation. She had always told herself that as long as she followed her uncle's instructions, she would eventually be able to save her father. But who knew how long that would take? According to Tutakuichiro, in order to achieve their goal, Kirin not only had to become rank 1, she had to establish an unprecedented legacy, leaving behind an unparalleled record. Just thinking about the sheer amount of time, effort, and stress required to reach such an unreachable standard was suffocating. Kirin had spent so long trapped in uncertainty, not knowing how far she needed to go, or how much she needed to sacrifice, in order to fulfill her wish. But now, with Kaiser's invitation, she had finally caught a glimpse of the future, a tangible path to her goal. How could she not be grateful? I'll do my best not to hold you back, senpai. She awkwardly tried to express her gratitude through determination, her voice stumbling slightly. You don't need to worry about that at all. Kaiser chuckled at her reaction. If I didn't believe in you, I wouldn't have invited you in the first place. After all, the reason Kaiser had chosen Kirin as his partner was because she was strong. Seidoken's rank 1. Her swordsmanship surpassed even the protagonist of the original story, and she had once even defeated him. Among all the potential partners available, Kirin Tuda was undoubtedly one of the best choices. Thus, the moment Kaiser decided to enter the Phoenix Festa, he had immediately set his sights on her. If we're entering the Phoenix Festa, we have to win. Only by doing so would this experience be truly exhilarating, truly fulfilling. Yes. Kirin immediately responded with a determined nod. But then, her expression shifted slightly as she hesitantly asked, then, what should we do next, senpai? Kaiser had given her confidence back in the waiting room, making her believe that this Phoenix Festa was the best opportunity to fulfill her wish. But just because they had the highest chance of winning didn't mean victory would come easily. The lack of overwhelming monsters in this year's Phoenix Festa doesn't mean it'll be an easy tournament. With a wish at stake, every academy's top talents will still flock to compete. Kaiser thought back to the events in the original story and began explaining. As we discussed earlier, the rank 1s of each academy likely won't participate. However, we still need to be wary of the page 1 ranked students from every school. In particular, those ranked near the top. The top 3 students of Le Wolf Black Institute and Jia Long 7th Institute, for example, all possess the ability to contend for rank 1 at Seidoken. The same goes for St. Gallardworth Academy and Alecant Academy. St. Gallardworth has many skilled swordsmen who might team up for this year's Phoenix Festa, while Alecant is known for producing unexpected dark horses. Last year's Phoenix Festa champions came from there, after all, so we can expect another strong contender from them. If things unfolded the same way as the original story, the strongest opponents they would face would likely come from Le Wolf Black Institute and Alecant Academy. St. Gallardworth Academy and Jia Long 7th Institute posed less of a threat, their most troublesome fighters wouldn't be participating this time around. As for Queen Vale Academy for girls, well, they'd probably just send some cute girls to act adorable. If they ran into them, there wasn't much to say, just knock them down and make them sit in place crying for a while. And then, while the competitors from other academies will be troublesome, our biggest obstacle will definitely be them. Kaiser's tone became slightly more serious, making Kirin tense up. Them? She cautiously asked. Then, she received an unexpected answer. Ayato Amajirai and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld. Kirin's eyes widened in shock. Amajirai-senpai and Riesfeld-senpai. She was dumbfounded. That's right. Kaiser met her gaze and gave a faint smile. Unless something unexpected happens, they'll be our greatest hurdle in claiming the championship. Without a doubt. After all, they were the actual winners of the Phoenix Festa in the original story, the true protagonists. In order to prepare for our strongest opponents, we'll need to start training tomorrow. At the very least, we have to build enough synergy between us. The Phoenix Festa begins in a month. The time we have isn't exactly plentiful, but it's not too urgent either. As long as we give it our all, the championship will be ours. Oh, okay. Kirin's heart burned with determination, her confidence soaring. She hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. And with newfound courage, she looked up at Kaiser and spoke. I'll do my best. Kai-senpai. Kaiser froze for a second. Then, he let out a chuckle. Let's do our best together, Kirin. At his words, Kirin beamed brightly. Her smile was absolutely adorable. Chapter 43, Out of Curiosity, or Malice. Just as Kaiser and Kirin Tudu officially formed their partnership and devoted themselves to focused training, as expected, news of their participation in the Phoenix Festa spread across the internet at an astonishing speed. And the first to receive this information, naturally, were the other academies competing against Seidoken Academy. More specifically, the student council presidents of each academy, those who held the highest authority among students. Humph, that sword again. In a dimly lit room, a man clad in a black student uniform, bearing a school badge with a dual sword emblem on his chest, let out a cold snort. He was stocky, short in stature, and his appearance could only be described as unremarkable. However, his eyes carried an intimidating sharpness, and his perpetually tense, angry expression made him seem as though he was always on the verge of exploding. Before him, a floating screen projected a video. The footage displayed the full recording of Kaiser's duel against Kirin Tudu. The man glared at the screen, his gaze locked onto the image of Kaiser wielding Ser-Veresta. When he saw the moment Kaiser's body glowed like starlight, unleashing the sword's heat, wrapping himself in waves of scorching wind, his already intense gaze sharpened, growing heavier, colder. He opened another floating screen beside him, which displayed a detailed dossier on Kaiser. The level of detail in this intelligence report was astonishing, easily rivaling the one Tudu Koichiro had provided to Kirin. He's only had that sword for just over a month, yet he's already able to wield its power to such an extent. The man muttered coldly to himself. After a brief pause, he reached for a communication device. This was a special contact tool, one that only the student council president was permitted to use. Perhaps I'm being overly cautious, but to avoid repeating past mistakes, I need to act now. His gaze flickered as he dialed a number. Release her. Have her register for the Phoenix Festa. His voice, devoid of warmth, echoed through the dark room. Tell her, her mission this time is to utterly destroy someone. Seidukan Academy's current rank 1, Kaiser. Break him for me. A grand, ancient palace. This space was completely out of place amidst the modernized cityscape. It was a world of pavilions and towers, bridges overflowing water, a breathtaking, traditional scene reminiscent of a grand imperial palace. At the deepest part of this space, a small girl, wearing a golden dragon emblazoned school badge on her chest, sat upon a throne-like chair, watching a video with great interest. The footage on her screen was also the full recording of Kaiser's duel with Kirin Tudu. Not bad at all. When the video ended, the girl clapped her hands happily. A bit raw, but the style is already maturing. Tremendous potential, truly tremendous. Such promising talent, both of them. If I were the one training them, I wonder how long it would take for them to catch up to shall we. Despite her childlike appearance, seemingly no older than 10, her words carried the wisdom of someone far beyond her years, creating a jarring sense of dissonance. What a pity, what a pity. Why are all the best talents never from Jialong? If only they were from my school, I could take them under my wing immediately. Especially this one. Her gaze ultimately settled on Kaiser. Watching his radiant figure amidst the waves of heat, her young yet strangely ancient face took on a deeply enigmatic expression. A technique I've never seen before. A combat style I never imagined. There's no sign of rigorous tempering, yet his movements feel utterly natural, as if they were ingrained in his very being. Rather than an unpolished gem being refined, it's more like an uncut stone continuously growing stronger on its own. Under that ever-thickening outer shell, I wonder, what exactly is hidden inside? Strange. So very strange. Despite her words, her expression grew increasingly delighted. Interesting. This is what makes this city so interesting. Even though he's not my creation, what a fascinating development. I wonder just how far this boy will go. Grow quickly, little one. I look forward to the greatest thrill you can bring me. As she spoke, her smile contorted. Like a beast ready to devour its prey. Asterisk, the redevelopment zone. As its name implied, this area had yet to be officially incorporated into Asterisk's urban map. If there was a word to describe this place, it would be slum. This district was home not only to those who had been expelled or had failed to make it in the academies but also to Stella criminals who had fled to Asterisk seeking refuge. Over time, it had become a true slum, a place of poverty and lawlessness, rife with crime and danger. This was the dark side of Asterisk. The area was even home to gangs. Illegal businesses thrived here, and it was crawling with delinquents and organized criminals. Anyone who wandered in carelessly would be lucky to leave unscathed. And yet, in one corner of this lawless zone, a young girl sat quietly. Dressed in simple, unassuming clothing, a beret perched atop her head, her long, chestnut-brown hair cascaded down her back, veiling her frail and delicate frame. She sat atop a broken wall fragment, one small hand resting against the jagged edge of the structure while her other hand moved lightly, fingers tapping as if playing an invisible piano. Graceful. Effortless. As she browsed through the floating screen before her. Kaiser, is it? She murmured the name as she watched the footage of the young man swinging Ser-Veresta, shattering Kirin Tudu's school badge. A soft, melodious chuckle escaped her lips. He really is strong. Recalling an incident from a certain cafe frequented by her academy students, she let out another light laugh. Another four-colored magic sword user. Just like that one from St. Gallardworth Academy. He's only had Ser-Veresta for such a short time, yet he's already wielding it with such skill. Good thing I kept an eye on him. At first, she hadn't paid much attention to the boy. An Orga Lux user. She had seen plenty of those before. Even if he had the potential to become a high-ranking fighter, his level was not something she normally needed to concern herself with. The turning point had been that day in the cafe. Perhaps the boy himself hadn't noticed, but at that moment, she had been listening to their conversation. She had also been watching. And she had seen it. She had seen his activator, a pitch-black device he refused to let anyone else touch. Even more than that, because of her unique abilities, she had sensed something faint, something barely perceptible. The will of the sword. A will akin to dissatisfaction. A will akin to blind loyalty. It was then that she realized, this boy was not just a wielder of an Orga Lux. He was recognized by it. He was the true king of the magic sword. After digging into his background, using her own channels and resources, she had discovered something even more shocking. His compatibility with Ser-Veresta exceeded the known limit. That was when she truly became curious. And since then, she had been watching him closely. I wonder. Will he enter the Lindworm Festa? She mused softly to herself. If we meet in the Lindworm Festa, it'll be fun. Waving a hand, she closed the screen and lightly hopped down from the ruins. I look forward to seeing you again, Kaiser. She sang the words like a melody as she turned and walked away. Behind her, countless delinquents and gang members lay sprawled across the ground, motionless for an unsettlingly long time. Chapter 44, A Month of Training. Seidokan Academy, Comprehensive Arena. In addition to the designated dueling stages, the comprehensive arena housed numerous training rooms and practice grounds. These facilities weren't freely available to just anyone. Students had to meet certain conditions to apply for their use, making them some of the academy's more valuable resources. However, within the comprehensive arena, there were 12 training rooms that no student could apply for, no matter how much they wanted to use them. These 12 rooms were reserved exclusively for the Page 1. Among the many privileges granted to the 12 highest-ranked students of Seidokan Academy, one of the most significant was the right to their own private training facilities. The quality and scale of these training rooms were allocated based on ranking. The higher the rank, the better the facility assigned to them. In other words, the training room assigned to the rank 1 student was the finest of them all. Its ceiling was extraordinarily high, and the space itself was vast, large enough to house an entire sports stadium. Even if one were to go all out in battle, there was no risk of causing excessive damage to the surroundings. At this moment, within this top-ranked private training room, 2 figures were locked in an intense duel. Clang! The sharp clash of steel rang through the room as Ser-Veresta's pristine white blade met the cold glint of a real sword, Senbakiri. A burst of sparks exploded outward from the impact. Ha! Kirin Tudu, clad in a red sports uniform tailored for female students, let out a sharp cry as she twisted her slender wrist. The legendary blade, Senbakiri, carved through the air, unleashing a flurry of strikes as swift as lightning, streaking toward her opponent. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed repeatedly, each impact scattering dazzling sparks throughout the training room. Kaiser, wearing a blue sports uniform, remained calm in the face of Kirin's relentless onslaught. Without moving a step, his arm alone guided Ser-Veresta, deflecting every incoming strike with astonishing precision. Despite its immense heat, the magic sword's white-hot blade met Senbakiri time and time again, without ever cutting through it. To an outsider, this sight would have been shocking. The infamous Ser-Veresta, said to be unblockable, capable of burning through anything, was merely repelling Kirin's blade without cutting it. It completely contradicted the sword's exaggerated reputation. However, neither Kaiser nor Kirin seemed surprised by this. They had already grown accustomed to this scene, their battle continuing undeterred. Swish. 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 Kirin's strikes grew ever sharper and swifter, increasing in speed with every passing second. Like an unending storm, her blade wove a seamless web of slashes, filling the space between her and Kaiser. Her movements were graceful, like a butterfly dancing around Kaiser, her sword arcing through the air in precise, lethal trajectories. She attacked from every angle, every direction, every possible pathway. A blinding storm of steel. Kaiser, meanwhile, continued deflecting her attacks, but each time he parried a blow, it was as if he were compressing a coiled spring, forcing Kirin's strikes to accelerate even further. Her swordsmanship reached new heights. Each time her blade was knocked aside, she instinctively twisted her wrist and adjusted her posture, seamlessly accelerating her next strike. This was the essence of Tudoriu's Renzuru, a relentless, endless chain of sword strikes. Compared to her performance in the previous ranking battle, Kirin was undeniably stronger now. But Kaiser had not remained stagnant either. Now, it's my turn. Suddenly, as if delivering a final judgment, Kaiser moved. VMM. The magic sword's white-hot blade vibrated intensely, shifting from defense to offense in an instant. With an explosive motion, Ser-Veresta met Senbakiri in a direct clash. Clang! A violent shockwave burst from the impact, generating a surge of heat as Kirin was blasted backward. Ugh. Her hands went numb from the force. She was sent flying through the air, barely managing to stabilize herself before skidding to a stop. But Kaiser had already vanished. By the time she steadied her stance, he was upon her. Kirin instinctively raised her sword, preparing to counter his assault. Yet. Mid-sprint, Kaiser suddenly threw Ser-Veresta forward. What? Kirin's eyes widened in shock. Boom. Completely unprepared for the move, she failed to react in time. The magic sword, thrown like a javelin, slammed directly into her. Although Ser-Veresta's tip failed to pierce her, the force of impact sent her crashing into the training room's reinforced walls. VMM. Before she could even catch her breath, the floating Ser-Veresta hovered in front of her, its tip aimed directly at her forehead. Kirin's eyes widened. She didn't dare move. A few moments passed. Then, as if accepting defeat, she sighed and lowered Senbakiri. You all right? Kaiser approached, reaching out to grab Ser-Veresta's hilt. The magic sword instantly returned to its inactive state. A warm smile crossed his face. I am fine. Kirin checked herself, aside from some minor soreness, she was unscathed. Kaiser had exercised perfect control. Even without her prana barrier, she wouldn't have suffered a single scratch. I lost to you again, senpai. She murmured in mild frustration. You're too rigid in your approach, Kaiser replied casually. Renzuru is incredibly powerful, but its strength lies in its ceaseless offense. It's heavily attack-oriented, but noticeably lacks defensive measures. If someone exploits that flaw, your openings become obvious. Kaiser deactivated Ser-Veresta, returning it to its activator form. Seeing Kirin's slightly dejected expression, he reached out and patted her shoulder. Besides, you weren't prepared for the fact that Ser-Veresta can move on its own. He chuckled. That's why you lost so quickly. His words made Kirin feel a little better. But what surprised her more was her growing admiration. I've been training with you for almost a month now, and yet you still find ways to surprise me. She sighed in awe. The way you use Ser-Veresta. It's like the sword is an extension of your own will. Even though it's a blade said to be able to burn through anything, you're controlling it so precisely that it doesn't even damage my sword. That's not too difficult, Kaiser shrugged. The reason Ser-Veresta is considered unblockable is because of the immense heat concentrated in its blade. If I reduce that heat and lower the output, then its destructive properties won't activate. In order to properly spar with Kirin, Kaiser had been intentionally suppressing the sword's heat output during their duels. That way, Senbakiri wouldn't instantly be incinerated upon contact. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to train together. Senpai, your progress is unbelievable. Kirin muttered. A month ago, I could still pressure you with swordsmanship alone. But now, even without using Ser-Veresta's power, you could probably beat me with technique alone. To this, Kaiser simply offered a single response. Depends on the situation. Chapter 45, the opening arrives as scheduled. It had been nearly 3 months since Kaiser had obtained the ultimate authority over weapons. During this time, he had steadily increased his strength while repeatedly testing and confirming the specific characteristics of his ability. Take Kirin Tudu's comments about his swordsmanship, for example. Since Kaiser's skill with the sword was derived entirely from his authority, his proficiency was directly tied to the strength of the weapon he wielded. His ability granted him complete mastery over a weapon's power and allowed him to wield it as though it were second nature. However, it did not bestow upon him the techniques or profound understanding required to draw out a weapon's strength in a conventional manner. For instance, if he were given a wooden sword, he would never be able to cut through steel. Regardless of how perfectly he utilized the weapon, a piece of wood simply did not have the material properties to surpass metal. A true master swordsman, on the other hand, could potentially use a wooden sword to cleave through steel using sheer technique and mastery. Conversely, if an ancient holy sword of legend were handed to an ordinary swordsman, that person would never be able to fully unleash its power right away. The sword's strength would vastly surpass the wielder's skill level, meaning they would only be able to bring out a fraction of its potential. But if Kaiser were given that same sword, as long as his body could withstand it, he would be able to fully unleash its power, instantly stepping into a realm beyond that swordsman's capabilities. That was the fundamental difference between Kaiser and others. If he wished to wield divine-level swordsmanship, then he would need to wield a divine-level weapon. So, in reality, Kirin had been slightly mistaken in her assessment. The reason Kaiser could best her with pure swordsmanship wasn't because of his own innate skill, it was because he wielded Ser-Veresta, an Orga Lux. As a magic sword, Ser-Veresta could withstand the full output of his authority, allowing him to unleash a level of swordsmanship beyond normal limits. If he were using an ordinary Lux, he would never have been able to reach this level, let alone defeat Kirin with technique alone. Of course, that only applied to swordsmanship. Over the past month, Kaiser had also requested Claudia Enfield to provide him with a fresh supply of manadite. Through absorbing these resources, his power had grown significantly once more. His physical abilities and prana reserves had now completely surpassed Kirin's. At this point, it was entirely possible that he could defeat her even with an ordinary Lux. Unfortunately, at this point, normal Manadite has completely lost its effectiveness for me. It provides no further growth. As Kaiser discussed training insights with Kirin, this thought occupied his mind. To progress any further, I'll need to absorb a Manadite instead. Regular Manadite had too low a purity level. Its mana concentration was insufficient to offer any benefit to his current self, no matter how much of it he absorbed. A Manadite, however, was entirely different. With its extremely high purity and vastly superior energy concentration, absorbing a Manadite should allow me to continue growing stronger. But that was far easier said than done. Unlike ordinary Manadite, a Manadite was a precious and highly restricted resource. Almost all of it was controlled by the Integrated Enterprise Foundation. It was nearly impossible for outsiders to obtain it through conventional means. Even within the IEF, strict regulations were in place. For example, LeConte Academy, true to its name as a research institution, housed numerous students with exceptional scientific prowess. If any of them produced significant research results, they could submit formal applications for a Manadite as an experimental material. Kaiser wasn't sure if Seidukan Academy had a similar system. But even if it did, he had no way of acquiring a Manadite through scientific research. Claudia probably wouldn't be able to help me either, or if she could, it would come at a steep price. He thought to himself. Good thing the Phoenix Festa is about to start. If he could win the tournament, he could make a request to the Integrated Enterprise Foundation and have them provide him with as much a Manadite as he needed. Looks like my reasons for competing in the Phoenix Festa just increased again. As Kaiser pondered this, Kirin suddenly spoke up. Come to think of it, the Academy's about to go on break, isn't it? Her words pulled Kaiser from his thoughts. Yeah, he nodded. Summer vacation is coming up. Our homeroom teacher even mentioned it in class yesterday. That's right, Kaiser was still attending class. Though at this point, he was starting to get bored. He had already learned everything he needed to. His curiosity about this world's history and events had been satisfied. At this point, continuing to attend school was just routine. He had even been considering skipping classes entirely to focus on training. But since break is starting soon, does that mean our training is coming to an end, Senpai? Kirin lowered her voice slightly. Yeah, Kaiser nodded, fully understanding what she meant. The time has finally come. The Phoenix Festa was scheduled to take place during the summer break. More specifically, next week, on the very first day of vacation, the tournament would officially begin. Claudia sent me a message yesterday, Kaiser said, pulling up a floating screen. She wants us to stop by the student council office today. I'm guessing it's to discuss the Phoenix Festa. He flicked his fingers, sending the message over to Kirin. So now. Kirin looked at him expectantly. Yeah, Kaiser smiled. Let's head over now. Seidukan Academy, Student Council Office. The office was located on the top floor of the High School Division's main building. As Kaiser and Kirin stepped inside, chatting casually, they quickly noticed that they weren't the only ones who had been summoned. Ah. Amajiri-senpai. And Riesfeld-senpai. Kirin's voice carried a trace of surprise. Standing before Claudia's desk were a young man and a young woman, both engaged in conversation with her. They turned around at the sound of their names. It was Ayato Amajiri and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld. You're here, Ayato greeted them with his usual lazy smile. Kaiser, Kirin. Judging by the looks of you two, you just finished training, didn't you? Julius crossed her arms, scrutinizing them as if she were trying to gauge their progress. So, how's your training coming along? Her tone was challenging. As if to say, if your training wasn't up to par, then we'll be the ones taking the championship. Kaiser wasn't about to play along. You tell me, he retorted smoothly. You look pretty confident yourself. I take it your training went well. Julius and Ayato exchanged glances. Then, they both smiled. Clearly, they had also been training seriously. Their teamwork had improved considerably. If we meet on the battlefield, don't expect us to go easy on you. Ayato grinned. Julius smirked. Kaiser simply shrugged. Of course. Let's all go all out. Kirin nodded in agreement. Their synchronization was so seamless that it was on par with Ayato and Julius. Hee hee. From her seat, Claudia had been watching the entire exchange. Seeing this, she let out a small laugh. Watching the four of you now, I feel even more confident about Seidukan's chances of winning. These two teams weren't the only representatives of Seidukan Academy in the Phoenix Festa. But among all the competing teams, these two were, without question, the strongest contenders for the championship. That was why Claudia had gathered them here. The tournament starts next week, she continued. The organizers have already finalized the grouping list. I've received an early copy, let's take a look. With that, she extended her hand, opening a floating screen. Chapter 10, Chapter 46 to 50. Chapter 46, The Strong Teams of Each Academy. Above the Student Council office, a massive floating screen expanded in front of everyone, drawing their eyes toward it. Displayed on the screen was a tournament bracket, structured like a grand castle, arranged in a tiered, ascending format. On this list, the names of teams from different academies appeared one by one, filling the chart. This was the official Phoenix Festa tournament schedule. Wow. There are so many participants. Kirin Tudu couldn't help but gasp at the sheer number of names densely packed across the screen. Right on cue, Claudia Enfield's voice rang out. The total number of participants for this year's Phoenix Festa is 512, forming 256 teams. The Tournament Operations Committee has divided them into groups. After the opening ceremony, battles will take place across different stages spread throughout the city. During the Festa, Asterisk's various battle arenas would be fully utilized for the competition. Among them, 11 major and mid-sized arenas across Asterisk, including the Sirius Dome, would serve as battle stages for the tournament. The grouping and scheduling of matches were determined by the Operations Committee, a body composed of members selected from the Integrated Enterprise Foundation, which backed each academy. To maximize excitement and viewership, the committee deliberately spread out the strongest competitors in the early stages. This prevented high-profile battles from occurring too soon, ensuring that potential climactic showdowns in the later rounds wouldn't be lost due to strong contenders eliminating each other too early. Thus, when Kaiser and the others located their names on the tournament bracket, they weren't surprised to see that their first-round opponents were all relatively unknown figures. Of course, unknown was only in their eyes. The Phoenix Festa was a world-class event featuring competitors from all 6 academies. Anyone who dared to enter was already confident in their strength. At the very least, most were officially ranked students within their respective academies. To ordinary students, these contenders were not weak at all. But to Kaiser, Ayato, Julius, and Kirin, these names were insignificant. As a result, everyone looked at the bracket with ease, their expressions completely relaxed. Judging from these matchups, it looks like we won't be running into each other early on. Ayato Amajirai commented with a light-hearted smile. Well, obviously. Julius Alexia von Riesfeld responded, unsurprised. Even students from the same academy were intentionally separated in the early rounds. While it wasn't impossible for teammates to meet, the chances were extremely low. Besides, their team in particular was a special case. Julius herself was rank 5, and while Ayato wasn't in the rankings, the operations committee was well aware that he was a 4-colored magic sword user. That alone ensured that their team would be classified as a high-ranking threat. There was no way they would be matched early on against another team consisting of 2 rank 1s, Kaiser and Kirin, who were top championship contenders. Claudia continued her explanation. The Phoenix Festa lasts for approximately 2 weeks. The first week consists of the preliminary rounds, which will determine the top 32 teams. As you can see, the matchups have already been arranged. All you need to do is follow the bracket and win your matches. Unless something unexpected happens, all of you should advance through preliminaries with no issues. Once the top 32 have been decided, the tournament will move into the main event in the second week. At that point, a new tournament bracket will be created through randomized draws, and teams will compete in the following format. Top 32 Top 16. Top 16 Top 8. Top 8 Semifinals. Semifinals Championship Match. For our academy to earn ranking points, we need at least one team to make it past the preliminary rounds and reach the top 32. The ranking points Claudia referred to were part of the overall score calculation for the Asterisk academies. Only competitors who made it to the official rounds contributed points to their academy's total score. The higher the final placement, the more points they earned for their academy. Essentially, the better Kaiser and the others performed, the higher Seidukin's overall ranking would be. Our academy's poor performance in the past few festas has been less than ideal. Claudia sighed. Honestly, this Phoenix Festa is the most critical event for our academy's overall standing this season. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that our success, or failure, rests entirely on your performance. As I'm sure you all know, different academies excel in specific festas. St. Gallardworth Academy dominates the GRYPS Festa, team battles. Lil Wolf Black Institute dominates the Lindworm Festa, solo battles. Both academies have repeatedly crushed the competition in their respective tournaments. And this season, it was already confirmed that the GRYPS Festa would include St. Gallardworth's previous championship team. The Lindworm Festa would feature Lil Wolf's 2-time reigning champion. Essentially, they were openly declaring that they would be taking the trophies again. For the other academies, winning those 2 festas was nearly impossible. In other words, the Phoenix Festa was their best shot at securing victory. And coincidentally, Seidukan Academy had historically been the most successful in the Phoenix Festa. However, their recent struggles in the Festa had contributed to their declining performance in the overall rankings. For Seidukan to redeem itself, winning this Phoenix Festa was absolutely essential. Claudia then expanded multiple floating screens displaying the most dangerous teams in the tournament. And here are the strongest teams from the other academies, the ones most likely to pose a challenge to you. She swiped her hand, sending the data to everyone's screens. Fortunately, this Phoenix Festa doesn't feature any other rank 1s. In fact, there are very few competitors ranked in the top 5. But even so, these teams will still be major threats. Kaiser and the others began scanning the lists. Kaiser was the first to finish. He nodded internally. The names were exactly as he remembered from the original story. Strongest teams of the Phoenix Festa. St. Gillardworth Academy. Rank 11, Doroteo Lemus. Rank 12, Elliot Forster. Jia Long 7th Institute. Rank 9, Li Shenyun. Rank 10, Li Shenhua. Queen Vale Academy for Girls. Rank 7, Sandra Seger. Rank 47, Nina Ockenball. Their rankings aren't as high, but they're still powerful. As Claudia continued listing the strongest teams from Le Wolf Black Institute and Alecant Academy, Kaiser, Ayato, and Julius all narrowed their eyes. Chapter 47, Gravisheath. What's wrong? Claudia Enfield immediately noticed the subtle changes in Kaiser, Julius, and Ayato's expressions and asked. Kaiser remained silent. Instead, it was Julius who spoke first. What's the situation with Alecant? Her voice carried clear displeasure. Beside her, Ayato was just as serious, his brows furrowed deeply. Claudia immediately understood. As Seidukan Academy Student Council President, she was far from a mere figurehead. She had long since investigated the incidents involving Ayato and Julius before they became partners, how they had been ambushed multiple times and dragged into a conspiracy. And the truth behind those incidents. It all traced back to Alecant Academy. In other words, Ayato and Julius had a personal grudge against Alecant. Thus, Claudia provided the information she had gathered. From what I know, Alecant does not have any particularly strong or noteworthy participants in this Phoenix Festa. Forget page 1 ranked competitors, even their ranked students are few and far between. Claudia paused slightly before continuing. However, this year's Phoenix Festa may include some special adjustments. That statement instantly caught everyone's attention. Special adjustments. Kirin tilted her head, puzzled. This isn't unusual, Claudia explained. Since the Festa is a global event, its primary purpose is to attract worldwide attention. As such, the Tournament Operations Committee frequently implements new measures to increase the event's appeal. Because of this, every Festa often features changes in rules or special adjustments. If these changes improve the event, they become permanent regulations. If they prove problematic, they are simply discarded. Clearly, Claudia had received insider information but wasn't at liberty to fully disclose it. This year, Alecant is expected to be the biggest beneficiary of such adjustments. Even if they don't have many high-ranking participants, you shouldn't take them lightly. Upon hearing this, Ayato and Julius fell into contemplative silence. What about Le Wolf? Kirin hesitantly asked. Are there any notable participants from their side? Of course. Claudia nodded. In fact, aside from Alecant, the biggest threat in this year's Phoenix Festa will be from Le Wolf Black Institute. She enlarged one of the floating screens. The next moment, a profile appeared before everyone's eyes. The image displayed a fierce-looking woman with an intimidating, almost gangster-like presence, resembling a Yakuza boss more than a student. Irene Urzias. Rank 3 of Le Wolf Black Institute. Known as the Vampire Princess of Carnage. In this Phoenix Festa, she is the highest-ranked competitor, aside from Kaiser. Claudia's voice echoed through the room. She is the wielder of the Orga Lux. Gravisheath. While her ranking is lower than Kaiser's, if she were in Seidukan, she would easily be a contender for rank 1. Her words made everyone's expressions turn serious. At this point, even Ayato, despite being relatively new to Asterisk, had developed a decent understanding of the 6 academies and their power structures. Thus, everyone present understood. Among the 6 schools, Seidukan Academy's overall strength was the weakest. Comparing the 6 academies, Seidukan Academy was still stronger than Queen Vale Academy for Girls, as Queen Vale's structure and philosophy inherently limited the number of strong fighters. Seidukan was comparable to Alecant, since Alecant focused more on research and technology, producing students with superior equipment but less natural combat talent. However, against St. Gillardworth, Jia Long 7th Institute, or Le Wolf Black Institute, Seidukan was simply outmatched. And the reason for that was the nature of those 3 academies themselves. St. Gillardworth Academy. The only noble academy among the 6. operated under strict knightly codes and discipline. Strongly emphasized swordsmanship as the true path to strength. Produced some of the greatest swordsmen in Asterisk. Jia Long 7th Institute. The largest of the 6 academies. The only academy that had an elementary division, believing that combat training must start from childhood. Martial prowess was deeply ingrained in its culture. Developed Star Senjutsu, a technique that enhanced mana control across all students. Le Wolf Black Institute. The most violent and battle-hungry academy. Encouraged a survival of the fittest mentality. Students excelled in duels, thriving in personal combat. However, also the most chaotic school, riddled with rule violations and criminal elements. Many of Asterisk's criminals had ties to Le Wolf. It was no surprise that these 3 academies consistently dominated past festas. And now, Irene Urzias stood among them, rank 3 of Le Wolf Black Institute. Gravisheath, the cursed Orga Lux. Gravisheath. Julius murmured. That's the Orga Lux that's appeared in past festas before, isn't it? Yes, Claudia confirmed. It's one of the more infamous Orga Luxes. What makes it special is its extremely high compatibility with almost any user. Because of this, many different fighters have wielded it over the years. And thanks to its overwhelming power, it has become one of the most well-known Orga Luxes in Festa history. However, Claudia's gaze drifted toward Kaiser. For a brief moment, a subtle smile formed on her lips. As powerful as it is, Gravisheath comes with a heavy price. Few people have ever been able to fully control it. If the vampire princess of Carnage can wield its power to its fullest extent, she will undoubtedly be one of the greatest threats in this tournament. The screen also displayed Irene Urzias' partner. A non-ranked student. Her younger sister, Priscilla Urzias. A girl described as gentle and harmless. Despite having such a weak partner, Claudia still considered Irene the biggest threat from Le Wolf. That alone was proof of how dangerous she truly was. Everyone's faces grew tense. Everyone except Kaiser. From start to finish, he remained silent. Staring at the screen, his golden eyes flickered. If I remember correctly, this woman was sent by that fat bastard from Le Wolf specifically to counter Ser-Veresta's user. In the original story, Irene Urzias was deliberately placed in the Phoenix Festa for one reason. To defeat Ayato Amajirai. So now, who was her target this time? I should find out soon. As Kaiser contemplated this, Claudia finally finished briefing them on the strongest competitors from the other academies. I'll send you all the detailed information later. This is all I can do for you now. The rest is up to your own efforts. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. A few days later, Sedukan Academy's summer vacation began. But in Asterisk, the city grew livelier than ever. Tourists flooded the streets. The atmosphere burned with excitement. And quietly, unnoticed, the Phoenix Festa began. Chapter 48, Phoenix Festa. On this day, the entire city of Asterisk transformed into the stage for a grand festival. Boom. 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 Fireworks exploded in the sky, scattering countless colorful streamers and confetti across the streets. Everywhere, from major avenues to small alleys, was decorated with vibrant banners and promotional posters. With the excited cheers of the crowd ringing in the air, the entire city was caught up in the festive atmosphere. Tourists flocked to Asterisk from all over the world. Some came to watch the battles of the Phoenix Festa, while others took advantage of the event to sightsee and celebrate. As a result, the streets were packed, with a never-ending flow of people and vehicles creating a bustling scene. In particular, the Central District and the Commercial District were overcrowded, to the point where people were practically shoulder to shoulder. To manage the situation, the city issued temporary regulations. No vehicles were allowed in the main streets of the Central and Commercial Districts. Student duels were strictly prohibited in public areas for the duration of the festa. Violators would face severe punishment. At the heart of the Central District, in Asterisk's largest and most prestigious battle stage, the Sirius Dome, the opening ceremony of the Phoenix Festa was in full swing. Wow. It's so huge. And so many people. Beside Kaiser, Kirin Tuda was completely overwhelmed by the sight before her. The petite girl shrank against Kaiser's side, clinging to him like a frightened little bird. It really is massive. Kaiser glanced at Kirin, noting how she had curled herself up into a ball from nervousness. And in doing so, her upper body, pressed tightly against itself, created a rather noticeable effect. Sigh. The corners of Kaiser's lips twitched slightly, and he quickly averted his gaze, turning to observe his surroundings instead. The Sirius Dome was enormous. Not only could it easily accommodate all 512 competitors, allowing them to stand in perfect formation for the ceremony, but it also had a spectator capacity of nearly 100,000 people. In fact, Kaiser had to tilt his head back just to catch a glimpse of the spectators in the upper levels. And if someone were to look down from the top row of the arena, they probably wouldn't even be able to see him. At this moment, the stands were completely packed, with no empty seats in sight. Yet, despite the massive crowd, there was no deafening noise. Because at the very front of the stage, standing behind a podium, was a man delivering a speech. "I am Madiath Mesa, chairman of the Tournament Operations Committee." The voice was clear and steady, echoing throughout the arena. The speaker was a man in his mid-30s with a sharp, rugged appearance and a relaxed demeanor. His tone carried an air of confidence and authority, yet at the same time, he gave off an easygoing aura, almost as if he were too carefree for his position. But no one dared to underestimate him. The Tournament Operations Committee was responsible for managing all aspects of the Festa. As its chairman, Madiath Mesa was the highest-ranking official of the Phoenix Festa. And anyone who could hold this position was undoubtedly a high-ranking executive within the Integrated Enterprise Foundation. In terms of authority and influence, he ranked far above Tutakuichiro. So that's Madiath Mesa. Kaiser studied him carefully. From the moment Madiath began speaking, Kaiser could feel a faint but undeniable sense of pressure radiating from the man. For the briefest moment, he had even detected a powerful surge of prana. This confirmed one thing. Madiath Mesa was not just another bureaucrat. Unlike Tutakuichiro, who was merely a political figure, this man was a genuine warrior, one who could rival active Festa competitors. Of course, that wasn't what caught Kaiser's attention the most. Suddenly, Kaiser narrowed his eyes. For a fleeting moment, Madiath Mesa's gaze flickered toward him. It lasted for barely a second, so brief that most would dismiss it as a coincidence or imagination. But Kaiser had been watching closely. He knew he wasn't mistaken. "So, I've caught his attention too," he muttered to himself, so softly that even Kirin didn't hear him. After Madiath finished his speech, several other figures took the stage. Among them were various high-ranking officials, including the mayor of Asterisk. Their speeches were long-winded and tedious, so much so that even Kirin began nodding off, nearly falling asleep on Kaiser. The endless, dull formalities continued all the way until noon before finally concluding. And then, a broadcast echoed across the dome. "All competitors scheduled for matches today, please proceed to your designated battlefields within the allotted time." Upon hearing this, many competitors immediately left the stage. Since the Phoenix Festa preliminaries would be held across 11 different arenas, only those competing at the Sirius Dome remained. "Our match is being held here, huh?" Walking down one of the corridors within the venue, Kirin stayed close to Kaiser, clutching her tournament schedule as she double-checked their assignment. Seeing the confirmation, she let out a small sigh of relief. It wasn't surprising. During the Festa, the entire city was overcrowded, and traveling to another arena meant getting caught in the chaos of the festival crowds. For someone as shy as Kirin, that was not ideal. Not to mention, every time she stepped onto the streets, there were always some people who couldn't resist trying to approach her. If not for the strict no-fighting rule during the Festa, Kaiser would have done more than just stop them. He would have broken their hands. Given all this, it was understandable that Kirin preferred to avoid the streets. Luckily, their match had been classified as a main event, meaning they had been assigned to the Sirius Dome, the central stage of the tournament. Having our match on day one. Should we consider that good luck or bad luck? Kaiser chuckled as he looked at his relieved partner. The first week of the Phoenix Festa consisted of preliminary rounds, with a total of 3 rounds. Round 1 lasted 4 days, eliminating half of the 256 teams. Round 2 lasted 2 days, reducing the count to 64 teams. Round 3 took 1 day, cutting it down to the top 32. Since their first match was on the very first day, they would have at least 3 days of rest before their next battle. Once today's match is over, we'll have plenty of time to recover. Kaiser smiled. "If you don't want to go out, we can just train at the academy." "Ah. Thank you, Kai-senpai." Kirin bowed her head shyly. Seeing her adorable reaction, Kaiser felt an impulse. And before he could stop himself, he reached out and patted her head. "Ah." Kirin let out a tiny gasp, her cheeks turning bright red. But she didn't resist. At that moment, Kaiser had only one thought. What's the big deal about head pats? Is this really why all the protagonists do it? I get it now. L block, first round, match 2, please proceed to the waiting area. The announcement snapped them out of the moment. "That's us, senpai." Kirin confirmed. That was fast. Kaiser grinned. "All right then, let's make this quick." "Yes, senpai." Kirin's eyes sparkled with determination. Chapter 49, Be glad this is just a match. Ooh. As Kaiser and Kirin Tudu stepped through the contestant tunnel onto the largest dueling stage in all of Asterisk, they were immediately greeted by an overwhelming roar of applause. This was unlike any official ranking battle. The deafening cheers felt as though they could shatter the entire Sirius Dome, erupting in tandem with the dazzling stage lights, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Even Kaiser was momentarily taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the audience's enthusiasm. Gazing at the massive display floating above the stage, which reflected his own image, he finally felt the weight of standing upon the most prestigious battleground in the world. He understood, starting from this moment, his face would be etched into the memories of spectators worldwide. Even those who weren't present in the arena would be watching him live from various parts of the globe, including those with ulterior motives. Dear audience, thank you for your patience. At that moment, the voices of the live commentators echoed throughout the venue. During the festa, all matches were broadcast live with professional commentators providing real-time analysis. In the Sirius Dome's commentary booth, two female announcers were passionately delivering their opening remarks. Please turn your attention to the left side of the stage, where we have Seidukan Academy's current Rank 1, Kaiser, alongside the former Rank 1, Kirin Tudu. Kaiser is the only Rank 1 participating in this year's Phoenix Festa. According to reliable sources, he was an unknown student just 3 months ago, only making his first appearance in Seidukan Academy's official ranking battles at that time. And in his debut, he skyrocketed to rank 13. The following month, he defeated the former rank 1 and claimed the top spot, his meteoric rise nothing short of astonishing. Indeed. Without a doubt, he's an undeniably powerful fighter. And let's not forget, he's also the wielder of the Orga Lux, Ser-Veresta, the legendary 4-colored magic swords. In terms of fame, it's one of the most renowned Orga Lux in Asterisk. Each of the 4-colored magic swords is infamous for being incredibly difficult to control. Before Kaiser, the only known wielder of one in Asterisk was the current rank 1 of St. Galardworth Academy, the so-called Holy Knight, an unparalleled swordsman at the peak of mastery. The last known user of Ser-Veresta appeared over a decade ago. Not only that, but Kaiser himself is remarkably adept at wielding the magic sword. Based on the widely circulated footage of his duels, his control over it is extraordinary, so much so that he's even earned the nickname Blazing Star Swordsman, a title widely recognized by fans everywhere. And his partner is none other than Seidukan's former rank 1, the prodigy who ascended to the top at the age of only 13, Kirin Tudu. She claimed rank 1 within a mere month of enrolling. A duo consisting of 2 rank 1s, this is an unprecedented, absolutely formidable team. That's right. Their support online is overwhelmingly high, and they're already considered one of the strongest contenders for the Phoenix Festa championship. A powerhouse team with overwhelming popularity. Just what kind of spectacular performance will they bring to us today? I can't wait to find out. The commentators expertly fanned the flames of excitement, sending the stadium into an even greater frenzy. The already thunderous cheers somehow managed to intensify, pushing the atmosphere to its absolute peak. I thought I was prepared for this, but I clearly underestimated it. Kaiser could feel his heartbeat quickening. Not from nervousness. Not from anxiety. It was exhilaration, his blood was boiling in excitement. Amidst this electrifying atmosphere, Kaiser turned to Kirin beside him. Are you all right, Kirin? Despite the overwhelming crowd, he didn't forget to check on his partner, who was naturally shy. Yes. Kirin tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, her expression cold and composed. I'm fine. The moment she gripped her blade, she transformed into a fully fledged warrior. Kaiser realized his concern had been unnecessary. Satisfied, he shifted his gaze forward, toward their opponents. Their challengers had also stepped onto the stage. It was a pair of large, burly men. Dressed in black uniforms, they starkly contrasted with Kaiser and Kirin, who wore white. Their faces were rough and intimidating, their dyed hair in vivid colors, one sporting a sea urchin-like purple buzz cut, the other with a mohawk. It was obvious at a glance that they were thugs. Kaiser had already seen the tournament bracket and knew that these two were students from Le Wolf Black Institute. Both were university-level students ranked 25th and 29th in their academy. Though not members of Page 1, they had still climbed into the top 30 of the notoriously cutthroat Le Wolf Black Institute. If placed in Seidukan, they would likely rival Arati Fankin in strength. Yet, despite facing 2 rank 1s, they showed no fear. Instead, they glared at Kaiser and Kirin with vicious expressions. Rank 1. Just a couple of damn brats. Stealing our spotlight like this, time to teach them a lesson. Little kids should stick to playing house at school. The girl's mine. I'll crush her little. Kaiser caught snippets of their conversation, and the smile on his face vanished. Kai-senpai. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Kirin called out in confusion. It's nothing. Kaiser replied emotionlessly. The one with the purple buzz cut is mine. You take the mohawk. The one Kaiser chose was the one whose eyes had been fixated on Kirin's chest. Don't hold back. Kaiser drew his pitch-black activator. Understood. Kirin wasn't sure what had gotten into him, but she followed his instructions without question. And now, let the second round begin. The commentator's voice rang out just as the school badges on all 4 competitors' chests lit up. Phoenix Festa, L Block, first round, second match, begin. A mechanical voice boomed through the stadium speakers. The battle had officially begun. Die. The 2 Le Wolf Black Institute students roared in unison, summoning their Lux weapons and charging forward. You're mine. The purple-haired thug wielded a machete-like Lux and sprinted straight toward Kirin, a menacing grin on his face. But just as he reached her, Kaiser suddenly stepped in. VMM. His black activator came to life, its pristine white blade forming amidst a crimson glow, emitting a deep, resonant hum. There it is. The Orga Lux, Ser-Veresta. The commentator's exclamation was lost to Kaiser, who had already tuned everything else out. He gazed at his opponent indifferently. Then, before the purple-haired thug could react, boom. A wave of searing heat erupted from Ser-Veresta, slamming into him like a sudden inferno. Af! With a blood-curdling scream, the thug was sent flying. His body tumbled through the air like a rag doll, thick smoke rising from his scorched skin. You bastard! Charred and twitching, the thug struggled to rise. Boom. Another blast of heat struck him. Aga. He was sent sprawling once more, his clothes reduced to tattered rags by the intense flames. And my hair. The thug scrambled to his feet, clutching his head in horror. His once purple buzz cut had been completely burned off, leaving behind a scorched, blackened mess. Expressionless, Kaiser approached him, Ser-Veresta humming ominously in his hand. Be glad this is just a match. His voice was calm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just burned the hair on top. The thug froze. A chilling sensation shot through his lower body. For the first time in his life, he felt truly terrified. Chapter 50, Wole Zane. Show. With the terrified, knee-clenching reaction of black charcoal head, Kaiser casually swung his sword, slashing across the school badge on the thug's chest. A scorching, crimson fissure instantly formed on the badge. It's over. At the same time, Kirin Tudu also concluded her battle. While Kaiser intercepted the purple-haired thug, Kirin had already drawn her sword against the mohawked one. She hadn't needed to use Renzuru, in fact, she didn't even need to. A few effortless slashes from her blade were enough to overwhelm her opponent, easily driving him into a corner. Recalling Kaiser's instructions, Kirin struck him across the face with the back of her blade. Blood spurted from his mouth as several teeth went flying. Crack. A moment later, Kirin's sword traced across his badge, shattering it completely. Ding. A loud chime immediately rang throughout the stage. Match over. Winners, Kaiser and Kirin Tudu. The mechanical voice announced the results clearly. The entire Sirius Dome erupted, sending forth an earth-shaking wave of cheers. They won. They won with complete ease. The match didn't even last 10 seconds, and Kaiser and Kirin Tudu have already secured victory. So strong. Absolutely overwhelming. As expected of Seidukan Academy's 2 consecutive rank 1s. That was a completely one-sided match. It looks like the rumors on the internet weren't exaggerated at all. With a team like this, they're definitely championship contenders. The live commentators' excitement spilled over, their voices blending with the roaring crowd. Instead of cooling down after such a quick battle, the atmosphere only grew even more frenzied. The commotion was so intense that even passers-by outside the Sirius Dome were drawn in. However, those who had been watching this match with special interest, particularly those paying attention to Kaiser, wore much graver expressions. The effortless way he had conjured a wave of heat with a single swing of his sword left them no choice but to acknowledge the truth. He can wield Ser-Veresta's power like that. That's unheard of. So the rumors are true, his compatibility with Ser-Veresta is abnormally high. I've never seen anyone use a magic sword like this. This guy is definitely someone to keep an eye on. We need to make our move soon. Countless thoughts surfaced in their minds. Some were filled with curiosity, some burned with fighting spirit, but others carried malicious intent. After today's performance, Kaiser had undeniably entered the radar of many different factions. They recognized his talent, his potential, and the threat he posed. Particularly those competing in the Phoenix Festa, there was no doubt that they now saw him as one of the biggest obstacles on their path to victory. What kind of repercussions would this have? Perhaps only fate could tell. But Kaiser wasn't concerned about any of that. We won, Senpai. Kirin ran up to him, her face glowing with joy. Kaiser smiled. At this moment, he only wanted to savor the joy of victory. Even if this was just the beginning. Sirius Dome, Contestant Lounge. Unlike the comprehensive arena at Seidukan Academy, the Sirius Dome was far larger in scale. As a result, not just the top-ranked students, but all competitors who had matches here were provided their own private lounge to use at their leisure. Kaiser and Kirin had returned to theirs and were casually chatting. Ayato-senpai and Jula-senpai's match is today too, isn't it? Kirin asked. She was completely relaxed now, showing none of the nervousness or shyness she once had when alone with Kaiser. After spending over a month together, she had grown accustomed to his presence. At first, she had felt anxious, flustered, but now, being with him was entirely natural. So much so that she could reveal a carefree, unguarded smile in his presence. They're in C block, first round, third match. Different bracket from ours, but their match is right after ours. Kaiser pulled up the tournament schedule and tapped on the names of Ayato Amajirai and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld. A floating window expanded, just in time for their match to begin. Kaiser's attention was immediately drawn to the screen. And for good reason. At that very moment, Ayato Amajirai was stepping forward, while Julius stood behind him with a smile. That usual relaxed expression still hung on his face, but his eyes, they were sharper than usual. And in his hand, he held an activator. Like the activator of Ser-Veresta, this one had a pitch-black hilt. But unlike Ser-Veresta, whose core was crimson, this one had a different color. A color entirely distinct from the green hue of ordinary manadite. A color that told everyone this wasn't a manadite. Without a doubt, this was the activator of an Orga Lux. VMM. As the amanadite within it emitted its unique radiance, digital grids appeared around the activator in Ayato's hand. The grids rapidly assembled, forming an intricate crossguard, while an immense surge of mana materialized into a blade. A brilliant azure blade, radiant like an emerald, shimmering with an entrancing glow. VMM. At that instant, Ser-Veresta trembled at Kaiser's waist, reacting violently. This is... Kirin, who had unknowingly leaned closer to Kaiser, widened her eyes at the sight. Wolei Zane. Kaiser spoke its name. Wolei Zane, one of the four-colored magic swords, created in the same era as Ser-Veresta, and equally legendary. In the original story, while the other three swords had either been openly used or secretly wielded, Wolei Zane had never once appeared. Throughout Asterisk's history, never before had all four magic swords been wielded simultaneously, not even in the later events of the original timeline. But now, because Kaiser had obtained Ser-Veresta, fate had shifted. By some twist of destiny, Ayato Amajirai had become the wielder of Wolei Zane, bringing into the world an Orga Lux that had never appeared before. So now, all four-colored magic swords exist in the same era. Kaiser murmured, feeling the uncanny weight of fate's hand. Ayato-senpai is making his move. Kirin's voice snapped him from his thoughts, pulling his gaze back to the screen. And then, with my hidden secret sword, I shatter the celestial prison, unleashing the might of the tiger. Before the eyes of thousands, amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, Ayato raised Wolei Zane, chanting its invocation. In an instant, countless chains of mana manifested around him, binding his body. At their source, glowing purple magic circles spun in the air. Boom. Ayato's prana exploded outward, shattering the magic circles and obliterating the chains restraining him. At that moment, the sheer magnitude of Ayato's prana sent a shiver through the arena. Although Kaiser and Kirin couldn't feel his energy through the broadcast, they could see the breathtaking spectacle, the dazzling explosion of prana, star-like motes of light swirling and surging skyward in a pillar of brilliance. Ayato-senpai's prana. Even with only a glimpse, Kirin instantly understood how vast his energy reserves were. Her expression stiffened in shock. Kaiser, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. Ayato's prana had always been among the highest in Asterisk, one of the few who could rival the very strongest. And now, Kaiser watched intently as Ayato vanished in a streak of emerald light. By the time he reappeared, his opponent's badges were already shattered. Author's note, we've finally caught up to the previous release, everyone. Party Popper, please continue supporting the book, leave a review, add it to your library, and drop some power stones. Fire read up to 50 chapters ahead on patreon.com/NiaXD. You can also read 5 chapters ahead for free, so don't miss out. Gemstone Power Stone goal, 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Thank you all for your amazing support, I appreciate you. Red Heart. Chapter 11, Chapter 51, Tomorrow's Match. Match over. Winners, Ayato Amajirai and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld. As the mechanical announcement echoed through the live broadcast channel, a deafening wave of cheers erupted once more, stretching on without end. I see. No wonder you said Ayato-senpai and his team are the toughest opponents. Watching Ayato and Julius high-five in celebration on stage, Kirin Tuda wore a serious expression. Ayato-senpai is really strong. Maybe even stronger than me. At least in terms of physical ability and prana, Kirin was certain she couldn't match Ayato Amajirai. Right now, he probably is stronger than you. Kaiser didn't deny it. Instead, he simply nodded in agreement. In the original storyline, Ayato had once lost to Kirin in a duel, but that was because he had struggled to wield Ser-Veresta properly. Ser-Veresta's immense size had posed a major drawback in agility, limiting Ayato's swordsmanship and preventing him from utilizing his full potential. That was the primary reason he had lost to Kirin back then. At the time, rather than aiding him, Ser-Veresta had actually been a burden. Now, however, Ayato no longer had Ser-Veresta. Instead, he wielded Wolei Zane, a weapon of the same caliber. Though Wolei Zane wasn't exactly small, certainly larger than the traditional katana Ayato was most proficient with, it was still smaller than Ser-Veresta's default form. In other words, though both weapons belonged to the four-colored magic swords, Ser-Veresta had hindered Ayato far more than Wolei Zane did. With Wolei Zane in his hands, Ayato was undoubtedly stronger than when he wielded Ser-Veresta. If he were to duel Kirin now, he might not lose as he had in the original timeline. After all, so long as his swordsmanship wasn't excessively restricted, a four-colored magic sword class Orga Lux would be nothing short of an immense power boost for him. Wolei Zane's ability is related to space, right, senpai? Kirin turned to Kaiser, asking while her cheeks subtly reddened. She had just realized how close she was to Kaiser, so close that certain prominent parts of her figure were pressed against his arm. Yeah. Kaiser, however, was too engrossed in watching Wolei Zane in Ayato's hands to notice. While replaying the moment Ayato activated the weapon, he absent-mindedly answered Kirin's question. Although each of the four-colored magic swords has a different ability, they all share one defining trait: they cannot be conventionally defended against. For example, Ser-Veresta can burn and sever all things. No matter what weapon the enemy tries to block it with, their weapon will be cut apart alongside it. The same goes for Wolei Zane. It can sever space itself along a designated coordinate axis, slicing through anything within that space. A magic sword capable of cutting space itself, there was no need to explain how terrifyingly powerful such an Orga Lux was. Ayato has only recently obtained Wolei Zane, so he probably can't fully unleash its potential yet. But even so, an ordinary Lux weapon would have absolutely no chance of blocking Wolei Zane. Unless the opposing weapon is an Orga Lux of the same caliber, Wolei Zane, just like my Ser-Veresta, is an attack that cannot be defended against. Kaiser paused the replay, enlarging the image of Wolei Zane in Ayato's hands. If you ever have to face Ayato, remember, don't try to block Wolei Zane with your Senbakiri. Understand? Yes. Without looking back, Kaiser issued his warning. The response he received was a tense, flustered voice. That was when he finally realized, this girl was practically pressing herself against him. You know, you don't have to stick that close. I am sorry. Kirin practically jumped away in a panic, her face so red it looked like she was about to start steaming. Ahem. Kaiser cleared his throat theatrically, suppressing a certain indescribable feeling inside him. Then, he changed the subject. Ayato and Julius make for a strong team, but the other teams aren't to be underestimated either. Let's take this chance to analyze the rest of today's matches. At his words, Kirin naturally had no objections and eagerly nodded. And so, the two of them proceeded to watch the battles of the other noteworthy teams. For some reason, perhaps due to intentional planning by the Tournament Operations Committee, many of the top-ranked teams from each academy had been scheduled to compete today, despite the first round spanning 4 days. For example, St. Gallardworth Academy's Rank 11, Armored Magus, Doroteo Lemus, and Rank 12, Radiant Blade, Elliot Forster. Jia Long 7th Institute's Rank 9, Illusory Genesis, Li Shenyun, and Rank 10, Phantom Mist, Li Shenhua. Queen Vale Academy for Girls Rank 7, Water Dragon, Sandra Seger, and Rank 47, Battle Card Witch, Nina Ockenval. These were the 3 teams Claudia had labeled as the strongest representatives of their respective academies, and all of them were competing today. It was clear that Claudia hadn't singled them out for no reason. Though their rankings weren't particularly high, their true capabilities were far beyond what their rankings suggested. Doroteo Lemus, the Armored Magus, was a university student already over 20 years old. This was his 3rd time participating in the Festa. Though he had never won the championship, there was no denying that he was a veteran warrior, honed through countless battles. Elliot Forster, the Radiant Blade, was his complete opposite. Just like Kirin, he was a student from the elementary division, extremely young, yet exceptionally talented in swordsmanship. In terms of pure potential, he was at least on par with Kirin, prompting her to pay particular attention to him. These two may have only been at the bottom of St. Gallardworth's page 1, but if they had been Seidokan students, both would have been top 5 contenders, comparable to Julius in strength. With the two of them teaming up, they were undoubtedly strong candidates for the top 8, or even the top 4, in this year's Phoenix Festa. Similarly, Li Shenyun and Li Shenhua from Jia Long 7th Institute were no weaklings either. Not only were they individually strong, but as identical twins, their coordination was unrivaled. Their teamwork was likely the most seamless among all competitors, a level of synergy far beyond what Kaiser and Kirin could achieve in just a month of training together. As for Ser-Veresta, the water dragon, she had delivered an equally outstanding performance. Because, she, too, was an Orga Lux wielder. Just from her title alone, Water Dragon, it was clear, her Orga Lux granted her control over water, and she had demonstrated this ability impressively in battle. If she were to face Julius one-on-one, then in a pure duel, Julius would be guaranteed to lose. There was no helping it. The elemental counter was simply too severe. For a Striga who wielded fire, Ser-Veresta was the ultimate natural enemy. These three teams are almost certainly advancing to the main bracket. After watching their matches, Kaiser made his assessment. Each of these teams had won their first-round matches cleanly and effortlessly, completely overwhelming their opponents. Their performances were just as dazzling as Kaiser and Kirin's, and Ayato and Julius. Their online popularity and support were just as high. Too bad none of Le Wolf or Alicant's strongest teams competed today. Kirin flipped through multiple live channels but couldn't find any other noteworthy matches. Neither Le Wolf Black Institute nor Alicant Academy had fielded their top contenders yet. Kaiser pondered for a moment before pulling up the match schedule. Tomorrow, huh? After checking a certain team's match time, he made a decision. Kirin. He looked at her and spoke. Tomorrow, let's go watch the Vampire Princess. Chapter 12, Chapter 52, just one of the reasons. The second day of the Phoenix Festa. Today, Asterisk, the city of duels, was still packed to the brim with people attending the tournament. The streets were densely packed, forming an endless sea of people. Cafes, restaurants, ice cream parlors, and street vendors were all filled to capacity. Many visitors had stopped in their tracks, opening holographic screens on the spot to watch the live broadcasts, causing the entire city center to become completely gridlocked. Walking through the crowd was almost impossible. I can't take it anymore, senpai. Walking beside Kaiser, Kirin Tuda looked as if she were about to collapse. Her entire body swayed unsteadily, as though she might faint at any moment. There was no helping it, the streets were simply too crowded. And with it being summer vacation, Asterisk was in the peak of summer. The artificial crater lake at the city center reflected the blazing sun, sending scorching heat cascading over the six-star metropolis. The heat was comparable to the waves released by Ser-Veresta. Kirin was drenched in sweat, her face flushed red from the heat. And to make matters worse, neither of them were nobodies. As top-seeded championship contenders, their popularity and support ratings were through the roof. At least 80% of the tourists who had come to Asterisk were here for the Phoenix Festa. Many had already seen Kaiser and Kirin before and knew exactly who they were. In this situation, stepping onto the streets was no different from global superstars walking through a public plaza. The commotion they caused was massive. Along the way, they had been greeted, cheered on, stopped for handshakes, and even bombarded with autograph requests. Under this blazing sun, they weren't just fighting through the crowd, they were being swarmed by fans. It was exhausting. Sorry. I should have planned better. Seeing Kirin on the verge of heat exhaustion, Kaiser let out a wry chuckle and reached out to hold her hand. If I had known it'd be this bad, I would have come alone. Now, even if I wanted to send you back, you probably wouldn't make it, would you? Given this crowd, if he let Kirin return alone, she might collapse on the way. The Gene Stella were considered the next evolution of humanity, but at the end of the day, they were still human. Aside from Striga and Dante, who possessed special abilities, most Gene Stella weren't all that different from ordinary people when it came to heat resistance. Which meant they could still get exhausted, and in this heat and congestion, heatstroke was a very real danger. Want me to carry you on my back? Kaiser offered casually. Kirin visibly flinched, startled by the suggestion. She quickly shook her head. And no, it's fine, senpai. Kirin forced herself to stay upright, replying in a strained voice. We're almost there. I just have to hold out a little longer. Hearing this, Kaiser turned his gaze forward. Up ahead, a massive domed building came into view. It was one of Asterisk's 3 largest battle arenas, second only to Sirius Dome in terms of usage during the Phoenix Festa. The first week of preliminary matches took place across 1 main stage, 3 large-scale arenas, and 7 mid-sized arenas. However, once the main bracket began in the second week, matches would only be held in the Sirius Dome and the 3 large-scale arenas. By the time the top 4 was decided, the Sirius Dome would become the sole battlefield, hosting both the semi-finals and finals. Kaiser and Kirin's destination today was one of the large-scale arenas that would be used until the semi-finals, where Kaiser's person of interest was scheduled to compete. However, at this rate, the match will probably be over by the time we get there. Even Kaiser was getting frustrated. Had he known this would happen, he might as well have used Ser-Veresta's power to fly over. If not for the risk of the heat waves injuring civilians, Kaiser would have already done so. This is worse than just training at the academy like we originally planned. Kaiser was starting to regret his decision. Fortunately, no one had tried anything inappropriate with Kirin during the journey. Otherwise, Kaiser really would have regretted coming. Just hang in there a bit longer, Kirin. Kaiser sighed. If it gets too bad, let me carry you. Oh okay. Kirin nodded weakly, barely managing a response. And so, at a snail's pace, the two of them inched forward through the crowd, taking over an hour just to reach their destination. We finally made it. The moment they stepped into the arena, the cool blast of air conditioning washed over them, making Kaiser feel as if he had come back to life. You. I'm sorry, senpai. Kirin collapsed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck, her voice full of guilt. In the end, she hadn't been able to hold out, Kaiser had carried her the rest of the way. It's fine. We're partners, aren't we? And as your senior, it's my job to look after you. Kaiser replied matter-of-factly. Besides, you're light. Carrying you is easy. If anything, it actually felt nice. Feeling the soft warmth against his back, Kaiser suddenly understood why certain guys always slammed on the brakes while driving girls around. Too bad we still missed the match. Carrying Kirin on his back, Kaiser endured the odd stares from passers-by as he turned into a secluded hallway, sighing in resignation. We can watch the replay online, but not being there in person means we can't sense the prana flow or catch the finer details of the fight. Thanks to the air conditioning, Kirin had somewhat recovered. Still lying on Kaiser's back, she opened a floating screen, pulling up the match replay. On screen, a boldly dressed girl was shown dominating the fight. She wore the Wolf Black Institute's uniform in an extremely revealing way, her jacket tied around her waist, leaving only a swimsuit-like top covering her upper body. In her hands, she wielded a massive crimson scythe, its blade larger than her entire body. Embedded at the base of the weapon's handle was a glowing purple amanadite. It was Gravisheath. The only Orga Lux owned by the Wolf Black Institute. And the girl wielding it was Irene Urzias. The rank 3 of the Wolf Black Institute. The vampire princess of carnage. She was the reason Kaiser had come today. But now, her match was already over. Kirin carefully analyzed the replay, absorbing every detail of Irene's battle. Her performance was outstanding. Her combat prowess was exceptional. Despite Gravisheath's immense size, Irene wielded it with effortless control, swinging its massive blood-red blade with astonishing agility. Each sweep carved crimson arcs through the air. Watching this, Kirin reached a conclusion. Defeating her won't be easy. Senpai, is that why you were so interested in her? Because of Gravisheath. Kirin assumed this was the case. But Kaiser shook his head. Gravisheath is only part of the reason. He didn't elaborate. Instead, he suddenly stopped walking. Senpai. Kirin blinked in confusion until she heard footsteps. Ahead, in the deserted hallway, 2 figures were walking toward them. That's. Seeing them, Kirin's expression tensed. Chapter 13, Chapter 53, Striking Without Warning. At the far end of the deserted hallway, 2 girls, similar in both age and appearance, walked toward Kaiser and Kirin Tudu. Though they looked alike, the atmosphere surrounding each of them was entirely different. The girl on the left wore the proper uniform of the Wolf Black Institute, her long hair neatly braided into twin plaits. She had a gentle expression, her entire presence soft and delicate, completely unlike the kind of student one would expect from the Wolf Black Institute. The girl on the right, however, was the complete opposite. She wore her uniform sloppily, leaving her top boldly unbuttoned. Despite the scorching heat, she had a scarf wrapped around her neck, her entire demeanor fierce and unruly. Irene Urzias. Lying on Kaiser's back, Kirin softly murmured the name. It was exactly the person they had come to see. She had unexpectedly appeared before them, face to face. At the moment, Irene seemed unaware of their presence. She had her hands on her head, looking exasperated as the girl beside her scolded her. Honestly, Wani-chan. Didn't I tell you not to sneak off alone after the match? The younger sister, with her gentle expression, stood with her arms crossed, glaring angrily at Irene. Her name was Priscilla Urzias. She was Irene's biological sister, as well as her partner in the Phoenix Festa. Together, they had already secured a victory in the first round. I wasn't sneaking off. Irene, clearly guilty, hesitated before making a clumsy excuse. I was just going for a walk. Yeah. A walk. Liar. Priscilla exposed her immediately. You were totally trying to sneak off to Pleasure Street again to gamble. Pleasure Street, a redevelopment district notorious for its underground activities and criminal enterprises. It was a place where one could find anything illicit, gambling, black market trades, backroom deals, and more. The entire district was effectively controlled by the underworld, a den of crime where law-abiding citizens dared not step foot. However, for Le Wolf Black Institute students, going there wasn't unusual. After all, Le Wolf students were often the ones running those illegal businesses in the first place. And judging by Irene's reaction, she was a regular there. Seeing her excuse exposed, Irene quickly put on a sheepish grin. I was just going to take a look. I wasn't planning to cause trouble. Unfortunately, Priscilla wasn't buying it. That's exactly what you said last time. And then what happened? You trashed an entire casino. Ah. That was an accident. I don't believe you. You always lie. This time will be different. The two sisters continued to bicker, completely absorbed in their argument as they unknowingly approached Kaiser and Kirin. Finally. Irene suddenly noticed them. Turning her head, her eyes locked onto Kaiser. It's you. For a moment, Irene's expression flashed with surprise, but it quickly sharpened, her gaze turning fierce. You're. Priscilla also noticed them, her expression filled with confusion. Nice to meet you. Still carrying Kirin on his back, Kaiser finally spoke. He cast a brief glance at Priscilla, then turned to Irene, smiling faintly. Didn't expect to run into you here, vampire princess. It was an unexpected bonus. I also didn't expect to see your face here, blazing star swordsman. Irene took a step forward, subtly shifting to place Priscilla behind her, a cold smirk forming on her lips. Her eyes, though not overtly hostile, carried a sharpness that looked ready to cut. I thought your match was yesterday. What are you doing here today? Irene narrowed her eyes, grinning wolfishly. Don't tell me, you came here for us. As she spoke, a hint of hostility finally surfaced in her expression. Yet, Kaiser remained unfazed. Do we look like we came for you? Kaiser shifted Kirin slightly on his back, causing her blush to deepen. Irene, though still suspicious, glanced at Kirin's completely flustered face and found it hard to believe they would come after her in this state. Then why are you here? Irene pressed. Don't tell me you two are just here to flirt. At those words, Kirin's face turned even redder. What else? We came to watch the matches, obviously. Kaiser replied calmly, his expression relaxed. Too bad we got here too late, your match was already over. Otherwise, I would have gotten a good look at Gravisheath and what it can really do. At those words, Irene smiled. A dangerous smile. You want to see Gravisheath, is that it? A sinister gleam flashed in her eyes, tinged with a blood-red glow. Her entire presence shifted, becoming far more violent. She reached into her coat and pulled out a device. A black hilt, embedded with a glowing purple amanadite. A weapon activator. If you want to see it. The amanadite glowed, pulsating with energy. Mana surged violently, forming into a massive crimson scythe, its blood-colored blade humming with power. Then I'll give you a good look right now. In that instant, both Kaiser and Kirin sensed the immense danger radiating from Irene. Senpai. Wani-chan. Both Kirin and Priscilla cried out at the same time. But before they could react, both Kaiser and Irene moved. Irene's eyes flashed red, a sharp fang peeking from her lips as she grinned savagely. With no hesitation, she swung the scythe downward, a vicious, merciless strike aimed directly at Kaiser's head. The crimson blade tore through the air, leaving behind a streak of red light as it descended toward him. It was a sudden, ruthless attack. Yet, Kaiser was just as fast. In an instant, he let go of Kirin, dropping her safely to the ground. His hand flashed to his waist, drawing a pitch-black activator from its sheath. Clang! A brilliant white-hot blade erupted from the hilt, materializing at blazing speed. In a single motion, Kaiser swung upward, meeting Gravisheath's crimson arc head-on. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang through the empty hallway, sending sparks flying as the two weapons clashed. Kaiser had blocked the strike. His expression remained calm and composed. Senpai. Now freed, Kirin immediately reached for her sword, gripping Senbakiri, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Wani-chan. Meanwhile, Priscilla stood frozen, stunned by her sister's sudden aggression. Oh. Irene raised an eyebrow, still grinning. You blocked that so easily. Not bad at all, rank 1 of. Seiduken. And you're as reckless as the rumors say. Kaiser's golden eyes remained locked onto hers, unmoved by the crackling sparks between their blades. Striking without warning. You do realize you're violating the tournament committee's rules. If a Festa participant was caught engaging in unauthorized combat, the penalty was immediate disqualification. And yet, I don't care about the rules. Irene's smirk widened. If I finish the job here and now, then my work is done. Hearing those words, Kaiser's gaze sharpened. Chapter 14, Chapter 54, Prepare for Heavy Losses. Why was Kaiser so interested in Irene Erzias? It was simple. He knew that the reason she was participating in this year's Phoenix Festa was very likely because of him. In the original story, this woman had been sent to deal with Ayato Amajiri because of Ser-Veresta. Now, Ser-Veresta was in his hands. And yet, Irene was still here, still competing in this year's Phoenix Festa. Which meant she had likely been sent to take him out. Kaiser had wanted to verify this suspicion. That was why he had been closely observing Irene, why he had come all this way to watch her match in person. And now, with just a single sentence, Irene had essentially confirmed his theory. So it's true, she entered the Phoenix Festa specifically to deal with me. With this realization, Kaiser's golden eyes turned cold. He wasn't the kind of protagonist who would take this lightly. So, take me down. Kaiser spoke calmly. With just you. The red glow in Irene's eyes flared even brighter. Her smile turned even more savage. With Gravisheath in my hands. The moment she declared this, the purple amanadite embedded in Gravisheath suddenly glowed ominously. Boom. A deep, resonating pressure erupted in the air. It was as if an invisible mountain had descended from the heavens, crushing the space around them. A violet aura enveloped Kaiser, and in that instant, his entire body felt unbearably heavy. He nearly buckled under the weight. Gravity. Kaiser's expression shifted. It was as if an unseen force was pressing down on him, suffocating him beneath an overwhelming pressure. The ability to manipulate gravity, this was the true power of Gravisheath. Among the many Orga Lux that had appeared in past festas, Gravisheath was famous for two reasons. First, its sheer power. It allowed its wielder to freely manipulate gravity within a designated area, adjusting its direction and magnitude at will. If gravity was drastically increased, even the superhuman gene Stella would find it difficult to move. Right now, Kaiser was experiencing this power firsthand. Die. With Kaiser pinned down by Gravisheath's gravity field, Irene raised her massive crimson scythe high above her head. Her voice, low and deep, carried the chilling finality of a death sentence. She was about to bring the blade down. Wani-chan. Priscilla's panicked scream filled the corridor. Kirin had already drawn her sword, rushing toward Irene in an instant. And at that exact moment, boom. A blinding explosion of prana erupted. Kaiser's entire body ignited with a torrent of surging star energy. The force was overwhelming, filling the entire hallway with a cascade of glowing stardust. All of his prana channeled into Ser-Veresta. The black engravings on its blade lit up like flowing lava, spiraling toward the red amanadite at its core. VMMM. Ser-Veresta shuddered violently. The heat radiating from its blade escalated to an extreme, its pure white glow darkening into a deep violet, then shifting entirely to black. At that moment, Ser-Veresta was unleashed at its fullest. Its output surged to maximum capacity. Hawa. With a furious roar, Kaiser swung his sword. Slash. The violet aura trapping him shattered instantly, as if ripped apart like paper. What? The glow in Irene's eyes flared even brighter in shock. But Kaiser didn't stop. The moment he felt the pressure vanish, he gripped his sword with both hands and swung again, this time, directly at Irene. TCH. The bloodlust vanished from Irene's expression. As if snapping out of a trance, she clicked her tongue in annoyance and raised Gravisheath to block. Clang. The blackened blade of Ser-Veresta met the crimson scythe of Gravisheath. No metallic clash rang out. No sparks flew. Instead, it was like cutting through flesh. Shying. Ser-Veresta cut straight through the blade of Gravisheath. As if screaming in agony, the amanadite embedded in Gravisheath let out a high-pitched, piercing wail. Boom. The crimson blade of the scythe exploded. It disintegrated into pure mana, bursting apart in a shockwave that sent both combatants flying. Senpai. Without hesitation, Kirin lunged forward, arms outstretched. She caught Kaiser midair, cushioning his landing. Ah. Priscilla, however, was not so lucky. Completely unprepared, she was knocked over as Irene crashed into her. Priscilla. Even with shock still lingering on her face, Irene's red eyes returned to normal as she saw her sister fall. All of her aggression vanished. She immediately rushed to Priscilla's side. Senpai. Are you okay? Meanwhile, Kirin held Kaiser tightly, anxiously checking for injuries. I'm fine. Kaiser shook his head, pushing himself out of Kirin's arms before turning his gaze forward. Priscilla. Are you okay? Don't scare me. Irene frantically lifted her dazed sister, her voice trembling with worry. You. Priscilla, clutching her head, looked completely disoriented, as if she had taken a hard hit and couldn't focus. She wasn't in any real danger, but she was in pain. You. Irene finally turned her gaze back to Kaiser. Her expression was a mix of anger and disbelief. You actually cut through my gravity and broke Gravisheath's blade. This was a first. Since obtaining Gravisheath, she had relied on its overwhelming power to dominate her opponents. She had never encountered anyone who could so easily overpower it, much less slice through it in a single exchange. It was unheard of. A single attack. A clean cut through an Orga Lux. How absurdly powerful was this man? Why are you so surprised? Meeting Irene's shaken gaze, Kaiser's lips curled slightly, a hint of mockery in his voice. Isn't this exactly why you were sent after me? At those words, Irene's expression flickered. She remembered what she had been told before coming here. That sword is too dangerous. If we let him continue wielding it, he'll become a problem for me in the future. Go take care of him. The scowling face of that fat bastard flashed through her mind. And for the first time, Irene's eyes shifted toward Ser-Veresta. So this is the power that man was so afraid of. The legendary four-colored magic sword. A blade that could burn through anything. Before, she had assumed it was exaggerated. But now, if this thing could slice through an Orga Lux as if it were paper, then perhaps the rumors weren't so far from the truth. That bastard sent me to fight against this. It felt like she had been sent to her death. But still, I'll remember this, blazing star swordsman. Irene held her dazed sister close, her gaze burning with determination. Don't think for a second that this is over. Leaving those final words, she turned and walked away. Kaiser didn't stop her. Instead, he simply watched her retreating figure. And with a quiet smirk, he murmured. If you were sent here for me, you'd better be prepared for heavy losses. Chapter 15, Chapter 55, Claudia's Invitation. For the next few days, Kaiser and Kirin Tudu stopped going out. Aside from their matches, the two remained in the academy, spending their time training together or simply enjoying their break. Their days were productive. For the other participants of the Phoenix Festa, even on their off days, it was difficult to truly relax. Unlike Kaiser and Kirin, they lacked absolute confidence in their abilities and had to constantly worry about elimination. Every moment was spent in preparation, pushing themselves harder to avoid being knocked out. But for competitors like Kaiser and Kirin, powerful, self-assured, and widely considered championship contenders, there was no such pressure. Under the arrangements of the Tournament Operations Committee, strong teams were not matched against each other during the preliminary rounds. As a result, for top seeds like Kaiser and Kirin, there was zero risk of elimination in the prelims. Their opponents were destined to be far below their level. And the results proved it. In the second round, Kaiser and Kirin faced students from Alicante Academy. These opponents ranked even lower than the Lil Wolf thugs they had fought in the first round. Their only notable trait was their use of new generation Lux weapons, which were somewhat impressive. But against Ser-Veresta, even the most advanced Lux would be shattered in a single strike. Victory was effortless. In the third round, they faced students from St. Gallardworth Academy. Their rankings were higher, one was ranked 22, the other ranked 27. Their swordsmanship was respectable, and their abilities were far superior to the thugs from Lil Wolf. But Kaiser never even needed to step in. Before he could act, Kirin had already taken them both down. She didn't even use Renzuru. Another flawless victory. And just like that, Kaiser and Kirin became the first team to advance to the round of 32, officially entering the main bracket. To them, the prelims had been no challenge at all. They weren't the only ones. Ayato Amajirai and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld also progressed without a hitch, securing their spot in the top 32. All of the strongest teams that had been under close watch also advanced without incident, making it into the main event. On the sixth day of the Phoenix Festa, the round of 32 was finalized. With this, the preliminary stage came to an end. The weekend was designated as a rest period, with no matches scheduled. But come Monday, the true battle for the Phoenix Festa Championship would begin. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming battles. Especially those eager to face strong opponents. Those who had made it this far were all elite warriors of their respective academies. There was no chance of anyone backing down. Perhaps some were nervous. Perhaps some were uneasy. But fear? Not a single one of them felt that. And Kaiser was already prepared. However, just as he was ready to quietly wait for the main bracket to begin, an unexpected invitation arrived via text message. Phoenix Festa, Day 7, Weekend. Today, Kaiser was not with Kirin, the partner he had spent almost every moment with lately. Instead, he left the academy alone, heading towards Sirius Dome. He had taken precautions this time. Wearing a mask and a baseball cap, he had disguised himself slightly. There was no choice. At this point, he was too well known. If he didn't want a repeat of his last experience, where he had been mobbed by fans, some level of camouflage was necessary. With this setup, he blended into the crowd, slipping into Sirius Dome unnoticed. He made his way through the internal corridors, eventually arriving at a VIP box near the stage. This private suite was not large and had limited seating. but it offered one of the best views of the arena. A premium location. When Kaiser entered, there was only one person inside. "Welcome to the Seidukan Academy Student Council's private suite." Claudia Enfield greeted him warmly, her usual smile radiant. She had clearly been waiting for him. As Kaiser pulled off his mask and hat, he returned her smile. "Feels like it's been a while, President." Since their last conversation in the student council office, Kaiser hadn't seen Claudia. By now, it had been nearly half a month. From a certain perspective, it really had been a long time. "Well, you needed to focus on your matches, and I had my own responsibilities. It wouldn't have been right to disturb you." Claudia responded with her usual elegant demeanor. "But even so," she continued, her smile deepening, "it took a lot of resolve for me to invite you here today. I hope I didn't interrupt your training with Kirin." "Of course not." Kaiser took a seat, settling into one of the front row seats. "Tomorrow is the main bracket. At this point, last-minute training won't help much. It's more important to rest and recover, so Kirin and I decided to take the weekend off." This was a strategic decision. Unlike the prelims, the main bracket would be relentless. The tournament would run for 6 consecutive days. Day 1, round of 32, round of 16, 16 matches. Day 2, round of 16 quarterfinals, 8 matches. Day 3, break day, the only chance to rest. Day 4, quarterfinals, semifinals. Day 5, semifinals, finals. Day 6, the championship match. No rest between the final 3 rounds. Knowing this, Kaiser had decided to stop training, ensuring Kirin could recover before the storm. Originally he had planned to spend the weekend relaxing in the academy, before discussing strategy with Kirin later in the evening. But Claudia's invitation had changed his plans. "When does the drawing start?" While gazing at the arena, Kaiser asked casually. Today, Claudia was here for the official match draw. In the main bracket, matchups were not prearranged by the operations committee. Instead, each academy's representative would draw their placements. Right now, the drawing ceremony was taking place inside Sirius Dome. "Not for a while," Claudia replied, settling into the seat beside him. "The drawings come last. Before that, we have to sit through speeches from important figures, followed by a recap of the preliminaries. It's going to take a while." At the moment, Sirius Dome's main stage was hosting an event similar to the opening ceremony. Figures from the Tournament Operations Committee were giving lengthy speeches. Politicians, like the mayor of Asterisk, were analyzing the tournament's progress, comparing it to previous festas, debating whether this year's competitors were stronger or weaker. The arena was packed. But most were here just to see the match draw. No one cared about the endless speeches. Many looked bored out of their minds. "So we're in for a long wait." Kaiser sighed. "I agree. It's tedious." Claudia chuckled, her tone light. "But, since you accepted my invitation, I'm actually quite happy. At least I won't have to endure this alone." As she said this, Kaiser turned his head. Their eyes met. Claudia, with her usual grace, simply held his gaze. She had no intention of looking away. A strange feeling stirred within Kaiser. Something's off. Chapter 16, Chapter 56-60. Chapter 56, The Discovered Truth. This wasn't the first time Kaiser had sensed something off about Claudia. At some point, the way the Seidukan Academy Student Council president interacted with him had changed. On the surface, Claudia remained the same, mature, graceful, poised, and undeniably beautiful. Yet, Kaiser couldn't shake the feeling that her attitude toward him had undergone subtle yet undeniable shifts. Sometimes, he would catch Claudia's gaze lingering on him, only for her to look away the moment he turned to meet her eyes. Sometimes, it felt like she had something she wanted to say to him, only to hold back at the last moment, as if nothing had happened. And then there were the times when she would actively seek closeness with him, only to suddenly pull away, maintaining a deliberate distance. One moment, she seemed warm and familiar, the next, she felt distant and estranged, as if constantly oscillating between attachment and detachment. Even though she hid it well, Kaiser was no fool. Over time, he had grown acutely aware of the inconsistencies in Claudia's behavior. Yet, in front of others and for most of the time, she acted no differently than before, arousing no suspicion from anyone. It was, frankly, baffling. So, Kaiser decided to be a little bolder and probe for answers. "President, why did you invite me?" He posed the question directly to Claudia. This invitation had been rather sudden. At least in Kaiser's view, if Claudia had simply wanted company, he was hardly the most logical choice. Their relationship wasn't particularly close. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't intimate either. In total, they had known each other for just over 3 months, and their interactions were largely limited to business-related matters. Unless there was a compelling reason, there was no reason for Claudia to specifically seek him out for private company. In other words, there was no apparent spark between them. That was why Kaiser asked. If the president needed someone to accompany her, wouldn't inviting Riesfeld be more reasonable? Though Julius often treated Claudia with visible displeasure, the two had known each other for a long time. Claudia was the daughter of a high-ranking executive from Galaxy, a major faction within the Integrated Enterprise Foundation, whereas Julius hailed from a remote kingdom's royal family, a legitimate princess. They had met at various social gatherings multiple times, and over the years, they had developed a somewhat ambiguous friendship. At the very least, if not Riesfeld, shouldn't you have invited Amajiri instead? Kaiser continued. Why do you think I would invite Amajiri? Claudia's smile remained unchanged, but she averted her gaze. Because you knew him long before he transferred here, didn't you? Kaiser, of course, couldn't just tell her that he knew the original plot. Instead, he laid out a logical inference. Amajiri may have been admitted as a special student, and his talent certainly qualifies him for that status, but from what I understand, he has some kind of seal restricting his power. In his normal state, he can't even exert a fraction of his true strength. In other words, before he transferred here, his performance on the outside was quite unremarkable. The existence of his seal prevented him from demonstrating his abilities. And given that he's not the type to actively seek attention, Seidukin's scouting agents shouldn't have been able to notice him, much less recruit him as a special student. So then, how did Ayato Amajiri, despite these circumstances, still receive an invitation to Seidukin as a special student? The answer was simple. It was you, President. You used your own authority to bypass Seidukin's recruitment process and granted him the special student status and invitation, didn't you? Kaiser didn't mince words. And to ensure he accepted, you even leaked information about his sister having attended Seidukin in the past. Ayato Amajiri naturally couldn't ignore the whereabouts of his missing sister. Even though he convinced himself that he wasn't actively searching for her, the fact remained, he had come here because this place held clues about her. If you went to such lengths to bring him here, it means you care about him. Kaiser continued. That's why I thought the chances of you inviting him were much higher than inviting me. Claudia didn't respond immediately. Instead, she gazed out toward the stage outside the private box, watching as a new round of speeches took place. Only after a long pause did she finally speak. You certainly know a lot, Kaiser. Especially when it comes to my affairs. At those words, Kaiser fell silent. Fortunately, Claudia didn't seem intent on pressing him for an explanation. She simply let out a small sigh. It's true. I used to care a lot about Ayato Amajiri. She admitted. But now, I'm uncertain. Uncertain. Kaiser prompted. Claudia didn't answer right away. Instead, she reached for her waist and withdrew a pair of activators. Pandora's activators. Kaiser. She gently caressed the devices, her voice suddenly cool and deliberate. You did something to this child, didn't you? Kaiser's brows twitched. I don't know what you're talking about. He instinctively looked away. You should understand exactly what I mean. Claudia didn't let him off so easily. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. I can't imagine any other factor that could have caused such a drastic change in this child. At first, I thought it was malfunctioning. Her tone turned almost mocking. For over 1,000 days and nights, I've been by this child's side. I know exactly what kind of malicious, twisted existence it is. I know how much it enjoys my suffering, how much it wants to see me in agony. Something like that would never suddenly change its nature. It wouldn't just stop tormenting me and start granting me happiness instead. Even if it was planning to lull me into a false sense of security before striking me down with even greater pain, it should have acted by now. But it hasn't. It continues to let me have these happy dreams. To anyone unfamiliar with Claudia's past and Pandora's price, her words might have sounded cryptic or even nonsensical. Unfortunately, Kaiser understood them all too well. I'm certain. Claudia looked at Kaiser again, smiling faintly. This has never happened to anyone before. This child is rotten to the core. Its behavior now is completely unnatural. Her meaning was clear. Why has it suddenly changed? Claudia murmured as if lost in thought. When that question first crossed my mind, the first person I thought of was you. It wasn't a difficult conclusion to reach. From the very first time it met you, this child displayed an unusual reaction. Claudia gazed straight into Kaiser's eyes, as though trying to see through him. And then there's Ser-Veresta. At first, she didn't seem interested in you at all. But later, something changed. She became fixated on you, to the point where the compatibility threshold shattered, something that had never happened before. Connecting these pieces, Claudia couldn't help but suspect that the abnormal shift in Pandora's behavior was somehow linked to Kaiser. I don't know the specifics, but you must possess some unique ability, something that causes Orga Luxes to undergo inexplicable changes. I'm not wrong, am I? There was no accusation in Claudia's voice. She wasn't interrogating him. She was simply verifying a hypothesis. It seemed she wasn't expecting an actual answer from Kaiser, merely voicing her thoughts aloud. To be honest. Claudia withdrew her gaze, almost as if speaking to herself. This child is the reason I was so fixated on Ayato Amajiri. I wanted to use him to fulfill a certain wish of mine. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. But now. I don't know what to do anymore. Kaiser remained silent. Chapter 57, What One Truly Desires. Kaiser had always known Claudia's wish. And it was a truly sorrowful one. His gaze flickered toward the Pandora resting in Claudia's arms. Her tragic desire was entirely because of that thing. No one knew, not the students, nor the faculty, nor even her closest acquaintances. No one realized that the ever-composed, mature, and graceful Claudia had long been standing at the edge of ruin. She had possessed Pandora for over 1,000 days and nights. Every single night, she was tormented by relentless nightmares, suffering the agonizing pain of death again and again. It had long since extinguished her will to keep living. This wasn't a matter of her mind breaking from despair or succumbing to the pain, nor was it a simple case of losing the will to fight. If it had been that simple, she could have just abandoned Pandora. If she let go of that cursed Orga Lux, she would be free from its torment, and there would be no reason for her to seek death. Yet, Claudia never abandoned Pandora. She stubbornly continued to wield it. One couldn't help but admire her strength of will and perseverance. But at the same time, there was a problem. After experiencing so many deaths, she had gradually become desensitized to the most terrifying and unbearable thing of all. She had come to an understanding, no matter who one was, as long as they were human, they could not escape death. No matter how happy their life was, no matter how much wealth they accumulated, once they died, everything would turn to nothing. And so, instead of fixating on how to live, she began contemplating how to die. That was the conclusion she reached. She wanted to die for the sake of someone else. In her mind, that was the most meaningful way to die. And as fate would have it, among the countless nightmares Pandora had shown her, one death stood out as the most poignant and fulfilling of all. In that dream, she had died protecting Ayato Amajiri. No matter how many nightmares she had suffered, no death felt more satisfying than that one. Thus, she developed a dangerous idea. She wanted to make that dream a reality. She wanted to recreate that moment, to exhaust every effort to make it happen, so she could find peace in death. That was Claudia's wish. That was why she had gone to such lengths to recruit Ayato into Seidokan Academy. Everything was for the sake of staging a grand death. Utterly foolish. Kaiser couldn't help but voice his most honest opinion of that wish. Claudia was stunned. She saw an expression she had never seen before on Kaiser's face, one of sheer seriousness, completely devoid of warmth. Isn't it? Kaiser said coldly. If I'm being generous, I'd call your perspective enlightenment. But to be blunt, you're just running away from reality. At that moment, he thought back to his own life. Divorced parents. Deceased grandparents. Living alone, enduring hardships and struggles. There were times when he felt like his life was difficult, frustrating, and unfair. But never, not even once, had he thought about giving up on living. Giving up survival is easy. Fighting to live is the hard part. Maybe when a person dies, they take nothing with them. But that doesn't mean what they leave behind is meaningless. Just because you'll die one day, does that mean you can't experience happiness while you're alive? Just because you'll eventually lose everything, does that mean you should never seek to have anything at all? If you ignore the journey and only care about the ending, what's the point of life? Kaiser looked directly into Claudia's eyes, speaking each word with unwavering conviction. Listen to me, Claudia. The reason people strive to live isn't just because of survival instinct or fear of death. It's because they want to leave something behind. They have something they want to obtain. Maybe there is such a thing as a meaningful death. But living with purpose will always hold more value. A valuable death is admirable, but a valuable life is far more worthy of respect. If someone's sole purpose in living is to pursue death, then from the very beginning, they've already defied the meaning of existence itself. At least, that was what Kaiser believed. So, forgive my bluntness, but your wish is foolish. Your way of thinking is flawed. He was merciless in his words. And I don't think I'm alone in this opinion. Anyone who knows your true wish would think the same. This time, it was Claudia's turn to fall silent. It seems you know more than I thought. The smile on her face became strained. And this time, Kaiser did not deny it. I'm glad you're feeling lost right now. His voice softened just a little. Because that means you're beginning to doubt your own wish. You're questioning your own actions. If, even after experiencing true happiness, you still believe life is meaningless, and that seeking death is the only truth, then there really would be no saving you. The fact that Claudia felt lost, that she no longer knew what to do, meant that her nightmares had turned into dreams of happiness. The suffering that had plagued her for so long had, through Kaiser's interference, transformed into an unending sequence of blissful dreams. Having never tasted such happiness before, Claudia naturally began to question. Was her old way of thinking too extreme? Now that she understood what happiness was, it was only natural that she hesitated in her pursuit of death. This is a good thing, Kaiser said. Face it properly. Face your own heart. And really think about it. What is it that you truly desire? With that, he said no more. Claudia stared at him. A moment later, she lowered her head, looking down at the Pandora in her hands. Silence filled the private lounge. Neither of them spoke. The ceremony outside continued as scheduled, unaffected by the heavy atmosphere within the room. After a long while, the drawing ceremony for the tournament matchups finally began. Well then, I'll be heading over. Claudia suddenly stood up, her usual smile returning as if nothing had happened. Go. Kaiser nodded, acting as if their conversation had never taken place. Claudia turned and left the lounge. As she walked toward the stage, her expression gradually faded, replaced by contemplation. A valuable death is admirable, but a valuable life is far more worthy of respect, huh? She let out a self-mocking sigh. That's the first time anyone's ever said that to me. Her tragic wish was not a secret. As Kaiser had said, those who knew about it all thought it was foolish and pitiful. But never had anyone told her why seeking death was foolish. Never had anyone told her why it was pitiful. Only Kaiser had told her. Because living had more value. Because living had more meaning. What I truly desire. Claudia stopped in her tracks, glancing back toward the lounge. Truthfully, she wanted to tell Kaiser. She wanted to tell him that what she truly desired was him. Yes. That was her greatest desire now. And the reason was simple. Lately, every time she dreamed, he was always there. Pandora had once made her experience all kinds of deaths. Now, it was showing her all kinds of happiness. Among them, falling in love, getting married, having children, growing old together, without a single regret. And the one who was with her through all of it. The one who loved her, married her, and spent a lifetime by her side. Had always been the same person. Kaiser. This was your doing too, wasn't it? Claudia touched Pandora's activator. She knew. This was all its work. Perhaps it had been scared of Kaiser. Or perhaps it had simply decided that being with him was the greatest fortune or happiness of all. Because in every beautiful dream it had woven, Kaiser was always at the center. She didn't know what he had done to make Pandora hold him in such awe. But she did know one thing. Everything had changed because of him. Heh. For some reason, a genuine smile formed on Claudia's lips. Then, with a strangely light step, she continued forward. Chapter 58, This feels a bit illegal. Evening. Twilight. As the sky was bathed in the hues of sunset, the bustling streets of Asterisk finally saw a decline in traffic. A gentle evening breeze swept through the city, carrying away the lingering heat of the day and bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Kai-senpai. Kaiser had already returned to Seidukan Academy and was strolling along a familiar pathway he often took for evening walks. Just then, a voice he had become increasingly familiar with in recent days called out to him. Turning around toward the source, he saw a petite girl jogging in his direction. Kirin. Kaiser blinked in surprise. What are you doing here? Kirin Tudu ran up to him, tilting her head upward to meet his gaze. Her expression carried a hint of shyness. I was waiting for Senpai to return. Clearly, Kirin had already figured out Kaiser's usual routines. Knowing that he often passed through this area, she had deliberately waited for him here. How long have you been waiting? Kaiser was momentarily stunned before instinctively asking. Not too long. Kirin's eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze. However, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, silently betraying her words. Kaiser sighed helplessly, then reached out and gently wiped away the sweat from her forehead. Senpai. Feeling the warmth of his touch, Kirin's face turned slightly red. Yet, rather than embarrassment, her expression was filled with contentment. You saw the official tournament bracket, right? As Kaiser wiped her forehead, he casually brought up the topic. Yes. Kirin immediately nodded. One of the reasons she had waited for him was to discuss the tournament matchups. As for whether that was her main reason, only she herself would know. Let's go. After finishing, Kaiser smiled and said, We'll talk in my room. At those words, Kirin instantly stiffened. Why your room? Her voice trembled with nervousness. Understandable. Although they had become practically inseparable in recent weeks, Kirin had never been to Kaiser's room before. What? You don't want to? Kaiser chuckled. Then how about we go to your room instead? My room. Kirin panicked, frantically waving her hands. No, no, no. That won't do. My room is a mess right now. More accurately, it wasn't that her room was messy, it was that it wasn't suitable for visitors. After all, she had just taken a bath before leaving, and her freshly discarded clothes were still lying on her bed, including her inner garments. The mere thought of that made Kirin's face burn as red as a tomato. We'll go to Senpai's room. Her tone was the firmest it had ever been. All right. Kaiser didn't think too much about it and readily agreed. Stay close to me. Don't wander off. It was summer vacation, so many students had returned home for the break. However, there were still plenty of students who remained in the dorms. If Kirin got lost and accidentally walked into some other guy's room, she would probably die of embarrassment on the spot. Then again, thinking about it now. Bringing a girl to his room during the holidays, when she was only 13 years old. This kinda seemed like a crime. Especially considering Kirin's expression. Though visibly nervous and uneasy, she didn't seem to suspect that Kaiser had any improper intentions. Her unwavering trust in him made Kaiser feel a bit ashamed of himself. Wait, why am I feeling guilty? Kaiser suddenly snapped out of it. It wasn't like he had any ill intentions toward Kirin. There was nothing to feel ashamed about. But still. Kaiser's gaze flickered toward Kirin, who walked beside him with a mix of apprehension and slight anticipation. Dressed in casual clothing instead of her usual uniform, she wore a simple light blue dress. The waist was cinched, giving it a flattering fit, while the hemline stopped just above her knees, exuding an air of youthful innocence. Naturally, thanks to the fitted design. Her front still appeared, quite prominent. As for Senbakiri, she carried it in a long, sheath-like bag slung over her shoulder, resembling a single-strap backpack. If not for the presence of her sword, she would have looked like nothing more than a young, somewhat naive, yet undeniably stunning girl. Taking someone like her back to his room. Kaiser had a feeling his self-control was about to be tested. Not long after, the two arrived at the male dormitory. Since most students were away for the break, the dorms were largely unoccupied, and there was no one around to stop them. Without any issues, Kaiser led Kirin to his room. This is Senpai's room. Kirin's eyes widened as she looked around curiously. The suite was spacious, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living area, easily comparable to Claudia's room in terms of size. The difference, however, lay in the decor. Claudia's room had an unmistakable European style, furnished with luxury items and complete with carpeting. Kaiser's room, on the other hand, had no particular aesthetic, just a simple, open-concept layout. Directly opposite the entrance was the living room, connected to an open balcony. The overall atmosphere felt clean and refreshing. This was given to me after I became rank 1. Kaiser explained. Since I haven't lived here long, and I don't really care much about interior design, what you see now is just how it was originally furnished. I haven't customized anything. Originally, he had lived in a 2-person dorm. After reaching rank 13, he applied for a single-person room. Then, a little over a month ago, after defeating Kirin and claiming rank 1, the academy asked if he wanted to move into this suite. Kaiser hadn't particularly cared, but he had been curious about what kind of room the top-ranked student received. That was the only reason he agreed to move in. Oh, right. Kaiser suddenly remembered something. Are you still staying in your old room? Ah, yes. I'm still living in my previous room. Kirin nodded quickly. Since I'm still in my buffer period, I get to keep my previous privileges. Seidokan Academy's ranking system was based on an exchange system. Because of that, when Kaiser defeated Kirin and took her rank 1 position, she lost her official ranking. To prevent the ranking system from causing students to lose everything immediately upon defeat, the academy had a buffer period. During this period, students who lost their ranks could still enjoy the same privileges as before. Additionally, they were allowed to challenge any ranked student below their former position in an official duel, without needing to climb from the bottom. Since Kirin was still in her buffer period, she retained all the rights of a rank 1 student, including her room. If I get the chance, you should invite me over. Kaiser teased. Okay. Kirin's face remained red, but she nodded softly. Sit down. Kaiser decided to stop teasing her and gestured toward the couch. Kirin obediently sat down, and Kaiser grabbed a carton of milk from the fridge, handing it to her. Ever since teaming up with Kirin, Kaiser had learned that her most frequently consumed drink was milk. No wonder she had that kind of figure. Since you've already seen the bracket, what do you think? Kaiser sat beside her, not across from her, before bringing up the topic. Without hesitation, Kirin, holding her milk with both hands, responded. We're really lucky. Indeed, their luck was quite good. Judging by the bracket, we won't encounter any real threats until the semifinals. That was Kirin's evaluation. Chapter 59, Opponents in the Semifinals. At this moment, the official tournament bracket had been fully displayed before Kaiser and Kirin Tudu. Just like in the preliminary rounds, the bracket was structured in the shape of a castle. At the very bottom were the names of the 32 teams that had advanced to the main event. These 32 teams were paired up into 16 groups, neatly arranged across the chart. Kaiser and Kirin's names appeared in the second group. One thing was clear, their bracket draw had been exceptionally favorable. In the fourth round of the tournament, where 32 teams would be narrowed down to 16, their opponents were none other than their old rivals from Le Wolf Black Institute. Specifically, they were up against Le Wolf's rank 14 and rank 15 students. Based on their performance in the preliminaries, these two likely had strength on par with the lowest-ranked members of Page 1. However, at best, they were only at the bottom tier of that level. For Kaiser and Kirin, who were both former and current rank 1s, defeating them would be an easy task. A comparable reference would be Kirin's past duel against Mistwitch, the rank 10 student of Seidukan Academy. Mistwitch was also a member of Page 1, yet she had been utterly helpless against Kirin. In other words, Kaiser and Kirin were far stronger than these Le Wolf opponents. As long as they remained cautious, victory was assured. Of course, the reason Kirin called their luck good wasn't just because their fourth-round opponents were easy. The real stroke of luck was that, according to the bracket, their next opponents wouldn't be difficult either. If we win in the fourth round, then in the fifth round, the match to determine the top 8, our opponents will be the winners of the first group. Kaiser expanded the names listed in the first group. The winner should be these two, right? Kirin pointed to one of the matchups. It was a team from Jialong 7th Institute, ranked 25th and 28th. Although their rankings weren't high, Jialong was the largest of the 6 academies, home to the most students and famous for training warriors from a young age. When it came to producing strong fighters, Jialong had the highest overall number of experts among the 6 academies. Even students ranked in the 20s at Jialong could easily possess Page 1 level strength when compared to students from other academies. Based on their performance in the preliminaries, these two Jialong students were at least as strong as Kaiser and Kirin's fourth-round opponents, possibly even stronger. Their opponents, on the other hand, were completely unimpressive. They were the kind of team that, with a little bad luck, could have lost in the preliminary rounds. It was already a miracle that they had even made it this far. They stood no chance of winning. Which meant the first group's winners would undoubtedly be this Jialong team. And in the fifth round, they would face Kaiser and Kirin. That said, even then, victory wouldn't be difficult. After that, it's the semifinals. Kaiser closed the first group section and opened up the third and fourth groups. If they won the fifth round, their next opponents would be the final victors from these two groups. Who do you think will make it through? Kaiser asked Kirin, testing her judgment. It should be them, right? Kirin pointed to a specific team from the fourth group. A team from Queenvale Academy for Girls. Specifically, Sandra Seger and her teammate. I think so too. Kaiser nodded in agreement. Among the third and fourth groups, Sandra Seger had the highest individual ranking. Her teammate wasn't particularly strong, but Sandra herself was formidable. With her Orga Lux, she could easily overpower Seidukan Academy's rank 5, Julius Alexia von Riesfeld. Kaiser didn't believe any of the other participants in these groups could defeat her. Based on the data Claudia had provided, Sandra Seger's team was considered Queenvale's strongest team in this Phoenix Festa. There was no way they would lose to nobodies. Thus, the semi-finals match against Sandra Seger's team was practically inevitable. However, if you face her, do you think you can win? Kaiser asked Kirin. Yes. Kirin replied confidently. Her Orga Lux isn't as troublesome as Senpai's Ser-Veresta or Urzia Senpai's Gravisheath. If it's just controlling water, I can break through it with Renzuru. She sounded completely at ease. And if Kirin could handle her, then Kaiser had even less to worry about. A single release of Ser-Veresta's heat could instantly evaporate all of Sandra's water attacks. Thus, their victory in the semi-finals was as good as secured. As long as they avoided any major mistakes or unexpected developments, Kaiser and Kirin's path to the semi-finals was practically guaranteed. That was why Kirin had said they were lucky. Meanwhile, Ayato Senpai and Jula Senpai are in the lower bracket. Kirin re-examined the tournament chart, looking at the names with a conflicted expression. More specifically, they're in the 16th group, the very last one. Kaiser also studied the chart, a peculiar look on his face. In some ways, you could say they're lucky too. Why? The reason was simple. Based on the bracket, Ayato Amajirai and Jula's fourth-round opponents were Jialong's rank 20 and rank 23 students. These two were undoubtedly stronger than the Jialong team Kaiser and Kirin would face in the fifth round. Both of them were Page 1 level opponents. Even for Julius, who was rank 5, securing victory in a one-on-one fight would be uncertain. If Ayato was unlucky, he could also lose. And the problem? Ayato's seal. His ability to fight at full power was limited. If their opponents managed to stall the battle, they would be in serious trouble. And that was just the beginning. If Ayato and Julius won their 4th round match, their next opponents in the 5th round would be Li Xinyun and Li Shenhua, the strongest team from Jialong 7th Institute in this year's Phoenix Festa. Even if Ayato could fight at full strength, defeating them would be anything but easy. And even if they somehow won that battle, in the semi-finals, they would face the strongest team from St. Gillardworth Academy, Doroteo Lemus and Elliot Forster. It was practically confirmed that Ayato and Julius would meet them in the semi-finals. And if they won that match, then in the top 4 semi-finals, their final opponents would be Alicante Academy, the team that had benefited the most from this year's rule changes. In the original timeline, Ayato and Julius had faced Alicante's strongest team only in the finals. After an extremely difficult battle, they had barely won. Now, Jialong, St. Gillardworth, and Alicante, 3 of the most dangerous teams in the entire tournament. Ayato and Julius had to fight them all just to reach the finals. Kaiser let out a low chuckle. Even their bracket draw is a nightmare. Truly befitting of the main characters of the original story. That said, Kaiser and Kirin's most dangerous opponent was waiting as well. Kaiser's gaze drifted toward groups 5, 6, 7, and 8, where a certain name stood out. Irene Urzias, their likely opponent in the semi-finals. Chapter 60, The Expected Battle. Asterisk, Redevelopment District. As night fell, the lights of Asterisk continued to shine brightly across the city. However, this particular district remained shrouded in darkness. Apart from Pleasure Street, it was difficult to find any source of illumination. Boom. A dull impact echoed through a dimly lit alleyway near Pleasure Street. A figure was sent flying from within. GUH. The person tumbled across the ground multiple times before coming to a painful halt. When they finally stopped rolling, they realized they were surrounded by unconscious bodies. Their own allies. Damn it. The man gritted his teeth, attempting to stand. But before he could, a violent pain surged through his entire body, forcing him back down. At that moment, a rough, irritated voice came from within the alley. TCH. You're still not giving up. How annoying. A young woman stepped out of the shadows, her wolf black institute uniform hanging open in a boldly casual manner. Around her neck was a thick scarf, entirely unfitting for the warm season. She looked down at the man sprawled on the ground before her. All I did was wreck your casino, do you really have to keep harassing me over it? Irene Urzias spoke with clear impatience. The veins on the man's forehead bulged in anger. Did she even realize how absurd her words were? Don't think you can just run away, vampire. The man roared in fury. Run. Irene tilted her head, then suddenly grinned. Who said anything about running, you filthy lowlife? Boom. She kicked him. Hard. The man let out a pained scream as he was sent crashing into a nearby wall. He slumped over, unconscious. TCH. What a buzzkill. Irene didn't even spare the defeated men a glance. She adjusted her scarf, letting out an annoyed sigh. I thought I could sneak off to Pleasure Street for a few rounds of gambling while Priscilla was asleep. But these damn guys just won't leave me alone. She kicked aside some of the unconscious bodies as she muttered. If your people hadn't been cheating, I wouldn't have wrecked your casino. And instead of blaming yourselves, you take it out on me. This place really hasn't changed at all, just a dump full of human trash. Seriously, I feel like demolishing all of Pleasure Street. Just as Irene was about to leave, a black communication window suddenly appeared in front of her. A deep voice spoke through the screen. You seem to be in good shape, Irene Urzias. TCH. Irene stopped in her tracks, her irritation growing rather than fading. Oh, it's you, you damn fat bastard. Her voice was dripping with disdain. The tournament bracket has been finalized. The man on the other end ignored her attitude, getting straight to the point. You've seen it, haven't you? Yeah, I've seen it. Irene let out a cold laugh. If things go according to plan, as long as I make it to the top 4, I'll face Blazing Star Swordsman and Keen Edge Tempest in the semifinals, right? That's correct. The voice remained calm and calculating. In 4 days, you'll meet them on the battlefield. Don't disappoint me, Irene. You really think I can pull this off, huh? Irene sneered. Well, I'd love to act all confident, but do you seriously believe I can handle this alone? That guy is Seidukin's rank 1. His partner is the former rank 1. A team with 2 rank 1s, you think I can beat them by myself? Besides. Her expression darkened. That day, I already reported what happened. You're not gonna tell me you forgot, right? Gravisheath was almost destroyed by that damn sword. In this situation, you still want me to go through with this? What? You want me to just go get myself killed? She didn't say those words aloud. But the implication was clear. I've read your report. The voice remained steady. I didn't expect that brat to wield Ser-Veresta so proficiently. But a power of that level cannot be used without limitations. All Orga Luxes come with a cost. And you, more than anyone, should understand that. Irene fell silent. Because he was right. She knew better than anyone. After all, there were two reasons why Gravisheath was infamous. Its overwhelming power. Its terrifying price. Gravisheath's price was blood. A massive amount of blood. Even using it at a basic level would drain a person dry in mere moments. That was why. In the past, no one had been able to fully unleash Gravisheath's strength. Some had even died trying. Only those with a high enough compatibility rate could survive its effects. For them, their bodies would be modified. After the modification, they could sustain themselves by consuming blood from external sources. That was why she had been given her infamous title. Vampire Princess of Carnage. Because she was not just called a vampire, she actually needed to drink blood to survive. And Ser-Veresta is no different. The voice continued. That four-colored magic sword burns through prana at an astronomical rate. No ordinary gene Stella could sustain that cost. In other words, before the voice could finish, Irene cut him off. You're saying all I need to do is drag out the fight and wear him down. Her tone was laced with mockery. But have you thought about the fact that I can't afford a battle of attrition either? The voice let out a low scoff. You have your sister. You'll have plenty of fuel. TCH. Irene clicked her tongue in frustration. What about keen-edged Tempest? Dealing with blazing star swordsmen alone is bad enough. Just use Gravisheath properly. The voice dismissed her concerns. She's neither a Striga nor an Orga Lux wielder. She won't be able to handle Gravisheath's ability. I'm sure you already have a plan in mind. You really have everything figured out, huh? Irene gritted her teeth. Fine. But you better return Gravisheath to me fully repaired after this. Don't worry. As long as the Amanadite core remains intact, the exterior can be fully restored. One more thing. When the match starts, do not get hit by Ser-Veresta. That sword's power is something even Orga Luxes fear. TCH. Like she needed to be reminded of that. She had already experienced it firsthand. As she recalled that searing heat, her red eyes glowed with intensity. Don't you dare lose before I get my revenge, blazing star swordsman. She couldn't wait for this rematch. 4 days later. The tournament progressed rapidly. The battles grew fiercer as only the strongest teams remained. And finally, the highly anticipated semifinals arrived. Chapter 17, Chapter 61 to 65. Chapter 61, Passing These Two Trials. Asterisk, Sirius Dome. Today, the Sirius Dome was more bustling than ever. Although the venue had been lively throughout the Phoenix Festa, from today onward, its excitement would reach its absolute peak, becoming the focal point of attention for the entire world. The reason was simple: from this day forward, the Sirius Dome would be the only battlefield used for the Phoenix Festa matches. The other 10 arenas had completed their roles and were now retired. Today marked the 5th day of the official tournament. The semi-finals were about to begin. On this day, 2 matches would take place in the Sirius Dome, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. These 2 battles would determine the final 2 victorious teams among the top 4. And those 2 victorious teams would face each other in the championship match tomorrow. In other words, only 3 matches remained before the Phoenix Festa came to its grand conclusion. Very soon, the first of these 3 battles was about to begin, deciding the first team that would advance to the championship. With this anticipation in the air, the atmosphere in the Sirius Dome was more electrifying than ever. The audience packed the venue, reaching an unprecedented peak since the tournament had begun. Even those who couldn't attend in person had gathered in every corner of Asterisk, opening virtual screens to watch the live broadcast. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the first semi-final match was about to begin. Is it starting? Inside one of the contestant lounges in the Sirius Dome, Irene Urzias murmured. Wani-chan. Priscilla Urzias stood beside her, one hand clenched against her chest, looking at Irene with evident unease. Don't worry so much. Irene reached out and patted Priscilla's head, wearing her usual carefree grin. It's just another match. We'll go through the motions, just like before. Irene had never told Priscilla about the real reason she was participating in this tournament. Not just this time, every single one of her past assignments had also been kept a secret from her younger sister. As a result, Priscilla knew nothing, though she had vaguely guessed that her sister was involved in something shady. But she was a considerate girl, she understood what should be said and what shouldn't be said. If her sister went gambling on Pleasure Street, she could scold her as much as she wanted. But when it came to matters like this, she never asked questions. Irene had lost count of how many times she had felt relief because of her sister's understanding. As such, her head-patting motion became even gentler. Is this really going to be okay? Although Priscilla never pried into things she wasn't supposed to know, she still couldn't help but worry. Our opponents are Seidukan Academy's rank 1 team, both of them are rank 1s. Wani-chan, you're going in alone. Before she could finish, Irene interrupted her. I'm not alone. Irene looked Priscilla straight in the eyes, speaking seriously. The two of us are fighting together, aren't we? As she spoke, Irene reached into her coat and pulled out a handle-shaped activator, switching it on. VMM. A blood-red scythe instantly materialized in Irene's hands, its blade vibrating slightly. This is a power that only the two of us together can wield. As she said this, Irene's eyes turned crimson and her fangs lengthened from her lips. Priscilla silently pulled back her collar, revealing her snow-white neck. Irene stared at the soft, pale skin, the delicate nape, and her eyes gleamed an even deeper red. Ah! Priscilla let out a soft gasp. Irene pulled her into an embrace, and in the next instant, her fangs pierced into her sister's neck. The faint scent of blood spread through the lounge, and Irene's throat moved greedily, swallowing mouthful after mouthful. Vampire, a word that had once been used as an insult against Irene in the redevelopment district, now became a literal truth. As Irene continued draining her sister's blood, the blood scythe of supreme collapse, Gravisheath, vibrated even more violently, almost as if it were trembling with excitement. The feeding continued for over 3 minutes. By the time Irene finally let go, Priscilla's complexion had visibly paled. Sorry. Irene's voice carried guilt. The opponent this time is tricky. I went a little overboard. The more blood she consumed, the longer Gravisheath's power would last, and the stronger it became. To defeat her opponents and complete her mission, Irene had no choice but to push herself. It's okay, Wani-chan. Though Priscilla was visibly pale, she still smiled and said, I'll recover soon anyway. As she spoke, the wounds on her neck began healing at a rapid pace, disappearing within moments. Regenerator. That was Priscilla's true ability. Like Julius, she was a Striga, but her power was not combat-based, it was healing-based. Although she could only heal herself, Priscilla's regeneration ability was immensely powerful. Not only could she heal wounds, but she could also replenish lost blood. This was the highest tier form of regeneration, exceedingly rare and highly valuable. And it made her the perfect match for Irene and Gravisheath. The greatest drawback of Gravisheath was its insatiable demand for blood, so extreme that no ordinary wielder could satisfy it. But with Priscilla by her side, Irene could bypass this weakness and unleash Gravisheath's full power. This was why Irene had risen to rank 3 in the notoriously brutal Le Wolf Black Institute. Some even believed that if she were in Seidukan, she could contend for rank 1. For this reason, the Phoenix Festa, a 2-person tournament, was the perfect stage for these two sisters. Don't worry. Seeing her sister's gentle smile, Irene smiled as well, a rare, soft expression that no outsider had ever seen. It'll be over soon. Priscilla nodded, then closed her eyes and rested against her sister's embrace, saying no more. At the same time, in another lounge. It's about time, senpai. Dressed in her academy uniform, Kirin Tuda was fully prepared, her senbakiri secured at her waist. She looked at the young man sitting before her, Kaiser. Is it time? Kaiser was idly spinning his black activator in his hand. Hearing Kirin's words, he rose to his feet. Once we win this match, there's only the finals left. For some reason, Kirin looked at Kaiser and murmured those words. Yeah. Kaiser seemed to understand what she meant. He smiled and said. If we win this match and the finals tomorrow, we'll be Phoenix Festa champions. At that point, your wish will come true. You'll be able to rescue your father. Hearing this, Kirin nodded firmly. Then, she suddenly stepped forward and hugged him. Kaiser froze for a moment. Are you feeling nervous? No. With her head buried against his chest, Kirin whispered. As long as senpai is with me, I'll never feel nervous. I just wanted to thank you, senpai. Thank you for bringing me here. Hearing her words, Kaiser hesitated, then slowly wrapped his arms around her. It's too early for thanks. Kaiser chuckled. The next 2 matches will be our real test. Yes. Kirin lifted her head and looked into his eyes. We will pass both trials. Kaiser didn't reply. He simply smiled and nodded. Boo-hoo. A deafening roar erupted in the Sirius Dome, igniting the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for waiting. the announcer's excited voice boomed through the stadium. At last, the Phoenix Festa semi-finals begin. The first match, Kaiser and Kirin Tuda from Seidoken Academy versus Irene and Priscilla Urzias from Le Wolf Black Institute. Who will seize victory and advance to the finals? Let's find out, now. Chapter 62, I'll get a bit more serious. Boom. Above the stage of Sirius Dome, the nameplates of both competing teams expanded into floating screens, accompanied by dazzling beams of light that illuminated the entire battlefield. As the crowd roared, the two teams emerged from opposite sides of the stage, stepping out from the contestant tunnels. Throughout this grand entrance, the live commentators' voices echoed non-stop across the arena. Now entering the stage, on our left, we have Kaiser and Kirin Tuda from Seidoken Academy. And on our right, we have the Urzias sisters from Le Wolf Black Institute. Both teams are powerhouses in this year's Phoenix Festa. From the preliminary rounds up until now, they have advanced with absolute dominance, not once have they shown any signs of struggle. Even after reaching the intense official rounds, they have continued to sweep through their opponents effortlessly, securing their victories with overwhelming ease. In contrast, the other semi-finalists, Ayato Amajirai and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld, have fought through an incredibly arduous path. Each of their battles has been a brutal struggle. They have sustained numerous injuries and accumulated exhaustion along the way. Compared to them, today's two competing teams have had a much smoother journey to the top four. The commentators' enthusiastic narration further intensified the cheers from the audience. However, inside Seidoken Academy's exclusive VIP lounge, a certain man and woman both twitched at the corners of their eyes. "Excuse me, we're watching a match here, why did you have to drag us into this?" Sitting in the front row, Julius frowned, an irritated expression appearing on her face. "Well, to be fair, our path to the semi-finals really was difficult." Ayato Amajirai gave a wry smile, acknowledging the truth. There was no helping it. Their challenging progress wasn't just due to strong opponents, Ayato's own limitations had played a major role as well. After the fourth round, his prana seal had been completely exposed. Because of this, the fifth round battle and the quarterfinals had been exceptionally difficult for him. Fortunately, they had persevered, not only securing their place in the semi-finals, but Ayato himself had also undergone a major breakthrough. Now, his seal was no longer a significant problem. Compared to when he first entered the Phoenix Festa, his power had improved dramatically. For our academy, having two teams in the semi-finals is a truly historic achievement. Sitting beside Julius, Claudia Enfield smiled as she spoke. For years, Seidoken Academy has struggled to perform well in the Festas. But now, in this year's Phoenix Festa, we have not one, but two teams in the top four. Just from this alone, our academy's overall ranking this season will see a significant boost. If both of your teams win today and advance to the finals, then for the first time in years, we won't have to worry about Seidoken standing among the academies. Indeed, this topic had already sparked heated discussions online. Although the Phoenix Festa wasn't over yet, the fact that two of the top four teams belonged to Seidoken Academy was undeniably a remarkable achievement. Some believed that Seidoken Academy, after years of mediocrity, was finally making a comeback. Others, however, saw this resurgence as a threat and began undermining Seidoken's success, publicly siding with their preferred academies. Yet, none of this changed the reality. The fact remained, Seidoken Academy had the upper hand this year. That was why so many people were eagerly anticipating the results, waiting to see whether a Seidoken Academy team would make it to the finals. That is, if they can first defeat the Vampire Princess of Carnage. Julius folded her arms and said this in a serious tone. In the afternoon, her own battle would take place, against their old enemies from Alekant Academy. For her and Ayato, another grueling battle awaited them. Even so, they had come to the arena today to watch this match with Claudia. Because if they won their match later, then whoever won this battle would become their final opponent in tomorrow's championship. I hope Kaiser and Kirin win this. Ayato spoke sincerely. That won't be easy. Claudia focused on the two teams standing on the stage, her eyes narrowing slightly. After all, their opponent is the Vampire Princess. However, her gaze was not on Irene Urzias herself. Instead, her attention was locked onto the Orga Lux in Irene's hands. Gravisheath. Seeing that the weapon had already been activated, with its scythe blade more crimson than ever before, Claudia's expression became grave. She's already replenished a great deal of blood. It was clear, this battle would reveal Gravisheath's full, unrestrained power. The true might of the blood scythe of supreme collapse. On the stage, both teams had stopped at their designated positions. It's finally time. Irene Urzias rested Gravisheath on her shoulder, her crimson eyes locked onto Kaiser. Are you ready to be torn apart, Blazing Star Swordsman? Her tone, her demeanor, was that of a predator staring at its prey. Facing Irene's hostility, Kaiser's expression remained unreadable. Without a word, he activated his black activator. Zing! A brilliant crimson glow erupted from the Amanadite core, igniting a wave of heat that condensed into a sword of flames. VMM. Kaiser raised Ser-Veresta, then swung it lightly to the side, releasing a searing blast of heat into the air. Within the fiery currents, the sword's blade gleamed with a dark, purplish-black hue. Oh! Everyone, look at Kaiser's Ser-Veresta. The blade that was once pure white is now turning black. The commentator's sharp observation caused an uproar among the audience. This guy. Irene's pupils shrank, her menacing attitude slightly faltering. TCH. So you're getting serious from the start, huh? To prepare Irene for this fight, Le Wolf Black Institute's higher-ups had provided her with detailed intel on Kaiser. From this information, Irene had learned. Ser-Veresta's pure white blade was actually a sign of low power output. The darker the blade, the higher the power level. Once the sword turned completely black, that meant its output had reached its peak, unleashing Ser-Veresta's full might. Most previous wielders had never reached that level. And up until today, Kaiser had always fought with the sword in its white state. Now, for the first time, he was revealing a glimpse of its true power. This meant, he had no intention of holding back. You've made your own preparations, haven't you? Kaiser briefly glanced at Gravisheath. His authority over weapons allowed him to sense its augmented state, it was far stronger than before. In that case, let's be fair. Kaiser lifted his blackened Ser-Veresta and smirked. I'll get a bit more serious, too. Hearing this, Irene's expression darkened. Wani-chan. Priscilla's voice trembled slightly. It's fine. Trust me. Irene didn't look back. Step aside. Priscilla nodded, quietly retreating. Shing. At the same time, standing beside Kaiser, Kirin Tudu unsheathed her blade, Senbakiri. Both teams had fully entered battle mode. A tense silence filled the stage. Time's up. With the commentator's shout, the badges on both teams' uniforms flashed red. Phoenix Festa semifinals, first match. The mechanical voice echoed above the battlefield. Match, start. Boom. In the very instant the match began. 3 figures exploded forward, charging at full speed. A storm of prana surged across the stage, scattering brilliant motes of stardust into the air. And then, amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, the battle erupted in full force. Chapter 63, a power far greater than before. Clang. At the very center of the thunderous stage, a loud, resonant clash of steel rang out, echoing across the battlefield. In that instant, sparks and stardust exploded into the air, resembling a cascade of fireworks. A purplish-black sword and a blood-red scythe slashed through space, colliding in a violent clash. The mana-forged energy from both weapons clashed fiercely, creating a devastating force upon impact. Neither Kaiser nor Irene Urzias held back in that moment, they had both struck with full force. After a brief deadlock, both warriors quickly separated. Ha! Taking advantage of that fleeting opening, Kirin Tudu darted forward. With Senbakiri flashing in her hands, she executed a sharp, cold arc, slashing straight toward Irene. Get lost. Irene's crimson eyes remained locked onto Kaiser, she had no patience for Kirin's close-range assault. As soon as Kirin stepped in, Irene immediately swung her scythe, knocking aside the incoming strike. However, rather than being repelled, Kirin's blade followed through, adjusting midair to redirect the force, and came back even faster toward Irene. Clang. 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 The sound of metal clashing rang out repeatedly. Each time Irene knocked away Senbakiri, the sword would rebound at an even greater speed, attacking from a different angle. Like a compressed spring, the more resistance it met, the faster it rebounded, relentlessly pressing Irene back. Kirin remained perfectly composed, executing a relentless barrage of sword strikes, chasing Irene down with precise, lightning-fast slashes. Oh! Irene Urzias is being pushed back by Kirin Tudu. Is this the famed Renzuru? The ultimate technique of the Tudu style. The commentators' excited voices reverberated across the stadium, igniting a wave of cheers from the audience. The Tudu style was one of the most widely practiced sword disciplines in the world, with disciples spread across countless regions, including Asterisk. Now, seeing their style's ultimate technique displayed on the world stage, and witnessing it overpower the wielder of Gravisheath, the spectators couldn't contain their excitement. I told you to get lost. Irene's frustration mounted. She had never been good at dealing with fast, precise swordplay. Now, she found herself trapped in a net of slashes, unable to break free from Renzuru's continuous flow. In that moment, her crimson eyes gleamed menacingly, and she suddenly twisted her scythe's handle. Boom. A flash of violet light erupted. A distortion rippled through the air, accompanied by a deep, ear-splitting hum. Gravisheath's ability activated. The gravitational force in the area increased exponentially, crushing down on Kirin like a falling mountain. However, As if anticipating the move, Kirin instantly withdrew, retreating at the exact moment before the gravity shift took full effect. What? Irene's expression changed. Just then, a purplish-black blade came swinging straight at her. Clang! Another thunderous clash echoed. Ser-Veresta's ferocious downward slash collided against Gravisheath's blood-red blade. Irene barely managed to raise her scythe in time, blocking the attack, but the impact sent sparks flying in all directions. Shoo! A strange, unsettling noise followed. The blade of Ser-Veresta sank slightly into Gravisheath, as if threatening to cut through it completely. The amanitite core within Gravisheath flickered, emitting a faint, eerie screech, as if in pain. Irene's face stiffened, and she immediately leaped back, breaking away from the clash. It seems. Kaiser's golden eyes glimmered, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Even in this state, Ser-Veresta can still damage an Orga Lux of the same class. At that moment, his prana surged, wrapping around his entire body like a celestial light, and in a burst of movement, he charged forward. Tenfold ruin. Irene's eyes flashed red, and she swung her scythe fiercely. Instantly, dark orbs of gravitational force materialized around her, floating ominously in the air. These were Gravisheath's gravity spheres, formed from mana compression, capable of warping space itself. Go! With a sweep of her scythe, the black spheres shot forward, hurtling toward Kaiser. They weren't fast, but wherever they passed, even the air and space itself distorted. Touching them directly meant instant annihilation. Swing! Yet, Kaiser did not hesitate. With a swift flick of his sword, he sliced straight through one of the gravity spheres. Swing! 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 Each swing of Ser-Veresta effortlessly cut through the orbs, causing them to disperse into nothingness. He severed gravity again. Irene gritted her teeth, but before she could react, her instincts screamed a warning. She abruptly dodged to the side. Shing! A silver-white blade flashed by, just inches away from where her chest had been moments ago. The attack had nearly struck her badge, narrowly missing a decisive victory. Keen-edged tempest. Irene's eyes twitched, her face darkening. Standing before her, Kirin Tudu had returned once again. The young girl's grip tightened around her sword, her eyes calm and razor-sharp. What a pity. Kirin's voice was quiet but firm. If that strike had landed, you would have lost. She spoke with a deadly composure, her aura sharp like a honed blade, a stark contrast to her delicate appearance. Standing just a few steps away, Kaiser lowered Ser-Veresta, smiling faintly. Oh! That was incredible. Kaiser and Kirin's perfect coordination. Seidokan Academy's past and present rank 1 attacking in unison, even Gravisheath is struggling. The commentators were practically shouting, and the crowd erupted with cheers. But to Irene, it was nothing but noise. She glared at the two warriors standing before her, frustration evident in her crimson gaze. Taking on both of them at once is really pushing it, huh? Reluctantly, she admitted the truth. She had always known that her opponents were strong. But facing them directly, she finally understood just how strong they were. Especially Kirin Tudu. She had underestimated the girl, focusing too much on Kaiser. But now, she had no choice but to acknowledge it. This 13-year-old girl was a swordsman on par with her. And with Kaiser's presence as well, handling both of them alone was impossible. In that case, Irene clenched her scythe tightly. She discarded hesitation. She abandoned any thoughts of underestimating them. And she decided to unleash Gravisheath's full power. Boom. A surge of mana erupted as gravity twisted violently across the entire stage. Kaiser and Kirin's instincts flared, they instantly leaped away. But the gravity continued to expand, covering the entire battlefield. Ah. Caught off guard, Kirin faltered, her body slamming against the ground. Even Kaiser felt the overwhelming pressure, his knee dropping down. On the battlefield, Gravisheath's amanitite core pulsed with ominous light. Its power, far greater than ever before, was finally revealed. Chapter 64, A Stage Turned into a Furnace. They actually got caught. Inside Seidokan Academy's exclusive Student Council VIP lounge, Julius Alexia von Riesfeld leaned forward slightly, watching the match unfold. Why is the range so much larger this time? Beside her, Ayato Amajirai looked equally surprised. It was well known that Gravisheath's ability was area-based. However, according to past battles and recorded data, the effective range of its gravity field had always been limited, certainly not wide enough to engulf the entire battlefield. Yet now, both Kaiser and Kirin had been caught in its grasp. This clearly contradicted the previous understanding of the weapon's limitations. Because she has an ample supply of fuel right now. Having already deduced the cause, Claudia Enfield spoke calmly. Priscilla Urzias, the younger sister of the vampire princess of Carnage, even though she has been present throughout the entire tournament, she has never participated in combat. From all the data we've gathered so far, I'd say it's safe to assume that she lacks any direct combat abilities. Most likely, she is a support-type ability user, someone who helps solve Gravisheath's most critical weakness, its insatiable demand for blood. Claudia's logical deduction made both Ayato and Julius shift their gaze toward the back of the stage. There, Priscilla stood silently, watching the fight unfold. Her face was filled with worry, especially when Irene was on the verge of being overwhelmed by Kaiser and Kirin. She looked deeply anxious, yet even then, she did not step forward. For someone to be this distressed yet not take action, there was only one possible explanation. She wasn't refusing to fight. She simply couldn't. Then, that means. Julius murmured. Right now, Gravisheath is stronger than ever. Claudia confirmed without hesitation. That was why Gravisheath's area of effect had expanded so dramatically, covering the entire battlefield. Oh wow. The range of Gravisheath's ability has drastically increased. Has the situation reversed? Now it's Kaiser and Kirin who are being suppressed. The commentators skillfully roused the excitement of the audience. Haha. On the battlefield, Irene's crimson eyes glowed brighter than ever, and she let out a wild laugh. You didn't expect this, did you? As long as I have enough fuel, Gravisheath can unleash this kind of power. With those words, Irene lifted her blood-red scythe high. This is the end for you, blazing star swordsman. 10,000-fold ruin. Once again, purple light filled the air. Countless gravity spheres materialized around Irene, their numbers far greater than before, covering the entire stage. With a downward swing of her scythe, the massive barrage of gravity spheres launched forward, raining down upon the kneeling Kaiser. Senpai. From where she lay pinned to the ground, Kirin struggled to rise, but the immense gravity kept her down. Meanwhile, Kaiser remained unnervingly calm. Black Furnace. Gripping his black activator, Kaiser channeled a massive surge of prana into it. VMM. Instantly, Ser-Veresta trembled. Its amanadite core shone brilliant crimson, greedily absorbing Kaiser's prana. Dark patterns swirled across the sword's blade, flowing like living tendrils before being fully absorbed into the core. Then, the blade turned jet black. The moment the transformation completed, Kaiser resisted the gravitational force, and with a single, powerful swing. Swing. The purple energy binding him was sliced apart. Boom. At the same time, an immense wave of heat erupted from Ser-Veresta, surging outward in a fiery shockwave. In that instant, the onslaught of gravity spheres disintegrated before they could even touch him. With the flames of Ser-Veresta surging around him, Kaiser became a streak of fire, shooting toward Irene. 100-fold burial. Sensing imminent danger, Irene's pupils shrank, her instincts screamed. Her body reacted on its own, she swung her scythe in desperation, releasing a chaotic tidal wave of gravitational energy. The sheer force of Gravisheath's gravity blast was enough to shatter the reinforced arena floor beneath them. Yet, even as gravitational streams twisted and lashed out like spectral waves, Kaiser remained completely unfazed. Without any hesitation, he raised Ser-Veresta once more. Swing. The black blade slashed forward. It carried a tidal wave of flames, searing through the air, and boom. The gravity surge was obliterated in an instant. Shit. Irene gritted her teeth, immediately pulling back. As she retreated, she continued swinging Gravisheath, sending wave after wave of gravity surges to disrupt Kaiser's advance. Swing. 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 But Kaiser slashed through them all, each swing of Ser-Veresta burned away the gravitational flows. The gap between them closed rapidly. Irene narrowed her eyes, twisting midair to change direction. Her body moved unnaturally fast, a violet aura distorting the space around her. She had adjusted the gravity surrounding herself, allowing her to accelerate beyond human limits. Just like Kaiser, she was using her Orga Lux's ability to amplify her own speed. By lightening her own gravity, she could move with unbelievable agility, covering vast distances in a single bound. She also used chaotic gravity waves to disrupt Kaiser's momentum, forcing him to constantly cut them down, preventing him from closing the distance. She's doing this on purpose. As Kaiser chased her down, he quickly realized what was happening. She's trying to force this into a battle of attrition. Kaiser immediately understood Irene's strategy. By now, she had already figured out his weakness. She knew that Ser-Veresta's full power required an immense consumption of prana. As soon as she saw the blade turn black, she stopped engaging in direct combat and started stalling. If she could drag the fight out, she might be able to exhaust him completely. Honestly, it was a smart approach. Ser-Veresta was indeed a prana-devouring beast. Even though Kaiser's authority over weapons had enhanced Ser-Veresta, and the sword itself had become more efficient, maintaining its full power still consumed energy at an alarming rate. Even though his prana reserves now rivaled Ayato's, he still couldn't sustain maximum output indefinitely. If she managed to stall him long enough, she might actually succeed in draining him dry. But that was only if she could actually delay him. Schwip. Suddenly, Kaiser stopped moving midair. Instead of continuing to chase Irene, he reversed his grip on Ser-Veresta. Then he stabbed it straight into the ground. Boom. A deafening tremor shook the entire stage. A massive burst of heat erupted from beneath the floor. The entire battlefield turned bright red. It was as if a volcanic eruption had just taken place beneath them. In that moment, the temperature of Sirius Dome skyrocketed, causing the entire audience to break out in sweat. At the same time, the gravitational force on the battlefield disappeared. Even Irene's own gravity field was burned away. Shit. Irene's expression twisted in shock. You didn't expect this, did you? Kaiser's voice reached her ears. It came from directly in front of her. Just inches away. This ends now. With that declaration, Kaiser struck. Chapter 65, the end of the semi-finals. As Kaiser raised his jet-black sword, poised to strike from point-blank range, Irene Urzia's reaction was immediate and intense. Her crimson pupils contracted sharply, her expression twisting into one of feral rage, like a beast on the brink of losing control. Her blood-colored side vibrated violently, as if it too were losing its composure. At that moment, the amanadite core embedded in Gravisheath flared brighter than ever before. Ah! Just as Irene was about to completely snap, a short, startled cry reached her ears. That brief exclamation snapped her out of her frenzy like a bolt of lightning, bringing her back from the brink. Priscilla Urzia's badge destroyed. Before Irene could even turn toward the source of the voice, the automated system linked to the badges rang out across the stage, its mechanical tone announcing the result. Priscilla. Irene's gaze snapped toward the back of the stage. There, Priscilla Urzia's had collapsed onto the ground, looking visibly shaken. The badge on her chest had been cut in half, the pieces lying on the floor. And standing before her, a silver-haired girl calmly sheathing her sword. Kirin Tudu. Freed from Gravisheath's gravitational suppression after Kaiser's flames burned away the gravity field, Kirin had made a decisive move, silently closing in on Priscilla, who had remained at the back line throughout the entire match. To protect Priscilla, Irene had placed gravity barriers around her. But those, too, had been completely erased by Ser-Veresta's earlier eruption of heat. Kirin did not waste the opportunity. With a swift, clean strike, she shattered Priscilla's badge, eliminating her from the match. Then, clang. At that moment, Kaiser's blackened Ser-Veresta descended upon Irene. Having been forced to divide her attention, Irene failed to react in time. Her blood-red side was slammed out of her hands, sent flying through the air. The crimson blade spun through the sky, turning in midair before finally descending. And landing in someone else's hand. But it was not Irene's hand. VMM. The instant it was grasped, Gravisheath trembled violently, as if it had been provoked. However, be quiet. A calm voice murmured, one that only the weapon itself could hear. Instantly, Gravisheath fell silent. No. It wasn't just silent. It was terrified. No one noticed. But in that moment, golden markings began to glow across Kaiser's hand. These golden lines were strikingly vivid, yet completely invisible to anyone else. As though, if Kaiser willed them to remain unseen, then no one could perceive them. The golden lines spread, flowing into Gravisheath, etching themselves into its core, and sinking into its amanadite. At that moment, a weapon infamous for its ferocity, a weapon that had brought terror to many, now quivered like a lowly subject kneeling before a king. It submitted, trembling in absolute fear. The golden markings seared themselves into Gravisheath's core, vanishing into its depths. Kaiser's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smirk. And then he casually discarded the scythe, tossing it aside. From the moment Gravisheath was knocked away to the moment Kaiser let it go, less than 2 seconds had passed. Irene, still frozen in her stance from losing her weapon. Her dilated pupils stared blankly at Kaiser. VMM. A low hum reverberated through the air. And then Ser-Veresta's blackened blade descended once more. Weaponless, Irene could do nothing to defend herself. The flaming edge cut through her badge, leaving a magma-like crimson mark upon it. Irene Urzia's badge destroyed. For the second time, the mechanical voice announced a defeat. And immediately after, for the third time, match over. Winners, Kaiser and Kirin Tudu. At that moment, thunderous cheers erupted across the Sirius Dome. The winners of the semi-finals have emerged. An instant counterattack. Kaiser and Kirin Tudu have successfully destroyed the Urzia sisters' badges, securing victory in the semi-finals. The first team to advance to the finals has been decided. And that team is Kaiser and Kirin Tuda from Seidukan Academy. As the commentators roared with enthusiasm, the entire stadium erupted in celebration. Even in Seidukan Academy's Student Council VIP lounge, Julius and Ayato exchanged glances. Then, with relieved smiles, they clapped for the victors. Beside them, Claudia Enfield also applauded, her expression warm and pleased. "Senpai. We won." On the stage, Kirin, no longer wearing the composed demeanor of a warrior. Instead, she beamed with joy, rushing toward Kaiser. Opposite them, the crimson light had completely faded from Irene's eyes. Her gaze fell upon the shattered badge at her feet. A look of emptiness crossed her face. She had lost. Even after all her preparations, even after giving Gravisheath more fuel than ever before, unleashing power far beyond anything she had ever wielded, she had still lost. And that meant her mission had failed. TCH. Inside Le Wolf Black Institute's Student Council office, a short, stocky young man sat in the dimly lit room, watching the live broadcast. Clicking his tongue, he muttered. As expected, she failed, huh? But there was no disappointment in his voice. No anger. He had clearly anticipated this possibility. His gaze remained locked onto the screen, observing the victorious swordsman. The power Kaiser had displayed, turning the entire battlefield into a furnace, bringing Ser-Veresta's legend to life, had greatly heightened the man's wariness and caution. His sense of unease had just reached its peak. Well, at least I got something out of this. Although the mission had failed, and the objective had not been achieved, at the very least, they had gained crucial intelligence. They now understood Kaiser's true level of strength. They had witnessed firsthand just how much control he had over Ser-Veresta. For now, it's best not to act recklessly. The man made his decision. Given Kaiser's current strength, and given Ser-Veresta's overwhelming power, even he would need to bring out his trump cards to take him down. And now that Kaiser had advanced to the finals, with the whole world watching, any suspicious actions would immediately attract attention. That was not something he wanted. So, for now, I'll just watch. Having reached his conclusion, the stocky youth closed the screen and sank into the shadows. Sirius Dome, Contestant Lounge. After winning the match, Kaiser and Kirin underwent a brief interview with the officials before returning to the waiting room to relax. "Senpai, you worked hard." Kirin, ever attentive, brought a cold drink and handed it to Kaiser. "Thanks. You did great too, Kirin." Kaiser accepted the drink, smiling. Their moods were light, especially Kirin, who radiated pure joy. "Now, there's only one step left, Senpai." She was both excited and nervous. They had made it to the finals. Only one match remained. "Relax." Kaiser patted her shoulder, sensing her excitement. "The final match is tomorrow. For now, let's take a break." "Yes." Kirin nodded enthusiastically, then hesitated. "I wonder who our final opponent will be." Kaiser only smiled. Kirin did not know. But Kaiser already had a strong feeling. That match would be against their strongest rivals in this tournament. That afternoon, they watched the second semi-final match. And, as Kaiser had expected, match over. Winners, Ayato Amajiri and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Chapter 66, A Celebration Before the Finals. Seidukan Academy, Student Council Office. As night fell, most of the campus buildings had already turned dark, their lights switched off. Normally, the Student Council Office would be among them, its vast space shrouded in darkness. But tonight, the lights remained on, and the sounds of conversation drifted out from within. The atmosphere inside was lively, filled with warmth and laughter. Listening closely, one could hear the unmistakable sounds of celebration. And indeed, that was the case. Then, allow me, as the president of Seidukan Academy's Student Council, to offer my congratulations to the four of you for advancing to the finals. Claudia, acting as the host, raised her glass with a smile. Cheers. The four individuals present, Kaiser, Kirin Tudu, Ayato Amajiri, and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld, exchanged glances as they watched Claudia raise her glass. Though some sighed in resignation and others merely shrugged, they ultimately relented and lifted their own glasses, clinking them together in unison. Tonight's gathering was a celebration for Kaiser and his fellow finalists. However, who starts celebrating before the finals have even taken place? Julius muttered, holding her glass with an exasperated expression. And besides, we're going to be opponents tomorrow. Is it really a good idea to throw a party where we're all gathered together like this? This was something Julius had wanted to say from the moment the celebration began. Beside her, Kirin and Ayato both let out awkward laughs. There was really no other choice, Claudia responded nonchalantly, still smiling. All of you are students of Seidukan Academy. Once the finals are over, regardless of who wins or loses, it wouldn't be appropriate for me, as student council president, to only celebrate one side, would it? So, I figured we should just have a joint celebration today instead. For Kaiser and the others, tomorrow's finals were undoubtedly crucial. But from the perspective of Seidukan Academy as a whole, the outcome didn't matter nearly as much. No matter who won or lost, the champion would still be a student of Seidukan Academy. With all 4 of their representatives securing spots in the finals, the event had already turned into a spectacle that stunned everyone. Seidukan Academy's complete domination of the tournament's final stage had caused an uproar online. The academy had secured both the championship and runner-up positions in the Phoenix Festa. Such a situation wasn't entirely unprecedented. For example, St. Gillardworth Academy, a powerhouse in the GRYPS Festa, had dominated that event numerous times, even producing finals where both teams belonged to their school. But Seidukan Academy, a school that had been struggling at the bottom of the rankings for the past several seasons, now making a comeback by securing both first and second place in the Phoenix Festa. It was an outcome that no one had expected. With that in mind, Claudia had taken it upon herself to arrange this celebration. Holding it tonight, before the final battle turned them into opponents, was indeed a clever idea. Unless, none of you actually want to celebrate together. Claudia blinked mischievously. Are you trying to avoid each other because you'll be facing off tomorrow? That's not it, Julius frowned, clearly uncomfortable. For someone as principled and serious as the Princess of Lieseltania, the idea of sharing a joyous celebration with her final round opponents did feel a little awkward. But at the same time, she wasn't so narrow-minded as to view this match as a grudge match. Even though only one of them could win, only one of them could claim victory and make a wish to the Integrated Enterprise Foundation, that didn't mean they were mortal enemies. They all had good relationships with one another. Unless someone valued winning the tournament more than their friendships, there was no reason to turn this into a hostile rivalry. So, despite her discomfort, Julius ultimately chose to accept the situation. I'm sorry, Senpai, Kirin suddenly apologized, sensing Julius' unease. You idiot, why are you apologizing? Julius immediately reached out, placing a hand on Kirin's shoulder to stop her from bowing. On the side, Kaiser and Ayato merely watched the exchange, offering no comments. For them, there was no issue at all. Unlike Julius, who felt awkward about celebrating before the finals, Kaiser and Ayato were completely at ease, exchanging amused glances before clinking their glasses together. Julius doesn't have a problem with you guys, Ayato said, explaining to Kaiser. She's just too serious about these things. Yeah, I can tell. Kaiser shrugged indifferently. The two of them shared a quiet laugh before continuing to sip their drinks. By the way, how are your injuries? Kaiser turned to Ayato, scanning him briefly before asking the question. Unlike Kaiser and Kirin, Ayato and Julius had barely made it through the semi-finals. Just like in their previous matches, their victory had come at a heavy cost. Julius had collapsed from exhaustion by the end, and Ayato had sustained significant injuries. We're fine now, Ayato assured him, flexing his arms casually. I've mostly recovered, and Julius should be in good shape as well. This was where the difference between Stella and normal humans became evident. Neither Ayato nor Julius had suffered minor scrapes, their injuries were substantial. If an ordinary person had taken damage like that, they would have required weeks of hospitalization to recover. But Ayato and Julius, they had healed within half a day. Of course, even if they hadn't, Asterisk had its own medical facilities, staffed with Striga and Dante healers capable of miraculous recoveries. It was often said that as long as someone wasn't outright killed, they could be saved. Though the accuracy of the claim was debatable, it was enough to reassure competitors that injuries weren't a serious concern. Then I don't have to worry about you two not being in top form for the finals, Kaiser said with a grin. I'm really looking forward to our match. Same here, Ayato replied, matching his enthusiasm. And so is she. He patted the sheath at his waist, where his Orga Lux, Wole Zane, rested. VMM. VMM. Both Ser-Veresta and Ayato's sword began to vibrate faintly. Though silent, their presence exuded an unmistakable excitement, anticipation, and battle hunger. It was clear, these two legendary weapons were eager to clash. Make sure you don't hold back tomorrow, Kaiser smirked. You either, Ayato responded. At that moment, the casual grins vanished, replaced by expressions filled with fighting spirit. The celebration among 5 companions continued in a relaxed and amicable atmosphere until late into the night. By the time the dorm curfew was approaching, Claudia clapped her hands together, announcing the end of the party. Julius and Kirin left together for the girls' dormitory. As for Kaiser, he didn't return to the boys' dormitory with Ayato. Instead, he approached Claudia, requesting a favor. And when Claudia heard his request, her expression became rather intriguing. This isn't difficult, she said, but, are you sure about this? It's dangerous, you know. Kaiser did not answer. Fine. Claudia nodded. I'll have the intel delivered to me immediately, and once I receive it, I'll send it to you. Just, be careful. With that, Claudia turned and left, leaving Kaiser alone. He walked down the quiet corridors of the high school division, gazing out the window at the night sky. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand. Golden markings appeared across his palm. And in the next instant, a Lux activator materialized in his grip. Bathed in moonlight, its violet amanadite core shone beautifully. Holding the suddenly appearing activator, Kaiser smirked. His smile was cold. Chapter 19, Chapter 67, Blood in the Night Sky. Asterisk, Outer Residential District. As its name suggested, this district was situated on the outskirts of Asterisk. Unlike the bustling city center, which was designed to accommodate tourists with pedestrian-friendly streets, the outer residential district was dominated by wide highways that stretched across the artificial island like elevated corridors, crisscrossing in an intricate web. Even though it was now deep into the night, the district remained illuminated. Rows of streetlights lined the highways, casting their glow across the surroundings and highlighting the towering skyscrapers in the distance. Atop one of these skyscrapers, on the highest rooftop, a lone figure stood at the edge, facing the wind. So high up. Standing outside the railing, balanced on the very edge of the skyscraper, Kaiser murmured to himself. A single step forward would send him plummeting into the abyss below. Yet, he remained utterly unfazed. Tonight, he was not dressed in his usual Seidukan Academy uniform. Instead, he wore a pitch-black outfit, from his shirt to his pants, to his boots, and even the hooded cloak draped over his shoulders. Every part of his attire blended seamlessly into the night. Additionally, he wore a mask, a masquerade-style mask that covered the upper half of his face, leaving only his mouth exposed. It was ornate, decorative rather than functional, with no real practical use. But for Kaiser, this level of disguise was more than enough. If this were before, I definitely wouldn't dare stand somewhere this dangerous. Looking down at the city streets dozens of meters below, Kaiser felt as though he were standing on the edge of a cliffside abyss. He had once been afraid of heights. But ever since obtaining power beyond human limits, he realized something: his fear of heights had vanished without a trace. Even if he fell from this height, it would still be lethal for a Jean Stella. But now, he had more than enough ways to defy gravity. Previously, he had used Ser-Veresta's heat currents to propel himself, achieving limited flight. But now, let's see how you perform tonight. Kaiser reached into his cloak, pulling out a Lux activator and triggering it. VMM. As the mana resonance echoed, digital grids materialized, forming a massive scythe, both its long handle and its crimson blade gleaming under the night sky. The violet amanadite core embedded within the scythe pulsated, casting an eerie glow onto its blood-red blade. This was Gravisheath, the blood scythe of supreme collapse, an Orga Lux belonging to Le Wolf Black Institute. It should have belonged to Irene Urzias. And yet, it was now in Kaiser's hands. What was more, it was behaving obediently. Unlike when Irene wielded it, Gravisheath now exuded absolute submission, a stark contrast to its usual violent and domineering presence. If Irene were here to witness this, she would have undoubtedly been shocked. After all, Gravisheath was not a weapon that submitted to anyone. Quite the opposite, like Pandora, it was an Orga Lux with an extremely malevolent will. Pandora delighted in tormenting its wielder with visions of death and suffering, savoring their fear and despair. Gravisheath, however, possessed an overwhelming sense of self, refusing to be a mere tool for its wielder. It sought to control them instead. Some Orga Luxes, particularly those with strong self-awareness, had a tendency to corrupt their users, altering their minds, personalities, and even bodies to suit their own preferences. And among them, Gravisheath was particularly infamous for this trait. It did not simply demand compatibility from its wielder. It modified them. It transformed its wielder's body into that of a true vampire, a perfect host for its insatiable hunger. If the wielder ever let their guard down, Gravisheath would take the opportunity to override their will, seizing control and driving them into madness. The glowing red eyes that Irene displayed in battle. That was the influence of Gravisheath's consciousness, slowly overtaking her. The brighter the crimson glow, the stronger the corruption. Irene's violent temper, her impulsive aggression, these were not purely her own traits. They had been exacerbated by Gravisheath. If Ser-Veresta was a weapon that wanted to be wielded as a sword, existing as a tool for its user, then Gravisheath was the complete opposite. It saw itself as the master, and its wielder as the tool. Yet, at this very moment, in Kaiser's hands, Gravisheath was utterly docile. An impossible sight. Let's give you a little taste first. Even though Gravisheath had already merged with him, becoming his personal weapon, Kaiser did not treat it with the same respect he gave Ser-Veresta. Ser-Veresta was his partner, a weapon he saw as an equal, treating it with mutual respect. But Gravisheath. To Kaiser, it was nothing more than a tool. A useful one, but a tool nonetheless. He brought his hand to his mouth, biting his finger and letting a single drop of blood fall onto the side's blade. VMM. 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 The moment the blood touched the blade, Gravisheath reacted violently, trembling with exhilaration and anticipation. It was only a single drop, practically nothing compared to the vast amounts of blood it usually demanded. And yet, Gravisheath had never been more satisfied. Because not all blood was equal. The blood of a king could not be compared to the blood of a peasant. A mere drop of supreme blood was worth far more than countless ordinary sacrifices. To Gravisheath, Kaiser's blood, the blood of someone with ultimate authority over weapons, was the greatest possible gift. Even with just a single drop, it could now unleash its full power. As Kaiser watched, the violet glow from Gravisheath's amanadite core flared, brighter than ever before. Good. Satisfied, he turned his gaze downward. Below, on the wide road beneath the skyscraper, a sleek black limousine cruised by. Cross-referencing it with the intel Claudia had provided him earlier, Kaiser confirmed. That was his target. His lips curled into a cold smirk. Then, he jumped. With a single leap, he descended from the skyscraper. In his grip, Gravisheath's blood-red blade gleamed eerily against the backdrop of the moonlit sky. At the same time, within the limousine, the blood scythe is missing. Inside the luxurious interior, far more akin to a private lounge than a conventional car, a voice echoed. The seating was not arranged in standard rows. Instead, plush leather sofas and a heavy wooden table gave the vehicle an air of sophistication and power. Seated at the center was a short, stocky youth with deep crimson-black hair. His expression was perpetually scowling, his dark, sunken eyes filled with impatience and irritation. This was Dirk Eberwein, the student council president of Le Wolf Black Institute. He was the first non-Gen Stella in the school's history to hold the position. Unlike Priscilla Urzias, who at least possessed Striga abilities despite not fighting, Dirk was a completely ordinary human. Yet, despite that, he had still risen to power. Because he didn't need strength. His cunning, ruthlessness, and tactical brilliance allowed him to manipulate and control others like pieces on a chessboard. That was why people called him the Tyrant. And right now, for the first time in a while, Dirk's usual scowl was replaced by genuine shock. But before he could even react, boom. A tremendous force crashed down from above, crushing the limousine in an instant. Chapter 20, Chapter 68, Fine, I'll choose for you. Boom. A violent explosion rocked the wide highway of the outer residential district, sending a pillar of fire and thick black smoke billowing into the night sky. The stretched limousine had been crushed in an instant, reduced to burning wreckage that slowly smoldered on the asphalt. Anyone who witnessed the scene would have assumed that no one inside could have survived. But Dirk Eberwein was still alive. TCH. A low, irritated click of the tongue sounded from the highway. Dirk's short, stocky figure inexplicably reappeared a short distance away from the burning limousine, completely unscathed. His perpetual scowl deepened, his dark red hair bristling with frustration as he glared upwards. There, floating in midair, was the culprit, a figure clad in a black hooded cloak, standing effortlessly against the night wind. The flames below cast shifting shadows across his silhouette. Dirk couldn't see the person's face, obscured beneath the deep hood. The only thing vaguely visible was a mask, covering the upper half of his face. But what the figure held in his hand, Dirk recognized it instantly. So you're the bastard who stole Gravisheath. His voice was low and dangerous, his eyes dark with fury, as if staring at his greatest enemy. Who the hell are you? But before an answer could come, VMM. The response came not from words, but from Gravisheath itself. The scythe vibrated, reacting to its wielder's command. With a mere flick of his wrist, Kaiser swung the blood-red scythe. And in an instant, countless gravity spheres materialized in the air. Each one was pure black, pulsating ominously as they formed an overwhelming storm around him. Dirk's pupils shrank violently. Because the scale of this ability was far beyond anything Irene Urzias had ever displayed. The difference was like night and day. When Irene used this technique, the number of gravity spheres she summoned was limited. But now, a storm of thousands upon thousands of gravity spheres had appeared, densely packed, stretching dozens of meters in every direction, flooding the entire space. Dirk's entire field of vision was consumed by them. Even his breathing faltered. 10,000 ruin. The masked figure calmly named the technique. This was the true version of the ability Gravisheath possessed. Go. With a casual swing, Gravisheath descended. And the storm of gravity spheres rained down. Boom. 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 Each sphere impacted the ground like a meteor, detonating with enough force to tear apart the asphalt, shatter stone, and reduce the entire highway to rubble. Explosions erupted one after another, filling the air with chaotic wind and debris. Above it all, Kaiser watched. But then, his instinct screamed. Without hesitation, he shifted his weight, his body moving as if weightless in a vacuum, smoothly gliding aside. The very next instant, a darkness surged through the air, black spikes suddenly materializing and piercing through the space where he had just stood. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been impaled like a porcupine. Darkness. Kaiser's golden eyes narrowed. No. Shadows. The black spikes weren't solid objects. They were shadows. You saw through it that quickly. A cold voice echoed from the darkness. And then, a figure emerged from the shadows. A man clad in tight black combat gear, his silhouette eerily resembling that of a ninja. Unlike Kaiser's upper face mask, this man wore a lower face mask, covering everything but his eyes. His eyes. Narrow, sharp, golden, like a cat's. Cold. Emotionless. Predatory. Seeing this newcomer, Kaiser remained unshaken. As expected. His tone was calm, almost amused. No matter how weak Dirk is, he's still the student council president of Le Wolf Black Institute. Even if he's just a normal human, of course he'd have a cat watching his back. Cats. That was the codename for Le Wolf's intelligence operatives. Le Wolf Black Institute was deeply entrenched in Asterisk's underworld, and within the academy, there existed a covert intelligence division. Their official reputation. The greatest intelligence-gathering force among the 6 academies. The truth? They were more than just spies. They handled all illicit activities, from covert assassinations to black market dealings, making them one of the most feared underground organizations in Asterisk. Other schools, including Seidukan Academy, also had secret intelligence divisions under their student councils. But Le Wolf's cats were known to be particularly ruthless, a faction with no moral limits, willing to do anything for their missions. And members of this faction were given code names. You must be Gold Eyes. Kaiser scrutinized the men before him. Le Wolf's operatives were divided into 2 groups. Silver Eyes, operatives who worked within the academy. Gold Eyes, operatives who worked outside the academy. And this man. Clearly, he was a Gold Eye, assigned to personally guard Dirk during his outings. Kaiser had already anticipated this. Not just because of his knowledge from the original story, but also because of the intelligence Claudia had provided him earlier. He had known from the start. If he attacked Dirk, the Gold Eye protecting him would immediately surface. And yet, the one who should be answering questions here is you. The shadow-clad man's cold, feline eyes locked onto Kaiser. You have no right to ask anything. Right now, you have 2 choices. 1. Identify yourself and explain your reasons for attacking us. 2. I take you down, drag you back for interrogation, or kill you and find the answers from your corpse. As he spoke, he lifted his hands. On each wrist, twin daggers gleamed under the moonlight. These were not Lux weapons, nor Orga Lux. They were real blades, akin to Senbakiri, meant for pure assassination. Choose. The Gold Eye declared emotionlessly. But Kaiser. He simply smiled. Not his usual calm, relaxed smile. No. A deeper, sharper grin. One that carried a hint of mockery, of disdain. And amusement. Quite the arrogant tone. Looks like you've been abusing your authority in Asterisk for far too long. Slowly. Kaiser raised Gravisheath. Fine, I'll give you 2 choices as well. Would you rather be cut apart by this scythe? Or be crushed to death by gravity? Never mind. Kaiser smirked. I'll choose for you. VMM. A surge of violet light erupted from Gravisheath, expanding instantly. Boom. A tremendous gravitational force crashed down like a solid wave, distorting the air, bending the very fabric of space. The Gold Eye's eyes widened. His entire body sank, his chest tightening painfully. And before he could react, he was ripped from the shadows and hurled toward the ground. Damn it. Even behind his mask, his face twisted in shock. He knew what Gravisheath's abilities were. He had studied the data. And yet, this level of power was completely beyond what the reports had ever described. Gravisheath was never this strong. As the ground rushed toward him, he had no time to think. In desperation, he unleashed his shadows, sinking into them like diving into water, vanishing from sight. But Kaiser's golden eyes remained cold. Your tricks won't save you. He raised Gravisheath high. And the battle truly began. Chapter 21, Chapter 69, Stay out of my way. You've got to be kidding me. Down on the ruined ground, The shadow-clad operative emerged once more, staring at the massive gravity sphere expanding in the sky. A bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead. That thing. At least 10 meters in diameter, pitch black like a falling meteor. The moment it appeared, the air itself trembled, as if space itself was being crushed under its weight. A low, ominous creaking sound echoed through the surroundings, the sheer gravity distorting the atmosphere. Was this really something Gravisheath could do? Could that Orga Lux truly wield such terrifying power? The shadow operative's mind raced with disbelief. What he didn't know was that once Gravisheath had bonded with Kaiser as his personal weapon, it had undergone the same transformation that Ser-Veresta once had. Just like Ser-Veresta, Gravisheath had been amplified by Kaiser's unique authority, unlocking its true potential. More than that, Kaiser's weapons grew alongside him. The stronger he became, the stronger his weapons became. And compared to a few months ago, Kaiser's growth had been immeasurable. Perhaps he still wasn't at the level of the true monsters in Asterisk. But as the current rank 1 of Seidukan Academy, his strength was undisputed. Add to that his perfect mastery over Gravisheath, as well as feeding it his blood, allowing it to reach a state of absolute satisfaction. The result? This absolute power. Compared to Kaiser, Irene Urzias, the scythe's former wielder, was nothing more than a child playing with a toy. If you're a cat, then act like one. Kaiser's golden eyes gleamed coldly as he gazed down at the shadow operative struggling below. Go scurry back into the dark corners and chase rats where you belong. Stay out of my way. And with that, he swung Gravisheath down. The colossal gravity sphere plummeted, distorting the air around it as it fell, creating a deafening pressure wave. Dangerous. The shadow operative's instinct screamed. Without hesitation, he dived back into the shadows, fleeing with everything he had. Boom. The massive gravity sphere crashed into the ground. The impact shattered everything. For an instant, it was as if a meteor had struck the city. The earthquake-like tremor shook the entire district, sending dust and debris flying in a violent storm. The entire road was obliterated, reduced to a crater of destruction. Nearby pedestrians, even though several streets away, felt the tremors. What was that? What's going on? Alarms blared across Asterisk. The emergency security systems detected the attack, sending out distress signals across the entire citywide network. It wasn't until several minutes later that the gravity sphere finally dissipated, vanishing into nothingness. All that remained was a massive crater where the road once stood. Inside, dust swirled. The ground was covered in broken stone, shattered asphalt, and scattered debris. Kaiser hovered above it all, his gaze sweeping the ruins. Escaped, huh? His expression remained calm, unbothered. Well, makes sense. There's no way someone like that would go down so easily. A shadow operative like him was one thing. But Dirk Eberwein, the student council president of Le Wolf Black Institute. There was no way he would allow himself to be killed so easily. Kaiser had never expected Dirk to be completely defenseless. Of course, Dirk would have other gold eyes guarding him. Perhaps even other powerful individuals, beyond just the intelligence operatives. The moment things went south, Dirk had immediately retreated, abandoning his subordinates to cover his escape. Not even Kaiser had noticed exactly when Dirk had fled. That meant someone else had helped him escape. Whatever. Kaiser wasn't the type to dwell on things unnecessarily. Dirk had sent people after him first. So he simply returned the favor. A fair warning. If Dirk didn't know his place, Kaiser wouldn't mind getting serious. While his current strength might not yet be enough to directly threaten someone as high-ranking as Dirk, there was one major difference between them. Kaiser knew the original story. He knew Dirk's secrets. And if he chose to expose them, Dirk wouldn't be able to escape the consequences. For now, that's enough. His gaze shifted downwards, glancing at the scythe in his hand. You did well tonight. Kaiser murmured to Gravisheath, his tone almost amused. Keep it up. In response, the blood-red blade trembled, producing a low, eerie hum. A sound that almost resembled a purring cat, as if it was basking in its master's praise. Kaiser chuckled softly. But then, he noticed vehicles approaching in the distance. Flashing lights. The Stjarnagarm. Asterisk's primary law enforcement organization, responsible for maintaining order and dealing with crime. If they found him here, it would be an annoyance. Without wasting any more time, Kaiser manipulated gravity, allowing his body to float upward. Then, with a turn, he vanished into the night sky. Le Wolf Black Institute, Student Council Office. Dirk Eberwein had returned. Silently, without a word, he walked into his office, sinking into his massive leather chair. Did you identify him? His voice was cold, shadowed by irritation. Before him, the shadow operative, the men who had fought Kaiser, emerged from the darkness. But his expression was grim. Unfortunately, there are no leads regarding his real identity. Dirk did not react with anger. I figured as much. He crossed his arms. If he was bold enough to attack me so openly, then of course he'd be confident in hiding his identity. If even you, someone who fought him directly, couldn't find any clues, then even scanning the surveillance footage, security feeds, or satellite imagery wouldn't do us any good. The shadow operative fell silent. Because he had already tried all of those methods. And yet, none of them had produced a single clue. It was as if the attacker simply didn't exist. Every system that relied on mana-based technology had failed to detect him. Was it severed? Dirk muttered something under his breath. The shadow operative's eyes flickered. What? Nothing. Dirk didn't elaborate. Because he had no proof. Speculation was meaningless without evidence. But one thing was certain. This was a warning. Dirk let out a low scoff, shaking his head. Looks like the kid isn't as simple as I thought. Treating him as just a wielder of Ser-Veresta was my mistake. The shadow operative frowned slightly, but remained silent. Forget it. Dirk leaned back. Clean up the mess. Handle the aftermath. The shadow operative nodded. What about Gravisheath? Do you really think we can take it back? Dirk let out a mocking chuckle. Just from that fight alone, it's obvious, Gravisheath has completely evolved under his command. If we act carelessly, we'll just be giving him more opportunities. For now, we wait. With that, the shadow operative disappeared into the darkness. Breaking news, attack on Le Wolf Student Council President. The sheer scale of the destruction had made it impossible to cover up. Overnight, the news had spread like wildfire. The tyrant got attacked. Seriously. Ha. Serves him right. Most people weren't sympathetic. Dirk Eberwein was widely hated, both for his scheming nature and his repulsive personality. Normally, this would have remained a hot topic for weeks. But the Phoenix Festa finals were about to begin. And that was what everyone truly cared about. Chapter 22, Chapter 70, the most exciting moment. On this day, half an hour before the final match, the Sirius Dome was already filled to capacity. Countless spectators eagerly awaited the decisive battle. Some had come to witness it in person, while many more had tuned in early to the live broadcast, ensuring they wouldn't miss a second of the action. The gambling tables were fully open, with people betting fervently, awaiting the final outcome. Naturally, the competitors had also arrived, waiting in their respective preparation rooms, ready to take the stage at any moment. Are you nervous, Kirin? Kaiser had once again donned Seidukan Academy school uniform, the unbroken school badge still proudly displayed on his chest. Despite everything that had transpired the previous night, he sat there calm and composed, smiling at Kirin Tudu, who sat properly across from him, clutching the bag containing Senbakiri. A little, Kirin admitted, offering a sheepish smile. She wasn't the type to put on a brave front, so she spoke honestly. Here. Kaiser handed her a carton of milk, which he had prepared at some point. Have a drink. It'll help you relax. Thank you. Kirin accepted it quickly, bowing her head slightly in embarrassment. I'm sorry for making you worry, senpai. We're partners, aren't we? Kaiser replied casually. Besides, I know you. Maybe you feel nervous now, but the moment you step onto the battlefield, all those distractions will disappear. You'll be completely focused on the fight. And that's why, I'm not worried at all. Kaiser said this with absolute confidence. After spending so much time together, he knew Kirin better than anyone at Seidukan Academy. At a glance, she might appear timid and meek, but beneath that exterior, she was remarkably strong-willed, a true swordswoman with unwavering conviction. Especially after breaking free from Tudukuichiru's control, Kirin's mental growth had skyrocketed. It might not be immediately obvious from her demeanor, but those who truly knew her could see it clearly. She was already a fully fledged warrior. Just fight as you normally do. Kaiser reassured her. In terms of raw strength, we definitely have the advantage. No need to be too anxious. If one set aside all other factors and judged purely based on ability, Kaiser and Kirin undoubtedly held the upper hand. Between Kaiser and Ayato Amajirai, it was hard to determine who was stronger. Their prana levels, physical abilities, and swordsmanship were all incredibly close. Both were also wielders of four-colored magic swords. If they didn't fight directly, neither could say for certain who would emerge victorious. However, between Kirin and Julius, the outcome was much clearer. Kirin had once been rank 1, while Julius was currently rank 5. Even in the original story, Julius had admitted there were 3 people in Seidukan Academy she couldn't defeat. Ayato Amajirai, Claudia Enfield, Kirin Tudu. In terms of overall strength, there was no doubt. Kaiser and Kirin held the advantage. But in terms of teamwork, Ayato-senpai and Julius-senpai are the superior pair, Kirin pointed out quietly. She wasn't wrong. From a tactical standpoint, Ayato and Julius were a much more balanced duo. Kaiser and Kirin were both close combat swordsmen. Neither had long-range attacks or support abilities. Ayato and Julius, however, were different. One was a frontline warrior, the other a long-range fire mage. If they coordinated well, their teamwork could create synergy that exceeded the sum of their individual strengths. I also researched Ayato-senpai's background, Kirin continued, her voice serious. I found that his strength fluctuates a lot. That was true. The Amajiri Shinmai style was an ancient sword school, unlike Tutoryo, which was a more modernized discipline. Since it's an old-school style, it wouldn't be surprising if he has hidden techniques we haven't seen yet, she added. By this point in the tournament, some of Ayato's secrets had already been exposed to the world. For example, people now knew that he practiced the Amajiri Shinmai style. It was a sword art over 500 years old. Unlike Tutoryo, which specialized in one-on-one combat, Amajiri Shinmai style was built around battlefield survival, meant for taking on multiple opponents at once while wearing heavy armor. As a result, its techniques were large, sweeping, and highly versatile. It wasn't suited for duels, but in a chaotic fight, it was unpredictable. And nobody knew exactly how many techniques Ayato had at his disposal. That unpredictability was one of the reasons why he kept pulling off miracles in battle. As a fellow swordswoman, Kirin took this extremely seriously. And Julius-senpai's flames have a lot of variations. Julius could wield fire in dozens of ways. Flame spears for piercing. Fireballs for bombardment. Traps laid across the battlefield. And those were just the abilities she had shown so far. She might still have hidden trump cards. Moreover, her abilities covered offense, defense, and support. Even though her individual strength was lower than Kirin's, in a team battle, she was arguably more valuable. That was Kirin's biggest concern. She knew she couldn't take on Ayato directly. His Wolei Zane had undeniable destructive power, and its defensive negation was too dangerous for a purely defensive fighter like her. Only Kaiser, wielding Ser-Veresta, could face him head-on. That meant Kirin's role was clear. She had to take down Julius before Julius could interfere too much. If we could create a one-on-one situation, that would be ideal, she murmured. If she could isolate Julius, she was confident she would win. But the enemy knows that too, Kaiser reminded her. They won't let us separate them that easily. Kirin's lips pressed together, but Kaiser's next words made her relax. Just focus on fighting with everything you've got. We've made it this far. Now, we just give it our all. Kirin took a deep breath. Then, she nodded firmly. Moments later, their school badges began to glow. The time has come, Kaiser said, rising to his feet. Let's go, Kirin. Yes, senpai. The final battle was about to begin. Sirius Dome, the stage. As the finalists emerged from the tunnels, stepping onto the illuminated battlefield, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd. It was louder than ever before. The sheer energy of the moment made the arena lights seem even brighter than usual. Kaiser strode forward, Kirin by his side. Surrounded by blazing spotlights and thunderous applause. He felt it. His pulse quickening. His blood surging. Even his mind felt sharper, his thoughts racing. Memories of the past 3 months flashed through his head. And now, at long last, he had arrived at the most thrilling moment of his life. On the opposite side of the stage stood the original protagonist of this world, Ayato Amajiri. Like Kaiser, he wielded a black Lux activator. His eyes met Kaiser's. In that instant, battle intent erupted between them. And it only continued to grow. Chapter 23, Chapter 71, Let's Give It Our All. Welcome, everyone in attendance. This is the grand final of the Phoenix Festa. After 2 weeks of grueling battles, the ultimate showdown of the Phoenix Festa is finally about to begin. Now entering the stage are the 2 teams that have made it to the finals. What surprised us all is, both teams hail from Seidokan Academy. That's right. This year's Phoenix Festa finals have been completely dominated by Seidokan Academy, a school that has struggled in recent years to achieve notable results. And the finalists are Kaiser and Kirin Tudu and Ayato Amajiri and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld. Inside the broadcast room, the 2 commentators spoke one after another in rapid succession, their voices overlapping as though they were performing a synchronized act. Their excitement merged with the thunderous cheers of the audience, resounding across the stage. Kaiser and Kirin Tudu were the first team to secure a spot in the finals. They are, respectively, Seidokan Academy's current and former rank 1. In terms of strength, they are undoubtedly among the strongest competitors. From the very first day of the Phoenix Festa, they have been regarded as the top contenders for the championship. And indeed, they have proven their strength by advancing through the tournament with overwhelming victories. Even in the semi-finals, when facing Le Wolf Black Institute's rank 3, they secured a smooth and decisive win, further solidifying their status as championship favorites. On the other hand, Ayato Amajirai and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld have had a far more arduous journey, winning each match through hard-fought battles. Their victories have been anything but easy. But just when it seemed like they were on the verge of defeat, these two always managed to turn the tables, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat time and time again. Underestimating them would be a grave mistake. I see. So today's match is a showdown between the dominant kings and the dark horses. Both teams are from Seidokan Academy, meaning they should be fairly familiar with each other's strengths. In the end, who will claim victory? It's truly difficult to predict. As the live commentators grew more heated in their discussion, Kaiser and Ayato, already standing face-to-face on the stage, gripped the activators of their swords. The moment has finally arrived. Ayato was the first to speak. He wore a confident smile, one that was different from his usual relaxed and carefree expression. This time, it was filled with determination and fighting spirit. Yeah. Kaiser gazed at Ayato with a look of understanding and muttered, "I always had a feeling that if I kept winning in the Phoenix Festa, I would eventually face you as my opponent. But now that we're actually standing on opposite sides like this, I can't help but feel a little sentimental." Kaiser had always believed that as long as he continued his winning streak, his final opponent would inevitably be Ayato Amajirai. After all, Ayato was the protagonist of the original story. He was the destined champion of the Phoenix Festa. As long as they hadn't encountered each other earlier in the tournament, and no unexpected plot twists had occurred, their clash was bound to happen sooner or later. Because of that, Kaiser had always regarded Ayato as the final opponent he needed to overcome, the greatest challenge of this Phoenix Festa. "It seems like you've always held me in high regard, Kaiser." Ayato, of course, could not comprehend Kaiser's perspective. He looked slightly puzzled and said, "There are many competitors in this tournament with greater strength and abilities than me." Clearly, Ayato had noticed how seriously Kaiser regarded him, but he couldn't understand why. In terms of pure strength, Ayato didn't consider himself superior to Kaiser. Not now, and certainly not before. After all, Ayato had been held back by the restrictions of his seal. The amount of time he could fight at full strength had been severely limited. Although he had somewhat overcome that problem now, Kaiser had already taken him seriously long before this. That left Ayato feeling both surprised and flattered. Even if he were unrestricted, Ayato didn't believe he was the strongest competitor in this year's Phoenix Festa. Given that, Kaiser's level of attention toward him seemed almost excessive. At least, from Ayato's point of view, he was unworthy of being regarded as Kaiser's greatest rival. To this, Kaiser simply shook his head. "Others might not understand your strength, but I do more than anyone," Kaiser said meaningfully. "Like I said, I've been looking forward to this battle. Now that we're both standing on the stage as opponents, let's give it our all." Hearing Kaiser's words, Ayato cast aside his doubts. "I understand." Ayato once again smiled, his fighting spirit burning brighter than ever. "I've been looking forward to this too." With that, Kaiser and Ayato locked eyes for a moment. Then, as if they had agreed beforehand, they simultaneously activated their Orga Luxes. Zing. Zing. Brilliant lights erupted from their respective amanadite cores, pulling vast amounts of mana from the air. Ayato raised his activator, and a holographic grid spun into existence, rapidly assembling and restructuring itself before unfolding like a mechanical jaw, forming an azure sword. Meanwhile, Kaiser's activation was far more subtle. His activator didn't create any additional components, instead, it simply concentrated an immense amount of heat, forging a blade of deep violet and black flames that extended from the crimson amanadite core. VMM. VMM. Both legendary swords roared to life in unison, vibrating as if in anticipation, almost as if they couldn't wait for the battle to begin. There it is. The legendary four-colored magic swords. The Ser-Veresta that can burn through everything and Wolei Zane that can cut through space, two of the infamous four-colored magic swords appearing together on the Phoenix Festa stage. This is truly a historic moment. It was as if the commentators had been waiting for this moment all along. The instant Kaiser and Ayato activated their swords, they shouted with boundless enthusiasm. Countless spectators watched the scene unfold, whether present in the arena or watching the live broadcast, fixating their full attention on this monumental duel. A battle between Orga Luxes. A showdown between magic swords. Not only were these legendary weapons equals in name, but they had also originated from the same laboratory. This was a fateful clash in every sense. Even the strongest warriors from the various academies and those with their own hidden agendas were watching with keen interest, awaiting the outcome of this battle. Because of this, Kirin Tudu and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld had been relegated to the background. Yet, neither of them minded. My apologies in advance, Jula-senpai, Kirin said as she unsheathed Senbakiri. I won't hold back, Kirin, Julius responded with a fearless smile as she activated a rapier-type Lux. Right on cue, the commentators' voices boomed once more. The time has come. No matter the outcome, this will be the final match of this year's Phoenix Festa. The dominant kings versus the dark horse challengers, who will seize the ultimate victory and stand at the pinnacle of this stage. At that moment, the Seidukan Academy uniforms worn by all four competitors shimmered, and their school badges emitted a red glow. The 24th Phoenix Festa Grand Finals. A mechanical voice echoed from the badges, resounding throughout the entire stage. Match, start. The moment the starting signal rang across the arena, the four students from Seidukan Academy simultaneously unleashed their prana, filling the air with shimmering star-like motes of energy. Bloom, scarlet circular flame blades. Julius was the first to act, converting her surging prana into materialized flames, causing red lotus-like fire to erupt around her. The flames whirled into vortexes, rapidly coalescing into circular discs. Within moments, a dozen scorching fire wheels spun furiously around her. Go. With a swing of her rapier-type Lux, Julius sent the blazing wheels flying forward, leaving trails of flame in their wake. Kaiser and Kirin showed no hesitation as they charged straight into the attack. Boom. 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 Flashes of violet-black flames and silver-white slashes illuminated the battlefield as the incoming fire wheels were cut down one by one. Kaiser and Kirin advanced like masterful swordsmen performing a deadly dance, slicing through the flames as they dashed toward Julius. You won't get through. Ayato intercepted them, sword in hand. The battle erupted instantly. Chapter 24, Chapter 72, Oblivious Protagonists. Kirin. Seeing Ayato Amajiri charging forward with Wolei Zane in hand, Kaiser immediately called out. Yes. Kirin Tudu instinctively understood his intent. Without hesitation, she swiftly sidestepped in a curved arc, avoiding Ayato's direct charge. Kaiser took Kirin's position, seamlessly switching places with her. As he shielded her behind him, he stepped forward to meet Ayato head-on. VMM. Both legendary swords vibrated with excitement, resonating in anticipation. In the next instant, their wielders swung them with blinding speed, sending sparks flying as the blades clashed. Clang. With the resounding clash of metal, the two Orga Luxes finally collided. Flashes of light erupted as the vibrations of mana surged, causing the two magic swords to grind fiercely against each other. He blocked it. As expected of swords of equal standing. The supposedly unblockable attacks of both swords are now deadlocked. The commentators quickly provided analysis, their words fueling the crowd's excitement as the spectators erupted into cheers. Both the Ser-Veresta and Wolei Zane had built their reputations in this Phoenix Festa as weapons that were utterly unstoppable. Numerous weapons had shattered upon contact with them. Countless competitors had fought desperately to avoid engaging these swords in direct combat, opting instead for evasive and tactical maneuvers. Even an Orga Lux as formidable as the blood scythe of Supreme Collapse had been partially cut into when clashing with the Ser-Veresta, and that was when the latter wasn't even at full power. If the Ser-Veresta clashed directly with the blood scythe of Supreme Collapse, the latter might have held out for 2 or 3 exchanges at most. But beyond that, it too would have been broken. The Wolei Zane was just as fearsome. Its ability to sever space along designated coordinate axes was an overwhelming power. Even other Orga Luxes of the same tier could only last a few exchanges against it before succumbing. And yet, here they were. For the first time in the entire Phoenix Festa, these two legendary swords had met in direct confrontation. And neither was able to overcome the other. Clang. 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 In the blink of an eye, before the audience could even process what they were witnessing, Kaiser and Ayato had already exchanged dozens of blows. The Ser-Veresta in Kaiser's hand slashed with streaks of violet-black light, its speed dazzling. Like a storm of flashing steel, his attacks came from all directions, striking at Ayato from different angles. Ayato did not dare to be careless. He maneuvered Wolei Zane with minimal yet precise movements, intercepting every single strike. His defense was effortless yet precise, even knocking back some of Kaiser's slashes, causing them to harmlessly disperse into the air. Had it been any other Lux, even another Orga Lux, such repeated collisions with these two swords would have already caused visible damage. But when these two legendary weapons clashed, they remained unscathed. No doubt about it, the Ser-Veresta is ridiculously strong. Ayato swiftly retreated, dodging a frontal slash from Kaiser, widening the distance between them. As he did, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. The Wolei Zane isn't bad either. Kaiser, seeing that Ayato's stance had no openings whatsoever, chose not to rush in recklessly. Instead, he pointed the Ser-Veresta toward his opponent and said, "But haven't you gotten much stronger since the start of the Phoenix Festa?" What Kaiser meant wasn't Ayato's physical strength increasing, nor was he referring to his prana reserves growing. He was talking about Ayato's intuition and perception. Had this been the Ayato from before the tournament, he wouldn't have been unable to block Kaiser's attacks, but he certainly wouldn't have defended this effortlessly. Kaiser had the distinct feeling that his attack patterns had been completely read. Ayato's responses were precise and calculated, as if he knew exactly where the attacks were coming from. He intercepted every strike with the smallest necessary movements, neutralizing them with ease. Could this be the awakening of perception from the Amajiri Shinmai style? Kaiser muttered his suspicions aloud. Ayato's eyes widened slightly in surprise. You know about perception? Ayato looked genuinely taken aback. I just happened to come across it. Kaiser smirked and continued, the Amajiri Shinmai style is an ancient school of swordsmanship. In standard classification, its techniques are divided into basic, intermediate, and esoteric levels. Basic and intermediate techniques aside, to use the esoteric techniques of the Amajiri Shinmai style, there's a fundamental requirement. That is, to extend one's perception to its utmost limit, reaching a state where one can detect even the faintest shifts in breath, the subtlest of movements, the most minute fluctuations in space, sound, air, and energy. That is what they call the awakening of perception. Only by reaching this state could a swordsman of the Amajiri Shinmai style execute their esoteric techniques. Before the Phoenix Festa began, Ayato had already been exceptionally skilled, but he had not yet reached this level. However, through his arduous battles in this tournament, Ayato had endured hardship after hardship, sharpening his instincts to an extreme degree. And so, at some point, he broke through, achieving the awakening of perception and stepping into the esoteric realm of the Amajiri Shinmai style. You've also resolved your issue with your seal, haven't you? Kaiser listed off Ayato's growth, almost as if recounting a list of achievements. I wouldn't say I've completely resolved it. Ayato chuckled and said, but at least it's no longer a major hindrance. Before the Phoenix Festa, Ayato's method of unsealing himself had been crude and inefficient. His prana would violently surge out upon release, causing massive energy loss. At most, he could fight at full power for 5 minutes. Once that time limit passed, the seal would reactivate, and the excess loss of prana would cripple him for an entire day. In his very first match of the preliminary rounds, he was still at this stage. The chant he recited before battle was a necessary ritual to forcibly break the chains of his seal and unleash his full strength. But after everything he had been through, Ayato had refined his control over his seal. Now, he could extend the time he could fight at full power significantly. Even if he fought at full power for over an hour, it wouldn't be an issue. He had even abandoned the chant, he no longer needed to recite an incantation to undo his seal. He could now release it instantly. As expected, you really are the protagonist. The moment you find an opportunity, your growth is absolutely ridiculous. Kaiser muttered with a tone of helpless resignation. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Ayato gave him a strange look. Sure, Ayato had improved significantly, but his progress had clear reasoning behind it. He had trained in the Amajiri Shinmai style for years. He had been on the verge of breaking through to the awakening of perception long ago, but his crude seal release method had generated too much interference. Once he resolved the issue with his seal, he naturally stepped into this new realm. But Kaiser? Ayato had heard the rumors. 3 months ago, Kaiser was an absolute nobody. He wasn't even ranked in Seidokan Academy. Yet, in the span of just 3 months, he had somehow become the wielder of the Ser-Veresta. He had grown so much that he now stood at the very pinnacle of Seidokan Academy. Now that was protagonist-level growth. The two young men, both locked in an intense battle, found themselves thinking the same thing, that the other was the real protagonist. Completely oblivious to the fact that they were both correct. Can you two stop chatting and finish this fight already? A voice full of urgency suddenly rang from behind them. I could use some help over here, Ayato. Hearing Julius' voice, Ayato immediately turned his head. He saw Julius unleashing continuous barrages of flame wheels, desperately trying to halt Kirin's relentless advance. Yet, each and every one of them was being cut down by Kirin's swift sword strikes. The distance between them was shrinking at an alarming rate. Julius. Ayato immediately rushed to her aid. Kaiser, of course, was not about to let him go so easily. Heat swirled around his body as he burst forward, accelerating at astonishing speed to chase after him. But just as Kaiser was about to catch up, a red magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Got you. Julius smirked. Bloom, Flame Claw of Honor. In the next instant, 5 towering pillars of flame erupted from the ground. Chapter 25, Chapter 73, At a Disadvantage. Take down Kirin. Boom. The massive pillars of flame erupted from the ground like a volcanic explosion, then swiftly curled inward like the claws of a fiery beast, attempting to crush Kaiser within their grasp. Surrounded by the raging inferno, Kaiser finally grasped the situation. So, it wasn't just me stalling for time. They were stalling, too. He had deliberately engaged Ayato Amajiri in conversation to create an opportunity for Kirin Tudu to close in on Julius Alexia von Riesfeld. At first, he had thought that Ayato had fallen for his trap. But now, it seemed he was the one who had been deceived. Ayato and Julius had clearly anticipated that Kaiser and Kirin would opt for a one-on-one engagement strategy. So instead, they played along, leading Kaiser to believe he was keeping Ayato occupied, when in reality, they had used that to lure him into a trap set by Julius. Flame Claw of Honor. Among the abilities Julius possessed, this was one of her trap-based techniques. That meant that, once placed, it remained active without the need for direct control. The moment an enemy stepped into its range, the ability automatically activated, like a landmine. In the semi-finals, Irene Urzias had similarly used Gravisheath to create a defensive gravity field around Priscilla Urzias, aiming to protect her from attacks. Now, Julius had done the opposite. Her setup was not defensive, but purely offensive. Thus, the 5 towering flame pillars curled inward, ready to engulf Kaiser. Not that easy. Kaiser held the Ser-Veresta parallel to the ground and, just as the flames closed in, spun in a rapid 360-degree arc, slashing outward in a full circle strike. Swing. A ring of violet-black sword light carved a perfect arc through the air, severing the closing flame pillars. Bloom, longiflorum. Almost at the exact same moment, as if anticipating Kaiser's escape, Julius swung her rapier-type Lux once more. The surrounding flames coalesced, transforming into massive, spear-like projectiles that shot toward Kaiser like bullets. These fire spears were much faster than her previous flame wheels. Even with his reflexes, Kaiser was a fraction of a second too slow to swing his sword in time. He barely managed to twist his body, dodging the first blazing spear by a hair's breadth. Boom. The spear missed, landing on the stage and exploding into flames. Boom. 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 One after another, the flaming projectiles detonated wherever they struck. As Kaiser continued weaving between them, the flames erupted in rapid succession, their intense heat licking at his heels. If not for the heat aura emitted by the Ser-Veresta, which neutralized some of the incoming flames, Kaiser would have already been caught in the chain explosions. Even so, he was forced to keep dodging. Then. Bloom, scorching rose of melting sky. At some point, Kaiser had stepped onto another of Julius' trap spells. The moment his foot touched the ground, an enormous magic circle unfurled beneath him. Like a camellia in full bloom, a gigantic firestorm burst forth from above, spiraling downward in a fiery vortex. Its blast radius was immense. Within an instant, the entire 10-meter section of the stage was swallowed in an explosive inferno. The audience let out collective gasps. The defensive barriers around the stage immediately flared up, containing the explosion to prevent its heat from reaching the spectators. Kai-senpai. Kirin, who was already engaged with Ayato, managed to dodge an incoming strike and turned her head at the last second. Seeing Kaiser consumed by the flames, she instinctively called out. Kirin, I wouldn't let your guard down if I were you. Ayato grinned, his Wolazane gleaming in his hand. With unrelenting speed, he launched into a fierce flurry of sword strikes, forcing Kirin to dodge frantically. She knew better than to block his Wolazane directly with Senbakiri. Instead, she focused entirely on evasive footwork. Meanwhile, the commentators in the broadcast room erupted in excitement. This is incredible. It looks like Kaiser and Kirin Tudu are struggling. They've been pushed back. While their individual strength is undeniable, Ayato Amajiri and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld have an incredibly synergized battle strategy that perfectly suits a 2-on-2 fight. This is proving to be a serious challenge for Kaiser and Kirin, who both specialize in close combat. Ayato and Julius' strategy was simple. Since Kaiser was focused entirely on Ayato, and Kirin was determined to take out Julius first, they took full advantage of their positioning. With this setup, Ayato was able to break away at key moments, ensuring that Kirin never got close enough to Julius. Meanwhile, Julius kept up her ranged attacks, focusing all of her firepower on keeping Kaiser pinned down. If things continued like this, Ayato would soon find an opportunity to take down Kirin. And once Kirin was eliminated, the 2-on-1 battle against Kaiser would decide everything. My apologies, Kaiser. Until Ayato finishes off Kirin, you'll have to put up with me. Julius stood confidently amidst the lingering flames, issuing her challenge. However. Finish off Kirin. From within the firestorm, Kaiser's voice rang out. I think, you're underestimating her. The moment those words left his lips, the situation shifted drastically. Amajiri Shinmai style, 4B sting. Ayato rushed forward, executing an incredibly fast and unorthodox movement, his footwork twisted, sending his body into a wide, circular motion around Kirin. With a swift wrist twist, he lunged with Wolazane, driving it forward like a wasp sting. The attack was both fast and precise. With his newly awakened perception, Ayato calculated the exact timing and angle for a perfect, unavoidable strike. And yet, Kirin saw through it. There. Almost as if she had been waiting for this exact moment, Kirin's focused gaze gleamed with sharp insight. She pivoted, spinning on her heel in a rapid motion. With a perfectly timed counterswing, she struck the flat of Ayato's sword. Clang. A clear, bell-like impact rang across the stage. Ayato's blade was deflected. Not blocked. Not clashed. Deflected. The strike completely disrupted the trajectory of his attack. The Wole Zane was sent veering off course. Even though it could cut through space itself, its cutting edge had been bypassed entirely. Ayato's eyes widened in shock. Yeah. The moment she deflected his attack, Kirin immediately followed up. Her silver-white blade curved through the air in a cold, swift arc, slashing directly toward Ayato's school badge. At the last second, Ayato managed to dodge, twisting his body away. But the edge of Senbakiri still cut through the fabric of his uniform. Had he reacted a split second later, the match would have ended right there. That was an incredible strike, Kirin. Ayato leapt backward, instinctively widening the distance. For the first time in this battle, his expression was one of awe. You really live up to your title as Seidoken's former rank 1. Kirin held her sword steady, calm, and unwavering. My eyesight is excellent, she said plainly. Once I adapted to your speed, I could track your blade's motion with ease. Still, it's a pity I couldn't end the match right there. Kirin exhaled lightly, adjusting her stance. Ayato, on the other hand, felt a faint shiver run through his body. In that moment, he fully realized it. The girl before him was a true genius. Her skill. Her instincts. Her talent. This was the swordswoman who once reigned supreme in Seidoken Academy. Chapter 26, Chapter 74, The True Power of the Magic Swords. Ayato. Seeing Ayato Amajiri nearly lose his school badge to Kirin Tudu's blade, Julius Alexia von Riesfeld broke into a cold sweat. Schwing. Amidst the raging flames of the explosion, the Ser-Veresta emerged, slashing through the fiery shockwave in a single stroke, severing the entire blast in two. Bathed in glimmering prana, his defenses enhanced to withstand the flames, Kaiser strode out unscathed, flashing a confident smile at Julius, whose expression had subtly shifted. Kirin is strong, Kaiser remarked casually. If you forget that, you're going to have a problem. Despite not being a Striga, an Orga Lux wielder, or even older than 13, Kirin's presence was often overshadowed by Kaiser, who stood out in every possible way. But that did not mean Kirin could be underestimated. Even now, despite Ayato having overcome his seal and stepped into the awakening of perception, his victory over Kirin was far from certain. Even Kirin herself had admitted she might be weaker than Ayato at this moment. But defeating her would still require immense effort on his part. In terms of pure swordsmanship, Kirin still surpasses Ayato. Kaiser smirked. If you think she's the weak link in our team, then unless you give it your absolute all, you won't even stand a chance. As he spoke, Kaiser gripped his sword with both hands and raised the Ser-Veresta high above his head. A massive surge of prana flowed into the sword, causing black, swirling patterns to appear along its blade. Speaking of which, Your Highness, your abilities are quite difficult to deal with. Long-range fire bombardment is one thing, but you've also been quietly setting traps across the battlefield. I wonder, just how many more of those have you hidden on this stage? While he spoke, the Ser-Veresta continued to darken as he channeled even more power into it. To avoid getting played any further, I think it's time to clean up the battlefield. Jula's heart skipped a beat. She immediately realized what Kaiser was about to do. Bloom. Reacting instantly, she activated her ability, attempting to stop him before he could finish. But she was too late. Kaiser had already reversed his grip on the Ser-Veresta, clasped the hilt with both hands, and drove it straight into the ground. SHHHK. The stage floor of Sirius Dome was pierced as if it were paper, just as it had been in the semifinals. Boom. The immense heat concentrated within the Ser-Veresta was suddenly unleashed, erupting beneath the stage with devastating force. In an instant, the entire stage turned red-hot, glowing like molten metal. The temperature skyrocketed, forcing the defensive barriers to activate immediately, forming 3 consecutive layers to contain the heat within the battlefield. Inside the sealed-off space, the stage had transformed into a blazing furnace, radiating intense, suffocating heat. In that moment, the entire battlefield's mana flow was severed. The flames that had previously surrounded Julius vanished into thin air. And, naturally, all the trap-based abilities she had placed beforehand were also completely erased, not a single one remained. This is bad. Julius let out a low, frustrated sigh. She immediately began backpedaling, distancing herself from Kaiser as much as possible. Her setup abilities were gone, the mana density in the area was depleted, and now, she couldn't even activate her own Striga abilities. Julius was now completely powerless. This completely counters ability users. For the first time, Julius truly grasped the sheer terror of the Ser-Veresta. Astriga or Dante could only use their unique abilities because of their connection to mana. But if the mana flow disappeared, they had nothing to draw upon, their powers became completely unusable. Unless one wielded an Orga Lux like Ser-Veresta or Gravisheath, which had its own independent mana supply, a mana-depleted battlefield would render any Striga or Dante utterly helpless. In other words, the Ser-Veresta was a natural counter to every Striga and Dante in existence. It wasn't just Julius who realized this. Everyone watching the battle, the academies, executives, and factions that relied on Striga and Dante power, were now deeply unsettled. Wait, is the Ser-Veresta really this terrifying? No previous wielder of Ser-Veresta has ever managed to pull this off. If Ser-Veresta could always do this, it would have been legendary by now. This means the previous wielders weren't able to achieve this level of control. It's not that they didn't want to, it's that they couldn't. The only one who has ever fully unlocked the Ser-Veresta's potential is him. The expressions of countless individuals darkened as they watched Kaiser, their wariness toward him increasing tenfold. Unaware of the reaction he had stirred, Kaiser simply pulled his sword from the floor, reducing the prana output and allowing its blade to return to its usual violet-black hue. That should take care of your annoying abilities for now. His golden eyes locked onto Julius, whose expression was shifting between frustration and disbelief. Let's see how you stop me now. With a single burst of movement, Kaiser launched himself toward Julius like an arrow from a bow. Julius. Ayato's voice erupted across the battlefield. Ooh. The normally calm and gentle Ayato roared, his prana surging explosively around him. A powerful shockwave burst forth, sending Kirin flying away from him. The unleashed prana storm rushed into his Wolei Zane, causing its Amanadite core to shine brighter than ever before. Like a raging storm, Ayato charged forward, roaring as he swung his most powerful strike yet at Kaiser. Boom. The impact shook the entire stage. And then, something incredible happened. The moment Ayato's sword slashed forward, space itself was severed. As if a sheet of glass had been shattered, a deep, jagged black rift split open in the air, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The moment the rift appeared, Kaiser, Kirin, even Julius, all of them froze. Because that rift was growing. Slowly but surely, it was expanding, splitting the battlefield apart. Kai-senpai. Kirin, who had barely steadied herself after being knocked back, found herself trapped in a corner, unable to move past the rift. Ayato. Julius, now isolated on the opposite side, realized that all paths leading to her had been cut off. Kaiser, who had been mid-charge, was forced to halt abruptly. Right before him. The expanding, pitch-black spatial rift had completely blocked his path. So this is the true power of Wolei Zane. Kaiser's gaze flickered toward Ayato. The spectators fell into stunned silence. Just like the Ser-Veresta, this level of power had never been recorded in history. Ayato Amajirai had just unlocked Wolei Zane's hidden potential. And he wasn't even aware of what he had done. Your opponent is me. Ayato's gaze turned sharper than ever before. Kaiser's golden eyes wavered slightly, then curved into an exhilarated smile. Come, then. With no further words needed, Kaiser raised the Ser-Veresta. Ayato, his prana burning brighter than ever, dashed forward. Amajirai Shinmai style, night dust pattern. Ayato's sword strike, filled with unprecedented force, came slashing toward Kaiser. Kaiser, eyes blazing, met it head-on. Clang. The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. The true battle had begun. Chapter 27, Chapter 75, The Ultimate Sword Dance. VMM. It was the sound of the magic swords vibrating, no, the very air itself was trembling. As Kaiser and Ayato Amajirai let go of all distractions and focused solely on their battle, this resonating hum filled the battlefield. Their prana burst forth, scattering like stardust, forming radiant trails of energy that painted their silhouettes like mythical warriors of legend. Within this dazzling display, the two swordsmen clashed. Boom. Kaiser surged forward, his entire body enveloped in scorching heat, disrupting the air currents around him as he charged. The Ser-Veresta pulsed with waves of fire, sword light flowing like a ribbon of violet-black energy, slashing fiercely. Amajirai Shinmai style, thousand fang separation. Ayato mirrored the charge, dashing with breakneck speed while swinging Wolei Zane, unleashing a streak of azure radiance brimming with sharp, unrelenting force. Clang. The violet-black arc met the azure flash, the collision producing a clear, resounding clash. A violent shockwave rippled outward, pushing both swordsmen back a single step. But neither hesitated. Their gazes locked for the briefest moment, then, as if acting in perfect sync, they raised their swords once more and struck again. Clang. 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 The clash of blades rang through the stadium. The Ser-Veresta and Zane moved with blistering speed, slashing, blocking, and countering each other in rapid succession. The sheer ferocity of their battle caused sparks to explode like fireworks, while the force of their strikes distorted the air, producing waves of pressure that sent dust and debris scattering across the stage. Their figures flickered across the battlefield, weaving in and out of range as they pursued each other relentlessly. A storm of sword flashes and shockwaves engulfed the stage. Their duel wasn't merely a battle, it was a performance. It was a sword dance of the highest caliber. And then... Ooh! The audience, having been stunned into silence, suddenly erupted into a deafening cheer. What an unbelievable display of swordsmanship. The two magic swordsmen are finally going all out. Everyone, witness this spectacular duel unfold before your very eyes. The commentators shouted in excitement, but no one was listening. Because at this moment, all eyes were locked onto the battlefield. Even Kirin Tudu and Julius Alexia von Riesfeld, trapped behind the spatial rift, were watching intently. For Kaiser and Ayato, everything else had faded into the background. There was only one thing left in their minds. The overwhelming desire to fight. Their gazes burned with fiery determination. Clang. For what must have been the 100th time, the Ser-Veresta and Zane collided, their impact producing a massive recoil, forcing both swordsmen to break apart once again. Amajiri Shinmai style, tenfold spiral. Ayato pivoted, gripping his sword with one hand as he spun in place, swinging a spiraling arc of azure light toward Kaiser. The sudden change in angle was deceptively fast. Kaiser initially thought Ayato was striking from the left, but in a mere instant, Ayato twisted his stance, and Zane came from the right instead. With barely a moment to react, Kaiser unleashed a burst of heated wind, propelling himself sideways to dodge the blow. Amajiri Shinmai style, 9 Fang slash. But Ayato wasn't finished. Encased in brilliant prana, he charged forward like a meteor, his sword flashing through the air as he unleashed 9 consecutive slashes. 4 rapid horizontal strikes, followed by 5 piercing thrusts, striking at Kaiser's limbs and torso with blinding speed. This was the fastest series of strikes Ayato had ever executed. It was also the most difficult intermediate technique of the Amajiri Shinmai style, a technique bordering on the esoteric domain. Kaiser felt it. This sensation. It was similar to Kirin's Renzuru. It was the feeling of being caught within an inescapable web of attacks. But instead of attempting to escape, Kaiser chose not to move. Ha! Taking a deep breath, he exploded with prana, pouring all of it into his sword. The Ser-Veresta turned pitch black. Boom. Heat surged outward. Kaiser's entire body was surrounded by scorching currents, the air around him distorting like rippling smoke. And then... VMM. The Ser-Veresta changed. It grew larger, expanding into a massive greatsword, even bigger than its usual fully released state. Boom. With a single wide sweep, Kaiser's blackened greatsword slashed outward, devouring all 9 of Ayato's attacks in one mighty arc. Boom. A tremendous shockwave erupted, forcefully repelling Zane. What? Ayato's expression flickered in shock. His strongest consecutive strike had been completely overpowered. But Kaiser wasn't done. With heat radiating from his entire body, he rushed forward, his speed reaching a terrifying extreme. Ayato barely had time to react. He steeled his resolve, gripping his sword tightly. Clang. 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 The battle only grew faster and fiercer. Sword strikes lashed through the air with deafening speed, the collision of steel intensifying into a thunderous rhythm. Rather than slowing down, their fight was accelerating, pushing toward an inevitable climax. Each exchange created violent tremors, shaking the stage and tearing deep gashes into the floor. It was a clash of titans. It was the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Even the most experienced spectators could no longer keep up with the blinding speed of their battle. In the midst of this unrelenting duel, both swordsmen were launched back once again. Ah. Amazing. On the other side of the battlefield, Julius Alexia von Riesfeld was utterly mesmerized. No, she could no longer follow the battle. Her eyesight simply couldn't keep up. All she could see were flickering afterimages, black and blue streaks colliding in a dance of destruction. Is this their true power? Unlike Julius, however, Kirin Tuda could see everything clearly. As she had stated before, her eyesight was exceptional. Not only could she track Kaiser and Ayato's movements, but she could even see the prana surging through their bodies. Because of that, she understood. They were evenly matched. Their speed, their strength, their prana, and their swordsmanship were all nearly identical. Kaiser was faster, thanks to his heat-enhanced acceleration. But Ayato's awakening of perception allowed him to predict and counter Kaiser's movements flawlessly. Because of this, neither could gain the upper hand. But Kirin knew that stalemate wouldn't last. Because Kaiser had one advantage that no one else could match. He has completely mastered the Ser-Veresta. And, as if to prove her point, clang. With a single devastating slash, Kaiser sent Ayato skidding backward. And then, crack. Ayato's expression twisted. Because in his hands, the Wole Zane had begun to fracture. Chapter 28, Chapter 76, An Unforeseen Outcome. Wole Zane. Ayato Amajiri was stunned. He saw it, the blade of the Wole Zane had actually developed a crack. A sword capable of slicing through space itself had been damaged by Ser-Veresta. VRRRM. Even the Wole Zane seemed to be caught off guard by this development. Its blade trembled violently, and the amanadite embedded within flickered unpredictably, as if it were shocked and enraged. What's going on? Both are four-colored magic swords, and yet the Wole Zane was actually damaged by Ser-Veresta. Even the spectators were dumbfounded, and the voices of the commentators in the broadcast room erupted in sheer astonishment. How is this possible? Behind him, Julius couldn't believe her eyes. Yet, it was undeniable. If we set aside the past, as things stand now, there's no doubt that Ser-Veresta is stronger than the Wole Zane. Kaiser watched Ayato's utterly stunned expression, the corner of his lips curling slightly. After becoming his exclusive weapon, fusing completely with him, Ser-Veresta had long since been strengthened by his ultimate authority over weapons. As he grew stronger, she evolved alongside him. In other words, much like Gravisheath before it, Ser-Veresta had undergone a complete transformation. Perhaps Ser-Veresta hadn't yet surpassed the other four-colored magic swords by a large margin, but at this moment, she was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Thus, with Kaiser unleashing his prana without restraint and pushing Ser-Veresta's power to its peak, it was inevitable that, after such an intense clash, the Wole Zane would sustain damage. In terms of prana, in terms of physical ability, in terms of swordsmanship, I can't say for certain that I'm stronger than you. But in terms of mastery over Ser-Veresta, in terms of unlocking its potential, you can't possibly surpass me. This is my advantage, it's also the moment I've been waiting for. Kaiser spoke leisurely. And now, I've finally seized that moment. The instant those words left his lips, Kaiser suddenly lunged forward, charging at Ayato. Ayato snapped back to his senses. He couldn't afford to remain in shock any longer, he hurriedly raised the Wole Zane. However, just as Kaiser rushed toward him, he abruptly raised Ser-Veresta, and threw it directly at Ayato. Whoosh! A slicing gust echoed as Ser-Veresta erupted with scorching winds, transforming into a black streak of light propelled by the heat, shooting straight toward Ayato. This unexpected maneuver caught Ayato completely off guard. He had to admit, if not for his sense, he wouldn't have reacted in time. He wouldn't have been able to dodge this sudden attack. Ayato twisted his body at the last possible moment, narrowly evading the attack as Ser-Veresta grazed past him. But what happened next stunned him yet again. VRRRM. As Ser-Veresta swept past him, it suddenly halted in midair. The blade quivered slightly, then abruptly spun around and slashed at him once more. Ayato's expression changed, he hastily leaped backward to avoid it. VRRRM. 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 Again and again, Ser-Veresta emitted an eerie hum, relentlessly attacking Ayato as if it were a living entity. Ayato was forced to dodge repeatedly. It can do that. Astonished, he voiced his disbelief while evading. Ser-Veresta is flying on its own. It's attacking Ayato. The commentators were dumbfounded, their voices filled with shock as the audience erupted into gasps and exclamations. Ayato. Behind you. Just as Ayato dodged another strike, Julius' urgent warning rang out. But it was too late. Got you. At some point, Kaiser had maneuvered behind Ayato and suddenly locked down both of his arms, restraining him completely. Damn it. Ayato panicked. He tried to struggle free, but Kaiser's grip was unshakable. Kaiser had used every ounce of his strength to keep Ayato immobilized. VRRRM. Ser-Veresta flew straight toward Ayato, aiming directly for the school badge on his chest, and slashed down viciously. Blossom, dragon-biting scorching flame flower. At the critical moment, Julius acted desperately. She struggled to connect with what little mana was still lingering on the battlefield. Finally, she managed to grasp a faint trace of it, and summoned a fire dragon. It was small, so small that it barely measured the size of a palm. This only proved how scarce mana had become on the battlefield. However, precisely because of its small size, the fire dragon swiftly flapped its wings and soared through the gradually closing spatial rift in the center of the stage, charging toward Kaiser. Boom. A moment later, the fire dragon collided with Kaiser and exploded. Flames engulfed both Kaiser and Ayato, sending them flying in opposite directions. Thanks to their prana-enhanced defenses, neither suffered injuries from the blast. However, they were still forced apart, creating some distance between them. The attack from Ser-Veresta, which had been aimed at Ayato's badge, struck empty air. Amajiri Shinmai style, secret transmission. As he was launched backward, Ayato twisted his body in midair. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked off the ground, dashing straight at Kaiser. Shura Moon. In the next instant, a crescent-shaped azure blade arc sliced through the air, tracing a beautiful trajectory. That strike landed squarely on Kaiser's school badge. Crack. A crisp shattering sound echoed across the stage. Everyone in the venue gasped, their breaths caught in their throats. Then, the mechanical announcement followed. Kaiser, school badge destroyed. Kaiser's badge had been cleaved in two, falling to the ground. However, Ayato Amajiri, school badge destroyed. An identical announcement rang out simultaneously. Yes. Ayato's school badge had also been destroyed. Huh. Ayato stood there, completely dumbfounded. What? Julius, too, was utterly lost. Not just them, even Kirin, the audience, and everyone watching the match exchanged bewildered looks, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. What just happened? Kaiser and Ayato's badges were destroyed at the same time. The commentators shouted in disbelief, their voices filled with confusion. Only Kaiser, standing before a stunned Ayato, remained unsurprised. He extended his hand, catching the returning Ser-Veresta. That scene drew everyone's attention. Because it's so small. Gasps spread through the crowd. The Ser-Veresta in Kaiser's hand had shrunk, now barely the size of a fruit knife, smaller than even a palm. At that moment, some quick-witted spectators finally realized what had happened. The large display above the stage immediately replayed the final exchange in slow motion. On screen, Ayato's Shura Moon slashed toward Kaiser, who had been unarmed. But behind him. At that precise moment, Ser-Veresta had shrunk. It became as small as a bullet, accelerating through the air with minimal resistance. Ayato, focused entirely on his attack, had failed to notice the shrunken Ser-Veresta. And so, both badges were destroyed at the same time. A double elimination. An outcome no one had foreseen. Chapter 29, Chapter 77, Award Ceremony, Closing, and Conclusion. With both Kaiser and Ayato Amajiri eliminated simultaneously and exiting the stage, the outcome was now beyond dispute. From the very start, Kirin Tuda held a slight advantage over Julius, and now, due to Kaiser, the mana on the battlefield had been completely burned away by Ser-Veresta, effectively sealing Julius' abilities. Although mana had gradually begun to replenish itself on the battlefield, allowing Julius to connect and exert some of her power, the overall supply remained scarce, significantly hindering her performance. Given these conditions, the outcome of the one-on-one duel between Kirin and Julius was all but predetermined. Thus, the moment the spatial rift on the stage healed enough to no longer obstruct Kirin's movements, the girl wasted no time and charged straight at Julius. Julius resisted with everything she had, fighting tenaciously, but the disparity was too obvious. A miracle simply wasn't going to happen. Ding. 3 minutes later, a loud notification resounded across the Sirius Dome stage. The match is over. Winners, Kaiser and Kirin Tudu. As soon as the final verdict was announced, the entire Sirius Dome erupted. Applause thundered like a raging storm. The battle has been decided. An incredibly intense grand finale has come to a close. And in the end, the victors, the champions of this year's Phoenix Festa, are Seidoken Academy's very own Kaiser and Kirin Tudu. Let's congratulate them. Cheers, applause, whistles, and the voices of the commentators filled the stage, their excitement palpable. We won. On stage, Kirin Tudu, the sole remaining competitor whose school badge remained intact, was overcome with emotion. Her face lit up with joy as she ran straight toward Kaiser, throwing herself into his arms. Yeah, we won. Kaiser wrapped his arms around her, chuckling softly to himself. The spotlights shone entirely on them, making them the center of attention. Their figures were broadcasted across the world, ensuring that countless people would remember and recognize them. After more than 3 months, Kaiser had finally seized one of the most remarkable moments of his life. At that instant, a formless will descended into Kaiser's mind, delivering a message he instinctively understood. You have reached a pivotal juncture in this fantasy world. Your life experience has reached a preliminary conclusion. The librarian may now choose to return and conduct this life's evaluation in the library. The message arrived and faded just as quickly, yet Kaiser's smile never wavered. I'm sorry, Ayato. No, if anyone should apologize, it's me. Elsewhere on the stage, Ayato Amajiri and Julius consoled each other. Though their faces showed signs of regret, there was no resentment. A loss was a loss, their opponents had won fair and square, without resorting to any underhanded tricks. Though they felt a pang of unwillingness, they had no complaints. They could accept this result, they just needed some time. With that, the champions have been decided. The 24th Phoenix Festa has officially concluded. Thank you to all our viewers for your support. We hope to see you again at the next Festa. And with the voices of the two commentators, the Phoenix Festa came to an official close. The audience's applause continued for a long time, refusing to fade. That afternoon, time passed swiftly, and before long, the evening was approaching. Due to the extensive damage sustained by the serious dome stage, repairs could not be completed in the short term. As a result, the final award ceremony and closing event for the Phoenix Festa was relocated to a large-scale indoor venue. The ceremony was attended by the champions and runners-up, as well as high-ranking officials from the Tournament Operations Committee and various city dignitaries. Additionally, the student council presidents of all 6 academies were present, though the overall number of attendees remained limited, making the large venue more than sufficient. Of course, despite the restricted attendance, the spectator seats were still packed. The sheer number of people attending far exceeded expectations. At that moment, Madiath Mesa, the chairman of the Tournament Operations Committee, stood on stage, delivering his final remarks on this year's Phoenix Festa. Meanwhile, Kaiser, Kirin Tudu, Ayato Amajirai, and Julius waited to receive their awards. During this time, Kaiser took a moment to observe the student council presidents from the other academies. At the forefront stood Claudia Enfield, Seidokan Academy's student council president. At this moment, she was undoubtedly the most prominent figure among them. It was unavoidable, both the champions and runners-up of this year's Phoenix Festa were from Seidokan Academy, making it the biggest winner of the tournament. As such, Claudia had naturally become the center of attention. Standing beside Claudia was Jia Long, 7th Institute Student Council President, a young girl dressed in lavish attire. Although Jia Long had no representatives in the semi-finals, it had the highest number of participants in the top 32, with 9 teams making it that far. One of their teams even advanced to the top 8, ranking their overall performance second only to Seidokan. Thus, Jia Long's student council president was positioned next to Claudia, staring at Kaiser with an intense gaze, as if she were eyeing a delicious piece of meat. To the other side, the presidents of Le Wolf Black Institute, Alecant Academy, St. Gallardworth Academy, and Queenvale Academy for Girls stood in sequence, ranked based on their school's overall Festa performance. Among them, Le Wolf Student Council President was naturally Dirk, who stood with arms crossed, not even sparing Kaiser a glance, as if they were complete strangers. Alecant Academy's president was a frail-looking young man, who genuinely had no idea who Kaiser was. St. Gallardworth Academy's president actually acknowledged Kaiser, offering him a friendly smile. Queenvale Academy for Girls president surprised Kaiser. When their eyes met, she flashed him a cheerful smile, catching him off guard. Upon closer inspection, she was a cute, petite girl with vibrant purple hair and striking violet eyes, as radiant as a sunrise. And when she smiled at him, the audience's cheers erupted, surpassing even the moment Kaiser was crowned champion. Their excitement was practically visible to the naked eye. Of course, this was only natural. Queenvale Academy for Girls was renowned for producing idols, and its student council president was the world's most dazzling superstar, the most beloved idol of all. She was Queenvale's rank 1, the runner-up of the previous Lindworm Festa, and a world-class songstress known as the Sigurdrifa. For some reason, Kaiser felt an odd sense of familiarity when looking at her. Especially when she smiled at him, the feeling only grew stronger. It's her. Suddenly, Kaiser's thoughts clicked. Back then, when he had gone out with Julius, Kirin, and Ayato to a restaurant popular among Queenvale students, he had encountered a chestnut-haired girl. Her appearance perfectly matched the world-renowned idol standing before him. So that's how it is. At last, Kaiser understood. At that moment, Madiath Mesa finished his speech. Now, let us welcome the champions and runners-up of the 24th Phoenix Festa to the stage. Stepping forward, Madiath Mesa smiled warmly at them. Your match was incredible. I had the privilege of witnessing it firsthand. I hope to see you all competing on this stage again in the future. Congratulations. With that, he presented 2 trophies, one to the champions and the other to the runners-up. The Phoenix Festa had officially come to an end. Chapter 30, Chapter 78, A Wish Fulfilled. The scorching summer seemed to have left along with the Phoenix Festa's conclusion, ushering in a gradual chill across Asterisk. The long summer break had come to an end. Summer had departed resolutely, and autumn had quietly arrived. With the Phoenix Festa over, Asterisk's population had significantly decreased. Tourists left one after another, while students who had gone home for the holidays returned to the city, preparing for the start of a new semester. Around this time next year, the GRYPS Festa, held in autumn, would take place. By then, Asterisk would undoubtedly become just as lively as before. But that was a year away. It had nothing to do with Kaiser, who had concluded his life experience in this world and was about to leave. He had already made his preparations. Once the new semester began, he would end his time in this world and return to the fantasy library. However, before that, he had one last thing to do. Asterisk, Central Administrative District. In the heart of Asterisk, within the Central Administrative District, stood one of the tallest skyscrapers in the city. This was the Phoenix Festa Operations Headquarters, the Tournament Operations Committee's main office. On this day, Kaiser and Kirin Tudu had come here together after receiving an invitation to meet at the top floor of this massive skyscraper. This was the private office of Madiath Mesa, chairman of the Tournament Operations Committee. Welcome to both of you. Please, have a seat. Seated on a comfortable couch, Madiath Mesa greeted the two of them with a polite nod, inviting them to sit across from him. At first glance, the room resembled the Seidukan Academy Student Council office, boasting a vast space, an entire glass wall offering a panoramic view of Asterisk, and luxurious furnishings of the highest quality. The moment Kirin Tudu entered, she visibly tensed up, clearly uneasy in such an intimidating setting. Kaiser, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. While he wouldn't say he felt at home, he was certainly far from nervous, even when facing a high-ranking executive of the Integrated Enterprise Foundation. I apologize for keeping you both waiting. Despite his position, Madiath Mesa showed no arrogance, maintaining his pleasant demeanor as he addressed them. I should have arranged for an immediate meeting with the champions of this year's Phoenix Festa, but post-tournament affairs required a great deal of time to sort out. It was only today that I was able to invite you both here. That is our failing, and I sincerely ask for your understanding. With that, Madiath Mesa bowed his head slightly, offering his apology. Please, there's no need for that. I wasn't bothered by it at all. Clearly flustered, Kirin Tudu immediately stood up, stumbling over her words as she waved her hands in a panic. Because her uncle, Tudu Koichiro, was an employee of the Integrated Enterprise Foundation, she was not completely unfamiliar with its people. However, Madiath Mesa held a position far above her uncle's, and instinctively, she felt an overwhelming sense of reverence toward him, resulting in excessive nervousness. Haha, there's no need to be so tense. Just relax. Seeing this, Madiath Mesa chuckled, then said, I was once a Seidukan Academy student myself. In fact, you could even consider me your senior. So there's no need to dwell on my current position, just treat me as a former student of Seidukan Academy. This was not a secret. Not only Kaiser, but even Kirin Tudu had heard about it before. Madiath Mesa had indeed once been a student of Seidukan Academy. Like Kaiser and Kirin, he had competed in the Phoenix Festa and had even won, becoming the champion of his time. After claiming victory, Madiath Mesa had used his champion's wish to secure a position in the Integrated Enterprise Foundation. His wish had been granted, and through years of effort, he had climbed the ranks to reach his current status. In a sense, it was a truly inspiring story. Come, have a seat. Let's discuss this slowly. Madiath Mesa gestured for Kirin to sit back down before getting to the main topic. The reason I invited you both here today is to discuss the wishes you wish to have granted as champions. At these words, Kirin immediately reacted. It was a long-standing rule, the winners of the Phoenix Festa were entitled to make a wish, which the Integrated Enterprise Foundation would fulfill. For Kirin, this wish was the entire reason she had entered the Phoenix Festa. Now that she had finally won, she was eager to see her wish fulfilled. Is there any problem with my wish? Instead of relaxing, Kirin Tudu became even more nervous, gripping her hands so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Seeing this, Kaiser, who had remained silent until now, couldn't help but sigh. He reached out and took Kirin's hand. Kirin immediately clutched his hand back, her grip surprisingly strong, a clear indication of how anxious she was. Of course, there is no problem at all. Madiath Mesa maintained his gentle tone, smiling as he reassured her. While the Integrated Enterprise Foundation is not omnipotent, and we cannot grant absurd or impossible wishes, simply freeing your father is a trivial matter. The champions of the Phoenix Festa could make any wish, but there were limitations. For example, anything too extreme, too unethical, or too detrimental to society would not be granted. Even in this profit-driven era, the Integrated Enterprise Foundation had to consider the consequences of its actions. Wishes that violated human rights, endangered society, or posed a serious threat to the Foundation's reputation were outright rejected. However, Kirin's wish was simply to have her father released from prison, a small request that posed no real challenge to the Integrated Enterprise Foundation. Thus, we've already completed the necessary paperwork. The release process is already in motion. If you'd like, we can even provide top-tier lawyers to reopen the case and have your father officially acquitted on the grounds of self-defense, ensuring he won't face any societal backlash. Madiath Mesa spoke casually, as if it were nothing at all, but his words made Kirin's eyes widen in shock. And then, she trembled with emotion. Finally, she would see her father again. Congratulations, Kirin. At last, Kaiser spoke, genuinely happy for her. Thank you. Thank you, senpai. Kirin Tudu struggled to keep her emotions in check. Her eyes overflowed with gratitude as she gazed at Kaiser. If not for him, she never could have become Phoenix Festa champion. Everything had been made possible by him. It was all thanks to him. As this realization sank in, Kirin squeezed his hand even tighter. Had they not been in such a formal setting, with others present, she might have thrown herself into his arms. Since winning the Phoenix Festa, the distance between them had completely vanished. Recently, she had unconsciously started to act even more affectionate toward him, to the point where Kaiser often felt overwhelmed. If not for the age difference, and the fact that he was technically a full cycle older than her, he might have already made a mistake by now. And as for your wish, Kaiser. Madiath Mesa, pretending not to notice the subtle exchange between the two, turned to Kaiser with a smile. Your request was also approved. Everything you asked for has been delivered. Saying this, Madiath Mesa reached for a box beside him. It looked like a secure case, akin to a briefcase or a safe. This box has your biometric data registered. As long as you authenticate with your Seidoken Academy school badge, you'll be able to unlock it. He pushed the box toward Kaiser. We've provided the maximum quantity we could allocate. Any more would disrupt ongoing research and development. I hope you understand. However, Kaiser ignored that last part. His eyes were locked onto the box, filled with undeniable anticipation. Chapter 31, Chapter 79, Never to be Forgotten. 5 minutes later, Kaiser and Kirin Tuda left the Tournament Operations Committee headquarters together. However, the two did not return to Seidoken Academy together. Kirin planned to take some time off and return home for a while. Naturally, this was for her father's sake. No matter what, I want to see my father as soon as possible. This was what Kirin told Kaiser. Madiath Mesa had also informed her that if she wanted to personally oversee her father's case, the Tournament Operations Committee would handle her academic affairs, ensuring that she faced no obstacles in her studies or any other obligations. This was considered a complimentary service attached to the champion's wish, a small matter, hardly worth mentioning. Thus, Kirin had already made up her mind to leave Asterisk for a while. She planned to return to the Tudoryu main family and discuss everything with its current head, her grandmother. Although she felt a tinge of reluctance, there was no helping it. Kirin had waited far too long for this day. She couldn't just sit around in Asterisk, waiting idly for news of her father. Kaiser, of course, supported and understood her decision. Just focus on what you need to do. I have some things to take care of as well. He patted Kirin's shoulder reassuringly, and she nodded firmly. When I come back, I'll come find you right away. Please, wait for me. Her voice was soft, tinged with reluctance as she gazed at Kaiser. All right. Kaiser smiled. I'll be waiting for you. It was a kind lie. By then, Kaiser would have already returned to the fantasy library. He wouldn't be at Seidoken Academy when Kirin returned. But this lie would never be exposed. Because once Kaiser left this fantasy world, its timeline would freeze. Without a real person experiencing life here, this fantasy world would remain just that, a fantasy. Even though Kaiser had completed an entire life experience here, it was only a preliminary completion. The world had not yet become a fully independent reality. Thus, when Kaiser left, the world would enter a state of suspension. It would only resume its course once he returned or when the world fully materialized into reality. In other words, even if Kaiser left for the fantasy library, it wouldn't affect this world at all. When he eventually returned, time would pick up from the exact moment he left. No one would realize that he had ever been gone. And when Kirin came back, she would still find him in Seidoken Academy, as if he had always been waiting for her. For this reason, though Kaiser's words were a lie, they would never be exposed, nor would they cause any harm. Unaware of this, Kirin stared at Kaiser's smile, then after a moment, she hugged him tightly. I will never forget everything you've done for me, senpai. Leaving behind those heartfelt words, Kirin Tuda finally departed, setting off on her journey home. Kaiser watched her figure until it disappeared completely. Then, he whispered to himself. Safe travels. Asterisk, Seidoken Academy. After parting ways with Kirin, Kaiser made his way back to Seidoken Academy alone, heading toward his dormitory. Kaiser-senpai. Kaiser-senpai, look this way. Please give me your autograph, Kaiser. I'm your biggest fan. Please shake my hand. From outside the academy gates to inside the campus, he was constantly surrounded by people, all of whom looked at him with adoration, their eyes brimming with reverence and enthusiasm. To them, Kaiser wasn't just a fellow student, he was an idol. After winning the Phoenix Festa, becoming this year's champion, Kaiser's fame had skyrocketed worldwide, earning him a massive fanbase and unparalleled popularity. He might not have reached the global influence of the Sylvia, but at the very least, he was now a world-class competitive star, comparable to modern-day football legends. At this point, several fan sites dedicated to him had already appeared online. His supporters had formed organized groups, constantly cheering for him, tracking his latest updates, and even causing his autographed photos to be auctioned for exorbitant prices, enticing merchants from all over. Since the end of the Phoenix Festa, Kaiser had received countless business offers. Some companies wanted him to endorse their products. Others wanted him to star in advertisements. And some, rather absurdly, even proposed releasing a photo book of him. If I had this level of popularity back in the real world, I wouldn't have needed a part-time job at the bookstore. Kaiser found himself sighing for the umpteenth time at the sheer irony of it all. But that was irrelevant now. He was no longer that ordinary university graduate struggling to make ends meet. As a librarian of the fantasy library, no amount of wealth in this world had any real use for him. Besides, he wasn't short on money. Not only had Seidukan Academy rewarded him handsomely for his victory, but Asterisk's municipal government had also given him a hefty bonus. For a mere student, the sum was astronomical, enough to stun any ordinary family. Thus, Kaiser rejected all the business offers. For the record, Kirin Tudu also turned down every offer, especially those wanting her to do photo books. All of them were immediately blacklisted. Now that Kirin had left, Kaiser was the only one left in the academy, making him the sole target of attention. As a result, he couldn't take a single step without being mobbed by students, forcing him to take 3 times longer than usual just to reach his dorm. Yeah. I definitely need some kind of disguise when I go outside. Collapsing onto his sofa, Kaiser let out a long sigh. Now, he fully understood why the Sylvia had disguised herself as a chestnut-haired girl when she visited the restaurant. With her level of fame, if she walked around undisguised, she'd probably cause a citywide commotion. Still, at least today's trip wasn't a waste. He lifted the box he had been holding all this time, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. Without any further hesitation, he placed the box onto the coffee table, then removed the school badge from his chest and brought it closer. Beep. The moment the badge approached, a red light flashed, followed by a soft electronic chime. Click. In the next second, the box unlocked automatically. Its mechanical components shifted, smoothly disassembling and unfolding, revealing its contents to Kaiser's eager gaze. Inside, rows of neatly arranged compartments held variously colored crystals, each one shimmering like gemstones. Had anyone else witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly stunned. Because each of these crystals was a high-purity manadite and amanadite. Yes. The entire box was filled with amanadites. Though they resembled ordinary manadites in appearance, their colors were vastly different, ranging from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, white, silver, and more. Each crystal pulsed with immense mana, causing the air itself to tremble faintly in response. No wonder they say the Integrated Enterprise Foundation is filthy rich. They really gave me this much in one go. Kaiser couldn't stop grinning. His wish had been simple. To acquire as many amanadites as possible. And in response, the Integrated Enterprise Foundation had granted him an entire stockpile, far more than he had expected. He had assumed that, given the rarity of amanadites, there would be a strict limit on how many they could spare. But now. Well then, no point in waiting. Picking up one of the amanadites, Kaiser's eyes gleamed. It's been a while, but let's absorb some energy again. Chapter 32, Chapter 80, It's Time to Leave. Ser-Veresta. Holding an amanadite in one hand and the black activator in the other, Kaiser couldn't suppress his anticipation as he called out. VRRRM. A red glow immediately burst forth from the amanadite embedded in Ser-Veresta's activator. The red light extended, reaching toward the amanadite in Kaiser's hand, attempting to consume it. As long as Ser-Veresta's glow could completely envelop the amanadite, it could burn through its structure, break it down into pure mana, and feed it directly to Kaiser. It was precisely because of this ability that Ser-Veresta could assist in Kaiser's growth in such a unique way. To this day, no other Orga Lux had demonstrated such a capability, at least, none had ever been recorded. However, this time, the situation was different from when Ser-Veresta had previously helped Kaiser absorb manadits. VRRRM. As Ser-Veresta's glow spread across the amanadite, attempting to break it down, the crystal suddenly shuddered violently, as if sensing imminent danger. It was resisting. It was rejecting Ser-Veresta's power, actively pushing it away. The biggest difference between an amanadite and a regular manadite was its will. Sensing threat, the amanadite instinctively fought back, unwilling to be burned and broken down like ordinary manadites. Seeing this, Kaiser raised an eyebrow, then, with a calm voice, he spoke. Behave. The moment his words fell, golden markings flashed across the hand holding the amanadite. Instantly, the amanadite ceased all resistance, as though it had recognized an absolute authority it dared not defy. Ser-Veresta's power immediately surged through it, breaking its structure apart, dissolving it, and extracting its mana. A massive surge of mana flowed from the amanadite, guided by Ser-Veresta, and poured directly into Kaiser's body. His already enhanced physique, strengthened from previous manadite absorptions, once again thrummed with power. As a new wave of mana infused his being, his prana reserve surged to greater heights. Good. Kaiser's eyes lit up as he quietly assessed himself. There was no denying it, amanadites contained an incredible amount of mana. Not only was the quantity overwhelming, but its quality was on an entirely different level. As a high-purity mana crystal, absorbing a single amanadite granted far greater improvements than absorbing an entire mountain of standard manadits. While regular manadits, when gathered in large quantities, might match an amanadite's total mana output, their low purity made them far less efficient. Once a cultivator reached a certain threshold, absorbing standard manadits ceased to provide any meaningful benefit. But amanadites were different. Their high purity and superior quality allowed for direct and immediate enhancements to both the body and prana reserves, making their impact far more significant than ordinary manadits. By the time the amanadite in Kaiser's hand had faded into a dull, lifeless hue, its mana almost completely drained, he realized that the improvement he had just gained surpassed multiple previous absorptions combined. The sensation was intoxicating. Only when he saw the amanadite nearing total depletion did he finally pull himself out of this state of immersion. That's enough, Ser-Veresta. At Kaiser's command, Ser-Veresta immediately retracted its glow. Holding the now dim amanadite, Kaiser spoke softly. I won't be too ruthless. I'll leave you just enough energy to barely sustain yourself. This way, though you'll be weak for a long time, with time, you'll gradually recover. How about it? Acceptable. The amanadite, now devoid of almost all its mana, lacked the strength to respond. However, a faint wave of gratitude emanated from it, an emotion of thankfulness for Kaiser's mercy. For a brief moment, Kaiser felt a strange sense of guilt. He had robbed these crystals of their strength, leaving them feeble and drained, yet they still thanked him for his mercy. Wasn't this exactly how a villain operated? But there was no helping it. He needed strength. He had to immerse himself in these fantasy worlds, growing stronger with each experience. Until he reached true power, he had no right to indulge in useless sentiments. Next one. Setting aside the drained amanadite, Kaiser reached for another and resumed the process. He repeated this cycle 3 times. After the third absorption, Kaiser once again felt his strength surge beyond his control. His body and prana flow had become more powerful than he could fully command, making it harder to regulate his abilities. I'll need some time to adapt. Just as he had done in the past, the moment he felt his growth exceed his control, Kaiser immediately halted the absorption. I'll finish absorbing all of these before returning to the fantasy library. Adjusting his plans accordingly, Kaiser decided to use Gravisheath's ability to train in a high-gravity environment, accelerating his adaptation process. This would allow him to fully control his newfound power in the shortest time possible. Without hesitation, Kaiser summoned Gravisheath's activator and activated it. For the next week, Kaiser remained inside his room, using Gravisheath to generate a high-gravity field, training relentlessly to adjust to his increased strength. By the end of the week, he had completely absorbed all the amanadites in his possession. Of course, he had left behind just enough energy in each amanadite to prevent them from shattering entirely. With that done, he entrusted the remaining amanadites to Claudia Enfield, asking her to handle their placement. It's time to leave. Standing in the top-floor dormitory room, Kaiser took one last look around. After a brief silence, he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to disperse. Fantasy Library. The fantasy library remained exactly as it was when Kaiser had left. By the fountain in the lounge area, a floating book bearing the title, The Asterisk War, drifted weightlessly in midair, suspended in a zero-gravity state. Zing. At that moment, the floating book suddenly emitted a brilliant light, forming the silhouette of a human figure within the library. The silhouette grew more defined, until it finally solidified into Kaiser's form. That was fast. Kaiser opened his eyes, a trace of dazed confusion still lingering on his face. But before he could fully process his return, the libraries will descended upon him. Librarian detected, initiating experience evaluation. Assessing the depth and authenticity of this life experience. Evaluation complete. Commencing reward distribution. As these thoughts entered Kaiser's mind, an invisible force surged throughout the library. Zing. 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 One by one, bookshelves began to glow, their light intensifying. Then, a particular book released an unparalleled radiance, summoning forth a weapon from its pages. That's. Kaiser froze, his gaze locking onto the weapon. It was a spear. A long, ornate spear, easily over 2 meters in length, towering over even Kaiser himself. Its shaft was deep blue, adorned with golden spirals, leading to an exquisitely crafted spearhead glowing with a holy light. The tip of the spear formed a cross-shaped pattern, exuding a presence so divine that it commanded reverence. This spear, radiating an aura of absolute sanctity, drifted into Kaiser's hands. And the moment he grasped it, his authority activated, revealing its true identity. True Longinus, the legendary weapon that slew the Son of God, containing the remnants of a divine will, imbued with sacred power, the strongest divine annihilation armament. Chapter 34, Chapter 82, Longinus. Longinus. This is an existence born in a world where gods, angels, devils, fallen angels, dragons, and various mythologies coexist. In that world, the god known as the God of the Bible created what are called sacred gears. They are extraordinary powers residing within specific humans, unique artifacts with special abilities that evolve and grow stronger by feeding on the will of their owners. Many individuals who have left their mark on history or are prominent athletes often possess these abilities, though they themselves remain unaware. Only under certain conditions and with specific capabilities can these powers be fully manifested. Most sacred gears have effects that, at most, influence human society. However, there exist a rare few that possess power capable of threatening devils and fallen angels. Among them, an even rarer category of sacred gears exists, those with the power to threaten gods and even Maus. These are the Longinus, the highest tier sacred gears. The True Longinus is one such Longinus. It is the holy relic from myth, the very spear that pierced the Son of God and took his life. This relic is the first Longinus, as well as the strongest. There exists no sacred gear more powerful than this spear, nor anything holier. Thus, it is a weapon capable of piercing gods and, at the same time, the most effective counter against devils. Whether against gods or Maus, it poses a genuine threat, making it one of the most coveted and feared sacred gears across all factions. And now, this sacred gear had become Kaiser's reward for completing his first life experience, falling into his hands. So, I've become the wielder of the strongest Longinus. Kaiser held the True Longinus, feeling somewhat dazed. Yet, as he stood there in confusion, the will of the fantasy library once again descended. Librarian has completed their first life experience, meeting the conditions to acquire an inherent authority. Commencing authority grant. Inside the fantasy library, the glowing books brightened further, forming a dazzling radiance that enveloped Kaiser. A new authority. Kaiser reacted immediately, his expression a mix of shock and delight. But then, he noticed something unusual. What exactly is inherent authority? With this question in mind, Kaiser closed his eyes, bathing in the light, allowing it to infuse his body and form new power within him. Before long, the radiance faded, and the newly granted authority took shape. Kaiser opened his eyes, a look of realization flashing through them. So that's what it means. He now understood what inherent authority was. As the name implies, it is a fixed authority. Unlike the previous authority he had obtained, this authority is something that all librarians who complete their first life experience receive. When a librarian first enters the fantasy library, they are granted authority, one that is uniquely suited to them, formed based on their own conditions. It is one of a kind, and no second person will ever obtain the same one. However, the inherent authority is different. It is a standard authority granted to all librarians upon completing their first life experience, with a simple yet significant function, converting one's power system. Since every fantasy world has different power systems, the inherent authority was created to prevent contradictions between these systems from affecting an librarian's strength or life experience. It allows librarians to freely switch between different power systems when entering a fantasy world. The more fantasy worlds an librarian has experienced, the more power systems they can convert between. Furthermore, once converted, an librarian can revert back at any time without affecting their original strength. Additionally, when switching power systems, both power level and proficiency remain exactly the same, ensuring that the librarian does not feel unfamiliar or unable to fully utilize their abilities. The only aspect that does not change is physical strength. Regardless of the power system, an librarian's physical strength remains unaffected and does not conflict with the world's rules. Thus, only the power system undergoes conversion, the body itself remains unchanged. Now this is an interesting authority. Kaiser found it intriguing, though he also felt a bit disappointed. While this authority was certainly useful, its impact on his strength wasn't as immediately significant as a unique authority. Fortunately, I still have this. He turned his attention back to the True Longinus in his hands. The authority within him told him that the spear held immense power. Power far beyond that of Ser-Veresta or Gravisheath. A power capable of threatening both gods and Maus. Compared to this, the so-called Orga Lux was simply insignificant. In that world, weapons like Ser-Veresta and Gravisheath, despite being Orga Lux, were at best equivalent to ordinary sacred gears. While significantly stronger than those that merely affected human society, they were nowhere near the level of a Longinus. However, the True Longinus was not just a Longinus, it was the strongest one, standing in a league of its own. If he could fully master the power within this spear, his strength would undergo a complete transformation. At the very least, wielding the True Longinus in the Asterisk War world would be absolute overkill. The so-called monsters of Jia Long 7th Institute and Le Wolf Black Institute would be nothing more than child's play. Such power, in anyone else's hands, might require a long period of training and refinement to unleash its full potential. But for Kaiser, who possessed ultimate authority over weapons, the moment he grasped the spear, he had already mastered its power. And that power would only continue to grow. Zing! Golden engravings emerged on Kaiser's hand as he gripped the True Longinus. These golden patterns extended from his palm to the spear itself, spreading along the shaft and reaching the luminous spearhead, covering its entire surface. Like Ser-Veresta and Gravisheath, the True Longinus had its own will. However, when the golden patterns enveloped it, the True Longinus did not resist, its will did not even attempt to surface, directly acknowledging Kaiser as its master. Thus, the first and strongest Longinus became Kaiser's third exclusive weapon, merging completely with him. Since sacred gears naturally integrate into their owners, and Kaiser's exclusive weapons are entirely one with him, he could clearly sense the will of the True Longinus. It was unlike the wills of Ser-Veresta or Gravisheath. This will was grand and sacred, as though a true divine presence resided within. It did not display submission, fear, or reverence toward Kaiser, instead, it was curious, observant, and approving. Of course, regardless of its attitude, it did not affect Kaiser's control over the spear. He could wield the True Longinus with perfect mastery, its immense power entirely at his command. Looking forward to working with you. Kaiser lifted the True Longinus and smiled. A radiant glow flickered across the spear, as if in response. Then, whoosh! A book suddenly flew in front of Kaiser, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. The True Longinus reacted to the book, trembling slightly as it emitted a matching light. The fantasy libraries will descended once more. Opening this book will allow the librarian to enter the fantasy world recorded within and undergo a randomized life experience. Because the librarian possesses an important element of this fantasy world, opening the book will narrow the selection to experiences closely related to that element. Kaiser took in the message, looking at the book in front of him with intrigue. Could it be? As a certain thought crossed his mind, Kaiser hesitated for a moment before reaching out and flipping open the book. The cover revealed itself, displaying its title. High School DxD. As expected, it's this world. With a knowing smile, Kaiser stepped forward and touched the book. Entering its world. Chapter 35, Chapter 83, A Dramatic Background. The sound of a bustling crowd echoed in the air, reaching the ears of Kaiser before he had even opened his eyes. His mind stirred slightly as he slowly opened them, allowing his vision to adjust. A lively scene of people coming and going immediately filled his sight, letting him take in his current surroundings. He was standing on a pedestrian walkway. Around him, people moved back and forth, modern skyscrapers and buildings lined the streets, and in the distance, he could see the corner of a plaza, as well as a supermarket, shopping mall, and an arcade, forming the lively backdrop of a cityscape. This place is. Kaiser glanced down at his appearance. He was dressed in travel gear, a coat draped over his shoulders, and a travel bag slung over one shoulder, giving him the distinct look of a wandering traveler. His appearance drew a few curious glances from passers-by. The reflection in a nearby clothing store's glass window showed a slightly older version of himself than the high school-aged form he had recently grown accustomed to. This was a characteristic of fantasy librarians. Whenever they entered a new fantasy world, their physical form would adjust according to the background of their drawn life experience. For example, in the Asterisk War world, Kaiser had been a first-year student at Servesta Academy, so his body had matched that of a high school first year. His body remained fundamentally his own, only his apparent age changed. If he ever drew a life experience where he was a child, a middle-aged man, or an old man, his form would shift accordingly. As for his true age, it had long since frozen from the moment he first entered the fantasy library. In a way, Kaiser had already gained a form of immortality. Unless he died within a fantasy world, he would never grow old in the conventional sense. So, this time, I'm not a student anymore. Realizing this, Kaiser focused inward. Immediately, he noticed new memories surfacing in his mind. These were the memories of his life in this world. In this world, it seemed he had been abandoned by his parents shortly after birth. Because from the moment he was born, strange and inexplicable events had always occurred around him. At times, eerie shadows would appear out of nowhere. At times, ferocious beasts of unknown origin would manifest. Occasionally, he would see things that should not be seen. And sometimes, he would encounter bizarre individuals, causing his family to experience constant, inexplicable dangers. In the end, his parents abandoned him. His relatives and friends dared not take him in, and even the traffickers who picked him up from an alleyway corner mysteriously died before they could sell him, though they had at least managed to bring him to a foreign country. Eventually, it was the church that took him in and raised him. They told the young Kaiser, "You are blessed with divine power. This must be the Lord's gift. It is this power that draws evil things to you, yet it also protects you from them, allowing you to grow safely. Do not reject this power. Be grateful to the Lord, for he must have an important mission for you. Do not worry. We will accept you. We will not abandon you like the others did." That was what the people of the church often told him. However, as Kaiser grew older, he began to notice a change in the way they looked at him. Their gazes slowly shifted, turning from kindness to something more unsettling. They looked at him as if he were a sacred artifact. A specimen. Their expressions became increasingly fanatical, almost deranged. Until one day, they took him to an underground facility. The divine power within you far exceeds our imagination. This must be something extraordinary. A holy relic. Or perhaps a sacred gear of divine nature. Innate sacred power. This must be the Lord's blessing upon us. Let us study it. We will help you awaken it. Before he even realized it, the people in clerical robes had been replaced by men in white coats, holding various research instruments, approaching him with sickly smiles. And then, that very day, a remote church vanished. It was destroyed. Erased by an overwhelming force. Of course, the white-robed researchers inside perished along with it. No one knew exactly what had happened. The only rumor that spread was that a mysterious, uncontrollable power had been unleashed, obliterating everything. Only Kaiser, who had escaped from there and continued wandering ever since, knew the truth. On that day, as the white-robed researchers prepared to act, the strongest Longinus that had been slumbering within him awakened. This was the background of his life experience in this world. Isn't this a bit too dramatic? After reviewing these memories, Kaiser was speechless. He really hadn't expected his drawn life experience to be this intense. However, in a way, it makes sense that the wielder of the strongest Longinus would have such a tragic fate. In the original High School DxD story, the wielder of the True Longinus had suffered a similarly miserable childhood. No, rather, any human chosen by a powerful sacred gear often faced some degree of tragedy. It was inevitable. After all, those born with extraordinary power would always be feared and rejected by ordinary people as soon as their differences began to show. Even those who lived normal and peaceful lives before their sacred gears awakened would eventually become targets if their abilities were deemed too strong or too dangerous. If I remember correctly, both angels, fallen angels, and devils keep a strict watch on sacred gear users, monitoring their movements, right? If a dangerous sacred gear wielder emerged, any of the three factions might send people to eliminate them. That was exactly what had happened to the original protagonist at the start of the story, targeted by the fallen angels, leading to his death and reincarnation as a devil. A completely unprovoked disaster. For all he knew, even now, angels, fallen angels, or devils might already be watching him. I should find a place to settle down first. Scratching his head, Kaiser pushed aside his chaotic thoughts and truly played the role of a wandering traveler, walking forward. He rummaged through his clothes and travel bag, pulling out some clothes, portable food, drinking water, a map, and a phone. He also found some money, not a huge amount, but enough to cover his immediate expenses. At least he wouldn't have to sleep under a bridge or on a park bench tonight. Kaiser decided to find a hotel, settle down first, and then figure out what to do next. Interestingly, as he wandered through the streets, he could actually feel several gazes that were different from those of ordinary passers-by. He also sensed unusual fluctuations of power within the city. Kaiser knew his arrival had caught the attention of certain individuals. The supernatural factions of this world each had their own territories. Even though angels, fallen angels, and devils primarily operated from their respective domains in heaven and the underworld, they all had footholds in the human world. The church was heaven's subsidiary organization. Wherever there was a church, there would be church personnel stationed. Similarly, both fallen angels and devils had their own territories in the human world. This town was no exception. The moment Kaiser set foot in this town, they had noticed him. Looks like my life experience in this world is going to be quite the spectacle. Instead of fear, Kaiser's lips curved into a faint smile. Perfect. He had been itching to properly test his strength. With that thought in mind, he found a suitable hotel, checked in, and asked a question. Where exactly is this? The answer. This is Kuo Town, located in Kanagawa Prefecture, Tokyo. It wasn't anything particularly remarkable, at least, not on a map. But Kaiser knew very well just how extraordinary this town truly was. This was the primary setting for the early stages of the original storyline. The main characters, along with all sorts of supernatural beings, would soon begin converging here, turning this place into a chaotic vortex. Inside one of the rooms of a local inn, Kaiser, who had already checked in, tossed his travel bag into the corner, shrugged off his trench coat, and collapsed into a soft chair, letting himself relax. This will be my temporary base for now. The conditions here weren't exactly luxurious, but they weren't bad either. It had everything necessary for daily living, making it more than sufficient for a place to stay. The money Kaiser had on him would sustain him for a while. Factoring in the costs of food and daily expenses, he wasn't worried, at least not in the short term. Once he had adjusted to this new environment, he could figure out ways to make more money. After all, he was someone significant now. Even when he was just an ordinary person, he had managed to live on his own. Now, with his current abilities, there were plenty of ways to deal with such trivial matters. First, let's test out this world's power system. With that thought in mind, Kaiser stood up. Power conversion. As soon as the thought took form in his mind, his newly acquired inherent authority activated. Boom. A dazzling burst of star-like fragments erupted around Kaiser, as an astonishing amount of prana surged through his body. The sheer scale of this prana was enough to leave even someone like Ayato Amajirai, who was naturally gifted with immense amounts of prana, utterly speechless. Under the effects of his inherent authority, this prana rapidly transformed, taking on the appearance of blazing flames. Chapter 36, Chapter 84, Aura and Tuki. This is Aura. Kaiser murmured to himself as he observed the faint energy burning quietly around his body. Aura, a force originating from the life energy of a being. The power system of this world was not a singular structure but rather a complex fusion of multiple systems. Devils wield demonic power, a force that manipulates supernatural phenomena through manifested imagination. Angels and fallen angels utilize light power, which can be materialized into tangible energy. Then, there are magicians who invoke supernatural effects through spellcasting, and even Taoists who practice senjutsu, making the range of abilities incredibly diverse. Yet, regardless of the nature of these beings, they all possess a fundamental power derived from life itself. That fundamental power is called chi, or more precisely, aura. Unlike demonic power or light power, aura possesses no direct destructive force. However, every living being inherently generates aura. By mastering this aura, one can control the flow of life energy, unlocking superhuman potential. Humans, too, possess aura, and it is often used as fuel for sacred gears, allowing them to activate and manifest their abilities. However, my aura seems a little different. Kaiser raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. The next second, the aura that had been burning subtly around him suddenly transformed into a torrent of blinding white light, surging outward like an explosive force. Wrapped in this aura, Kaiser could clearly feel his physical body strengthening, not just externally, but internally as well. This must be Tuki. Recalling the knowledge from the original story, Kaiser carefully analyzed his own power and finally identified it. Tuki, a specialized form of aura. Unlike ordinary aura, Tuki could only be awakened by those who had undergone harsh training and refined their martial prowess to its peak. It allowed a person to project their boundless vitality and life force outward, transforming it into a visible energy layer. This pure energy could reinforce both internal and external aspects of the body, enhancing one's physical capabilities, increasing attack power, defense, and speed to superhuman levels. Though it's different from prana, its function is quite similar. The most common use of prana was defensive reinforcement, and it was remarkably effective in that role. Even in unarmed combat, prana could be directly converted into attack power, a technique that the Jialong 7th Institute's martial artists excelled at. Furthermore, with the right techniques, prana could be modified to enhance various aspects of a fighter's abilities. This property closely resembled Tuki, which was why, when Kaiser activated his inherent authority to switch power systems, his prana seamlessly converted into Tuki, continuously pouring out of his body. The quantity has decreased significantly, though, but it makes sense. Prana doesn't directly strengthen the body, whereas Tuki excels in that regard. Kaiser quietly assessed his current state, trying to familiarize himself with his new power. Under the influence of inherent authority, his prana had been entirely converted into Tuki, but the overall amount had diminished significantly. This was an inevitable result of the power conversion process. Since inherent authority transformed powers of equivalent strength, and Tuki had additional benefits compared to prana, specifically enhancing the physical body, it naturally required more energy to sustain. When a weaker power system was converted into a stronger one, some loss was unavoidable. Thus, Kaiser wasn't surprised. Instead, he focused on controlling the Tuki flowing through his body. He experimented with using Tuki to strengthen his physical body, then tried enhancing individual attributes like attack, defense, or speed, all of which he could manipulate as easily as breathing. Whatever level of control he had over prana, he could now exert the same mastery over Tuki. Good thing I never recklessly pursued brute force. Every time I absorbed manadite or a manadite, I always took the time to properly adapt before letting my power exceed my control. Kaiser felt a sense of relief. Had he not trained in controlling his powers meticulously, he might have struggled to manage this overwhelming Tuki. Indeed, even though his Tuki was now reduced in volume compared to his prana, it was still vast and overwhelmingly powerful. This was undeniable proof that, after absorbing so many Amanadites, his prana had grown tremendously. Right now, even if I don't use any weapons, I should be able to defeat Ayato Amajirai in hand-to-hand combat, right? Kaiser made a rough estimate of his strength. If I wield Ser-Veresta or Gravisheath, my power should increase several times over. And if I use the True Longinus? Kaiser hesitated. The True Longinus was immensely powerful, almost absurdly so. Just by holding it, he felt as if he could stand before gods without fear. But ultimately, that was just a feeling. The real extent of its power could only be determined in actual battle. Who? The blinding white tuki surrounding him gradually dissipated, drawn back into his body. Then, Kaiser summoned his spear and firmly grasped it in his hand. True Longinus. As his fingers brushed against the spear's shaft, Kaiser's mind drifted into deep contemplation. This spear's power was not merely overwhelming, it held limitless potential. If he wanted to fully unlock those possibilities and convert them into tangible strength, he needed to carefully plan and strategize. Closing his eyes, Kaiser synchronized his mind with the spear, as though trying to communicate with it. A profound silence filled the room. Over the next few days, Kaiser gradually settled into Kuo Town while exploring the city. Kuo Town was neither too big nor too small, it was impossible to explore every corner in just a few days, at least not without using supernatural abilities. But Kaiser had no such intention. Instead, he played the role of an ordinary tourist, wandering around, taking in the sights, even indulging in shopping for clothes and snacks. His days passed in relative comfort. During the day, he roamed the town, familiarizing himself with the streets and landmarks. At night, he returned to his hotel room, meditating with the True Longinus, delving deeper into its mysteries. A few days later, Kaiser made a surprising discovery. The watchful gazes that had been tailing him didn't increase, instead, they had decreased. It almost felt as if someone in the shadows was handling things for him, ensuring that he remained undisturbed. What's going on? Kaiser furrowed his brows in confusion. As far as he knew, ever since he escaped from the church, he had been wandering alone, never forming any connections. Logically speaking, no one should be protecting him. Could it be the church? Kaiser considered the possibility. Judging by his life experience background, the church he had been raised in was far from noble. However, as someone familiar with the original story, Kaiser understood that, while the church was not as righteous as the world believed, it was still a force of order. The corruption within it stemmed from internal politics, not a fundamental evil. Like any powerful organization, the church had its share of corrupt figures, but that did not mean it was beyond redemption. Perhaps a high-ranking church official had taken an interest in him, uncovered the truth about his past, and decided to secretly protect him. Or could it be that heaven itself had noticed his existence? Did they discover the True Longinus? Kaiser couldn't be certain. 2 days later. By now, he had fully familiarized himself with Kuo Town. And that night, Kaiser left his hotel and stepped out onto the streets. Kuo Town's residential areas were quiet at night, and the outskirts were even more desolate. Kaiser made his way into a dark alley, heading towards the abandoned outskirts. Soon, he arrived at an old, abandoned factory. The lock on the entrance had been forcibly broken. This should be the place. He narrowed his eyes. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the shadows. Heh. A human. A young human. You actually came to me willingly. How fortunate. From the darkness, a silhouette emerged. At first glance, it appeared to be a beautiful woman, her figure voluptuous and alluring. However, behind her, several long, furry spider legs extended from her body. Kaiser immediately recognized what she was. A stray devil. Chapter 37, Chapter 85, The Limits of Humanity. Stray devils. These were devils with no faction, no affiliation, completely unclaimed and inherently dangerous. When a devil's servant betrayed their master, even going so far as to kill them, and fled their master's territory, they became stray devils, akin to wild beasts that had abandoned their pack, roaming unchecked. With no restraint, no oversight, they often committed forbidden acts and caused disasters. They were pests, entities who betrayed their masters for personal desires. Thus, whenever a stray devil was discovered, whether by their original master or by other devils, it was an obligation and a right to eliminate them. Other factions also viewed stray devils as dangerous anomalies. Be it angels or fallen angels, they would exterminate any stray devil they found. And now, Kaiser had encountered such an existence. Would you like to play some fun games with me, little brother? The Spider-Woman stray devil smiled seductively at Kaiser, approaching him while licking her lips, her expression one of hunger, as if she had just spotted a delicious meal. However, Kaiser didn't even spare her a glance. The moment he recognized what she was, he turned around, intending to leave immediately. Hey, do you really think you can just walk away? The Spider-Woman wasn't the least bit flustered. She simply watched him leave, leisurely taking a few steps forward. It's been so long since I've found a handsome young man like you. I've already grown tired of feasting on those greasy old men, why don't I treat myself to something fresh for a change? The moment those words left her lips, Kaiser abruptly stopped walking. Oh. Decided to stop running. The Spider-Woman sounded surprised, stopping in her tracks as well. Kaiser did not turn around. Still facing away from her, he spoke coldly. You've eaten humans. His voice was laced with undeniable chill. The Spider-Woman didn't seem to notice the shift in tone. Instead, she grinned mockingly and responded. Of course. Though I only eat the ones who can't resist temptation, those filthy old men who follow me in secret, thinking they're getting lucky. But I must say, human flesh is truly delicious. It's a shame I never realized that before. Her words oozed cruelty. It was clear she was toying with Kaiser, deliberately provoking him, eagerly anticipating his expression of fear. However, instead of fear, she saw him turn around and walk straight back toward her. He came back. This brat isn't scared. The Spider-Woman was momentarily stunned. And then she heard his next words. I came here to see if I could learn anything about events that wouldn't happen in human society. So at first, I had no interest in a mere stray devil like you. Kaiser's expression remained completely indifferent. But now, I've changed my mind. His cold, piercing gaze locked onto the Spider-Woman, his face devoid of any emotion. A pest like you, it's better if you disappear right here. For a brief moment, the Spider-Woman was dumbfounded. Then she suddenly burst into unrestrained laughter. Disappear? Me? Are you saying you plan to kill me? As she laughed, her smile twisted into something monstrous. That was no longer the face of a human. It was the face of a beast. Who the hell do you think you are, you brat? Her voice dropped into a snarl, and the next instant, she lunged. Her 8 spider legs pushed off the ground with incredible force, propelling her forward like a spring-loaded projectile. Her speed was blinding, as fast as a bullet, slicing through the air with an ear-piercing whoosh. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of Kaiser. Turn into a shish kebab. Her spider legs sliced through the air, aiming to impale Kaiser's body. Clang. 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 A series of metallic clashes echoed throughout the abandoned factory. The spider legs struck Kaiser's body. But instead of piercing through, they rebounded violently, as if they had slammed into steel. Sparks flew. Looking closely, her attacks never actually touched Kaiser. A radiant layer of flowing white light surrounded his body, forming an invisible barrier mere centimeters away from his skin. What? The Spider-Woman's eyes widened in disbelief. And that was the last expression she would ever make. Boom. The very next instant, a fist, wrapped in raging white light, exploded forward like a meteor, striking her squarely in the torso. A thunderous impact shook the factory, sending out a shockwave that kicked up dust and debris, and obliterated the Spider-Woman's body, reducing her to chunks of flesh. Ugh. Ah! The Spider-Woman's body exploded, leaving only her head relatively intact. It tumbled across the ground, rolling away while emitting a miserable shriek. Before long, her presence faded entirely. Kaiser stood motionless in place, his outstretched hand still engulfed in a brilliant white glow, frozen in the motion of his finishing strike. It was only after a while that he finally retracted his fist. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, the sound of applause echoed from a corner of the factory. Kaiser remained silent. He wasn't surprised by the applause. Instead, he simply turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and saw a man emerging from the darkness. That was a beautiful strike, killing a devil barehanded in an instant. Even if it was just a low-class stray devil, your abilities are far stronger than what we had anticipated. The man who stepped out of the shadows while clapping and offering praise was a white-haired individual clad in priest-like robes. He didn't appear to be much older than Kaiser. If there was a difference, it wasn't by much. However, his entire presence exuded the aura of a battle-hardened warrior, someone who had fought on countless battlefields. Anyone with keen senses would immediately recognize how dangerous this man was. Church personnel. Kaiser took one look at the man's white hair, then another at his priest-like attire, and calmly voiced his guess. The man neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead, he responded with a composed smile and spoke slowly. It seems you noticed me long ago. When exactly did you realize I was here? Rather than answering, he countered with a question of his own. When I was about to leave, Kaiser replied indifferently, making no attempt to withhold information. At first, I thought there was only a single stray devil here. But then, I reconsidered, that didn't seem likely. This place is too remote, far from the city. If there were only a single low-class stray devil hiding here, then even if I had been wandering around all day, I shouldn't have been able to sense any power fluctuations from this place. I'm not some sensory-type specialist. For me to have noticed power fluctuations, there had to be something more here. A single low-class stray devil wouldn't be enough to generate a disturbance I could detect all the way from the city. Simply put, the stray devil had been too weak, and this was just an abandoned factory. There was no way it could have emitted enough power fluctuations for Kaiser to sense from such a distance. That's why he had realized something was off and deduced that something more was going on here. And now, it's clear, this was a trap you deliberately set up to lure me in, wasn't it? Kaiser locked eyes with the white-haired man. You intentionally spread out the power fluctuations, deliberately leaving that stray devil alive so you could observe how I would handle it. Setting up such an elaborate scheme just to test me, what exactly is your goal? Or, are you simply trying to use me as a tool to do your dirty work? Kaiser's tone grew sharp. Yet the white-haired man didn't seem the least bit offended. If anything, he appeared even more impressed. Quick-witted. Even though this was just a casual setup on my part, the fact that you managed to piece it together so clearly is quite impressive. The man chuckled. Good thing my companions aren't here. They'd never let me hear the end of it. So, you're just openly admitting that you're alone. Kaiser narrowed his eyes. Aren't you worried I'll attack you? Hearing that, the white-haired man shrugged and raised his hands in a casual gesture. Are you really the kind of person who strikes first and asks questions later? We don't know that yet, he said. Relax, I mean you no harm. Quite the opposite, actually, I'm here to invite you. Tell me, are you interested in joining us? Kaiser frowned. Joining you? What do you mean? This guy was from the church, wasn't he? Why didn't he sound like one? It's exactly as it sounds. I'm simply extending an invitation for you to work with us, to create something great together, the white-haired man said with an unchanging smile. There are many others like you and me by my side. We come from different backgrounds, but we are all true humans. We aren't like the angels, fallen angels, or devils, born with overwhelming power. But each of us carries a unique ability within us. Sacred gears. The only divine gift bestowed upon humanity. As he spoke, the white-haired man continued to address Kaiser in a slow, deliberate tone. With such a gift, don't you want to see how far this power can take you? Don't you want to challenge those supernatural beings, perhaps even gods and devils, and see just how far we humans can push our limits? As those words reached Kaiser's ears, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck through his mind, instantly making everything clear. You're from the hero faction of the Chaos Brigade. He spoke without hesitation. You're Siegfried. The white-haired man, Siegfried, froze on the spot. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Chapter 86, Hero Faction. Kaiser finally understood who had been secretly covering for him, reducing the surveillance around him. It was none other than the organization backing the men standing before him, Siegfried. An organization that belonged neither to devils, angels, nor fallen angels. In fact, it did not belong to any mythological faction in this world. Kaiser had never expected to catch the attention of such a group, let alone receive an invitation from them. I didn't expect you to recognize me, let alone know about the Chaos Brigade and the hero faction. That's honestly quite surprising. Siegfried seemed genuinely astonished, his gaze toward Kaiser carrying an odd glint. Chaos Brigade was not an organization that could be exposed so easily. It was a true underground group, more than that, a terrorist organization. It gathered dangerous individuals from various mythological factions, forming a collective of ambitious schemers and outcasts. Among them were factions led by devils, as well as those dominated by humans. Though their ultimate goals varied, they all shared one common stance, opposition to the world's major mythological forces. For that reason, they had banded together, forming a singular organization that remained dormant, not yet emerging into the public eye. The hero faction was a division within the Chaos Brigade led by humans. It was composed not only of sacred gear wielders but also of descendants of legendary figures throughout history, those who carried the bloodlines of heroes. That was why they called themselves the hero faction. Siegfried, originally named Sieg, was a warrior cultivated by the church using the genetic material of Siegfried, the dragon-slaying hero from the Nibelungenlied. Once among the church's most elite exorcists, he later defected and joined the Chaos Brigade, becoming a key figure in the hero faction. His covert assistance in dealing with the surveillance around Kaiser had been for one reason, recruitment. I'm curious, how exactly did you learn of our existence? Siegfried locked eyes with Kaiser and said, at this stage, those who know about the Chaos Brigade can be counted on one hand. Even among those who suspect our presence, they must belong to one of the world's most powerful forces. And yet, you don't seem to meet the criteria, do you? Since they intended to recruit Kaiser, the hero faction had, of course, conducted a thorough investigation on him. According to Siegfried's knowledge, the men before him had been wandering the world alone ever since escaping from the church. He had never joined any faction nor been affiliated with any major organization. His background was astonishingly clean. For someone with no ties or connections, discovering the existence of the Chaos Brigade should have been impossible, let alone knowing its internal structure and the existence of its hero faction. And yet, here he was, speaking as if he had peered directly into the organization's secrets. Something didn't add up. Unfortunately for Siegfried, Kaiser had no intention of explaining. If I recall correctly, the core members of the hero faction are people like you, those who have inherited the bloodline and powers of historical heroes and warriors. But as far as I know, I don't possess the lineage of any great figures. So why invite me? Kaiser, mirroring Siegfried's earlier tactic, responded with a question rather than an answer, making it difficult for Siegfried to gauge his thoughts. Nonetheless, Siegfried chose to answer. It's simple, because you're human. Siegfried stated bluntly. We aim to prove that humans can triumph over the powerful non-human races. We seek to challenge the very limits of humanity and restore the glory of our ancestors. We want those who look down on humanity to witness how our so-called frail species has continued to survive. That's why we welcome anyone who shares this ambition, even if they aren't the descendants of heroes. In fact, the hero faction includes many individuals who do not carry the blood of heroes or warriors. Instead, they rely on their sacred gears, their relentless training, and their unwavering effort. These are the people we seek to recruit. That is why I'm here. They had been watching Kaiser for a long time, monitoring him from the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Although Kaiser had not inherited the bloodline of a hero, according to intelligence reports, his body harbored an abnormally powerful sacred gear, one with a holy attribute. This sacred gear had only recently awakened, yet in its initial outburst, it had already annihilated an entire church, reducing everyone inside to ashes. If honed properly, such a power could make him one of the hero faction's strongest assets. Holy attribute sacred gears were incredibly rare and inherently lethal to devils and other demonic beings. To many supernatural creatures, they were mortal threats. Because of this, the hero faction had designated Kaiser as a high-priority target long ago. The moment he resurfaced, they sent someone to make contact. To ensure a smooth recruitment process, they had even eliminated the spies monitoring him. The major factions within Kuo Town were still completely unaware that such a powerful sacred gear wielder was right under their noses. This was also a cover-up. After all, the Chaos Brigade had yet to fully reveal itself. If they made direct contact with Kaiser too openly, they risked drawing unwanted attention, increasing their chances of exposure. After securing these precautions, they sent Siegfried to approach Kaiser. You are even more exceptional than our intel suggested. I don't know if you fully mastered your sacred gear yet, but even if you haven't, I can already see from your Tuki that my trip here was worthwhile. Siegfried regarded Kaiser with approval. This proves you refuse to stagnate. Ever since you escaped the church, you've been tirelessly training yourself, haven't you? One did not develop Tuki of that caliber without undergoing hellish self-discipline. It was proof of how much effort Kaiser had put in, how much he refused to remain weak. The members of the hero faction were the same. They refused to accept humanity's weakness and sought to prove they were just as powerful as devils, angels, and fallen angels. A man like Kaiser was precisely the kind of talent they longed for. So, will you join us? Siegfried stretched out his hand, his tone almost hypnotic. We possess the means to make weak humans strong. Whether you want to further develop your sacred gear's power or push it to a higher state, we have ways to help. We have access to technology beyond other factions. And we have near-invincible leaders. Trust me, joining us will not disappoint you. In a way, Siegfried's words were true. At least, Kaiser, who knew the original story, understood that. Chaos Brigade was a terrifying organization, a collective of terrorists, yes, but undeniably powerful. It was not inferior to any mythological faction. Throughout the DxD storyline, whether in the early, mid, or late stages, Chaos Brigade had always remained an active antagonist. The world's mythological factions even had to unite to oppose them. If not for their gradual downfall, being struck down one by one and ultimately crushed by the protagonist's group, this terrorist organization had the potential to overturn the entire world's order. They were the ultimate villainous group, at least for now. Sounds tempting, Kaiser admitted calmly, his expression unchanging. But if I refuse, are you planning to eliminate me as a threat? Of course not. Siegfried narrowed his eyes. I wouldn't go that far. Well, at least, not yet. Even as he spoke, Siegfried drew a weapon from beneath his cloak. A sword. A cursed blade radiating an ominous, murderous aura, its black and gold surface exuding an overwhelming sense of destruction. Unlike the four-colored magic swords of the Asterisk world, this was a true demonic sword, a blade so malevolent that merely holding it felt like inviting death. Pulling out such a weapon, Siegfried spoke. It seems you're not interested in joining us right now. That's fine. We'll give you time to reconsider. But to make a stronger impression on you, allow me to show you my power. The moment Siegfried's words fell, a surge of destructive aura erupted from the demonic sword in his hand. Kaiser reacted instantly, his entire body surging with Tuki. At that very instant, Siegfried swung his demonic sword. Boom. A storm of raw, destructive energy tore through the air, roaring toward Kaiser like an unstoppable force. Everything in its path, walls, floors, ceilings, was obliterated in an instant, reduced to nothing more than brittle debris, crumbling like a house of cards before the sheer might of the attack. Boom. In the remote outskirts, the abandoned factory suddenly erupted, sending shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Thick clouds of smoke and dust billowed into the sky, while the unleashed energy flared upward, illuminating the dark night like a beacon of ruin. It was an unforeseen disaster. A moment of absolute destruction. By the time everything settled, there was no longer any sign of the abandoned factory. In its place, only a massive crater remained, with loose rubble still shifting within its depths. At some point, Kaiser had already moved, now standing at the edge of the crater, his gaze flickering slightly. Cow's Brigade. Hero Faction. Murmuring the names under his breath, Kaiser cast one last deep look at the abyss before him. Then, without another word, he turned and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Chapter 39, Chapter 87, The Devils of Kuo. Under the cover of night, the massive crater on the outskirts of Kuo town still exuded an eerie presence, making it seem as though a meteorite had just crashed there moments ago. Zing. Without any prior warning, a sudden burst of light illuminated an open area outside the crater, dispelling part of the surrounding darkness. The light rose from the ground, originating from an expanding magic circle. It was as though a mysterious gateway had appeared, allowing several figures to step through. Moments later, the light faded, and the magic circle vanished. However, the figures remained, standing at the edge of the crater. This is. A young woman at the front furrowed her brows, her voice carrying a mix of surprise and uncertainty. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Her long, crimson-red hair flowed like a cascade of fire, its vibrant hue adding a dreamlike contrast to the desolate landscape, making the barren surroundings appear almost lively. She wore a school uniform, her well-proportioned figure accentuated by her attire. Her fair, slender legs, revealed beneath her skirt, seemed to emit a faint glow, captivating any onlooker. Her demeanor exuded elegance and nobility, carrying an air of confidence that hinted at her inner strength. However, that confidence was immediately shaken upon seeing the enormous crater before her. President. Standing beside the red-haired girl was another young woman, equally stunning in beauty and physique. Her long, jet-black hair was tied into a single ponytail, cascading over one shoulder, embodying the grace of a Yamato Nadeshiko. She carried an air of gentleness, yet beneath it lay a quiet intensity. Like the first girl, she also furrowed her brows, her expression solemn as she spoke. I don't sense any traces of demonic power, nor do I feel the presence of light power. This wasn't caused by a devil, an angel, or a fallen angel. A single glance was all it took for the Yamato Nadeshiko to reach that conclusion. Not a devil, angel, or fallen angel. The red-haired girl's frown deepened. Could it have been the church? The one to answer was not the black-haired girl but a young man standing behind them. No, this wasn't the work of the church either. The young man appeared slightly younger than the two girls, his tall and slender figure complemented by strikingly handsome features. He was undeniably a pretty boy. Whether it's the exorcists or the warriors of the church, their power in battle is almost always light power bestowed by the angels, unless, of course, they wield a sacred gear or possess some kind of holy attributed weapon. His certainty in this statement revealed his considerable understanding of the church. Sacred gear. The last of the group finally spoke. She was a petite girl with delicate, slender limbs and short, silvery white hair cut to shoulder length. She was clearly younger than the other three, her doll-like face exuding an air of innocence. Yet despite her refined features, her expression remained emotionless, making her resemble a marionette or an automaton. If Kirin Tuda were here, she might have suspected that this girl was her age. Her voice was soft yet icy, her words concise and to the point, as though she had no intention of wasting any syllables. Could it have been the work of a sacred gear wielder? The red-haired girl gazed into the crater and murmured, there shouldn't be many sacred gears capable of this level of destruction, right? Correct. The black-haired girl responded calmly. This scale of destruction is comparable to that of an ultimate-class devil. Any sacred gear capable of such devastation wouldn't be an obscure relic. The wielder is unlikely to be a resident of Kuo Town, they're probably an outsider. Furthermore, there's a high possibility that this outsider isn't affiliated with devils, angels, or fallen angels. Everyone present understood the implications of that statement. Someone like that actually entered Kuo Town. The young man's expression hardened. Dangerous. The petite girl whispered softly. President. The black-haired girl turned to the red-haired one. We should report this to the higher-ups. The Mao will likely take interest in this matter. An unidentified powerhouse had entered Kuo Town, someone who likely wielded power rivaling an ultimate-class devil. To the gathered group, this was no trivial matter. After all, Kuo Town was their domain, their territory. If this unknown figure had come with hostile intentions, conflict was inevitable. This was not something they could afford to ignore. Ultimate-class devils were second only to the Mao in strength. If this individual truly held such power, none of them were capable of dealing with them alone. As the leader of the group, Rias Gremory understood the gravity of the situation. Although they had no idea which faction this powerful individual belonged to, whoever it was, they had the potential to be an enemy. Angels and fallen angels were out of the question, both had been locked in conflict with devils for thousands of years. If they encountered such an opponent, the encounter would likely turn into a life-or-death struggle. If the individual was a devil, then entering another noble devil's domain without permission was just as problematic. Every devil knew that Kuo Town belonged to Rias Gremory, the current heir of the Gremory clan. To enter a noble's territory unannounced was no friendly visit, it was a challenge. A provocation. President. The black-haired girl called out again, her tone carrying added urgency. Phew. Rias Gremory exhaled softly, regaining her composure. Aquino, report this to the Gremory clan. She gave her instructions decisively. Until we receive orders from home, send out the familiars to investigate all recent arrivals in Kuo Town, anyone suspicious. Yes, President. Aquino Haimjima nodded immediately. Yuto, Kaneko. Rias turned to the other two. Yes, President. President. Yuto Kiba and Kaneko Tuju responded at once. Limit nighttime activity for now. Try to return home before dark, Rias ordered solemnly. If anything unusual happens, do not act alone, inform me immediately. Understood. Understood. Both of them agreed without hesitation. Just as Rias was about to speak again, Aquino suddenly noticed something. President. Aquino pointed at the ground. Look there, footprints. Everyone's expression shifted as they immediately turned to look. Sure enough, faint footprints trailed across the ground. They weren't particularly visible, easily overlooked in the darkness, even in daylight, they wouldn't be easy to spot. But none of the four present were ordinary humans. Even in total darkness, their vision was as clear as daylight, making the footprints impossible to miss. Could these belong to the one responsible? Yuto speculated. Human scent. Kaneko's small nose twitched as she made her assessment. A human. Aquino mused. Then it really could be a sacred gear wielder. Of course, that was merely speculation. More investigation was needed to confirm anything. Aquino, make an imprint of the footprints and collect the scent. Have the familiars track it. Rias issued orders decisively. Also, notify Sona, make sure she doesn't accidentally walk into trouble. The others nodded in agreement and promptly began their work. Rias turned back to the crater, staring at it in silence for a long while before murmuring to herself. Let's hope this doesn't turn into a disaster. Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner of Kuo Town, Siegfried held up a small magic circle in his palm. That's the situation. The target hasn't agreed to our invitation yet, so I withdrew for now. I'll continue observing from the shadows. His words elicited a response from the magic circle. So that's how it played out. The voice belonged to a young man, slightly distorted through the transmission. He didn't use his sacred gear. That was unexpected. We had hoped to use this as an opportunity to see what kind of sacred gear he wields. The voice chuckled before continuing. But the fact that he's developed Tuki, now that's an interesting surprise. Looks like we need to reassess his potential. If possible, let's recruit him. Is it okay? Siegfried asked. He seems to know a lot about us, far more than he should. That shouldn't be possible. You suspect he may have already been recruited by another faction. The young man on the other end of the magic circle immediately grasped Siegfried's meaning. It's not out of the question, but mere suspicion isn't enough reason for us to give up on him. All right, then let's follow your plan and continue observing him. You should stay there for now. Find a chance to test him again, see if you can force him to use his sacred gear and uncover his true capabilities. Understood. Siegfried nodded. I'll remain here for the time being. Be careful, the young man warned. That place is under the jurisdiction of Rias Gremory, the current heiress of the Gremory clan. She may only be an upper-class devil, but she has a terrifying older brother backing her. I know. Siegfried shrugged. I'm not reckless enough to make a move without thinking. With that, the conversation ended, and the magic circle in Siegfried's palm disappeared. Only then did Siegfried look up at the sky, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he muttered to himself. A fellow runaway from the church. Let's see what choice you'll make, one that benefits both sides, hopefully. Kaiser. Chapter 40, Chapter 88, let's go with this. At this moment, Kaiser was unaware that he had already drawn the attention of multiple factions in more ways than one. Even though he did not know the full extent, he could make an educated guess. Because of that, he had mentally prepared himself for this possibility long ago. He had not deliberately concealed his whereabouts, so it was no surprise if someone discovered or approached him. Thus, as if nothing was out of the ordinary, Kaiser continued his daily routine, eating when hungry, sleeping when tired. During the day, he roamed around town, and at night, he stayed at his inn, delving deeper into the mysteries of the True Longinus. His days remained fulfilling. But such peaceful days could never last. The evidence was clear. He had already noticed that the number of watchers around him was gradually increasing again. Has Siegfried retreated? Kaiser considered this thought but quickly dismissed it. No, he shouldn't have left yet. Until it was confirmed that Kaiser would absolutely not join the Chaos Brigade or the Hero faction, Siegfried was unlikely to give up. Within the Hero faction, Siegfried was somewhat of a notable figure, second only to its leader. The fact that he had personally come to recruit Kaiser was proof of how much they valued this matter. Given the circumstances, Kaiser did not believe Siegfried would simply withdraw. I just don't know if the true Longinus has been exposed yet. It probably hadn't. Otherwise, the Hero faction, upon learning that the most ancient and powerful Longinus was in his possession, would have sent far more than just Siegfried. If word of the true Longinus got out, forget just the Hero faction, the key figures of every major mythological faction would descend upon Kuo Town in search of him. Well, this gives me more time. Kaiser needed more time to explore the depths of the true Longinus power. Due to his unique authority, he could wield the spear's full strength with complete mastery, but Kaiser was not satisfied with that alone. Sacred gears evolve and grow by feeding on their wielder's thoughts and emotions, growing stronger over time. They are powered by will, and their strength is determined by conviction. And when a wielder's will undergoes a dramatic transformation, when their thoughts become strong enough to defy the very flow of the world, a sacred gear reaches an entirely new realm. This realm represents the ultimate form of a sacred gear, an unholy aberration deemed too dangerous for the balance of the world. It is a power fueled by the raw intensity of emotions, joy, sorrow, excitement, despair, fear, all merged into one. A power considered a world-breaking force, something that must be sealed away. This power is known as Balance Breaker. The true Longinus possessed a Balance Breaker form. Even without knowing the original storyline, the moment Kaiser first grasped the spear, he instinctively understood this transformation and mastered it completely. He had reached this state effortlessly, without requiring an intense emotional shift, without needing a dramatic mental change. He had even fully grasped the true Longinus power beyond its Balance Breaker state. However, putting aside its unique higher-tier ability, Kaiser had specific thoughts regarding the spear's Balance Breaker. The spear's original Balance Breaker doesn't suit me. Kaiser mused. Balance breakers generally fell into three categories. The crest side, enhancing the original power of the sacred gear, evolving it into a superior form. The abyss side, reaching a state of madness where the wielder and the sacred gear merge completely, forming an abyssal transformation. Subspecies Balance Breaker, a mutation that doesn't fit into the first two categories, resulting in an unpredictable new form. Most balance breakers fell into the first category, simply amplifying or evolving their original abilities. The true Longinus Balance Breaker was also primarily of this type. It wasn't weak, but it wasn't what Kaiser desired. Thus, he intended to follow in the footsteps of the spear's original wielder and develop a subspecies Balance Breaker. A subspecies Balance Breaker was an alternate transformation of a sacred gear, a second-stage evolution deviating from its original Balance Breaker state. Within the Hero faction, many sacred gear wielders who had reached the Balance Breaker realm pursued this path, developing stronger and more personalized transformations. Even many members of the protagonist group in the original storyline had ventured into this domain. Since Balance Breakers had multiple forms, Kaiser had been aware of this possibility for a long time, thanks to his knowledge of the original story. He had also been preparing to take this path himself. What he was doing now was working toward developing his own Balance Breaker, crafting a subspecies Balance Breaker that suited him best. For most people, this was an incredibly difficult feat. The number of sacred gear wielders who could even awaken Balance Breaker was minuscule. Even searching the entire world, those who had reached this level would likely make up less than 1%, perhaps even less than 1,000th or 10,000th of a percent. Simply awakening Balance Breaker was already so rare. To go a step further and modify it, to reshape a sacred gear's Balance Breaker into a unique form, was almost unimaginable. However, for Kaiser, who possessed the ultimate authority over weapons and could perfectly master any weapon, armor, or artifact, this was no challenge at all. If he wished, using his unique authority, he could effortlessly craft a subspecies Balance Breaker, or even multiple forms of Balance Breaker. But before that, he needed a framework. He needed to carefully consider what kind of Balance Breaker he wanted to develop before proceeding with its realization. For the past several days, Kaiser had been focusing on this task. He resonated with the true Longinus, seeking a deeper understanding of its limits and what possibilities he could unlock. And the truth was, the spear did not disappoint. A divine relic infused with the will of the gods, it embodied the very concept of miracles. At its deepest level, the true Longinus could manifest miracles, making its potential nearly limitless. It was entirely at Kaiser's disposal. What kind of Balance Breaker should I create? This question had occupied his mind for days. In the end, this should be the right direction. After extensive contemplation, Kaiser finally confirmed his path. Let's go with this. With his decision made, Kaiser began working toward his goal. Days passed once more. And on the 11th day of his stay in Kuo Town, Kaiser met her. "Good afternoon, sir." It was a bright, sunny noon. That day, Kaiser had chosen to have lunch near the shopping district in the city center. The restaurant he selected was a stylish cafe, elegantly decorated yet reasonably priced. It was a popular spot, particularly among those who enjoyed leisurely lunch breaks with afternoon tea. As a result, it was often packed with patrons. Kaiser happened to arrive at a time when the cafe was relatively empty, allowing him to enter without waiting in line. He ordered a meal and settled in. The cafe was filled with fashionable women, wealthy socialites adorned in gold and jewels, youthful beauties in the prime of their lives. Many of them were striking in appearance, their poise refined. Yet, when she walked in, every other woman in the cafe seemed to fade into insignificance. Her striking crimson hair swayed with each graceful step. She walked with elegance and unwavering confidence, her upright posture exuding an aura of pride and composure that naturally drew the eyes of everyone around her. She possessed an extraordinary beauty, her figure so well proportioned it seemed almost sculpted, like an artwork of the highest craftsmanship. Every movement radiated an overwhelming sense of nobility. The moment she entered, the entire cafe fell into stunned silence. Even Kaiser was momentarily caught off guard, as if he were seeing a second Claudia Enfield. Both were mature. Both were noble. Both were stunning. The difference was that Claudia embodied rationality, intelligence, and poise, whereas the woman before him exuded confidence and self-assurance. A woman like this could not simply be described as a distant flower, she was a radiant beacon high above the clouds. And yet, despite everything, she walked straight toward him and spoke. "Mind if we talk?" The red-haired girl placed a hand on her hip, her piercing emerald eyes locking onto Kaiser as she spoke. It was a silent declaration, "Even if you refuse, I won't be leaving. Take a seat." Kaiser gave her a brief glance before casually gesturing, then resumed eating his meal. "Then I'll take you up on that offer." The red-haired girl showed no sign of offense at his indifferent attitude. She took the seat across from him and watched as he ate. The surrounding patrons, however, were not as calm. Murmurs filled the cafe as onlookers began whispering among themselves, speculating about the relationship between the two. Kaiser even noticed a few well-dressed men, looking every bit the elite professionals, attempting to approach the table, only to be intercepted by a trio consisting of one man and two women. "Those are your peerage, aren't they?" Kaiser continued eating as he spoke. "You're not going to let them join us?" "No need." Rias Gremory shook her head, her emerald gaze remaining fixed on Kaiser. "This isn't exactly the best place for a conversation. I'll let my adorable servants handle the distractions for us. Only to keep others away." Kaiser lifted his gaze, meeting hers directly. A smirk played at the corner of his lips. "You sure it's not to surround me?" "Of course not," Rias replied without hesitation. "We wouldn't do something like that in public." Her words were spoken with absolute confidence, as if she had nothing to hide. But unfortunately for her, she wasn't human. She was a devil. Chapter 41, Chapter 89, What Should I Do? "I am Rias Gremory, the heir to the House of Gremory, a duke's household in the underworld." The red-haired girl introduced herself to Kaiser. But it was hardly necessary. "The esteemed daughter of the Gremory family, one of the last remaining pure-blooded devil households, I am well aware." Kaiser stated this matter-of-factly, his expression unchanging. In the underworld, there existed 72 noble families from ancient times. They were known as the 72 Pillars, a formidable force ruling over numerous devil legions, to the point where even heaven dared not underestimate them. However, after thousands of years of war with angels and fallen angels, more than half of these noble houses had perished in battle. The House of Gremory was one of the surviving 72 Pillars, a rare pure-blooded devil family that had endured to the present day. In modern times, the number of pure-blooded devils, those who had maintained their lineage since ancient times, had drastically dwindled. Most devils were now hybrids, or reincarnated devils who had been transformed from humans or other species. For instance, Rias Gremory's 3 servants were all reincarnated devils, turned by her through the evil peace system, a technique unique to devils. Thus, pure-blooded devils were not only rare but also highly valued in the underworld. Each one held significant privileges and an exceptionally high status. The red-haired girl before him was one such pure-blooded devil, an upper-class devil who operated in Kuo Town as her domain. At the same time, she was also the main heroine of the original story, the one who would make the protagonist her servant. Kaiser took a brief look at the 3 people standing nearby, blocking others from approaching. The tall, elegant girl with a single long ponytail, exuding the grace of a Yamato Nadeshiko, was Akino Haimjima, Rias Gremory's first servant and closest confidant. The petite, expressionless girl was Kaneko Tuju. As for the strikingly handsome young man, he was Yudo Kiba. Seeing these 3, Kaiser understood. So, the original protagonist has yet to become a devil and has not been taken in by Rias Gremory as her servant. As he realized this, Rias also studied him deeply. I heard that after escaping the church, you've been wandering without affiliating with any faction. I didn't expect you to know about me. At her words, Kaiser casually picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth, and then spoke. And yet, the heiress of Gremory seems to know quite a lot about me. I've only been in this town for a short while, and you've already dug up my background. Truthfully, Kaiser found this whole situation somewhat ridiculous. Why did it feel like he had done something world-shattering? He had merely blown up a church. It wasn't like he had destroyed an entire city. Why did it feel like the whole world knew about it? Of course, despite his words, Kaiser understood the reality of the situation. Since sacred gears were created by God and bestowed upon humans, many mythological factions had long monitored powerful sacred gear wielders as high-priority individuals. Especially those who possessed Longinus, weapons said to be capable of slaying both gods and Mao. To the deities of various mythologies, such individuals were like a sword hanging over their heads. Thus, the stronger the sacred gear wielder, the more they attracted the attention and surveillance of these factions. If someone awakened a particularly dangerous sacred gear, it was not unusual for them to end up on a faction's hit list, eventually eliminated before they could become a threat. Among all factions, the angels, fallen angels, and devils were the most invested in monitoring such individuals. It was inevitable. These three factions all originated from the same mythological system, and their highest authority, God, was the one who had created the sacred gears. In other words, they had the most experience dealing with sacred gears and fully understood how dangerous their wielders could be. A powerful sacred gear wielder was someone all three factions wanted to recruit. But a dangerous one. That was someone they wanted to eliminate. Kaiser's possession of an extremely powerful and potentially dangerous sacred gear was no secret. These factions had been keeping a close eye on him, rivaling even the hero faction in their interest. Had it not been for Siegfried's interference, Rias Gremory, as the upper-class devil overseeing this town, would have confronted him much sooner. Now that Kaiser had not concealed his movements, and after the commotion he had caused with Siegfried, it was only natural that she would investigate his background. Understanding this, Kaiser felt at ease. You're here because of what happened in the outskirts a few days ago. Before Rias could bring up the topic, Kaiser addressed it first. Just call me Rias. She frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with how he addressed her, then asked, So, you were involved in the incident outside town? I was merely caught up in it. Kaiser corrected her assumption. The one who caused all that destruction wasn't me. I was just lured there, and killed a stray devil in the process. Stray devil. Rias blinked in surprise before something else in his words caught her attention. So, you're saying the one responsible for all that destruction wasn't you? Of course. Kaiser nodded. The one who started the fight was a guy named Siegfried. It had nothing to do with me. Siegfried? The dragon-slaying hero from the legends? No. It had to be someone who had inherited the name of that legendary warrior. Numerous thoughts crossed Rias' mind, though she kept them to herself. If you weren't the cause, does that mean you don't intend to cause trouble in this town? She asked the question directly. Oh. So, you're worried that I'll stir up chaos in Kuo town? Kaiser raised an eyebrow before smirking. To think a devil would be concerned about a human town. That's quite unlike a devil. I simply don't like others making a mess in my territory. Rias folded her arms, speaking with confidence. Every human in this town is a potential client, a possible contractor. Naturally, I don't want anything happening to them. Throughout history, devils had been known for tempting humans with sweet words, luring them into contracts where they traded their souls, ultimately leading them to ruin. Though fewer people in the modern era were willing to sell their souls to devils, and the changing times made it harder for devils to act recklessly, their job had not changed. They were still summoned by humans, persuading them to sign contracts, and granting wishes in exchange for compensation, be it money, items, or sometimes even lives and souls. Every devil had a designated work area where they operated. Kuo town was the domain of Rias Gremory and her peerage. To her, this town was her territory. As the heir of the Gremory family, she saw it as her duty to protect her people, her potential clients. If you're just passing through, then all the better. If you need a place to stay, I can provide one. And if you're willing to join me, that would be even better. But if you intend to cause trouble here... Rias Gremory's gaze locked onto Kaiser, her exquisite and beautiful face adorned with a mesmerizing smile. Yet, within her deep emerald eyes, an ominous glimmer of destruction flickered. Then you'd better be prepared to be reduced to ashes. It wasn't a threat, it was simply a statement of fact. However, as Rias said this, Kaiser suddenly found himself lost in thought. What exactly did he want to do here? Kaiser pondered the question. As the librarian of the fantasy library, his purpose was to live a life filled with brilliance and significance within each fantasy world, to deepen its realism and make it more tangible. At the same time, this was how he secured high evaluations and, consequently, better rewards. In the last world, the Asterisk War universe, he had risen to dominance on a global stage by conquering the Phoenix Festa, becoming an internationally renowned competitive star. That life had been spectacular, and as a result, he had received a substantial reward, the True Longinus, the most powerful Longinus, a spear capable of piercing both gods and devils alike. Since that formula had worked, his current life in this world would have to be just as extraordinary. Only then would he be able to continue earning high rewards. But in this world, what path would lead to the most thrilling experience? Should he, like before, enter some kind of grand tournament, make a name for himself, and rise to prominence? But unlike the Phoenix Festa, this world didn't seem to have any globally recognized large-scale competitions. The underworld did have something similar, the rating games, a battle-based competition system among upper-class devils and ultimate-class devils. The game functioned as a ranking system that determined a devil's status, where kings would lead their peerage into battle, and their performance could elevate their prestige, sometimes even turning them into stars in the underworld's elite circles. However, only mature devils were eligible to participate in the rating games. As a human, Kaiser had no way of entering, unless he became a reincarnated devil. But becoming a reincarnated devil meant submitting to a higher-ranked devil, becoming their peerage, their servant. Kaiser had no interest in being someone's subordinate. And he certainly had no desire to transform into a devil. He valued his identity as a human. Unless he could ascend into something greater, such as a god, he had no interest in discarding his humanity for another race. That meant, if he wanted to make this life as thrilling as possible, he would have to find another way. How should I go about it? A thought began to form in Kaiser's mind. Chapter 42, Chapter 90, I can join you. Rias Gremory left. It seemed she had come solely to probe Kaiser's intentions. Once she confirmed that he did not plan to cause trouble in Kuo Town, at least for the time being, the heiress of the Gremory family departed without hesitation. However, though she had left, the surveillance remained. As Kaiser walked out of the cafe, he immediately sensed that the watchers around him had become more deliberate. They were likely the familiars belonging to Rias Gremory and her peerage, left behind to monitor him. Perhaps they knew they couldn't completely hide from Kaiser, so instead of concealing themselves, they watched him openly, as if declaring, "We are always watching you." What a high level of caution. Kaiser thought idly, unfazed by it. Is it because I'm a sacred gear wielder who has lost control before? Given that, their wariness was understandable. However, Kaiser had already decided, he would no longer leave himself so openly exposed. He was done acknowledging the watchers. He stepped into a deserted alleyway and summoned the activator of Gravisheath from within himself, activating it. VRRRMM. The crimson side vibrated into form, its amanadite core flickering with an eager, pulsating light, its very essence craving Kaiser's blood. Later. Kaiser ignored Gravisheath's hunger, gripping the weapon's handle and channeling his aura into it. After modifying his power system with inherent authority, even without prana, he found that aura was just as effective in activating Orga Lux. Kaiser had already tested this. Both Ser-Veresta and Gravisheath accepted aura, and just a small amount of aura could replace a large amount of prana. When infused with even minimal aura, the Orga Lux functioned identically to when they were fully powered by prana. This intrigued Kaiser greatly. Aura is the fundamental essence of life, a force rooted in one's very core. If it can replace prana, that might actually be a good thing. Prana had many advantages, but it was inextricably linked to the mana that filled the world. Some scholars even theorized that prana was simply the human body's refined form of mana. In other words, if separated from mana, prana might cease to function entirely. Kaiser had never tested this theory, but to be safe, having an alternative power source was ideal. Now that his vast reservoir of prana had been converted into a more compact supply of aura, he found that even small amounts of aura could be converted into large amounts of prana if needed. Essentially, he could still provide ample prana to his Orga Lux, meaning there was no difference in functionality. Being able to fuel Orga Lux with aura meant Kaiser no longer needed to constantly shift his power system back to prana just to use them, saving him a great deal of effort. With that settled, Kaiser activated Gravisheath's gravity manipulation, levitating himself into the sky. Moments later, he flew out of Kuo Town and descended onto an empty field outside its borders. Then, he dismissed Gravisheath, returning it to his body, and stood quietly, waiting. He waited for a full 30 minutes. You should be nearby by now, shouldn't you? At last, Kaiser spoke. Come out. Hiding any longer is just a waste of both our time. As soon as his words fell, a figure flashed into view like a gust of wind. Was I just lured out? Siegfried smiled wryly, his tone tinged with helpless amusement. Well, you were the one following me. Kaiser's expression remained indifferent. As long as I acted like I was leaving Kuo Town, you were bound to follow. So yes, I set a trap, but you also did the same to me last time. So, let's call it even. Hearing Kaiser's words, Siegfried nodded in mock seriousness. Put that way, it doesn't feel so bad. Siegfried chuckled before adding, still, judging by your stance, you have something to say, don't you? Could it be that you've decided to join us? It was a casual remark, almost a joke. Yet. I can join you. Kaiser responded smoothly, decisively. What? Siegfried froze. Did he just agree? Just like that? Was this real? What's wrong? Kaiser smirked slightly, as if he could read Siegfried's mind. Didn't your faction want me to join you? I've agreed, yet you don't seem all that happy about it. Of course I'm happy. Siegfried recovered, grinning. I'm just surprised. Why the sudden change of heart? Previously, Kaiser had shown little interest in his invitation, or rather, little interest in Chaos Brigade and the hero faction. And now, he had suddenly accepted. That, naturally, made Siegfried suspicious. I simply changed my mind, Kaiser said calmly. I had some new thoughts, that's all. Would you care to share what those thoughts are? Suspicion was now plain on Siegfried's face. Kaiser merely smiled. Of course, not. With that single sentence, the atmosphere instantly tensed. The smile vanished from Siegfried's eyes, and his lips curled downward slightly. You should put a little more trust in your future comrades, Kaiser. Saying this, Siegfried, just as he had before, drew his sword from beneath his priest-like robes. The weapon exuded an unmistakable aura of malice, and even from a distance, the aura radiating from it stung Kaiser's skin. For now, I wouldn't say we're comrades yet, would you? Kaiser remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as he, too, drew a sword. Siegfried's eyes locked onto Kaiser's weapon. It was a blade of deep black, embedded with a crimson gem at its center. The hilt had an inorganic texture, more like a shell than forged metal, while the blade itself was not even solid, formed instead of flowing darkness. Kaiser had seemingly drawn it from thin air. Siegfried raised an eyebrow. That's your sacred gear? He asked, but then shook his head. No, it's not. Your sacred gear has a holy attribute, and this sword clearly lacks that power. This is a wielded weapon, just like my demonic sword, isn't it? Siegfried was certain of his judgment. Sharp eyes. Kaiser smirked, almost approvingly. Its name is Ser-Veresta. And no, it's not my sacred gear. As if responding to its name, Ser-Veresta vibrated slightly in Kaiser's grasp. A demonic sword? Siegfried's interest was piqued. After all, he himself was a swordsman who specialized in wielding demonic swords. He possessed multiple such blades and was far more knowledgeable about them than the average person. Ser-Veresta, huh? Never heard of a sword by that name before. Is it a newly created demonic sword? He mused aloud, making his own assessment. Kaiser, meanwhile, glanced at the blade in Siegfried's hands, his eyes narrowing slightly. If I'm not mistaken, that sword must be the legendary demonic emperor sword, right? Kaiser's remark earned an immediate confirmation from Siegfried. Graham, the demonic emperor sword, the strongest of all demonic swords, and my most powerful trump card. Graham, a legendary blade from Norse mythology. Wielded by Odin, the king of gods, it was also known as the Fury of the Gods, a demonic sword of immense power. Even among the many demonic swords in this world, Graham was undisputedly the strongest. This is a good opportunity. Siegfried raised the demonic emperor sword, pointing it at Kaiser with a grin. I'll test this so-called new demonic sword and my new comrade, let's see what you're made of. With those words, Graham erupted with a surge of aura, exuding a suffocating pressure. Then, just as before, Siegfried swung his blade. A storm of destructive force howled toward Kaiser. But this time, Kaiser did not dodge. Can you handle this, Ser-Veresta? Kaiser whispered. VRRRMM. The Ser-Veresta vibrated intensely in his grip, radiating an unmistakable surge of excitement. Kaiser let out a brief smile before swiftly composing himself. Without hesitation, he channeled a massive surge of aura into the blade. In the next instant, he swung. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as Ser-Veresta clashed against the incoming storm of destructive aura, its blade cutting directly into the oncoming force. A massive shockwave burst forth, rippling outward in a tangible, concussive blast. The ground beneath Kaiser cracked apart, splintering into fissures before abruptly caving in. The storm of aura continued to press against Ser-Veresta, attempting to overwhelm and crush Kaiser under its sheer force. Yet, he stood firm, refusing to be overpowered. Ha! Feeling the immense power bearing down upon him, veins bulged against Kaiser's skin, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword, knuckles turning white from the strain. And then, with a thunderous roar, he brought Ser-Veresta down in a decisive arc. The pitch-black blade cut through the raging storm, severing it in two. Chapter 43, Chapter 91, Demon Swords of Different Worlds. Shing. As the pitch-black demonic sword radiated an overwhelming heat, slicing through the storm-like onslaught of aggressive aura, the ground beneath Kaiser had already shattered completely. Yet, he remained unscathed. The Ser-Veresta in his grasp continued to vibrate intensely, showing no signs of breaking under the assault of the so-called strongest demonic sword. What? Siegfried's eyes widened in shock. It actually cut through Graham's aura. The Demon Emperor sword Graham was renowned as the strongest demonic sword, possessing two formidable attributes. One was its fearsome sharpness, capable of cutting through and destroying anything. The other was its immense dragon-slaying power, making it a weapon feared by all dragons. With these two abilities, Graham had earned its title as the most powerful demonic sword. Its unparalleled sharpness and might had once even eradicated the infamous evil dragon Fafnir of Norse mythology. To Siegfried, Graham's power was absolute. Even if his opponent wasn't a dragon, preventing the sword from unleashing its full dragon-slaying potential, its sheer sharpness, capable of severing anything, should have been more than enough to secure victory against Kaiser. A new, experimental demonic sword. It was laughable. Even legendary demonic swords that had earned their fame across myths and legends would be effortlessly crushed by Graham's attack aura. Yet, the blade in Kaiser's hand had reversed the situation, severing Graham's devastating aura instead. This. Just as Siegfried was momentarily stunned, Kaiser, having cleaved apart the storm of energy, made his move. Boom. A tremendous burst of Tuki erupted from Kaiser, his entire body enveloped in a raging white radiance. His power surged dramatically, enhancing his offense, defense, speed, and even his body's internal and external fortitude. With such immense Tuki surging around him, Kaiser stomped down, shattering the ground beneath his feet. A dust cloud erupted as he shot forward like a meteor, hurtling straight toward Siegfried. Siegfried's honed battle instincts kicked in instantly. Without wasting time contemplating his opponent's ability, he swiftly raised Graham in defense. Clang. The next instant, Kaiser was already upon him, bringing Ser-Veresta down in a devastating slash. The impact rang out like a temple bell, sending shockwaves rolling across the battlefield, scattering debris in all directions. Buzz. The Ser-Veresta hummed with power, its pitch-black blade flashing midair as it transformed into a barrage of radiant sword slashes, relentlessly striking at Siegfried. Clang. 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 Forced onto the defensive, Siegfried hurriedly swung Graham multiple times, parrying the vicious onslaught of slashes. Yet, his body was gradually pushed backward, sparks flying from his sword with every desperate block. Clang. Seizing the advantage, Kaiser launched another ferocious strike, slamming his blade against Graham, producing an even greater burst of sparks and clashing steel. The two entered a deadlock, locked in a contest of strength. As expected of the so-called strongest demonic sword, Kaiser remarked, pushing forward without hesitation. Even with my Ser-Veresta at maximum output, I can't damage it at all. Right now, he was wielding the full power of Ser-Veresta. In this state, even Wole Zane, one of the four-colored magic swords, had been shattered within a single exchange when they last clashed. After all, Kaiser had grown far stronger since the Phoenix Festa, and so had Ser-Veresta, his exclusive weapon. Compared to when he had fought the Wole Zane, his strength had increased several-fold. And yet, even now, in a direct confrontation against Graham, he had failed to deal any damage to it. On the contrary, he could feel Ser-Veresta trembling, as if letting out an anguished cry in response to Graham's sheer cutting power. It was clear, even the current Ser-Veresta was struggling to go head-to-head against a legendary divine weapon from myth and legend. Ultimately, Ser-Veresta was still an Orga Lux. It might be an unparalleled force in the Asterisk War world, but in a realm where gods and myths existed, its dominance was no longer absolute. Had it not been for its bond with Kaiser, growing stronger alongside him, it might not have even qualified to face Graham directly. However, Siegfried, unaware of these considerations, saw things differently. I must admit, I'm impressed. To match Graham head-on, your sword is already on par with the other legendary demonic swords, isn't it? Siegfried finally regained his composure, his gaze toward Kaiser now carrying a newfound depth. You're much stronger than I expected. Honestly, you have the qualifications to be a main force in the hero faction. He narrowed his eyes. And the fact that you haven't even used your sacred gear yet. I can't even begin to guess how powerful you really are. If someone like Kaiser were an ally, it would be a pleasant surprise, perhaps even reassuring. But Siegfried still had his doubts. Kaiser had known about both the Chaos Brigade and the hero faction, even their hidden activities. That alone made Siegfried suspect he was backed by some unknown force. Had his sudden change of heart, his willingness to join them, been an order from that hidden faction? Was he a spy? This thought surfaced in Siegfried's mind, reminding him of his leader's instructions: force him to use his sacred gear. Find out his true strength. And so, Siegfried smiled. Looks like I'll have to get serious to take you down. With that declaration, Siegfried freed one hand and reached beneath his ceremonial coat, drawing yet another sword. A demonic sword, radiating an equally ominous aura, just like Graham. Shing. The blade swept through the air in a vicious arc, crashing into Ser-Veresta and sending Kaiser flying backward. That sword. Kaiser steadied himself midair, gripping Ser-Veresta tightly as he landed. His gaze sharpened upon recognizing Siegfried's newly drawn weapon. This is Bamung, a demonic sword forged from the same roots as Graham. Siegfried smirked as he introduced his weapon. Bamung, hailing from Norse mythology, was the dragon slayer sword wielded by the legendary hero Siegfried in the Song of the Nibelungs. Interestingly, the Song of the Nibelungs was derived from the Volsunga saga, where Graham had first appeared. Bamung was essentially a later iteration of Graham. Though not as mighty as the original, it remained a fearsome legendary demonic sword. This one is also a dragon slayer. Not exactly ideal for fighting you, but humans are fragile creatures, Siegfried remarked. Even without its dragon-slaying properties, its corrupting influence alone is enough to deal serious damage. Wielding both demonic swords, Siegfried lunged forward. Boom. Graham came slashing down, its fearsome aura shattering the ground beneath Kaiser before even making contact. Dust and debris exploded outward. Kaiser flipped backward, evading the strike while his Tuki shield deflected the scattering rubble, producing a sharp, crackling sound. Shing. Siegfried emerged from the dust cloud, Bamung slashing toward Kaiser's head at blinding speed. Clang. Kaiser flipped Ser-Veresta into a reverse grip, intercepting Bamung. The two swords ground against each other violently, sending him skidding backward. Still not using your sacred gear? Siegfried taunted, pressing forward. You can't beat me without it. Kaiser smirked. Is that so? The moment his words fell, the Ser-Veresta surged with power, unleashing a scorching tempest. Boom. It was as if an invisible inferno had detonated. The sweltering heat spread like a hurricane, sweeping up countless shards of stone and debris, shrouding the battlefield in thick, billowing smoke. The shockwave expanded outward like a tidal wave, sending both Kaiser and Siegfried flying in opposite directions. Ser-Veresta. Kaiser channeled an immense surge of Tuki and aura into his sword. The pitch-black blade rapidly expanded, growing to an enormous size. Ha! With a roar, he raised the now towering Ser-Veresta, its length exceeding several dozen meters. Without stabilizing his stance, he swung it downward with all his might, aiming at the still reeling Siegfried. Rumble. The enormous demonic sword descended like a collapsing pillar of the heavens, tearing through the air with an explosive sonic boom. The sheer heat it carried distorted the space around it, its overwhelming might reflected in Siegfried's dilating pupils. So this is your sword's true ability. With no time to hesitate, Siegfried let out a battle cry, raising Graham high. He poured every ounce of power into it, unleashing its full attack aura. Boom. The sword's devastating energy surged forth like a raging storm, clashing head-on with the descending Ser-Veresta. The impact produced a deafening roar, shaking the battlefield. The scorching demonic blade and the tempestuous, devastating aura of Graham collided violently, their raw energy tearing through the air. The very atmosphere trembled under the strain, releasing an expanding shockwave that radiated outward in circular waves. The ground beneath them could not withstand the cataclysmic force, cracking, crumbling, and disintegrating into dust and rubble. Rocks and soil shattered like brittle glass, as if a Category 10 hurricane had swept through, reducing everything in its path to ruin. From the epicenter of their clash, a blinding light erupted. It swallowed the battlefield, illuminating the entire area within a radius of several hundred meters. Boom. Boom. Two figures were sent flying from within the explosion. One was launched straight into a distant mountain, while the other crashed violently into the ground, obliterating the impact site. Thick clouds of dust and debris rose into the air, only to be swept away by the residual shock waves. What remained were two shattered landscapes, their surfaces continuously crumbling, with rocks tumbling down for what seemed like an eternity. Chapter 44, Chapter 92, As You Wish. Cough, cough. Amidst the rolling debris, Siegfried staggered to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. To think. I'd actually get injured here. His eyes darkened, glaring ahead, clearly in a foul mood. Who? Higher up, embedded in the side of a mountain, Kaiser also emerged from a pile of rubble, exhaling softly. Though his appearance was somewhat disheveled, he was completely unharmed, unlike Siegfried, who had sustained injuries. The Tuki surging from within Kaiser's body had shielded him from the brunt of the impact, preventing him from taking any real damage. However, Ser-Veresta in his grasp had lost some of its luster, appearing slightly damaged from the intense clash. It was clear, going all out against the so-called strongest demonic sword had taken its toll on Ser-Veresta. Truly an impressive sword. Kaiser channeled his aura into Ser-Veresta, repairing the damage. As his exclusive weapon, one that had fused with him, even if it were destroyed, it would gradually recover within him over time. By nourishing it with his own energy, he could at least accelerate the healing process. Even as he worked on mending the sword, Kaiser suddenly stepped forward, launching himself off the ground and leaping down the mountain. At the same time, Siegfried was already charging toward him, landing directly in his path. The two locked eyes, saying nothing. Kaiser's expression remained calm. In contrast, Siegfried's smirk had vanished completely, he could no longer bring himself to laugh. Enough, don't you think? After a brief silence, Kaiser was the first to speak. How long do you plan to keep testing me? From his perspective, the battle had been nothing more than Siegfried's way of probing his strength. Siegfried didn't deny it. Because that had been his goal, at least initially. But now, his intentions had shifted. You don't actually think that was my full strength, do you? Siegfried's voice was cold. Isn't it? Kaiser replied, though he clearly didn't believe it. Still, he continued, the church's top warrior, the so-called demonic sword user Siegfried, you're undoubtedly strong. I'd say your power is at least on par with a Mao-class devil, wouldn't you agree? While this world lacked a standardized power ranking system, most factions categorized individuals based on their strength and standing. Take the devils, for instance. They were generally divided into low-class, middle-class, high-class, and ultimate-class devils, with Mao, demon kings, standing at the pinnacle. Although these were primarily social and hierarchical classifications, they were undeniably tied to power levels. For example, a high-class devil like Rias Gremory was capable of wiping out an entire mountain with a single attack. If she held back, she could effortlessly destroy a tennis court without causing excessive collateral damage. Ultimate-class devils were even stronger, second only to the Mao. And in the underworld, there were only 4 true Mao. Though some devils possessed Mao-level power, ultimate-class devils were the closest beings to reaching that stage. As for Mao themselves, they had the capability to erase a small nation entirely. If they fought seriously, they could destroy a major metropolis. Compared to them, even weaker deities from some mythologies wouldn't stand a chance. So for a human to possess strength equivalent to an ultimate-class devil, that was already an incredible feat. But this still isn't my full power. Siegfried let out a chilling laugh. Well. I originally didn't want to reveal it before you did, but since you forced me into this situation, I'd feel humiliated if I didn't at least regain some of my pride. Let me show you, my sacred gear. As Siegfried spoke, his back began to pulsate unnaturally. Muscles bulged grotesquely beneath his flesh, as if something was trying to break free. Then, a third arm burst out from his back. It was entirely silver, covered in what appeared to be dragon-like scales, exuding a monstrous aura. There exists a sacred gear that transforms its wielder's arms into dragon arms, granting them the ability to double their power for a limited time. The newly grown silver arm flexed, while Siegfried's voice deepened slightly. It's called Twice Critical, a rather common sacred gear. But mine is different, it's a variant of Twice Critical. Instead of transforming my own arms into dragon arms, I grow a third one from my back. As he explained, Siegfried's dragon arm reached beneath his robe and pulled out another sword. This one is Nathung, another legendary demonic sword. A third demonic sword. Nathung, a sword originating from the Ring of the Nibelung, an opera based on Norse mythology. Also known as the Notung Divine Sword, it was renowned for its overwhelming destructive power. Kaiser recognized this sword, its strength lay in pure devastation. You sure are reckless, using this many demonic swords at once. Kaiser's gaze held a trace of admiration. In this world, demonic swords were called demonic for a reason, they were inherently cursed. Simply holding them carried risks. Some inflicted curses upon their wielder, while others caused continuous harm when wielded, extremely dangerous weapons. Compared to them, the Orga Lux Kaiser used, despite its power consumption, was nothing in terms of drawbacks. Especially Gram, the strongest demonic sword. Simply wielding it drained an immense amount of life force. Mishandling it could mean death. Yet Siegfried used these swords without hesitation. Not just one, but several at once. It was practically suicidal. I never intended to live long anyway. As long as I can fight and carve my name into battle, that's enough for me. Siegfried shrugged nonchalantly. Besides, you think this is all? This is just the appetizer, the real show begins now. Hearing that, Kaiser's eyes flickered. It's coming, huh? As if he had foreseen this moment, Kaiser murmured softly. Then. Balance breaker. Siegfried roared. A blinding silver light erupted from his back. More grotesque bulges formed across his body, then more arms tore through his flesh, bursting forth. One by one, 4 more silver dragon arms emerged, until he now possessed 6 arms in total. Siegfried stretched out all his hands, his 2 natural arms, and his 4 newly grown dragon arms. Feast of Azura and Demonic Dragon, my subspecies balance breaker. A subspecies balance breaker. Unlike a standard balance breaker, a subspecies deviated from its normal form, an advanced stage that even Kaiser had yet to reach. With his newly grown limbs, Siegfried drew 3 more swords from his robe. Demon Sword, Turfing. Demon Sword, Dainsleif. Turfing, a Norse demonic sword known as the Severing Sword. A blade so sharp it could cut through space itself, creating dimensional rifts. Essentially, a superior version of the Ser-Veresta magic sword. Dainsleif, another legendary sword from Norse mythology. The Sword of Hogni, wielding the power of ice and frost. 5 legendary demonic swords. Gram, Bomung, Nothung, Turfing, Dainsleif, each wielded by a single man. This was why Siegfried was called the demonic sword user. Not only was he the wielder of Gram, but he also commanded multiple legendary demonic swords, a true sword master of the demonic arts. Even so, 5 swords were his limit. His 6th hand wielded not a demonic sword, but a holy sword, imbued with divine light. By the way, my balance breaker ability doubles my power for each arm I have. Siegfried's confidence returned. 6 arms, 6 swords, his full power, unleashed. So, do you think you can defeat me in this state? Faced with Siegfried's provocation, Kaiser remained unexpectedly calm. Probably not. Kaiser admitted without hesitation. If it were just a subspecies twice critical, or if you had drawn one more demonic sword, I might have been able to find a way to deal with it. But with your balance breaker activated, and with 2 more demonic swords added to the mix, I have to admit, I don't have the confidence to defeat you in this state. With Ser-Veresta in hand, Kaiser was certain that he was already stronger than a high-class devil. Even compared to an ultimate-class devil, he wouldn't be too far behind, this much had already been proven in their fight. But now, with Siegfried's power multiplying several times through balance breaker, along with the addition of multiple legendary demonic swords, Kaiser knew he was at a disadvantage. And so, as you wish. I'll show you my sacred gear. Kaiser dismissed Ser-Veresta and, instead, summoned the power lying dormant within him. In that instant, a holy radiance spread across the battlefield, engulfing the land in an overwhelming divine presence. Chapter 45, Chapter 93, The Ultimate Existence. That is. As the divine spear materialized in Kaiser's hand, Siegfried was momentarily stunned. His gaze was locked onto the weapon, as though he had just witnessed an undeniable truth of the world itself. The brilliance radiating from it seemed to steal his very soul, pulling him into its divine glow. By the time he broke free from his trance, shaking off the daze, his heart trembled. Though he had never seen this spear before, as an exorcist raised by the church, once a devout believer, Siegfried instinctively understood what it was, as if he had received divine revelation. This was the spear that had pierced Jesus Christ. A sacred relic stained with the blood of the Son of God. A divine weapon capable of piercing even the divine, the true Longinus. For someone like Siegfried, raised in the teachings of the church, it was the pinnacle of all things holy, on par with legendary artifacts like the Holy Cross, the Holy Grail, the Shroud of Turin, and the Holy Nails. That was the true Longinus, one of the 13 Longinus-class sacred gears. Siegfried stared at Kaiser in disbelief. Your sacred gear is a Longinus. And not just any Longinus, it's the strongest one. His mind reeled from the revelation. Kaiser, however, remained silent. He simply raised the spear and pointed it at Siegfried. This is my first time using this spear in battle. I have no idea what's going to happen next. Kaiser spoke indifferently. I hope you'll help me experience its full power. The moment he finished speaking, Kaiser channeled his aura into the true Longinus. Click. The holy spear's tip, formed from what seemed to be crystallized light, suddenly opened, emitting an overwhelming, golden radiance. In that instant, the entire world seemed to tremble. The divine presence that had once merely filled the land now expanded, saturating the heavens themselves. Siegfried felt an incomprehensible pressure clamp down on his body, suffocating him. His already shaken mind became even more fragile. According to legend, the true Longinus, having been stained with the blood of Christ and imbued with his will, exuded such an intense divinity that merely looking at it could affect people's minds. The sinful would feel irredeemable guilt. The faithless would waver. And the devout would lose themselves entirely. For anyone in the world, it was the ultimate embodiment of divinity, merely gazing upon it could trigger profound, involuntary reactions. As someone raised by the church, Siegfried was not a particularly devout believer, but he had still been immersed in divine teachings since childhood. He had been made aware of the grandeur of God's light. Thus, the moment his eyes fell upon the spear, he couldn't help but be shaken. And then, his vision was swallowed by pure light. Buzz. The air trembled as an incredibly fast, holy light shot toward Siegfried. A jolt of terror coursed through Siegfried's mind. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the sky. The overwhelming holy energy slammed into Siegfried's body, blasting him away. Bang. 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 Like a cannonball, Siegfried was hurled through the air, smashing through boulders, trees, and mountains, shattering everything in his path with successive explosions. Gah! After tumbling through the destruction, Siegfried finally stabilized himself, his back slamming against a massive rock. Blood spurted from his mouth, his ceremonial robe now in tatters, his body covered in wounds. Swoosh! Before he could even catch his breath, Kaiser's figure broke through the lingering smoke, closing in at lightning speed. In his hand, the True Longinus had already transformed into a luminous spear thrust, aimed straight for Siegfried. Dainsleif. Sensing the lethal divine power approaching, Siegfried ignored his pain and roared. One of his silver dragon arms swung down, wielding the cursed sword. Crack crack crack. As the demonic sword descended, an intense cold surged outward, instantly freezing the air and forming a massive ice wall in front of Siegfried. The wall was thick, far larger than the rock behind him, easily several meters wide. But the instant the spearhead touched the ice, the entire wall was pierced through effortlessly. Clang! With no resistance, the True Longinus penetrated the thick barrier of ice, continuing its advance toward Siegfried. At the last second, Siegfried crossed his 4 dragon arms, raising his swords to intercept the incoming thrust. A sharp clash echoed through the battlefield. The sheer force of the impact shattered the rock behind Siegfried, sending him flying. Damn it! Coughing up blood, Siegfried gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his swords. Gram! With a furious roar, he swung down the strongest demonic sword, unleashing a violent storm of destructive aura toward Kaiser. Oh spear! Faced with the same storm that had given him trouble before, Kaiser's small figure remained unshaken. Without the slightest trace of fear, he murmured softly and raised the True Longinus. Buzz! Once again, the spear's tip opened. An immense holy light gathered within, forming a radiant beam. The next instant, the beam burst forth, colliding with the incoming storm of demonic aura. Boom! A catastrophic explosion erupted. The True Longinus's divine radiance and Graham's destructive aura clashed violently, triggering a massive shockwave. Then they cancelled each other out. What? Siegfried's expression changed drastically. Graham's aura, capable of slicing and destroying anything, had been neutralized so easily. I refuse to accept this. His heart burned with defiance. He prepared to swing Graham again. But before he could even bring it down, Kaiser had already struck first. Swish! With a sharp whistle, the True Longinus extended at supersonic speed. Its dazzling spearhead pierced the air, closing the distance in an instant. Clang! A metallic clang rang out. Graham was knocked from Siegfried's hands. The demonic sword spun through the air, spiraling far into the distance. Graham! Siegfried gasped, instinctively moving to retrieve his strongest weapon. Did you forget about me? Kaiser's voice cut in at the perfect moment. Siegfried froze, his heart pounding. The next second, Kaiser teleported in front of him, unleashing a flurry of spear thrusts. Clang! 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 Siegfried had no choice but to block, using his remaining 5 swords to fend off the relentless barrage. Sparks flew with each impact. Crack! Before long, his holy sword shattered under the force of the blows. Then, one by one, his remaining 4 demonic swords were overwhelmed, their blades trembling violently, cracking under pressure. As if they were screaming in agony. The legendary swords were nearing their breaking point. How can this be? Siegfried cried out in shock. This was inevitable. Kaiser's voice remained indifferent as he spoke. Your swords are demonic weapons, tainted by their very nature. Against the most divine force in existence, it's only natural that they are completely overpowered by the True Longinus. Every sacred gear had its own unique abilities. For example, Siegfried's dragon arm allowed him to multiply his strength exponentially. But Longinus-class sacred gears stood at the pinnacle, and each of them possessed multiple abilities, often more than 2. The True Longinus was no exception. It wielded 3 defining powers. Unrivaled piercing power, the spearhead of the True Longinus was the sharpest weapon in existence, especially at its tip. Its piercing force was so great that not even Siegfried's ice barrier, formed by his demonic sword, could offer the slightest resistance. It was effortlessly pierced through. Limitless extension, the True Longinus could extend and retract its spear shaft freely. Though its size remained fixed, its length was virtually unlimited, allowing it to stab its target from an impossible distance. Supreme divine power, the True Longinus emanated the strongest holy aura in existence. Whether channeled into the spear or unleashed as pure energy, its divine force was devastating. Against demonic beings, it was a natural predator, an absolute countermeasure. Siegfried's demonic swords had unfortunately encountered their worst possible matchup. They were being systematically crushed by the True Longinus, both in divine suppression and sheer cutting power. Every clash chipped away at them, dealing irreparable damage. Wielding such a spear, Kaiser's power soared, even his combat instincts seemed to sharpen in real time. And then, boom. At point-blank range, Kaiser unleashed a burst of divine energy, sending Siegfried's remaining 4 demonic swords flying. At the same time, Siegfried himself was launched into the air, tumbling helplessly like a broken kite before crashing into the distant ground. Cough, cough. Blood poured from his mouth uncontrollably. For the first time, Siegfried, the church's strongest exorcist, had suffered a decisive defeat. His body was battered beyond recognition, completely unable to stand. Tap. 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 The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the battlefield. Kaiser approached slowly, the True Longinus still in hand, gazing down at Siegfried from above. "Well then," he said, his lips curling into a smirk. "What do you think of our strength?" Kaiser's voice was casual, mocking, even. "Have you finished analyzing us?" Siegfried opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, no words came out. Chapter 46, Chapter 94, The Descendants of Heroes. I lost. Pain spread through Siegfried's entire body as the realization hit him. It wasn't just frustrating, it was undeniable. But against the wielder of the strongest Longinus, losing was perhaps not the most unacceptable outcome. The moment Kaiser wielded the True Longinus, his strength became terrifying. Not only did he wield the spear with absolute mastery, but even his battle instincts and techniques had skyrocketed. His spear techniques weren't even on the same level as his swordplay from earlier. If Kaiser wielding Ser-Veresta had ultimate class devil strength, then now, with the True Longinus, he had undoubtedly reached Mao class power. At this level, he was second only to the war gods of mythology. The most terrifying part. Even while unleashing this Mao class strength, he still hadn't used Balance Breaker. Was it because he hadn't achieved it yet? Or was it because he didn't need to? Siegfried had no idea. He only knew one thing: he had been completely overwhelmed. The Holy Spear. The Holy Spear. He muttered in a daze, his eyes locked onto the sacred weapon glowing in Kaiser's grasp. The real Holy Spear has finally appeared. Is this fate? His murmuring caught Kaiser's attention. The real Holy Spear. What did that mean? Kaiser narrowed his eyes, about to ask, when suddenly a thick mist began rising beneath them. A damp, swirling fog engulfed both Kaiser and Siegfried. This is... Kaiser tensed, instinctively raising his spear, only to lower it a moment later. George, huh? Siegfried immediately understood, sighing in resignation. Looks like they've been watching this entire time. He turned to Kaiser and spoke. Don't worry. This is one of my allies, using his sacred gear to teleport us. Kaiser didn't need an explanation, he already knew what this was. Dimension Lost. He spoke the name softly. Siegfried smirked. That's right. Like your Holy Spear, Dimension Lost is also a Longinus. Dimension Lost, one of the 13 Longinus, the strongest barrier-type sacred gear ever discovered. Its ability allowed it to produce infinitely expanding mist, which could seal anything caught within and even transport them to another dimension. It was one of the 4 highest-ranking Longinus among the 13. Among them, True Longinus was ranked number 1, the absolute strongest. Dimension Lost was also among the top, though it ranked last among the 4 high-class Longinus. Even so, it was still superior to the remaining 9 Longinus. For most people, being caught in this fog meant absolute entrapment, even most Longinus users would be helpless against it. Of course, Kaiser's True Longinus could easily obliterate the mist, interrupting the teleportation altogether. But there was no need. He already had an idea of who he was about to meet. As the world seemed to shift and distort around him, Kaiser felt a strange displacement, as if reality itself was being rewritten. The barren wasteland they had fought in was gone, replaced by an unfamiliar spatial dimension. Welcome to the hero faction's temporary base. A voice echoed through the mist, causing the swirling fog to waver. Kaiser had already shifted his gaze forward before the voice even reached him. Through the dispersing mist, figures emerged one after another. Men and women, clad in various attires, their ages ranging from youth to full adulthood, some appearing as seasoned warriors, others as mere teenagers. Each of them radiated an extraordinary pressure, exuding an aura unlike any ordinary warrior. Especially the individuals at the forefront. Each of them possessed an aura that rivaled, if not exceeded, Siegfried's own. And the men standing at the very front, even Kaiser could feel a faint pressure emanating from him. Kaiser's gaze swept across the gathered figures, finally settling on the leader. A young man dressed in traditional Chinese hanfu. He looked to be about Kaiser's age at first glance, but his sharp, composed demeanor gave him an air of maturity beyond his years. In his hand, he held a spear, a weapon Kaiser had never seen before. And yet, he could not ignore it. Because that spear's design bore an uncanny resemblance to the True Longinus in his own hand. And like the True Longinus, it radiated an undeniable holy aura. What is that? Kaiser felt a moment of disbelief. Chow Chow. Siegfried was the first to speak, calling out the man's name. Yo, Siegfried. Looks like you got pretty roughed up. The young man, Chow Chow, turned to Siegfried, smiling leisurely. Honestly, this is a bit embarrassing, don't you think, Siegfried? The voice came from one of the individuals at the forefront. A burly man with an imposing, stone-like face, his expression carrying a mocking sneer, as if laughing at Siegfried's defeat. Who would have thought? The great Siegfried, taken down so miserably. Now that's a surprise. Another voice chimed in, this time from a tall woman with golden hair who held a rapier. Unlike the burly man, her expression was more amused than condescending. Siegfried actually lost. Didn't see that coming. He's one of the top 3 in our group, isn't he? And yet, he lost just like that. The murmurs among the gathered warriors grew louder, and Siegfried's face darkened. Shut up. Siegfried snapped, gritting his teeth. Even if it were any of you, the result would be the same. That man wields the strongest Longinus. At that, silence fell over the group. Several of them shifted their attention toward Kaiser, their eyes filled with intrigue. Some even stared directly at the holy spear in his hand, only for their expressions to rapidly distort, losing focus, as if their very souls were being drawn in. Fools. Stop looking. That's the True Longinus. The ultimate holy relic, it carries the will of God himself. Any devout believer who stares at it for too long will lose themselves. Anyone from the church, turn away now. That's not something you should be looking at. Even those with weak wills, be careful. Don't stare at it too long. Several warriors shouted out warnings, snapping the dazed ones back to reality. Those who had been entranced immediately shuddered and averted their gazes. Jean. You better not be looking at that spear. The burly warrior barked at the golden-haired woman, his tone rough but carrying genuine concern. Relax, I'm not that fragile. The woman, Jean, responded dismissively, though she did look away from Kaiser's spear. Only one man continued to stare at it. Chow Chow. From the moment he arrived, his gaze never left the holy spear. His expression remained calm. So this is the True Longinus. I've finally seen it. His tone was that of someone who had found something he had been searching for his entire life. Now then. It's a pleasure to meet you, wielder of the original holy spear. Chow Chow grinned at Kaiser. I am Chow Chow. Yes, that Chow Chow, the direct descendant of the Wei Emperor from the Three Kingdoms. Just like Siegfried, who inherited the name and genes of the dragon-slaying hero, the men before him had also inherited his ancestor's name. I've been watching you for quite some time. I've always wanted to invite you over like this, and now it's finally happened. A cause for celebration, wouldn't you say? Chow Chow lifted his spear, resting it on his shoulder, tapping it lightly against himself in a leisurely manner. I expected that meeting you like this would take a bit more effort. But I never imagined it would happen so soon. And the biggest surprise of all. His smile widened. The dangerous sacred gear rumored to reside within you, turned out to be the True Longinus itself. Oh my, what a delightful surprise. Chow Chow's laughter was unrestrained. And yet, Kaiser could tell, this man's joy wasn't just about recruiting the wielder of the strongest Longinus. It was because, at long last, Chow Chow had found an opponent he had always dreamed of fighting. The evidence was clear, Kaiser could sense an unmistakable, deliberate battle intent radiating from Chow Chow. He was eager to fight him. Wait, Chow Chow. Siegfried called out. At the same time, another voice joined in. Now is not the time for you two to fight, Chow Chow. A young man draped in a long robe, dressed like a mage, spoke up. When I transferred him here, you personally assured me that you wouldn't make a move. Upon hearing this, Kaiser glanced at the speaker. So, this must be the wielder of Dimension Lost, the man Siegfried had referred to as George. Beside him stood another silent youth, reserved, quiet, yet still drawing Kaiser's attention. If he remembered correctly, this person was also a Longinus wielder, and not just any Longinus, but one of the top-tier sacred gears, much like his own and George's. I'd really like to see for myself if the legendary Holy Spear is as powerful as they say. The burly man from earlier muttered while clicking his tongue. You'll be killed, Heracles. Siegfried cast him a sidelong glance, his expression indifferent. The man named Heracles looked like he wanted to protest, but Chow Chow cut him off. Enough, drop it. The moment Chow Chow spoke, everyone fell silent. Let's talk. Chow Chow turned to Kaiser, his eyes still brimming with battle lust. Chapter 47, Chapter 95, The Result of Elimination. In the surreal world filled with mist, Kaiser and Chow Chow stood facing each other from a distance. Both held spears that bore a striking resemblance to each other, radiating a divine aura. Though their sacred energies had yet to clash, their gazes had already collided, sparking an invisible confrontation. You intend to join us, is that right? Cao Cao continued, resting his spear on his shoulder. Can I hear your reason? Clearly, he too found Kaiser's sudden decision to join the hero faction a bit abrupt. Like Siegfried, Cao Cao had his doubts. However, unlike Siegfried, his skepticism wasn't as strong. More than suspicion, Cao Cao was curious. He wanted to hear what kind of explanation Kaiser would give. To this, Kaiser simply responded with one sentence. The reason is simple, it's just the result of an elimination process. His answer left everyone, including Cao Cao, momentarily stunned. Elimination process. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes, as if trying to see through him. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Kaiser ignored the penetrating gaze and replied casually, do you think someone like me, a Longinus wielder, can continue aimlessly wandering as I did before? Of course not. Cao Cao answered without hesitation. Every major mythological faction keeps a close watch on sacred gear users, especially the three major factions, devils, angels, and fallen angels. They have always monitored sacred gear wielders. They hold a complicated attitude toward sacred gears, constantly questioning why God left such weapons to humanity. Especially Longinus, artifacts powerful enough to threaten both gods and Maos. The three factions have never understood why God would grant humans weapons that could even endanger him. That's why, whenever a Longinus wielder appears, the three factions will inevitably take action. They will either recruit them or eliminate them. There's no way they would let you roam freely after your sacred gear has already gone out of control once. The only reason Kaiser had been left alone so far was that the factions hadn't yet identified what sacred gear resided within him. But the moment they did, they would take action. There was no way they would allow the strongest Longinus wielder to wander unchecked. Especially the Church and Heaven. To them, the true Longinus held an unparalleled significance, they would never ignore its wielder. So, if I keep going as I am, my future boils down to two choices. I either get recruited by one of the three factions, devils, angels, or fallen angels. Or I get branded as an extreme threat and eliminated on sight. Kaiser pointed this out calmly, then looked at Cao Cao. And since I neither want to be eliminated nor recruited, I must find a true place to belong. His words seemed to resonate with several members of the hero faction. It was clear, many of them had suffered similar experiences. For many, joining Cao's brigade had likely been their only choice. I see. Cao Cao tapped his spear against his shoulder with an amused expression. So the hero faction is the place you've chosen as your sanctuary? More or less. Kaiser didn't deny it. Although joining a terrorist group might be a bit extreme, it's still preferable to aligning with the three factions. And why is that? Cao Cao asked with interest. With your status as the wielder of the true Longinus, you'd be treated with the highest regard if you joined any of them, wouldn't you? There was no doubt. If Kaiser chose to join the Church or Heaven, they would worship him as their most prized warrior. As the wielder of the strongest Longinus, he would be a highly sought-after asset wherever he went. However, rather than answering directly, Kaiser simply cast a glance at Siegfried. That guy over there, your so-called demonic sword user, was once the Church's most elite warrior. The sacred gear he holds may just be a mutated twice critical, but it's a rare variant. On top of that, he's already achieved Balance Breaker, allowing him to wield multiple demonic swords, including Graham, the strongest among them. A warrior like him, no matter where he went, should have been treated with the utmost respect. But in reality, do you think he was ever truly valued? The moment he spoke, Siegfried's face darkened. Even the other members who had ties to the Church fell silent. If the treatment was really that good, then why would he leave and join a terrorist organization? Kaiser continued flatly. I've spent time in the Church before, I know exactly what kind of people exist there. The Church was filled with zealots. And even more people who abused their faith for their own gain. Kaiser himself had nearly become a test subject before his sacred gear even awakened, targeted by Church researchers who saw him as nothing more than raw material. Unlike Cao Cao, Siegfried wasn't a natural inheritor of a heroic bloodline. He was artificially manufactured in the Sigurd Institute, his white hair was proof of that. And anyone could imagine what kind of environment such warriors were created in. How could he possibly not leave the Church? Moreover, he wasn't just an elite warrior, he was a cursed swordsman, wielding multiple demonic swords, each bringing their own heavy tolls and afflictions. Yet, even while carrying such burdens, Siegfried had been bestowed the title demonic sword user within the Church. It was proof that, for the Church, he was nothing more than a disposable weapon. His well-being. Irrelevant. And that made it clear how he had been treated there. The devils are no different, Kaiser suddenly shifted the topic. While many devils aren't as wicked as myths depict them, their society is still incredibly feudal. No matter how talented a human is, if they choose to align with the devils, it means one thing: they will become a servant to a high-class or ultimate-class devil. In the eyes of devils, reincarnated devils are nothing but servants. Even a Longinus wielder would have to start as a pawn, completely under the control of their master. Pureblood devils especially look down on reincarnated devils. Most of them don't even consider their servants as people. To them, a servant is nothing more than a resource, a tool that can be replaced. Rias Gremory was an exception. She genuinely cared for her peerage, and a few other pureblood devils also valued their servants. But at the end of the day, they were still servants. And most of the underworld's nobles shared a completely different perspective. As for the fallen angels were once angels, cast out of heaven due to their desires. I'm not going to claim they're all evil. In fact, out of the three factions, the fallen angels probably have the least internal issues. Their current leader is incredibly capable, his ideas and methods are progressive. But precisely because of that, he's also the one most obsessed with sacred gears. He understands the threat of Longinus more than anyone else. And that's why he's the most proactive when it comes to securing or eliminating Longinus wielders. Unconsciously, Kaiser rested his spear on his shoulder, tapping it lightly, mirroring Cao Cao's stance. Ultimately, as the wielder of the true Longinus, I won't find satisfaction in any of those factions. So if I have to choose, the hero faction is the best option. At the very least, it gives me freedom. Of course, that was only part of the truth. The deeper reason. Kaiser had already decided that, if he wanted his time in this world to be truly interesting, then joining the three factions wouldn't do. He'd either become a servant, be looked down upon, or be hunted. That kind of life. Dull. Remaining an independent rogue. Possible. But difficult. So instead, he chose Cao's brigade. Yes, it was a terrorist group. Yes, it was dangerous. But it was also one of the most pivotal forces shaping the world's future. And it wasn't just filled with villains, many members were simply misfits. Even one of the deuteragonists of the original story would join them later. For now, this was the best move. Does that answer your question? Kaiser smiled at Cao Cao. Cao Cao chuckled. Welcome to the team. With those words, Kaiser's fate was sealed. He had officially joined Cao's brigade, as an honored terrorist. Chapter 48, Chapter 96, An Unrivaled Existence. After confirming Kaiser's addition to the hero faction, while they welcomed him, it was clear that they weren't fully accepting him from the bottom of their hearts. Apart from the church members who showed him kindness, most of the hero faction members maintained an attitude of cautious observation. Cao Cao, however, seemed to have completely set aside his doubts once he acknowledged Kaiser's entry, nonchalantly introducing him to the others in the faction. Some of these individuals were figures Kaiser recognized from the original story, while others were complete nobodies to him. Yet, they all shared several common traits. They were all human, many had inherited the blood of historical legends, and nearly all of them were wielders of sacred gears. Humans are weak. No matter how much we train, we can never surpass those naturally superior supernatural beings in terms of raw power or physical prowess. That's why we must rely on sacred gears to fight. That was how Cao Cao put it. However, from Kaiser's observations, many in the hero faction had abilities beyond just sacred gears. For instance, George was not only the wielder of the Longinus Dimension Lost but was also a skilled magician, proficient in various magical systems including Norse magic, devil magic, fallen angel magic, black magic, holy magic, and even spirit magic. Even without his Longinus, he was still a formidable combatant. Siegfried, as one of the church's top warriors, had unparalleled swordsmanship. Combined with his demonic swords, he could hold his own against high-class devils even without a sacred gear. Other members of the hero faction were similar, some excelled in magic, others mastered powerful combat techniques. Though their physical strength and innate abilities couldn't compare to devils, angels, or fallen angels, in battle, they were far from ordinary. Cao Cao, in particular, stood out. Though he had not introduced himself in detail, Kaiser, being familiar with the original story, knew that this man was a master of technique. His spear skills and combat strategy were so refined that he could contend with Satan-class beings, capable of exploiting weaknesses and delivering decisive blows. Even though his physical capabilities were weaker compared to other supernatural beings, Cao Cao more than made up for it with his exceptional skill, perception, and tactical acumen. He was the undisputed strongest within the hero faction. In the original story, he was the wielder of True Longinus, the strongest Longinus, feared by all major factions. Originally, Kaiser had assumed that, since he had obtained True Longinus himself, Cao Cao would be significantly weakened, perhaps even disappearing from relevance. Yet to his surprise, not only had Cao Cao still joined the Cao's brigade, but he had also successfully established the hero faction, becoming its strongest member and de facto leader. And in his hands was another spear, without a doubt, another sacred gear of divine nature. Moreover, it was an exceptionally powerful one. But what exactly was it? Kaiser had no idea. Longinus-class spears were rare. Among the 13 Longinus, only one was a spear, the True Longinus. Ordinary sacred gears included several spear-type weapons, but those imbued with holy properties were extremely rare. That alone wouldn't have been so perplexing. The problem was that, from Kaiser's perception, the holy energy radiating from the spear in Cao Cao's hand, while not quite on par with True Longinus, was certainly not far behind. Which meant, this weapon was also possibly a Longinus. But that was impossible. As previously mentioned, there was only one spear among the 13 Longinus, the True Longinus. So how could there now be another holy spear-class Longinus? Kaiser had many questions, but he kept them to himself. Even if he asked, he doubted he would get any answers. Though Cao Cao acted as if he fully accepted him, Kaiser didn't believe for a second that the man truly trusted him. He was likely still observing him, trying to determine whether Kaiser was genuinely joining the Chaos Brigade or if he had ulterior motives. Under these circumstances, directly inquiring would be futile. So, Kaiser simply pushed those thoughts aside and ignored them, instead asking Cao Cao about their next course of action. Cao Cao answered straightforwardly. For now, the Chaos Brigade remains in a dormant state. The hero faction is similarly biding its time, quietly growing stronger, with no large-scale operations currently in motion. If there's one thing we should be focused on, it's getting stronger, strong enough that, when the Chaos Brigade finally emerges, the hero faction can stand toe-to-toe with the mythological factions. The hero faction existed to prove the power of humanity. This faction was destined to stand against the supernatural forces of the world, devils, angels, fallen angels, and the myriad factions of mythology. Our ultimate goal is to slay the gods. Cao Cao said this while looking directly at Kaiser, his eyes burning with ambition. If mere humans could accomplish the feat of slaying gods, it would prove that the beings long seen as weak and insignificant, the humans, were actually the strongest entities in the world. Cao Cao's obsession with this goal ran deep, to the point that many members of the hero faction had been influenced by him. Some were even outright brainwashed, fanatically devoted to this purpose. Kaiser, however, remained indifferent. Could humans truly slay gods? In this world, perhaps not. But in other worlds, such feats had been accomplished before. So Kaiser wasn't particularly interested in this pursuit. No, to be precise, he was somewhat interested in fighting gods. He simply didn't feel the need to blindly pursue that goal. Perhaps noticing this, Cao Cao gave Kaiser a meaningful look. You possess the weapon theoretically most capable of slaying gods, yet you have no enthusiasm for it at all. Cao Cao spoke in a tone laden with implications, but before Kaiser could respond, he changed the subject. As for the hero faction, we have several ongoing projects, but most of them are research-based. Researching more powerful combat weapons, studying whether the balance breaker phenomenon in sacred gears can be universally applied, developing techniques to enhance human strength. But all of that is the work of researchers. For those of us on the front lines, our only concerns are training ourselves, recruiting more talent, and assisting these projects however we can. Hearing this, Kaiser stopped walking. So, I'm free to act on my own now. To do as I please. Cao Cao also came to a halt. Oh. Do you have something important to take care of? He asked, smiling. Not really. Kaiser maintained an indifferent expression. I just don't see the need to follow you around like a lost puppy. You don't want to train with us. Cao Cao hoisted his spear onto his shoulder, speaking boldly. I was hoping to see what the strongest Longinus is truly capable of. We'll have our chances. Kaiser locked eyes with Cao Cao, a smirk forming on his lips. I'm just as curious about that spear of yours, he said, his gaze deep and probing. Their stares clashed, silent sparks igniting between them. At that moment. Cao Cao. George approached, his palm hovering above a small magic circle, its intricate runes glowing faintly. What is it? Cao Cao instantly reined in his surging battle intent, showing not the slightest irritation at being interrupted. His expression was calm as he inquired. It's a communication from headquarters, George said in a low voice. Cao Cao's brows lifted in mild surprise. Headquarters? Don't tell me. Seeing Cao Cao's reaction, George nodded gravely. The arrival of the wielder of True Longinus has caused quite a stir over there, George stated, his voice steady. Our leader, it seems that she has heard about this and has taken a bit of interest. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire area fell into a hushed silence. The leader. Kaiser was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped what George meant. Well, this is surprising. Cao Cao muttered to himself, seemingly caught off guard. That person usually only has an interest in things beyond the dimensional gap. Why would she suddenly take notice of our sacred gear wielder? Even if it's the strongest Longinus, to her, it's nothing more than a plaything, not even worthy of being called a toy. Is this just a whim? Or... Cao Cao's mind was visibly racing, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. You want to go? George interrupted Cao Cao's thoughts with a straightforward question. Rather than answering immediately, Cao Cao turned to Kaiser. Our leader wishes to meet you, he said. Are you interested? Kaiser's heartbeat quickened for a fraction of a second. He knew exactly who Cao Cao was referring to. He also knew that this so-called leader was no ordinary figure. No, this was a being far beyond comprehension. In this world, in a sense, she was truly invincible. Gods. Satans. To her, they were no more than insignificant ants, less than even children in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Kaiser exhaled slowly. Of course, he replied, his voice calm and unwavering. An opportunity like this doesn't come often. Cao Cao studied him for a moment before turning back to George. Prepare the teleportation, he instructed. We're sending our wielder of True Longinus to meet our leader. George nodded without hesitation and immediately went to make the necessary preparations. The others exchanged glances, each reading the unease or intrigue in the other's eyes. Then, as if drawn by a magnetic force, they all turned to Kaiser. Yet Kaiser paid them no mind. He only stared at the True Longinus in his hands, his thoughts swirling in endless directions. Chapter 49, Chapter 97, Infinite Dragon God. Zheng. A hazy radiance illuminated the desolate land, as a magic formation spun and expanded in the air. Kaiser's figure emerged from the formation, stepping into this barren, lifeless terrain. This place is. He opened his eyes and took in the vast emptiness surrounding him, murmuring to himself. This is another dimensional space, just like where we were before. Cao Cao's voice came from beside him as he began to explain. A dimensional space, a realm existing outside normal reality, an artificially created zone. Just like the temporary base where the hero faction had gathered earlier, this was another one of such spaces. The technology to create artificial spaces within separate dimensions was not uncommon among major factions. In fact, it was frequently utilized. Devils, in particular, relied heavily on such spaces for their raiding games, illustrating just how prevalent their use was. Since these spaces existed independently from the real world and were not bound by its laws, actions taken within them left no impact on the real world. This made dimensional spaces invaluable to the Chaos Brigade, allowing its factions to operate without being discovered by the major powers. The place Kaiser had arrived at was one such space, just far more desolate than usual. Our leader is the only one who resides here. Normally, even Chaos Brigade members don't set foot in this place, Cao Cao said, raising his spear and pointing forward. She's just up ahead. Go on. His tone made it clear, he had no intention of accompanying Kaiser. It wasn't out of fear or because he lacked permission. Rather, it seemed he simply didn't want to have too much contact with that person. His attitude was strange, to say the least. It was hard to believe he was speaking about the leader of his own organization. Yet Cao Cao made no effort to hide his disinterest, remaining motionless, watching as Kaiser made his way forward. Kaiser cast him a glance but didn't comment. Instead, he silently stepped forward. One more thing, Cao Cao suddenly spoke up just as Kaiser was about to leave. The members of the hero faction, none of us have accepted the snake's gift. You'd best not swallow it either. At these words, Kaiser's footsteps faltered for just a brief moment. Then, as if he hadn't heard anything at all, he resumed walking, leaving Cao Cao behind. The barren wasteland stretched endlessly in all directions, and Kaiser walked through it alone, like an exile, forsaken and insignificant. Yet his expression remained unchanged. He kept walking, his stride steady and unwavering, as though he had no intention of ever stopping. At least, that's how it appeared on the surface. In truth, he had only been walking for about 10 minutes when he came to a stop. A small hill appeared ahead. Atop it, a girl sat at the edge, her legs dangling over the side as she gazed into the sky. She looked like a doll, exquisitely crafted, delicate. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her petite frame was clad in a black dress, leaving her slender limbs exposed to the air. Her fair skin stood in stark contrast to the bleak environment. Her features were well-defined, though tinged with a hint of childishness. Compared to Kirin Tudu or Kaneko Tuju, she appeared even younger, like a lost child. And yet, there was an indescribable presence about her. A void-like aura. A silence beyond comprehension. She felt like the universe itself, an infinite abyss, unreachable, an eternal darkness, an eternal void, an eternal stillness. The moment Kaiser laid eyes on her, his heart trembled involuntarily. By all appearances, she was just a child, smaller and more delicate than himself. Yet he was the one who felt insignificant in her presence. She seemed fragile, like someone who could be easily overpowered. And yet, he was the one who felt vulnerable. She was just a girl. And yet, staring at her felt like gazing into an endless sky. She emitted no oppressive aura, no sense of overwhelming power. In fact, her very existence was faint. And yet, Kaiser found himself unable to even entertain the thought of opposing her. It was as if she wasn't human. Not even a living being. What stood before him was something beyond comprehension. Something unknowable. That was the infinite dragon god, Ophis. The infinite dragon god. One of only 2 dragon gods in existence. A being that was both dragon and god. A being that embodied the very concept of infinity. Born from nothingness, bestowed with the names chaos, infinity, void, a serpent symbolizing eternal recurrence, possessing limitless power. Among all mythological pantheons, she stood at the highest level, a force that even gods and Satans feared. Ophis. That was her name. The leader of the Cows Brigade. A being who had gathered her followers from the most dangerous figures across multiple mythologies, terrorists, outcasts, problem children. In some ways, she was truly invincible. Not just in strength, but in existence itself. Even if one searched the entire world, they would not find a single being capable of matching her in battle. And now, this incomprehensible existence, one whom even gods and demon kings feared, sat quietly before Kaiser. True Longinus wielder. From atop the hill, the girl finally turned her head toward him. Her voice was soft, clear, but devoid of any emotion. Her gaze was the same, devoid of ripples, a void of absolute emptiness. It was terrifying. "That's me," Kaiser responded, suppressing the unease in his heart, keeping his composure as best as he could. Honestly speaking, such a casual response could be considered disrespectful, given who she was. But Kaiser knew, she didn't care about such things. And sure enough. "Where's your spear?" Ophis was entirely indifferent to his attitude, simply asking her question in a calm, unembellished tone. Kaiser remained silent, then wordlessly summoned True Longinus into his hand. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind blew past. And in the very next instant, Ophis was standing directly in front of him. Kaiser's pupils contracted violently. He hadn't seen her move at all. If Ophis had decided to attack just now, he wouldn't have even had time to react, he would have been dead before he knew it. But Ophis paid no mind to his reaction. She simply gazed at the True Longinus in his hand. Moments passed before she finally spoke again. "It's different." Her words were abrupt, catching Kaiser slightly off guard. "This spear," she continued, her tone unchanged, "is not the same as before. It's a little different." Only then Kaiser understood what Ophis meant. He didn't deny it, he simply nodded in acknowledgement. After undergoing the bonding ritual, True Longinus had become more than just a weapon. It had fused with him, becoming his exclusive weapon, growing alongside him, strengthening as he did. Naturally, it was no longer the same as before. And this seemed to be what had piqued Ophis's interest. "I heard it can kill gods." Ophis reached out and placed her hand on Kaiser's spear, her fingers brushing against its sacred radiance as if it were nothing more than an illusion. "Can it kill a dragon god?" Her voice, her expression, unchanging. No emotions. A hollow, lifeless void. Yet, for just a fleeting moment, Kaiser thought he sensed something. A sliver, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. A trace of anticipation. It was so subtle that anyone else would have missed it entirely. But Kaiser, who had been focusing all his attention on this girl, caught it. He also understood why she asked this question. Because slaying a dragon god. That was the very reason she had created the Cows Brigade. Or rather, it was the reason she became its leader. To be precise, she didn't seek to kill herself. She wanted to kill the other dragon god. The one that no longer resided in this world, the one that drifted endlessly within the dimensional gap, rarely ever appearing in reality. The being known as the true Red Dragon God Emperor. Its name was Great Red. The only entity that surpassed the infinite dragon god, Ophis. The one who drove Ophis from her home, who expelled her from the void in which she was born, and claimed her domain as its own. For a being as invincible as Ophis, nothing in this world could interest her. Except for defeating Great Red. That was why she asked this question. That was why she wanted to meet Kaiser. Kaiser was well aware of this. So he didn't hesitate. He didn't hide anything. And he answered truthfully. Right now. No. His words were clear. The implication was obvious. Not now, but in the future. That's a different story. As I am now, I don't have nearly enough power to stand against the true Red Dragon God Emperor. And this spear. Kaiser raised True Longinus, his grip tightening. It can pierce through gods, yes. But if its target is the strongest of all dragon gods. He shook his head. It's still too fragile. Right now, I doubt the tip of this spear could even scratch one of his scales. But Kaiser's eyes locked onto Ophis's void-like gaze. Every time I grow stronger, so does this spear. Once my power is sufficient, this spear will pierce that dragon. That was simply how it worked. Power. Ophis did not ask for proof. She did not question him. She simply accepted his words as fact. Then, she spoke. If you need power, I will give it to you. As she said this, she lifted her hand. In her palm, a terrifying energy began to condense. It took form. A black serpent coiled within her grasp. Chapter 50, Chapter 98, I will accept it. At that moment, the turbulent emotions Kaiser had managed to suppress surged back to the surface, uncontrollable. Staring at the dark, serpent-like entity coiling within Ophis' hand, his grip on the True Longinus instinctively tightened. He could feel it, this entity contained an unfathomable power. A power that far surpassed his current self, that eclipsed every existence he had encountered thus far. Faced with such power, he felt a deep, visceral fear, and yet, an undeniable longing. Yes, longing. He desired this power. This is the snake, isn't it? Kaiser's voice came out hoarse. The snake was Ophis' power. As the infinite dragon god, a being renowned for possessing boundless strength, Ophis was not only a colossal entity in terms of scale and status but also wielded an inexhaustible, infinite force. A force that could never be depleted. Thus, Ophis had taken fragments of her power, fashioning them into snakes, which she bestowed upon various members of the Cow's Brigade. Simply consuming one of Ophis' snakes would be enough to elevate one's strength by an entire tier. An ultimate-class devil who consumed it would ascend to Satan class. A Satan-class being who consumed it would step into the realm of demigods. Many within the Cow's Brigade had partaken of this power, and in doing so, had achieved terrifying leaps in strength. Now, Ophis was preparing to grant that same power to Kaiser. This is a snake that is even closer to my essence, Ophis stated. It holds approximately 1/10 of my full strength. Kaiser's eyes widened in shock. 1/10 of her power. Had Ophis ever granted a snake this potent before? The snakes she had previously bestowed upon the Cow's Brigade were nowhere near this level of strength. Swallow it, Ophis continued, her voice calm and unyielding. Become part of the infinite and the void. Stand alongside me in reclaiming the silent world and vanquish the Great Red. She extended her hand, offering the snake to Kaiser as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Yet Kaiser's heart was anything but calm. Ophis was strong. Unfathomably strong. But to what extent? To put it simply, if every significant existence in this world were ranked in terms of power, then setting aside Great Red, who resided beyond this world, Ophis would undoubtedly claim the #1 spot. And the difference between her and the entity ranked second was an insurmountable chasm, an unbridgeable abyss. Among dragons, aside from Ophis and Great Red, the strongest were the two heavenly dragons, whose power far exceeded that of the Dragon Kings. Even the weakest of the Dragon Kings possessed strength comparable to a Satan-class devil, while the strongest among them could rival gods. The heavenly dragons stood even higher, able to contend with the top 10 existences in the world. But Ophis? Even in the latter parts of the original story, after suffering a devastating loss that stripped away more than 3/4 of her strength, she had still been leagues above the heavenly dragons. At the time of her power's theft, she had scattered the stolen fragments across different dimensions in the form of snakes. And yet, after reclaiming those fragments, she remained 2 entire tiers above her former peak. 2 tiers. To put that into perspective, an ultimate-class devil was 2 tiers above a low-class devil, making the latter nothing more than an insect in comparison. A Satan-class entity was 2 tiers above an ultimate class, rendering the gap between them similarly insurmountable. The heavenly dragons, in turn, were 2 tiers above Satan-class devils. A regular Satan-class entity was little more than an ant in the face of a heavenly dragon. And in the presence of Ophis, who surpassed her former self by yet another 2 tiers, the heavenly dragons might as well be infants. And this was Ophis after losing a significant portion of her power. Had she been at her peak, even if every single top 10 ranked entity joined forces, they still wouldn't stand a chance against her. Even if all the major factions of the world combined their might and waged war against Ophis, she would likely still emerge victorious in a landslide. So, was Ophis strong? Unquestionably. And now, at this moment, Ophis stood before Kaiser in her fully restored state, her prime. If Kaiser were to absorb 1/10 of her power, then just how strong would he become? Surely, he would reach the level of the world's top 10. Perhaps even among the highest of those 10. And that was assuming a conservative estimate. What if this fragment of Ophis' power was even stronger than that? Wouldn't that mean he was about to ascend in one single step? In the face of such a temptation, how could Kaiser possibly remain indifferent? All he had to do was reach out his hand. With just that one motion, he could seize this power. He could instantly attain a strength that would allow him to rival, or even surpass, the gods themselves. Kaiser closed his eyes. You refuse. Watching him, Ophis tilted her head, her expression one of genuine confusion. She knew that this human was a member of the hero faction. There was a strong possibility that he would reject her snake. Most members of the hero faction had done so. To mitigate that risk, Ophis had intentionally condensed the snake with far more power than usual. It was both a greater temptation and an effort to ensure that this human would grow strong enough. Strong enough to help her defeat Great Red. Strong enough to return her to the void. But now, judging by his reaction, he still seemed hesitant. Why? Does he think it's not enough? Should I offer him more? Ophis seriously contemplated this. Just as she was about to act, Kaiser opened his eyes. No, he said. I'll take it. Kaiser responded with an eerily calm demeanor. I appreciate the gesture. I'll accept it. He extended his hand, taking the snake that Ophis had condensed in her palm. However, instead of consuming it, he carefully stowed it away. You're not going to use it? Seeing this, Ophis' expression became even more perplexed. That's right. Kaiser nodded, speaking with blunt honesty. I don't intend to consume your snake just yet. Due to her infinite power, Ophis had always been an exceedingly generous presence within the Chaos Brigade. Anyone who wished to obtain her snakes had never been refused. As a result, in the original timeline, countless members of the Chaos Brigade had utilized Ophis snakes. Apart from a few factions, such as the Hero faction, who had deliberately rejected them, the majority of Chaos Brigade members had consumed these snakes to greatly enhance their strength. Moreover, there seemed to be no apparent side effects. However, at the end of the day, the snake was Ophis power, not the user's own. In the original story, one of the four Mao, the current Lucifer, had once purged an opponent's body of Ophis snake using his own demonic energy, instantly reducing them back to their original state. This proved one crucial fact: Ophis snake did not truly integrate with its user. It functioned more like an external amplifier, an augmentation of power that could still be forcibly stripped away by others. Moreover, when Ophis lost a significant portion of her power, she had dispersed fragments of it into different dimensions in the form of snakes. Later, she effortlessly reclaimed them. This demonstrated that Ophis held complete dominion over the snakes; she could reclaim them at will. And there was another unknown factor: whether those who consumed the snake could be influenced or controlled by its original owner. With so many potential risks, it was no surprise that certain members of the Chaos Brigade had chosen to reject the snakes. Given all this, Kaiser naturally had no intention of consuming Ophis snake either. Had it been an ordinary snake, he would have outright refused it. But this one was different. Ophis had given him a snake of unprecedented quality, one infused with a staggering amount of her power. This was a rarity, something that even Ophis might never offer again. Thus, after weighing his options, Kaiser made his decision. He would accept it. Because as long as he possessed it, whether or not he used it was entirely his choice. For now, with all these uncertainties in mind, he wouldn't use it, but that didn't mean he would simply let such a valuable asset slip away. Instead, he planned to find an alternative means to harness its power, ensuring he could reap its benefits without suffering any negative consequences. And if no such method existed in this world, then he would seek answers in other realms of fantasy. After all, if there truly was a way to absorb and integrate this power, much like he had done with Manadite and Ammanadite, he would undoubtedly take it. If he could achieve that, he wouldn't just grow stronger, he would ascend to a realm beyond the gods. Of course, Ophis had no way of knowing Kaiser's thoughts. Humans, such incomprehensible creatures. She watched him for a moment before shaking her head, her tone carrying a sense of detached curiosity. It's not that we're incomprehensible, Kaiser replied evenly. Humans simply think in more complex ways than other beings. Then, after a brief pause, he added, also, I'm not just a human. My name is Kaiser. Kaiser. Ophis lifted her gaze, her void-like eyes locking onto his. For a long moment, she stared at him in silence. Then, she spoke. I'll remember that. With those words, she turned away. Like a shadow dissolving into thin air, she vanished, melding seamlessly into the atmosphere. Kaiser remained still, watching the space where she had disappeared. For a long, long time, he stood in silence. Then, his gaze slowly shifted downward, to the True Longinus grip tightly in his hands. Thinking of Ophis' overwhelming power, thinking of how powerless he had felt in front of her, his grip tightened. I need to accelerate the pace. A burning desire flared within him. He needed to get stronger. And he couldn't wait any longer.